Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 42-46 to Chapter 43-28. That is, our tribe's divine master, an elder from the Skyheart tribe exclaimed. Everyone was shocked and they immediately looked in a direction. Everyone from the Skyheart tribe turned pale when they saw that direction. Their faces turned pale. There was indeed a member of the Skyheart tribe there. However, it was a corpse. Just like the other corpses, it was floating there quietly. Dead, everyone from the Skyheart race had pale faces. They had put in so much effort to find the divine master of the Skyheart tribe and hoped that the divine master of the Skyheart tribe would bring them out of this place. Was this the outcome? Their eyes were filled with despair. There is, another member of the Skyheart tribe pointed into the distance and said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked over and saw another corpse of the Skyheart tribe. Judging from its aura, it was also a divine master. Xianxia and the rest turned even paler. Indeed, they found a few more corpses of the divine masters of the Skyheart tribe. They had found 5 corpses in total. At that moment, everyone from the Skyheart tribe was filled with despair. There was no need to search anymore. It was obvious that the divine master of the Skyheart tribe was dead. He was not trapped in a certain place. He had been killed. Despair filled their faces. Especially Xianxia and the rest, they looked as though they had aged countless years in an instant. Is our Skyheart tribe destined to perish? Destined to be imprisoned in the sky prison forever? Clan leader Xianxia sighed. Does clan leader Xianxia want to give up? We might be able to find a way out here. Lu Ming said. His words lit up the eyes of clan leader Xianxia and the rest. Yes, they had not given up hope yet. Although the divine master of the Skyheart tribe was dead, it did not mean that they could not leave this place. Perhaps there was a way out of this place where the divine master was buried. They could not give up. Let's continue forward. Clan leader Xianxia said. They immediately decided on a direction and continued forward. Slowly, the number of corpses floating in the air decreased. Not long after, their vision cleared up. There were no more corpses in front of them. It was a starry sky. The starry sky was empty and deep. They could not see the end of it. They looked hopeful as they continued forward. In front of them, they didn't see any more divine master corpses. However, this part of the starry sky was very strange. There were very few stars, and they could only see a few stars occasionally. They flew forward for several days and found nothing. It seems like this place is also a cage that buries the corpses of god lords. An elder of the Skyheart race sighed. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes disappeared without a trace. It was the same for the other Skyheart tribe members. Is there really no way out? Lu Ming's heart began to waver. No, as long as there's still a glimmer of hope, I can't give up. Lu Ming shook his head, and his gaze became firm again. Immediately, they continued their journey. Although the members of the Skyheart race were in despair, they didn't want to give up just like that. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Look, that's a universe black hole. Suddenly, an elder from the Skyheart race pointed to the front. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, an incomparably deep black hole had appeared in the starry sky ahead. It was incomparably huge, floating in the universe. There were no stars or substances in the surroundings. Not even light could be seen. A universe black hole, this was a true universe black hole. It had an incomparably terrifying attractive force that could suck in any matter, including light. Everyone's expression turned solemn. There was actually a universe black hole here. In the universe black holes were generally forbidden grounds. Even god emperors would find it hard to escape if they were trapped inside. Not to mention god emperors, even. Some god lords would be in danger if they were trapped inside. Let's go around it. Don't go near it. Clan leader Xianxia said. Everyone nodded and planned to go around it. Everyone flew to the side. Something's not right. Look, there's something in the universe black hole. Suddenly, someone shouted. At this moment, everyone's pupils contracted. Because they had also noticed something. At the core of the universe black hole, there was light spreading out. The universe black hole that was said to be able to devour light actually had light spreading out. It was truly shocking. Everyone took a closer look, and their hearts beat wildly. It seemed to be a coffin, a golden coffin. In the universe black hole, there was actually a golden coffin floating. This was somewhat unbelievable. Who was buried in the coffin? It was actually emitting light, and people outside could see it. This place is not to be underestimated. Clan leader Xianxia said solemnly. Indeed, it might be an important place in the heavenly palace. Let's take a look. An elder of the Skyheart clan said. Everyone nodded and went around the universe black hole from afar. However, not long after, they saw another shocking scene. Because they saw a second universe black hole. In this universe black hole, there was also light emitting out. They also saw something. There was a cage in this black hole. It was made of some kind of strange metal. Inside the cage, one could vaguely see a creature. It was extremely tall and sturdy, and it was incomparably huge. It was lying in the cage, motionless. These universe black holes, could they really be cages that trap some terrifying existence? An elder of the Skyheart clan said with a trembling voice. The rest did not speak, but their expressions were solemn. They also had the same guess in their hearts. Next, they continued to move forward and discovered a few more universe black holes. Without exception, there was something in every universe black hole. Some of them were cages, some were coffins, and some were even big boxes. They even saw a massive life form floating in the center of the universe's black hole. This life form's body was pierced through by chains, and the other end of the chains extended into the depths of the universe's black hole. It was unknown where it led. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. In every universe black hole, there was a high possibility that an extremely powerful being was trapped. These beings were definitely terrifying. Moreover, no one knew if they were dead or alive. No one knew how long these living beings had been trapped. Some of them might have already fallen. Forget it, it seems like this is also a cage. A cage that is of a higher level than the heavenly prison. It's impossible for us to get out. Let's give up. An elder of the Skyheart clan sighed. His eyes were filled with despair. The rest of the Skyheart clan, including the clan leader of the Skyheart clan, were similar. It was obvious that this was indeed a cage, a higher level cage. The heavenly prison imprisoned those below the almighty realm. However, this place imprisoned those above the almighty realm. Moreover, even if the almighty realm of the heavenly human tribe was still alive, they were trapped in the universe black hole. It was impossible for them to rescue them. Once they got close to the black hole, they would be devoured by the power of the black hole. Let's go back. It's futile to continue searching. If we encounter the people from the heavenly palace, we won't even be able to preserve the last of our bloodline. Clan leader Xianxia sighed and made his decision. The other powerful figures from the Skyheart tribe nodded as well. They then turned and headed in the direction they came from. After flying for a while, Elder Xianxia stopped and turned to Lu Ming. Brother Muyun, aren't you leaving? Yes, Lu Ming had been standing there and he didn't follow clan leader Xianxia and the others. Clan leader Xianxia, you guys go back first. I'll take a look around. Lu Ming said. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue exploring. Alright, be careful. I'll leave someone at the entrance to wait for you. Clan leader Xianxia said. Clan leader, don't worry. If anything happens to me, I won't say a word about the Skyheart tribe. Lu Ming said. Clan leader Xianxia and the others were relieved. They bade farewell to Lu Ming and flew back to the direction they came from. Soon, they disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings and then continued to fly in the direction that he had been heading earlier. Next, Lu Ming saw a few more universe black holes. Without exception, there were things in the universe black holes. To think that there are so many black holes in the universe here. It doesn't make sense for them to be so densely packed. Could it be that they were opened by the experts of the Heavenly Palace? Such combat strength is really incredible, Lu Ming thought. The strength of the Heavenly Palace was even more unfathomable. The universe black holes were terrifying. Even divine masters would be in danger if they entered. However, they were opened up and used to imprison criminals. It was shocking. The living beings in the universe black holes should be dead. There's no movement. After all, the living beings in the universe black holes had been trapped for many years. It was normal for them to die. Lu Ming didn't give up and continued to fly. That seems to be a human. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In front of him, another cosmic black hole appeared. In the center of this cosmic black hole, there was a figure. This figure looked exactly the same as a human. He floated there, his hair disheveled. His body was bound by 8 chains, and the other end of the chains led to the depths of the universe's black hole. It was very strange. He was clearly in the black hole of the universe. The black hole of the universe could devour everything, including light. Moreover, this figure was extremely small compared to the black hole of the universe. However, Lu Ming could see this figure clearly. It was a marvelous feeling. It was as if this figure was emitting a marvelous light that allowed Lu Ming to see it clearly. This should be a human. There's no mistake about it. It's a pity that such a powerful being of the human race has died. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to go around the black hole and leave, his body suddenly stiffened. That's not right. Just now, he seemed to have moved. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. He clearly saw the finger of the figure in the black hole twitch slightly. If it was an ordinary person, they might suspect that they were hallucinating. However, at Lu Ming's level, it was almost impossible for him to have hallucinations. He was 100% sure that the figure's finger did move just now. Could it be that this figure is still alive? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed across his mind. If the figure was still alive, perhaps he could learn some secrets of this place from him. As for rescuing the figure, sorry, Lu Ming didn't have that ability yet. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the figure in the cosmic black hole. After a while, the figure's finger twitched again. That's right, he was right. This person was definitely still alive. Lu Ming looked hopeful as he continued to watch. Next, the figure's finger twitched a few times in a row. Then, his arm suddenly moved. Clang! The chains on his arm vibrated and came out of the black hole. Swish! After that, Lu Ming saw 2 dazzling rays of light emerge from the figure's messy hair. Those 2 rays of light were like divine swords that pierced through the darkness. It was dazzling. It came from the figure's eyes. So, it's a little boy of the 9th godly emperor layer. A deep voice came from the person's mouth, and it was filled with disappointment. Clang! The figure's body shook, and the chains around him rattled. He raised his head and revealed his face. He was very young, around 20 years old. He was very handsome. His eyes were filled with divine light. It seemed like sword lights were flying out of his eyes, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. That person's voice can come out. Lu Ming was surprised. The cosmic black hole could swallow everything, even light. Of course, it could swallow sound. However, that person's voice could come out, as well as the sound of the chains. Lu Ming could only conclude that that person's cultivation level was too high. It was beyond common sense. My voice can't come out, whispered Lu Ming. His cultivation level wasn't that high. If he spoke, he would be swallowed by the cosmic black hole. Your voice can't come out, but I can hear it, whispered Lu Ming. The other person's voice came again. You can hear me? Lu Ming was delighted. He hastily cupped his fist and asked, Master, who are you? How come you're trapped here? Who am I? It's a long story. I'm curious though. You're just a tiny cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. How come you're here? No, wait. Suddenly, the other party seemed to have discovered the sound. There was an even more dazzling glow in his eyes. He stared intently at Lu Ming, as though he wanted to see through all of Lu Ming's secrets. Forbidden strength. You can control forbidden strength. You have a forbidden body? A shocked voice sounded from that figure's mouth. Lu Ming frowned and said, How can you tell? He was really surprised. Forbidden strength was difficult to see on the surface. When he was in the heavenly palace, even the Lord of Heaven hadn't been able to see through it. But the person in front of him was separated by a cosmic black hole. They were so far apart, and he was trapped. How could he see that he controlled forbidden strength? Ha ha ha, don't be surprised. I'm very familiar with forbidden strength because my teacher has a forbidden body. How could I not see through it? Laughed the voice. What? Lu Ming was astonished. The other person's teacher had a forbidden body? Until now, Lu Ming only knew of 3 people with taboo bodies. One was Fei Huang. One was the leader of the ancient divine court. The other was Xianxia's previous life, Tang Qing's father. Who was the other person's teacher? Was it one of them? Is your master Senior Fei Huang, the lord of the grand ancient divine court, or is his surname Tang? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Little guy, you know a lot at such a young age. To tell you the truth, my master's surname is Tang. The figure in the black hole said. His surname is really Tang. Is he really Xiaoqing's father in her previous life? Many thoughts emerged in Lu Ming's mind. If it was true, then he had met one of his own. Senior, do you know Tang Jun and Tang Qing? Lu Ming asked. Tang Jun and Tang Qing are my master's daughters and my junior sisters. How can I not know them? It's a pity that they died in the battle back then. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Their talent is much higher than mine. The man in the black hole sighed deeply and suddenly thought of something. He stared at Lu Ming and said, the 2 junior sisters have died countless years ago. How do you know their names? You said Senior Fei Huang just now. You know Senior Fei Huang. She told you, right? That Tang Qing and Tang Jun are not dead. They are still alive. Lu Ming said. Still alive? How is that possible? They died in the battle back then. How can they still be alive? Kid, don't try to lie to me. The man in the black hole said. They did die in their previous life, but they reincarnated. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, reincarnation? How is that possible? Who in the world can really reincarnate? No, did my master succeed? Yes, my master must have succeeded. The man in the black hole first muttered to himself, then laughed crazily. Senior, what I said is true. Tang Qing reincarnated as Xianxia, and she is my wife, Lu Ming said. Your wife? The man in the black hole widened his eyes again. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. After a long while, he guessed, you have a taboo body. You are worthy of junior sister. In that case, we are on the same side. I hope you didn't lie to me. Senior, I can swear that everything I said just now is true. Oh right, Junior is Lu Ming. How should I address Senior? Lu Ming said. Since the other party was Xianxia's senior brother in his previous life, then they were on the same side. Lu Ming naturally had no need to hide his name. Back then, people called me the Third Demon Sword. You can call me the Third Demon Sword. The man in the black hole said. The Third Demon Sword? What a strange name. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. No, the 2 junior sisters are fine. This is great. I must go out and meet them, the Third Demon Sword muttered to himself. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body as he struggled with all his might. Clang! Clang! The chains began to shake violently, emitting violent vibrations. In the end, the Third Demon Sword couldn't break free. Damn it, my power has been sealed, and I'm far from my peak state. I can't get out at all. The Third Demon Sword roared. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you have a taboo body and are the husband of my junior sisters. We are on the same side. You have to help me get out of this black hole. As long as you help me leave this black hole, I can take you out of here. Hearing the Third Demon Sword's words, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as the other party could escape, he could take him out of here. This made Lu Ming very tempted. However, he was immediately discouraged. The other party was in the universe's black hole. How could he help? Senior, you are in the universe's black hole. I can't help you at all. With my cultivation, once I step into the universe's black hole, I will be completely swallowed by the power of the universe's black hole. Lu Ming said. This is a problem. With your taboo power, you should be able to help me cut these chains, but you can't come in at all. The third demon sword frowned and thought. After a while, the third demon sword said, the main thing is that my power is too weak. If I can recover a part of my power, I can take you into the black hole. How can I help you recover a part of your power? I have some crystal stones here. I don't know if they can help. Lu Ming took out the crystal stones given to him by the Skyheart clan. He had used half of them before, so there was still half left. It's useless. This energy is too weak. It won't be of much use to me. If you want to help me recover my power, there is only one way. At this point, the third demon sword stopped. What way? Lu Ming asked. I am a sword cultivator. Around this starry sky, there should be many floating corpses and even some broken magic weapons. Among them, there are some sword-type magic weapons that will be of great use to me. If you can get me a few sword-type magic weapons for me to absorb, my power will recover a lot. However, this world can also be called a prison. It is patrolled by experts from the Heavenly Palace. If you encounter them, it will be very dangerous. The third demon sword Dao. Broken magic weapons? Why haven't I seen them before? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had only seen corpses and not broken magic weapons. You came from that direction, right? There might not be any in that direction, but there should be in the opposite direction. If I remember correctly, there should be an ancient battlefield in that direction. There should be broken magic weapons floating there. The third demon sword explained. Okay, I'll get you some broken sword-type magic weapons. Lu Ming nodded, his eyes resolute. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to take this risk. Otherwise, he would be imprisoned here for the rest of his life. How could he be willing to accept that? Moreover, even if he encountered experts from the Heavenly Palace, they might not kill him. If they killed him, how could the Heavenly Palace obtain the forbidden power? Therefore, he decided to take action. After asking for directions, Lu Ming flew in that direction. Next, Lu Ming passed by at least a dozen black holes. However, there was no movement in them. They were all very quiet, and he did not know whether they were dead or alive. Lu Ming ignored them and continued forward. Finally, he saw a large number of objects floating in the starry sky ahead. Broken stars, dilapidated palaces, corpses of experts, and broken magic weapons. This place really did look like an ancient battlefield. Sword-type magic weapons. Lu Ming looked around and began to look for sword-type magic weapons. Got it. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a battle sword. Only half of the sword was left, but it was enormous. It floated there for millions of miles. It's so big. How can I take it away? Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. He flew over and tried to put it into his storage ring, but he failed. I can only push it over. I hope I won't be discovered. Lu Ming thought helplessly. This broken magic weapon must have been of a very high level before it was broken. Even now, it was still emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, too many years had passed, and Lu Ming could still bear the remaining fluctuations. Lu Ming placed his palms on the back of the broken divine weapon and pushed it with all his might. Fortunately, this was the void and there were no obstacles. It was not too difficult to push it. He just needed to avoid the black holes in the universe. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally pushed the broken battle sword to the side of the black hole where the third demon sword was. Go! Lu Ming pushed with all his might and the broken battle sword flew into the black hole. Buzz! When the broken battle sword flew into the black hole, it seemed to be under great pressure and the sword began to vibrate. However, this battle sword was obviously of a very high level and its material was extraordinary. It was incomparably hard and successfully blocked the suction force of the black hole. Soon, the broken battle sword was not far from the third demon sword. Whoosh! The third demon sword opened its mouth and inhaled. A powerful suction force was generated and the broken battle sword flew quickly into its mouth. The sword that was originally 1,000,000 meters long quickly shrank and flew into the third demon sword's mouth and disappeared. The third demon sword's body swelled a little, but it disappeared immediately. A light flashed in its eyes and quickly disappeared. Not bad. This broken battle sword helped me recover a lot of strength. Unfortunately, it's not enough. If only I had 2 more of this type of battle sword. The third demon sword said. I'll continue to search. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to head toward the previous battlefield. Very soon, he returned there. There were many broken divine weapons here. Many of them were incomparably huge and emitted terrifying fluctuations. If only Xianxia was here, it would be great. Unfortunately, I can't take most of them away. Let's see if I can take some of the smaller ones. Lu Ming pondered and then began to search. He picked a very small divine weapon and activated the storage ring. This time, he successfully put away the broken divine weapon. This small one is really possible. I'll collect more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although this small divine weapon was not as extraordinary as the large ones, it was still not to be underestimated. It was definitely a rare treasure for Xianxia. In the end, Lu Ming collected over 100 small broken divine weapons before he stopped. Then, Lu Ming found an incomparably huge broken sword and continued to push it towards the black hole where the third demon sword was. Nothing unusual happened along the way. When he returned to the black hole, he repeated the same trick and pushed the broken sword towards the third demon sword. After swallowing the third devil sword, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield. As long as there was another broken sword of the same level, it would be enough. Lu Ming continued his search. Suddenly, Lu Ming's pupils shrank, because he sensed that there was a light shadow rapidly flying towards them from afar. Someone was coming. Lu Ming's heart raced. Those who could move freely here were most likely from the Heavenly Palace. Fortunately, the battlefield he was in was filled with huge corpses, broken divine weapons, and dilapidated palaces. Compared to them, he was as small as a speck of dust. The other party probably hadn't discovered him yet. However, he had to find a way to hide. When the other party got closer, they might discover him. What should I do? Where should I hide? Lu Ming's mind raced, and then his eyes swept across a huge corpse. It was a huge creature, like a lion, but it had no hair on its body, only scales. That's it. Lu Ming flew directly towards the lion-like creature, and then rushed into one of the scales. This kind of creature was too big, and a scale was incomparably huge, making it easy to hide. Roar. As soon as Lu Ming hid, he heard a roar. This is the sound of a dragon's roar. Is this the Dragon Clan? Why would there be a Dragon Clan here? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. The Divine Dragon Clan was destroyed by the Heavenly Palace back then. Why would there be a Dragon Clan here? Could it be that they were also trapped here? And judging from the sound, the aura was extremely terrifying, as if it had reached the peak Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming was very curious. He didn't dare to spread out his spiritual consciousness, but secretly stuck his head out to look. Outside, there was a war chariot. He could see a golden-haired middle-aged man sitting on the war chariot, obviously from the Heavenly Human Clan. And in front of the war chariot, there were 9 divine dragons. These 9 divine dragons were used to pull the war chariot. Damn it, it seems that these 9 divine dragons were captured by the Heavenly Palace. They are all peak divine dragons, but they are used to pull the war chariot. What a great humiliation! Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he restrained his aura to the extreme. The war chariot was definitely very powerful, and was definitely a divine master. If he was discovered by the other party, he would be in trouble. Fortunately, the other party didn't care. He just glanced at him casually, and then drove the divine dragons away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming didn't dare to relax, and still hid in the scales, waiting. After a full half an hour, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, Lu Ming still didn't take action, but continued to wait. There were indeed Heavenly Palace patrollers in this cage. More than an hour passed, and the Heavenly Palace patrollers didn't appear again. They should have gone far away. Lu Ming then began to move. He found a huge broken divine sword, and then pushed it in the direction of the third demon sword. Along the way, Lu Ming's spirit was highly tensed. It was fine when he didn't see the Heavenly Palace patrollers, but now that he saw them, Lu Ming was much more nervous, and he was constantly on guard, afraid that they would suddenly appear. Fortunately, Lu Ming managed to bring the broken divine sword to the third demon sword without any mishap. "Senior, I just saw the Heavenly Palace patrollers. We have to speed up," Lu Ming said, and then pushed the huge broken divine sword into the black hole, and the third demon sword swallowed it. After the third demon sword swallowed the broken divine sword, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from its body, and its eyes shone with a terrifying sword chi. "My strength has recovered a lot, and it's enough to bring you in. Lu Ming, fly over," the third demon sword said. "Okay." Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all, and directly rushed into the black hole. This made the third demon sword's eyes flash with a hint of admiration. One must know that rushing into a black hole was very dangerous. If one was careless, there was a risk of death. However, Lu Ming was very decisive, without the slightest hesitation. This showed that Lu Ming was a decisive person, and the third demon sword admired this kind of character. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the black hole, he felt a terrible suction force enveloping him, pulling him into the center of the black hole. At the same time, this force was very terrifying, as if it wanted to tear Lu Ming's body to pieces. Lu Ming found that with his current strength, in front of this suction force, he was very small and insignificant. However, in the next moment, a gentle force surged and enveloped him. Suddenly, the suction force outside was blocked by this gentle force. End of chapter. A gentle force blocked the suction force of the universe's black hole. Lu Ming was safe and sound as he flew toward the center of the universe. Soon, he reached the side of the third demon sword. He could see that the third demon sword was very handsome. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a demonic look in his eyes. His body was shackled by 8 pitch-black chains. One of them was in his body, while the other extended into the depths of the universe's black hole. The energy of these chains seems to be similar to the void energy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. When he got closer, he realized that these chains were also made of a kind of energy. It was very similar to the void energy, but many times more condensed. It looked like they were real. "You just need to cut off one of the chains, and I'll be able to escape. With your taboo energy, it shouldn't be difficult," the third demon sword said. "Alright, I'll do it now," Lu Ming said. He felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to save the third demon sword as soon as possible. With the protection of the third demon sword, he did not have to worry about the suction force of the black hole. He stepped forward and formed a battle sword with his taboo energy. Then, he slashed at one of the chains. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out. The chain vibrated, and a mark appeared on it. "It's so hard, but it's effective." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as it was effective, he would be able to cut it off sooner or later. The third demon sword's eyes also lit up. He had been trapped here for a long time. Now, he finally saw hope of getting out. Clang clang clang, Lu Ming kept waving his sword and slashing at the chain. The chain kept vibrating and the mark became deeper and deeper, gradually sinking in. It seemed that it would not take long to cut it off. This was different from the chain that helped the Sky Heart tribe refine the entrance. That kind of chain was very thick, and it needed to be completely refined, which took a lot of time. Although this kind of chain was very solid, it was not thick. Furthermore, he only needed to cut it off, not refine it. Therefore, the time needed was much shorter. Just as Lu Ming was slashing at the chains, a dragon's roar resounded from the battlefield where Lu Ming had collected the broken divine weapons. With a flash of light, 9 divine dragons pulling a war chariot appeared. The person sitting on the war chariot was the heavenly human tribe expert that Lu Ming had seen before. At this moment, the heavenly human powerhouse frowned slightly. He scanned the battlefield and muttered, "I keep feeling that something is wrong." What exactly is wrong? The celestial race stepped out, walked out of the war chariot, and began to patrol the nearby area. "No, it's broken divine weapons. There are fewer broken divine weapons." Suddenly, a low growl came from the heavenly human tribe powerhouse. This battlefield had existed for countless years. There were broken palaces, broken planets, corpses, and broken divine weapons everywhere. Therefore, the last time he came, he didn't pay much attention to it and left after a glance. However, after he left, he still felt that something was amiss. Thus, after walking around in a circle, he returned to this place and carefully observed it. Finally, he discovered something. Many broken divine weapons were missing. The broken divine weapons wouldn't run away on their own. Someone must have taken them away. There were only a few patrollers in this cage. He knew all of them very well. It couldn't have been them who took them away. Who exactly is it? Could it be that the existence in a black hole has escaped? But how is that possible? The heavenly human powerhouse pondered, but he couldn't figure it out. Spread the news first. I'll look around. No matter who it is, they won't have a good ending. The heavenly human powerhouse's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He sent a few messages through the illusory divine jade, then stepped out and landed on the war chariot. Let's go! The heavenly human powerhouse shouted. The 9 divine dragons roared, twisted their bodies, and flew into the distance. Clang, 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 in the black hole where the third demon sword was, Lu Ming continued to slash with all his might. After his continuous slashes, the chain was finally about to be cut off. Only a thin layer was left. Soon. The third demon sword was excited and expectant. How many years had it been trapped? He couldn't even count. It had been at least a few dozen stellar years. It was a torture to be trapped alone in a black hole that never saw the light of day for such a long distance. Not many people in the world could withstand such torture. Many people would go crazy, but he had withstood it. Now, he finally saw hope. He was finally going to be free. Oh no! Suddenly, the third demon sword's expression changed. He looked into the distance. He heard the roar of a dragon. Then, 9 divine dragons flew over quickly with a war chariot. The patrollers have been discovered. Lu Ming, you have to work harder. Otherwise, both of us will die, the third demon sword said. It's that guy. Lu Ming also noticed the patrollers. His face was very serious. He forced out all the power in his body and slashed at the chain. Clang, clang, the last layer of the chain was even thinner. It was about to break. The patrollers also noticed this scene. Shocking murderous intent burst out of his eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Do you want to die? Kill! The patrollers shouted. They stood on the war chariot, holding a sky halberd. The power of heaven burst out and the halberd slashed at the black hole. Suddenly, an incomparably huge halberd condensed and slashed at the center of the black hole. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even through the black hole, Lu Ming could feel the horror of this attack. This person's combat strength is so strong. He's definitely not an ordinary divine master. His combat strength is probably close to the level of the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming thought in his mind. The battle sword in his hand did not stop slashing at all. In the blink of an eye, the huge halberd slashed at them. However, this was a black hole. No matter how strong this person was, his attack was still affected by the black hole. The closer he was to Lu Ming, the weaker his attack became. Sword whistle. The third demon sword shouted and let out a long whistle. A black light spurted out of his mouth. This black light turned into a sword light. The sword light was shocking and flew out. Boom, the black sword light collided with the halberd, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, the energy was quickly swallowed up by the black hole. The patroller's attack was blocked. The third demon sword's body swayed, shaking the chains and making clanging sounds. Lu Ming, work harder. This guy's cultivation is limited. A part of his attack was swallowed by the black hole. I can barely block it. If 1 or 2 more people come, we'll be finished. The third demon sword shouted. At the same time, he used all the power he could to resist. Unfortunately, he was sealed. He could only use a little of his power. In the face of such a situation, he was not very confident. I've already used all my strength. You have to hold on. Soon, we'll succeed. Lu Ming shouted and continued to slash at the chains. End of chapter. You want to escape? Don't even think about it. Third demon sword, I didn't expect you to not give up after being locked up for so many years. Today, I will kill you. The patroller shouted and continued to attack. Huge halberds condensed and slashed at the third demon sword and Lu Ming. He did not dare to rush into the black hole. The black hole was too dangerous. Even if he rushed in with his strength, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, his strength would drop sharply. At that time, it would not be the third demon sword or Lu Ming who would die, but him. Only by attacking outside the black hole could he affect the third demon sword. Then, when the other helpers arrived, the third demon sword would be dead. Sword cry. Demon sword slays gods. The third demon sword roared. He could not move his hands and feet, but endless sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into terrifying sword light, colliding with the patroller's attack. However, the third demon sword was having a hard time resisting. After all, he was sealed, and the power he could use was limited. After a long time, his strength would not be enough. Moreover, the third demon sword had to protect Lu Ming from being swallowed by the black hole. This also required a lot of power. His power was scattered, and he was even more vulnerable. At this moment, the gentle power that enveloped Lu Ming's body trembled. Lu Ming felt the suction force of the black hole seeping in bit by bit. His body felt like it was being cut by a knife. Soon, soon. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Ignoring the pain, he crazily burst out with forbidden power and kept slashing. Buzz, suddenly, the sound of a chain vibrating was heard. Broken, this chain was finally cut by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and the third demon sword was even more ecstatic. The seal is no longer complete. Watch me break the seal and kill everyone. Ha ha ha. The third demon sword laughed crazily like a demon. Boom, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Even the black hole in the universe trembled. Lu Ming did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black hole in the universe was somewhat distorted. Clang! Clang, the remaining 7 chains trembled violently, swaying and emitting unpleasant sounds. Outside the black hole, the patrolman's expression changed drastically. Fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was well aware of the third demon sword's strength. He was extremely terrifying. He was one of the taboo's proudest disciples. Countless people from the heavenly palace had died at his hands during the Great War. If the third demon sword were to break free, he would be no match for the third demon sword. He would probably be killed by the third demon sword. However, he could not retreat at this moment. If he retreated, the heavenly palace would not let him off. Furthermore, the third demon sword was still trapped. He might still have a chance. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the black hole. This was also a member of the celestial race. He was middle-aged and had a head of golden hair. He wore a purple-gold battle armor and had an incomparably powerful aura. The patrolman from before was overjoyed. His helper had arrived. The third demon sword is about to break free. Let's go all out and kill him. The patrolman from before roared. Kill. The experts of the celestial race who came from behind shouted and directly attacked. Terrifying attacks shot towards the black hole. This person's combat strength was also incomparably terrifying. He was even stronger than the patrolman from before. Even among the divine masters, he was considered an expert. The patrolman from before also attacked with all his might. The combined power of the two experts was even more terrifying. However, the third demon sword's face revealed a ferocious expression. Terrifying sword light constantly rushed out from his body. These sword light converged into a huge demon sword and slashed horizontally. Bang! 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 The attacks of the two experts of the celestial race were directly split in half. They could not even get close to the third demon sword and Lu Ming. The gentle power on Lu Ming's body became even stronger. The power of the universe's black hole could no longer affect him in the slightest. Break for me! The third demon sword roared. He waved his arms and shook his legs. His entire body twisted like a divine dragon. Bang! 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 The remaining 7 chains constantly vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. However, the 8 chains were a single entity. The power of the seal combined with the power of the black hole formed a complete seal. Now that one of the chains was broken, it was no longer complete. The sealing power was much weaker than before. Under the third demon sword's struggle, the 7 chains shook violently. Crack, in the next moment, a cracking sound could be heard from the chains as cracks began to appear on them. Outside the black hole, the expressions of the 2 experts of the celestial race changed drastically. The third demon sword was about to break free. This is not good. If this continues, we are no match for him. This matter is no longer something we can solve. We have to inform Lord Heavenly Master. The patrolman from before said. I have already informed Lord Heavenly Master before I came. Let's hold on for a while. When Lord Heavenly Master arrives, the matter will naturally be resolved. The burly man from the celestial race in purple and gold armor behind him said. That's good. Kill. The patrolman from before shouted and continued to attack. An existence of the third demon sword's level was no longer something they could deal with. The only thing they could do now was to delay the third demon sword as much as possible before he broke free. Once Lord Heavenly Master arrived, the third demon sword would not be able to cause any trouble. However, the third demon sword's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if he had turned into a peerless demon sword. Every move and every part of his body had terrifying sword light rushing out. A casual attack could block the attacks of the 2 experts of the celestial race. And he used even more strength to break free from the seal. What powerful strength! What cultivation level is the third demon sword at? It seems to be comparable to the patriarch of the celestial race who attacked the primordial divine lake. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The patriarch of the celestial race who captured him back then was earth-shattering and had left a deep impression on him. The third demon sword gave him the feeling that he was no weaker than the patriarch of the celestial race. And he was only Xianxia's senior brother in his previous life. Then how strong was the taboo of Xianxia's father in his previous life? Crack. Crack, more and more cracks appeared on the chains. In the end, they were densely packed together. Bang, in the next moment, one of the chains with the most cracks finally could not bear it and exploded with a bang. Boom, as the chain exploded, the third demon sword's aura became even stronger. It rushed out like a volcanic eruption. The chains could not bear it anymore. Bang! 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 The remaining 6 chains exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the chains had exploded. The third demon sword had broken free. Swoosh! A terrifying sword light rushed out from his body, as if it was going to split the black hole open, causing the black hole to constantly distort. Oh no, he has broken free. Run! The patrolman's expression changed drastically. He turned around and tried to escape. It's too late to leave now. A cold voice came from the third demon sword's mouth. End of chapter. At this moment, the third demon sword's long hair was dancing in the wind. He was like a peerless beast that had just been released from its cage. He waved his hand and took Lu Ming with him. He took a step forward and broke through the suction force of the black hole. Kill! Immediately afterward, he slashed at the void with his bare hands. 2 terrifying sword gleams slashed toward the 2 heavenly human powerhouses at an incredible speed. Anyway, given Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see it clearly at all. Oh no! The 2 heavenly human powerhouses' faces changed. They realized that they had been locked on and could not escape. They could only fight with all their might. The 2 heavenly human powerhouses unleashed their full strength. They pushed their combat strength to the limit and attacked with their strongest attack. At the same time, they set up layers of defense on their bodies. There were at least 100 layers of defense, hoping to block the attack of the third demon sword. However, when the sword light of the third demon sword slashed down, their attacks and defenses were completely vulnerable. Puff! Puff! With a flash of sword light, the 2 heavenly human experts were split into 2 halves from the center of their eyebrows. Their eyes were still wide open, revealing a look of disbelief and unwillingness. However, their life auras had already disappeared without a trace. They were dead. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The 2 experts of the heavenly human tribe were genuine divine master realm existences. Moreover, they were top experts in the divine master realm. Even if they were compared to the Lord of Heaven, they were not much weaker. However, in front of the third demon sword, they were as weak as babies. They were easily killed by the sword. Was this the strength of the third demon sword? It had definitely surpassed the Divine Master realm. Let's go. We need to find a weak point in the space and break through it to get out. The third demon sword said. Senior, let's take the 9 divine dragons with us. Lu Ming said. The divine dragon clan was already very weak. The 9 divine dragons were all peak emperor gods. If they were brought back to the dragon clan's mother planet, the dragon clan's strength would increase by a lot. Lu Ming had an affinity with dragons. He had a special feeling for the dragon race. If he could save them, he would do his best to save them. These 9 divine dragons have all reached the peak of the God Emperor realm. Furthermore, they have been honing themselves for many years. The chances of them becoming divine masters are pretty high. Bringing them out will also increase our strength. The third demon sword nodded and waved his hand. Several sword lights flew out and slashed at the 9 dragons. The bindings on their bodies were broken and the 9 dragons regained their freedom. Once the 9 dragons regained their freedom, their bodies shrank and returned to the third demon sword's side. They turned into 9 middle-aged men and bowed to the third demon sword. Thank you, Third Origin Venerate, for saving us. You're welcome. I was very familiar with Ao Qian of your dragon clan back then. We're all family. The third devil sword Dao. Senior, there's one more thing. The people from the Sky Heart race are trapped in the heavenly prison. Should we bring them along? Lu Ming asked. No, we're still in danger. If the heavenly venerates from the heavenly palace come, we won't be able to escape. We can't bring more people with us. Let's go first. The third demon sword shook his head and waved his hand. He brought Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons with him and broke through space. The third demon sword's speed was too fast. In a few flashes, a large number of black holes flashed past. In the next moment, they arrived in a part of the starry sky. The third demon sword's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. The space here is relatively weak. I'm going to break the space here. The third demon sword attacked before he could finish his sentence. He stretched out a palm and clenched it in the void. Suddenly, the boundless energy in the surrounding area gathered in the third demon sword's hand and turned into a pitch-black demon sword. Whoosh, the third devil sword slashed out, causing the space in front of it to vibrate violently. The space trembled like water waves. The space here is really terrifying. No wonder it can be used as a prison for divine masters. Even those above the divine master realm are imprisoned here. It's unbelievably stable. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. In the primitive universe, with his cultivation, he could easily break open the space. However, with the third demon sword's cultivation, it was actually so difficult for him to break open the space here. This was the weakest point of the space, but the third demon sword's attack only caused ripples in the space. This showed how stable the space here was. Given the strength of the third demon sword, if it were in the primitive universe, it could easily cut a star river into 2. It could even cut several star rivers and destroy countless stars. Break! The third demon sword shouted. His body surged with terrifying fluctuations. More sword lights formed and slashed at the void in front of him. The vibrations in the void ahead became even more intense, and the number of ripples increased as well. Slowly, a crack began to appear. Soon, at this rate, the space here would soon be completely connected and they would be able to leave. However, at this moment, the third demon sword's expression suddenly changed. He did not continue to attack the void in front of him. Instead, he suddenly turned around and slashed at the void in the distance. At this moment, a golden long spear suddenly appeared in the void and pierced toward Lu Ming and the others. However, the sword gleam of the third demon sword slashed out and slashed toward the long spear. Clang, with an earth-shattering boom, the long spear flew out and was caught by an old man. It was an elder from the heavenly human tribe. His hair was a little dry, but his body was still burly. He was not the heavenly human tribe ancestor that Lu Ming had met last time. This one was much younger. He was wearing a long golden robe, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Heavenly Master, the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Palace. A divine dragon at the peak of the divine emperor realm exclaimed, his face pale. Heavenly Master, is that a title? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Over gods, heavenly masters, and source venerables, the titles he had heard seemed to be for existences that surpassed the divine master realm. Lu Ming guessed that these titles were just titles for existences that surpassed the divine master realm. They were not the names of realms. Third Demon Sword, I did not expect you to be able to break out of the seal. This is really beyond my expectations. I originally wanted to suppress you to death and let you die in regret, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you. The Heavenly Master held the spear in his hand and stepped on the air. His robe fluttered in the wind and his aura became more and more terrifying. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons felt that it was difficult to breathe. Moreover, the third demon sword had blocked most of the aura for them. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes under this aura. I'm afraid you can't kill me alone, the third demon sword said coldly. The third demon sword said coldly. His aura continued to rise and he seemed to have turned into a peerless demon sword. The third demon sword revealed its sharpness as if it had transformed into a peerless demon sword. Bang, the third demon sword took a step forward. The void beneath his feet shook violently as countless sword chi filled the air. At the same time, a huge sword condensed in his palm and slashed down at the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Venerate. The sword instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles of void and slashed at the Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Annihilation. The Heavenly Venerate said coldly. The long spear in his hand continued to spin like a drill. A wisp of gray energy burst out from the center of the long spear. As the long spear spun, the gray energy expanded rapidly. It rushed toward the third demon sword like a gray fog. The gray fog-like energy was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be corroded. Boom, the third demon sword's attack collided with the Heavenly Venerate's attack. The sword light from the third demon sword vibrated continuously as traces of corrosion appeared on its surface. In the end, the sword light exploded with a loud bang. The gray fog was one of the 4 strongest heavenly powers of the heavenly human tribe, the Heavenly Annihilation Energy. The Heavenly Annihilation Energy was said to be able to obliterate everything. It was filled with destructive power and was extremely terrifying. However, the Heavenly Venerate's Heavenly Annihilation Energy was also blocked by the third demon sword. The two of them were evenly matched in this exchange. Third demon sword, your strength is only SOSO. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Heavenly Annihilation, Heavenly Punishment. The Heavenly Venerate roared. He held the long spear in his right hand and thrust it forward. This time, the Heavenly Annihilation energy was more condensed. It condensed into a spear light and pierced toward the third demon sword. In addition, his left hand burst out white lightning, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This was the Heavenly Punishment energy. The Heavenly Venerate used 2 types of heavenly powers at the same time to launch a terrifying attack on the third demon sword. If my strength was not at its peak, I would definitely kill an old fellow like you. It's not like I haven't killed you before. The third demon sword said coldly. However, his expression was very solemn. As he had said, he had been sealed for so many years. Although he had swallowed a few broken swords brought by Lu Ming, his strength had not recovered to its peak. This Heavenly Venerate was extremely powerful. And he had no choice but to focus. He no longer cared about breaking through the void to escape. The third demon sword raised its strength to the limit. Sword light flashed as it shot towards the Empyrean. The 2 strongest powerhouses began a battle of the peak. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion occurred in that area. The 2 of them continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many moves they had exchanged. The Heavenly Venerates venerate. The spatial crack that had been torn open by the third devil sword had automatically healed. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, feeling somewhat anxious. Heavenly God. If the Heavenly God won. Lu Ming had just thought of this when he saw a few rainbow lights flying toward him at high speed from afar. Heavenly God of. There were a total of 3 figures. All of them were Heavenly Venerate. The Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Venerate had arrived. They had most likely set off with the Heavenly Venerate. However, the Heavenly Venerate was too fast and had arrived first. The Heavenly Venerate had only just arrived. All of you, attack. Kill the 9 divine dragons and that boy. The Heavenly Venerate's voice rang out. Yes. The Heavenly Venerate took the order and charged at Lu Ming and the others. Don't even think about it. The third demon sword was shocked. He attacked with all his might, wanting to help. However, the Heavenly Venerate would not let him do as he wished. You should be careful of yourself. The Heavenly Venerate said coldly. The heavenly punishment and heavenly extermination powers were activated to a terrifying extent. They bombarded the third demon sword, preventing him from attacking. The third demon sword was not at his peak. He was slightly weaker than the Heavenly Venerate. If he attacked the Heavenly Venerate would definitely take the opportunity to severely injure him. Once he was injured, they would be in even more danger. He has the forbidden body, Lu Ming. If you kill him, you won't be able to get the forbidden power. The third demon sword roared. He had no other choice. Lu Ming was his junior sister's reincarnated husband. He could not watch as Lu Ming was killed. If Lu Ming was killed, his junior sister would not let him off. That was why he had shouted that Lu Ming had the forbidden body. He knew that the forbidden power was very important to the Heavenly Palace. If these people knew that Lu Ming had the forbidden body, they would not kill Lu Ming. At least, they would not kill Lu Ming for the time being. Sure enough, the Heavenly Venerate were shocked when they heard the third demon sword's words. Forbidden body? Lu Ming? Isn't Lu Ming on the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I only know that the other forbidden body, Mu Yun, has been captured by our clan and locked in the heavenly prison. This person is not Lu Ming, it's Mu Yun. The Heavenly Venerate discussed quickly. For a moment, they were confused. I know. Mu Yun is Lu Ming, and Lu Ming is Mu Yun. I was wondering how there could be so much forbidden power. Now it seems that we have been deceived. The Heavenly Venerate said coldly. After all, he had lived for countless years. He was cunning and meticulous. In an instant, he had deduced many things. Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Originally, the Heavenly Palace thought that Mu Yun and Lu Ming were two different people. The third demon sword's roar was tantamount to exposing his identity. However, he was now on the opposite side of the Heavenly Palace. It was a situation where he would fight to the death. Moreover, Autumn Moon had left the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was exposed, it did not matter. He had used the alias Mu Yun because he wanted to sneak into the Heavenly Palace. Now, there was no need. Moreover, now was not the time to worry about the name. The 3 Heavenly Venerate Masters of the Heavenly Palace were about to arrive. Fight to the death. The 9 divine dragons shouted. Their faces were filled with determination. They had been enslaved for dozens of stellar years. Their hearts were filled with endless anger. Compared to being enslaved, they would rather die in battle. However, in the past, they could not die even if they wanted to. At this moment, they were fearless. They planned to fight to the death with the Heavenly Venerate Masters of the Heavenly Palace. Seniors of the Dragon Clan, why do you need to make such a pointless sacrifice? I have a way to deal with them. All of you, back off and stay away from me. Lu Ming shouted. Then, he rushed forward toward the 3 Heavenly Venerate Masters of the Heavenly Palace. The 9 divine dragons were stunned. Not to mention them, even the third demon sword and the Empyrean were taken aback. Lu Ming had taken the initiative to rush toward the 3 Heavenly Venerate Masters. Was he not walking into a trap? Could it be that he still had some trump cards in his hands? The 2 Heavenly Venerate Masters thought of this. Forbidden body, Lu Ming, suppress him. One of the Heavenly Venerate Masters shouted coldly. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. One of the Divine Masters attacked and a huge palm grabbed at Lu Ming. The palm covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles, covering the sky and the sun. It contained terrifying power. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the God the Arch realm, he would not be able to escape, let alone Lu Ming who was only at the Divine Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming did not intend to use his cultivation to resist. He took out the purple copper coffin. Now, he could only rely on the purple copper coffin. After taking out the purple copper coffin, Lu Ming pushed the coffin lid without hesitation. Gotcha, the coffin lid was pushed open and there was a gap. A terrifying aura was emitted from the gap. Gotcha, Lu Ming continued to push with all his might. The gap in the coffin lid widened and the horrifying aura became even more terrifying. Even the divine masters felt their hair stand on end and they felt a chill in their hearts. What is this? One of the divine masters asked in a grave voice. Who cares what it is? He is only at the divine emperor realm. What could he have? Suppress him. The divine master who had attacked earlier shouted and continued to attack. The huge palm continued to grab at Lu Ming. Roar, at this time an earth-shattering roar came from the purple copper coffin. It was filled with an ancient aura and was extremely violent. Then, a palm stretched out from the purple copper coffin. It was a palm covered with scales. It grabbed one side of the purple copper coffin and pushed with all its might. The gap became bigger. Roar, the violent roar was heard again. The palm covered with scales stretched out and quickly became bigger. It grabbed at the divine master's palm. With a loud bang, the palm formed by the divine master shattered. The palm covered with scales did not stop and continued to grab at the divine master. This aura, it is the primordial divine spirit. The divine master exclaimed. He quickly took out a combat sword and gathered all his strength into it. He slashed out with all his might. The other two divine masters also attacked with all their might. 3 terrifying attacks slashed at the palm covered with scales and collided violently with the palm. Boom! Boom, with 3 consecutive explosions, the scale-covered palm was blocked. It quickly shrank and retreated. However, the attacks of the 3 divine masters were all destroyed, and their bodies were forced to retreat. In an instant they had retreated hundreds of millions of miles. Their faces were pale, and blood spurted from their mouths. They had all suffered heavy injuries. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. As for the 9 peak emperor god divine dragons, they were dumbfounded. What was the purple copper coffin that Lu Ming took out? A palm could actually reach out from inside, and it was extremely powerful. It could severely injure 3 divine master realm experts with a single move. Just then, the strong cultivator from the heavenly palace had shouted that it was a primitive godly spirit. Could it be that there was a primitive godly spirit sleeping in the copper coffin? Roar! At that moment, another roar came from within the purple copper coffin. This time, 2 arms stretched out from within the purple copper coffin. One arm grabbed the lid of the coffin, while the other grabbed the body of the coffin. With a push, the distance between the lid and the body of the coffin increased. Then, a figure stepped out of the purple copper coffin. This is? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen a living being step out of a purple copper coffin. In the past, it had only stretched out one arm. This living being was covered in scales and had a burly body. As soon as it stepped out of the purple copper coffin, it rapidly grew in size. In the end, it turned into an incomparably huge figure that stood between the heavens and the earth. It was even bigger than the stars. A primitive godly spirit, the creature that had walked out of the purple copper coffin was clearly a primitive godly spirit. This primitive godly spirit's aura was too strong. It was as vast as an abyss and unfathomable. Just its aura alone was enough to make the void tremble. Its 2 eyes scanned the 3 divine masters from the heavenly palace. The 3 heavenly palace divine masters trembled. This is a master god level primitive godly spirit? It can't be wrong. It really is a master god level primitive godly spirit. Oh no, run! The 3 divine masters from the heavenly palace screamed in horror and frantically retreated. Judging by its aura, it was clearly a master god level primitive godly spirit. This level of being was extremely terrifying. It was the true pinnacle of the primitive universe. It was at the same level as the celestial masters from the heavenly palace. This kind of being was not something they could deal with. If it used its full strength, it could kill them with a slap. In the face of such a being, they could only run. However, the primitive godly spirit that had walked out of the purple copper coffin had already made his move. He took a step forward and his huge body quickly approached the 3 divine masters from the heavenly palace. He slapped down. Rumble, a terrifying force surged toward the three divine masters from the heavenly palace. There was no other technique. There was only an extremely powerful and violent force. Extreme force. In the face of this force, the three divine masters from the heavenly palace had nowhere to run. No, help! Celestial Master, help! Celestial Master, save us! The three divine masters from the heavenly palace cried for help in horror. However, at this moment, the third demon sword had used its full strength to block the celestial master. Even if he wanted to save them, it was too late. Bang! 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 No matter how the three divine masters of the heavenly palace tried to resist, it was to no avail. When this force pressed down on them, their bodies exploded and their souls were annihilated. The three powerful divine masters were killed in an instant. Damn it! The celestial master roared. Kill! After killing the three divine masters, the primitive godly spirit in the purple copper coffin roared angrily. He glanced at the heavenly palace's celestial master with a strong murderous intent. Then, the primitive godly spirit charged toward the celestial master. His huge fist was like a star as it blasted toward the heavenly palace's celestial master. The powerful force made the celestial master's face turn serious. He thrust out his long spear, and a heavenly extermination force pierced toward the primitive godly spirit. The two of them collided. Kill! 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 The primitive godly spirit in the purple copper coffin kept shouting. His murderous intent surged as he stepped forward and attacked the celestial master. His two fists punched out consecutively. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. There was a silk thread at the back of the primitive godly spirit's head. The other end of the silk thread was connected to the purple copper coffin. This made Lu Ming very surprised. Why was the primitive godly spirit connected to a silk thread? It looked strange, as if it was being controlled by someone. At this moment, the primitive godly spirit was fighting with the celestial master. The third demon sword quickly retreated to Lu Ming's side. It did not join forces with the primitive godly spirit to fight the celestial master. The heavenly palace's celestial master was not easy to kill. Moreover, it was not the time to kill him. The first thing they needed to do was to leave this place. If they were delayed because of the battle with the celestial master, more experts from the heavenly palace would come, and it would be more troublesome. Buzz, dazzling sword light burst out from the third demon sword's hand as it continued to slash at the void, opening up the passage again. The battle between the primitive divine spirit and the celestial master of the heavenly palace was extremely intense. There was no doubt that this primitive divine spirit was at the level of a master god, which was at the same level as the celestial master of the heavenly palace. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Even if the other side wanted to stop the third demon sword, it could not do so. In this way, the third demon sword could attack with all its might, concentrating on breaking the void. Streaks of terrifying sword light slashed out continuously, causing the void to ripple like water. Soon, a new crack was slashed out. Whoosh, whoosh, the crack was expanding. A few minutes later, the crack had become extremely large. Fortunately, no other experts from the heavenly palace came during this process. Break for me! The third demon sword roared as it slashed out a shocking sword light. The sword light slashed at the crack. The crack was quickly split open and penetrated. Wisps of starlight filled the air. A familiar aura also came through. It was the aura of the universe. It was broken. The third demon sword finally tore the void at this weak point of the space and opened up a passage. Outside was the primitive universe. Let's go. The third demon sword waved its hand and rushed toward the crack with Lu Ming and the 9 deities. The next moment, they appeared in the universe. That's right. Lu Ming took a deep breath. He had finally returned to the primitive universe. Due to Lu Ming's movement, he dragged the purple copper coffin. At the back of the primordial god's head, there was a silk thread that was connected to the purple copper coffin. At this moment, it was pulling the primordial god. The primordial god could not help but retreat continuously, being pulled in the direction of Lu Ming and the rest. Roar! The primitive divine spirit let out an unwilling roar. Its body rapidly shrank and finally turned into a rainbow light, rushing into the purple copper coffin and disappearing. With a clang, the lid of the purple copper coffin was closed again. The terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. Don't even think about leaving. The celestial venerables from the heavenly palace shouted and rushed over. They wanted to rush through the spatial rift and continue to attack Lu Ming and the others. However, how could the third demon sword allow him to succeed? Whoosh, the third demon sword slashed out a shocking sword light. It passed through the crack and slashed towards the Empyrean. The Empyrean had no choice but to stop and block. As for the crack, it was rapidly recovering. The space here was extremely stable and difficult to break. Once it was broken, the recovery speed was astonishing. It was far from comparable to the ordinary space of the primitive universe. The third demon sword continued to attack, blocking the heavenly palace on the other side. The crack was quickly mending and shrinking. In less than half a minute, the crack had completely disappeared. Damn it, the celestial lord in the heavenly palace roared. Even though he had lived for countless years, he was still incomparably irritable. This time, not only had the third demon sword escaped, but the forbidden body had also escaped. Both of these were very important. The third demon sword was very powerful. At its peak, it could kill existences of the same level. The forbidden body was even more important. Once it grew up, it would be a great enemy of the heavenly palace. Another reason was that it was even more disadvantageous for the heavenly palace. However, both of them had managed to escape right under his nose. Also, what exactly is that copper coffin? It is definitely not as simple as a primitive divine spirit. There is a familiar aura in it. The celestial lord in the heavenly palace fell into deep thought. His face became more and more solemn. He did not continue to pursue. Instead, he left in a flash and went to discuss with the other experts in the heavenly palace. On the other side, the third demon sword did not stop. It took Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons and flew quickly in a direction. Everyone from the Skyheart clan, I am sorry this time. However, I swear that one day, I will open the heavenly palace's celestial prison and let you out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the celestial prison and swore in his heart. Due to the special situation this time, they could only leave first. However, he would remember the kindness of the Skyheart clan. In the future, he would try his best to find a way to save the people of the Skyheart clan. Senior, where are we going next? After adjusting his mood, Lu Ming asked the third demon sword. Don't call me senior. Since you are junior sister's husband, we are of the same generation. You can call me third senior brother. The third demon sword path. Third senior brother. Lu Ming added. Now, I will take you to the cosmic ruins. Other than there, no other place is safe. The third demon sword path. Cosmic ruins? What is that place? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was not the first time he had heard of this name. Previously, Fei Huang and Ao Qian took the primordial divine lake and the dragon clan's mother planet to the cosmic ruins. Therefore, he was very curious about the cosmic ruins. You should know from the name that it is a ruin. However, it is not a ruin left behind by this era. It is a ruin left behind by the previous era, the third demon sword said. Previous era? What do you mean? The more Lu Ming listened, the more puzzled he became. The word era involved a lot of things. Lu Ming couldn't understand it. Everything in this world will change and have a lifespan. No matter how strong one's cultivation base is, there will be a day when they will fall. Even the primitive universe will wither and end one day. The primitive universe we are in now has withered and ended once. It experienced destruction and was born again. This is called an era. The era before the destruction is called the previous era. The current primitive universe is the new era. The cosmic ruins are the ruins left behind by the previous era. The third demon sword explained. What? Lu Ming gawked and tongue-tied. The time and era involved in this matter were simply too long ago. The primitive universe had 2 eras. One was the incipient God era and the other was the heavenly palace era. The incipient God era was formed after the universe was created. Apparently, the previous era was much older and more ancient than the incipient God era. According to the information we have, the area of the universe in the previous era was much bigger than the current primitive universe. However, no one knows why, but at the end of the previous era, it experienced a world-destroying war. That world was blown up, heading toward the end of the world. All the creatures were killed and disappeared. Then, after a new evolution, it evolved into the current untainted universe. However, only a part of it has evolved into the current untainted universe. A larger part of it is still in ruins. There, you can still feel the traces left by the destructive war of the last era. The third demon sword explained. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were bewildered. It was the first time they had heard about this. It seemed like this world had many secrets that they didn't know. The third demon sword's speed was too fast. In just a short while, he had already led Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons across an unknown number of galaxies. They were already far away from the Heavenly Palace's prison. At this time, even if the other party wanted to pursue them, they would not be able to find them. At this time, the third demon sword stopped with Lu Ming. Look. After stopping, the third demon sword waved his hand and a 3-dimensional picture appeared in the void. In a corner of this picture, there were specks of starlight that looked very dazzling. Apart from this corner, the other areas were all gray and hazy. It could be seen that the places with starlight only occupied about 1% of the volume. The gray areas occupied 99% of the volume. This is the map of the current primitive universe and the universe ruins. The places with starlight are the current primitive universe, and the gray areas are the universe ruins. The third demon sword said. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were dumbfounded. The universe ruins are so big? Lu Ming asked tongue-tied. Yes, in fact, the universe ruins and the current primitive universe are the total area of the entire universe. The current primitive universe only occupies 1% of the area. The other 99% are all universe ruins. That is to say, the universe of the last era was truly vast and boundless. It was 100 times larger than the current untainted universe. According to the information we have now, the universe of the last era did not use planets as a unit of measurement like the present one. At that time, there was only one continent in the entire universe, and it was called the Great Desolation Continent. It was a huge and boundless continent, and there were countless creatures living on it. Later on, there was a world-shaking war, and the vast and boundless continent was destroyed, turning into countless small continents that drifted to various places in the universe. Some of the continents evolved into different planets and gave birth to a new era, which is the current primitive universe. But most of the territories did not evolve. They still maintained the appearance of the last era, which is the current universe ruins. The third demon sword continued to explain. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were completely dumbfounded. The amount of information was so huge that it subverted their worldview. They needed time to digest it slowly. In the universe of the previous epoch, there was only one continent called the prehistoric continent. Then, the prehistoric continent was blown apart and turned into fragments. A small portion of the fragments evolved into planets, which were the current prehistoric universe. The countless planets in the primitive universe were actually evolved from some of the fragments of the primitive continent. And it only occupied 1% of the total area. How big was the primitive continent of the last era? It was beyond the limit of their imagination. After a long while, Lu Ming and the other divine dragons reacted. According to the exploration of the predecessors, the last era was the real golden age of cultivation. There were countless experts like the sand of the Ganges. Naturally, there were also countless treasures left behind, which attracted countless top experts to explore. Of course, the universe ruins are also very dangerous. I won't tell you the details. You can understand it in detail when you arrive at the universe ruins. Let's continue our journey. After saying that, the third demon sword waved his hand again. A wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons and took them to continue flying towards the universe ruins. By the way, Lu Ming, the copper coffin you took out before seemed to be very extraordinary. I couldn't see through it. How did you get it? The third demon sword asked as they flew. He was very curious about the copper coffin. I got it in an ancient place. I don't know its origin. I guess it's the coffin of a primitive divine spirit, the one who attacked us before, Lu Ming said. No. The third demon sword shook his head and said, I don't think it's that simple. You should have noticed that there was a thread behind the primitive divine spirit. It seemed to be controlled. It's very strange. The third demon sword frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, in short, I feel that this copper coffin is very extraordinary. I can't see through it. You have to keep it well. It may be of great use in the future. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he would keep the purple copper coffin. Ever since he obtained the purple copper coffin, it had saved his life many times. Of course, he would keep it well. Lu Ming, tell me about you and Junior's sister. Where did she reincarnate to? How did you meet? Junior's sister used to be very arrogant. How did she fall in love with you? If you don't want others to hear, you can send me a message. The third demon sword changed the topic from the copper coffin to Lu Ming and Xianxia. The word gossip was written in his eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, Lu Ming told the story of him and Xianxia. The third demon sword was filled with emotion. He said that Lu Ming and Xianxia were young, but they had experienced a lot. According to what you said, I guess Junior's sister should be cultivating in the ruins of the universe. There are some unique cultivation conditions in the ruins of the universe, and her progress will be very fast. The third demon sword path. So, we can go to the ruins of the universe and see Xiaoqing? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the information about Xianxia that he couldn't find would come from the mouth of the third demon sword. I'm not sure. I can only say that it's very likely. Anyway, we'll know when we get there. The third demon sword path. The third demon sword's speed was too fast. As time passed, the third demon sword seemed to be slowly recovering, becoming stronger and faster. 2 days later, they had crossed an unknown number of galaxies and star fields. Gradually, the starry sky became desolate. Previously, they could see a planet with a casual flight. Later, they often flew a long distance and couldn't see a planet. Later, it was simply pitch black. There was nothing. There were no life planets, resource planets, or even stars. The void fell into darkness. The third demon sword told them that they had reached the edge of the current primitive universe. After a while, they would reach the ruins of the universe. Sure enough, not long after, the void lit up again. Then, Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons opened their eyes. They saw several huge continents floating in the void. These continents were very vast, no smaller than a life planet. Moreover, the continents themselves were emitting traces of light. The light they saw was emitted by these continents. They flew closer and saw that the continents were barren. There seemed to be no living creatures. Apart from a few special life forms, there are almost no other life forms in the entire universe ruins. Moreover, there are no planets in the universe ruins. There are only fragments of continents. These few fragments are still considered small. Some of them are boundless, hundreds or even thousands of times larger than this. Let's continue moving forward. Our people are still deeper in the third demon sword path. Third senior brother, who do you mean by our people? Lu Ming asked. The 9 divine dragons were also curious. However, the 9 divine dragons were only at the celestial large realm. In front of the third demon sword, they were juniors among juniors. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to ask. Now that Lu Ming asked them, they immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Now, the Heavenly Palace has occupied the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is the ruler of the primitive universe. Our people naturally refers to those who oppose the Heavenly Palace and fight against the Heavenly Palace. We call ourselves the Heaven Destroyer. Back then, we were defeated. We were no match for the Heavenly Palace, so we retreated to this place and used its geographical location as a defense. The third demon sword path. They did not stop. They chatted as they flew. They could see continents passing by them one after another. Lu Ming also found that the void here was filled with a special energy. This energy gave off a very ancient feeling. It was different from divine qi, but it could also be absorbed and refined. However, it was not as easy to refine as divine qi. It would take more time. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. We're almost there. The third demon sword's eyes lit up. He was obviously very excited. He had been suppressed by the heavenly palace for a long time, at least dozens of stellar years. Now that he was finally back, it would be strange if he was not excited. Lu Ming also looked ahead. There were many continents floating in the void in front of him. At a glance, there were no less than 100 continents. The area of each continent was not smaller than a planet in the primitive universe. Some of them were even larger. These continents were not arranged randomly. They seemed to be arranged according to a certain rule. Moreover, there was an incomparably huge ancient tree on each continent. These ancient trees were so huge that they extended into the void like the world tree. They could be seen even from afar. There was an ancient tree on each continent. These ancient trees were emitting green light and resonating with each other to form a huge array. Is Xiaoqing here? Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. Ever since Xianxia left, they hadn't seen each other for many years. He had been working on his cultivation and he had been wanting to see Xianxia. Were they finally going to see each other? No, our people are not in this place, but in several places. This way, we can take care of each other and avoid the situation of being wiped out by the heavenly palace. The Tang family's forces are still deeper in the universe ruins. Third demon sword explained. Oh, let's go. Lu Ming couldn't wait. But the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. This was because, in another direction, he actually saw a planet, an incomparably huge planet. There were no planets in the universe ruins. How could there be a planet here? It was many times bigger than ordinary planets. This is, the dragon's mother planet. Lu Ming exclaimed. Yes, he was too familiar with the aura of this planet. It was the dragon's mother planet. Lu Ming didn't expect to see the dragon's mother planet here. Immediately, he saw another strange thing near the dragon clan's home planet. Yes, it looked like a ball from afar. A hazy light shroud enveloped the entire world. That was the primordial divine lake world. The dragon's mother planet and the primordial divine lake world. Lu Ming smiled. Ao Qian and Fei Huang said that they would push the dragon's mother planet and the primordial divine lake world to the universe ruins. Third senior brother, let's set off later. I'm going to meet some acquaintances. Lu Ming said. Although he wanted to see Xianxia immediately, Mid-Autumn Moon, Pantheon, and his past self were all in the primordial divine lake world. They were in seclusion. If they knew that he was captured by the heavenly palace after coming out, how worried would they be? So, it wouldn't be too late to meet Xianxia after seeing Mid-Autumn Moon and the others. Well, I also have some acquaintances here. It won't be too late to set off in a few days. Are you going back to the dragon's mother planet? The third demon sword nodded. The last sentence was directed at the 9 divine dragons. At this moment, the 9 divine dragons' eyes were completely fixed on the dragon's mother planet. At this moment, the eyes of the 9 peak emperor god divine dragons were brimming with tears. Their bodies were trembling slightly due to excitement. The dragon's mother planet was their hometown. They had been enslaved by the heavenly palace for dozens of stellar years. Now, they finally saw their hometown. Senior, we're going back to the dragon's mother planet. One of the divine dragons nodded. Go. The third demon sword waved his hand. Immediately, the 9 divine dragons thanked the third demon sword and flew toward the dragon's mother planet. When they flew into the dragon race's mother planet, they disappeared. The 10,000 dragons seal outside the dragon race's mother planet did not stop them. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. With the addition of 9 divine dragons at the peak of the God Emperor realm, the dragon clan's strength would recover even faster. Lu Ming, go. I'm going to meet an old friend. The third demon sword stepped out and flew toward the group of continents. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Lu Ming, on the other hand, flew toward the primordial divine lake world. The primordial divine lake world was shrouded in a light shield. This was the world wall. But now, several parts of the world wall were open. Lu Ming flew over. There were people guarding the door, but he could see people coming and going. Some people flew in and some flew out. Lu Ming guessed that the living beings of the primordial divine lake world and the group of continents should be interacting with each other. Lu Ming flew over and entered the primordial divine lake without any inspection. After all, the people of the heavenly palace could not mix in here. And the people here were his own people. I wonder if Autumn Moon and the others have come out of seclusion. Let's go to the primordial divine lake first. Lu Ming flew toward the primordial divine lake to see if Autumn Moon and the others had come out of seclusion. Lu Ming had just approached the shore of the primordial divine lake when he heard a roar. Damn the heavenly palace. How dare you kidnap my brother? I'll flatten the heavenly palace sooner or later. The voice was filled with anger. Lu Ming knew it was the voice of the myriad deities. From the tone, it seems like the myriad deities just learned about me. Did they just come out of seclusion? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming's guess was right. At this moment, Qiu Autumn Moon, myriad god, and his past body had just come out of seclusion. The moment they came out, they learned that Lu Ming's present body had been captured. They were instantly enraged, and myriad god let out an angry roar. On the side, Qiu Autumn Moon and his past body had ugly expressions. Young master, will your present body be all right? Qiu Autumn Moon asked Lu Ming's past body, her eyes filled with worry. After all, whether it was his past body or present body, it was still Lu Ming. How could she not be worried? Don't worry. I can sense that my present body should be fine. If my present body had fallen, I would be able to sense that he is still alive, Lu Ming's past body said. This made Qiu Autumn Moon and myriad god heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, the expression of Lu Ming's past body suddenly changed, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. I can sense that my present body is very close to this place. It's already nearby. What? On the side, Qiu Autumn Moon, myriad god, and the others from primordial divine lake were stunned. Lu Ming's present body had arrived and was not far from here, no way. Wasn't Lu Ming's present body captured by the heavenly palace? It was almost impossible to escape after being captured by the heavenly palace. How could Lu Ming's present body appear nearby? Qiu Autumn Moon, myriad god, and the others were dumbfounded. As for his past body, he had already looked in a certain direction. Although his past body and present body could not communicate telepathically, they could still sense each other. As long as they were within a certain distance, they could sense each other. At this moment, Lu Ming's present body was walking through the air, his gaze meeting with his present body. Ha ha ha, as expected of me, Lu Ming. No matter what kind of danger you encounter, you can always escape successfully. Lu Ming's past body laughed heartily, looking smug. Qiu Autumn Moon, myriad god, and the others also looked in the direction of Lu Ming's present body. Their eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Young master. Qiu Autumn Moon hurriedly flew towards his present body. Myriad god, his past body, and the others from primordial divine lake also flew towards Lu Ming. Young master, we just came out of seclusion when we heard that you were captured by the heavenly palace. Are you all right? How did you get out? Qiu Yu sized Lu Ming up and asked a few questions. The myriad deities and his past body also revealed looks of curiosity. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened. They were secretly amazed. They hadn't thought that Lu Ming would experience so many things in just a few hundred years after being captured by the heavenly palace. At the same time, Lu Ming was also looking at Qiu Autumn Moon, myriad god, and his past body. He was surprised. The cultivation of these three people had skyrocketed. Needless to say, myriad god's cultivation was even more unfathomable. Qiu Autumn Moon's cultivation had also broken through a few layers. She was definitely above the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming guessed that Qiu Moon had most likely reached the fourth great supreme god layer. A few hundred years ago, Qiu Moon's cultivation was only at the first great supreme god layer. It could be seen how fast Qiu Autumn Moon had progressed in the past few hundred years. In a few hundred years, she had advanced by 3 layers. This speed was simply unheard of. However, Qiu Autumn Moon's improvement wasn't the greatest. The greatest improvement was his past body. Before entering primordial divine lake, his past body was only at the 7th godly emperor layer. Now, not only had he broken through the Great Supreme God layer, but he had also reached the third Great Supreme God layer. This breakthrough was simply terrifying. One could imagine how much the eggshell and egg white left by the primordial divine spirit had helped them. Lu Ming was really happy. Myriad God was his friend, Qiu Autumn Moon was his woman, and his past body was himself. The stronger they were, the better. Unfortunately, my cultivation hasn't broken through yet. How can I break through? Lu Ming's present body sighed in his heart. He had encountered a huge bottleneck. He had tried his best, but he still couldn't break through this bottleneck. This gave him a headache. It seems like I have to go and ask Senior Fei Huang. Senior Fei Huang should be on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Lu Ming thought. They chatted for a while. Lu Ming's present body said that he wanted to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet to ask Fei Huang some questions. Follow me. The past body said and then stepped out, heading towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Needless to say, the present body understood the meaning of the past body. The past body was very familiar with the Dragon Clan's mother planet. If he wanted to find Fei Huang, he naturally needed the past body to lead the way. Soon, they entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet and headed in a direction. Soon, they came to a lake. The lake wasn't big, but the lake water was as clear as a mirror. There were lotuses growing on the lake. These lotuses were very large. Some of them were several meters in diameter. On one of the lotuses, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, like an otherworldly fairy. This person was Fei Huang. Is it the real body or the soul incarnation? It should be the soul incarnation. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. At this moment, Fei Huang opened her eyes and smiled. Lu Ming, you're here. She didn't seem surprised to see Lu Ming's present body. It seemed that Lu Ming being able to escape from the heavenly palace was within her expectations. Lu Ming was lucky to escape. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Tell me, how did you escape? Fei Huang asked with a smile. It's like this, Lu Ming told her what had happened. So it's the third demon sword. That boy was suppressed by the heavenly palace for dozens of years. I hope he can control his temper. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and said, You must have many questions for me this time, right? Yes, Senior Fei Huang. After I reached the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, I encountered a bottleneck. I tried many times, but I couldn't break through. I don't know why. Senior, please tell me. Lu Ming said. Taboo body. It's indeed hard to break through the limit of the Divine Emperor realm because the experience of others is useless. You can only rely on yourself. However, it's not too difficult for a Divine Emperor to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Let me have a look. Fei Huang got up, stepped into the air, and landed beside Lu Ming's present body. With a wave of her hand, a beam of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Then, Fei Huang's eyes emitted a dazzling glow, as if she wanted to see through Lu Ming. With one look, a trace of fluctuation appeared on Fei Huang's originally calm face. Boy, you've cultivated so many ancient secret skills? Fei Huang looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Is there a problem with cultivating ancient secret skills? Didn't you say that the more ancient secret skills I cultivate, the better it will be for me in the future? Lu Ming said. He had a bad feeling. Yes, the more forbidden body you cultivate, the better it will be for you. However, you've cultivated too many, said Fei Huang. Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Weren't you the one who said that the more secret techniques one cultivated, the better? Why are you blaming me for cultivating too many now? Lu Ming was full of resentment. Yes, the forbidden body. The more secret techniques one cultivates, the better. The more secret techniques one cultivates, the stronger the power of the forbidden force will be. Moreover, it can be used as a reference in the future and it will be easier for one to walk their own path. However, I never expected that you would be able to find so many ancient secret techniques. You have already mastered more than half of them. Fei Huang was speechless. How did she know that Lu Ming was so abnormal that he could find so many ancient secret techniques? Many ancient secret techniques had been lost. It was difficult to find even one, but Lu Ming had found more than 1,800 of them. Fei Huang expressed that she was also very helpless. Senior Fei Huang, since things have come to this, how can I break through? Lu Ming asked helplessly. If you want to break through now, there's only one way, and that is to rely on yourself. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming was speechless. What you need to do now is to use the existing secret techniques as your foundation and create your own unique secret technique. Then, with this secret technique, you can break through the current bottleneck and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Fei Huang said. Create my own path and create my own secret technique? Lu Ming muttered. That's right. According to my original estimation, you would need to reach peak Emperor God at the very least and break through to the Divine Master realm before you need to take this step. However, because you have mastered too many secret skills and ancient secret skills, this process has been brought forward by an entire realm. However, once you've created your own path, your combat strength will skyrocket and you'll gain a lot. Fei Huang said. Senior, thank you for your guidance. I'll definitely do it. Lu Ming said with a determined gaze. He had enough confidence in himself. Moreover, he had the primordial God Stone. Back then, the Lord of the Primordial Divine Court relied on the primordial God Stone to create 3,000 ancient secret techniques. This showed how mysterious the primordial God Stone was. By relying on the primeval God Stone and the secret arts he had mastered, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to forge his own path, right? Don't be too confident. If you want to walk your own path, the difficulty will be beyond your imagination. For example, I have already forgotten all the secret techniques that I have mastered in the past. I only have my own path in my heart, Fei Huang warned seriously. Lu Ming's heart shook. If he wanted to walk his own path, did he need to forget all the secret techniques? He had mastered more than 1,800 ancient secret techniques and tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques. It would be too difficult for him to forget all of them. As if seeing Lu Ming's worry, Fei Huang continued, of course, you don't have to worry too much. When you first start walking your own path, you don't have to forget all your secret techniques. Only when you reach the later stages will you have to forget all your secret techniques. Only when you have your own Tao and your own path will you be able to reach the grand accomplishment stage. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, regarding the matter of cultivation, just proceed in this direction. Do you have any other questions? Fei Huang said. Senior Fei Huang, I want to know why the people here, I mean all of you, want to go against the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming asked. He had always been curious about this question. Why were there so many people who wanted to become the Heavenly Palace's archenemy, as if they would not rest until one of them was dead? Was it because the Heavenly Palace ruled the universe domineeringly and the other weaker races wanted to resist? Lu Ming felt that the reason was not that simple. I knew that you would ask this question. Fei Huang said. Then, she pondered for a while as if she was thinking about how to phrase it. In the primitive universe, the original races and forces were far more than what they are now. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about the top 10 races. In the distant past, the top 10 races were not like what they are now. The top 10 races have changed several times. Do you know why those powerful races disappeared? Fei Huang asked. Could it be that they were destroyed by the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming said. He thought of the Sky Heart race. That's right. Fei Huang nodded. Why does the Heavenly Palace want to destroy these races? Is it because they are afraid that these races are too strong and will threaten the Heavenly Palace's rule, or are these races not willing to submit to the Heavenly Palace's rule? Lu Ming asked. No. Let me tell you, the Heavenly Palace's strength is much stronger than you think. No matter how strong these races are, they will not be able to threaten the Heavenly Palace's rule. As for not submitting to the Heavenly Palace's rule, there is one reason, but that is not the main reason. The main reason is that the Heavenly Palace wants to extract the bloodline of these races to refine some kind of treasure. Fei Huang said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. This was shocking news, far beyond Lu Ming's imagination. The Heavenly Palace wants to refine some kind of treasure or cultivate some kind of skill. They need the bloodline of a powerful race, and not just one or two bloodlines, but almost the entire race's bloodline. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace usually encourages the races in the universe to compete with each other. Only through competition can they grow. This is like raising poisonous insects. When a race grows to an extremely strong level, it is time to harvest. The Heavenly Palace will find a reason to kill most of the living beings of this race and extract their bloodline. In the end, the races in the universe are just the Heavenly Palace's captive prey. That is why so many people resist the Heavenly Palace and want to overthrow the Heavenly Palace. From the beginning, the Heavenly Palace, the archaic celestial court, to me, your father-in-law, we have all discovered the Heavenly Palace's secret. That is why we want to overthrow the Heavenly Palace. Only by overthrowing the Heavenly Palace can we save the races in the universe. Fei Huang explained in more detail. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down. He never thought that there would be so many secrets behind this. The Heavenly Palace's methods could be said to be extremely cruel. Why did they have to sacrifice one powerful race after another in order to cultivate some kind of treasure or skill? This kind of method made one's hair stand on end. Perhaps the Sky Heart race and the Dragon race were exterminated because of this. The Heavenly Palace was the real cancer in the universe. After a long while, Lu Ming finally calmed down. Senior, why do you say that the taboo body is the natural enemy of the Heavenly Palace? Could it be that the treasure that the Heavenly Palace wants to refine needs the taboo power? Lu Ming asked. He couldn't help but think this way because the Heavenly Palace's experts had captured him and wanted to extract the taboo power. No. Fei Huang shook her head and said, that's because as the power of the taboo grows stronger and stronger, it will oppress the Celestial Palace. It will make the people of the Celestial Palace grow weaker and weaker. Thus, the taboo bodies and the Celestial Palace are mortal enemies. Lu Ming was stunned. There was actually such a thing? Why was that? Lu Ming immediately asked. This time, Fei Huang was silent. Fei Huang was silent for a while before she said, Lu Ming, this matter involves a very deep secret. It even involves the ruins of the universe and the matters of the previous era. Telling you now will do more harm than good. How about this, when your cultivation reaches the Divine Master Realm, I'll tell you everything. Reach the Divine Master Realm? Lu Ming said. His heart was itching. He could not wait to know all the secrets immediately. Yes, because there are some things that only the Divine Master Realm is qualified to participate in. Take the ruins of the universe for example. We're only at the edge of the ruins now, so there's not much danger. If you want to explore the ruins of the universe and head to the depths of the ruins, you'll need at least the Divine Master Realm cultivation. It's the same principle. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming was helpless and could only suppress his doubts. When he reached the Divine Master Realm, he would naturally know. Senior, do you know where Xiaoqing is? Lu Ming asked. Anyway, when he met Fei Huang, he would ask where Xianxia was. Fei Huang would most likely know. Some of the doubts in his heart had been resolved. He couldn't wait to see Xianxia. Xiaoqing is cultivating somewhere in the ruins of the universe. If you want to find her, take this map. Fei Huang nodded and waved her hand. A map flew to Lu Ming's present body and was caught by Lu Ming's present body. Lu Ming injected forbidden energy. The jade talisman glowed and a map appeared. In one area of the map, there was light, while the other areas were dark. This lit-up area is relatively safe. Anyone below the Divine Master Realm can go there. It's about the size of the entire primitive universe. Those dark areas are extremely dangerous. Without the cultivation of the Divine Master Realm, one should never go there. Xiaoqing's location is here. After Fei Huang finished speaking, she stretched out her finger and pointed at a spot on the map. A dot of light appeared there. Although the ruins of the universe are dangerous, there are also opportunities. This place is very suitable for Xiaoqing to cultivate. Previously, Xiaoqing brought some people here to cultivate. You can follow the map and find him. Oh right, take back your things. After saying that, Fei Huang waved her hand and a pitch-black skeleton flew out. Beside the pitch-black skeleton was a metal ball. Lu Ming, you're back. The metal ball cried out excitedly. Who else could it be but Qiuqiu? That pitch-black skeleton was naturally Bone Devil. Bone Demon and Qiuqiu had always been by the side of the present body, so when they saw Tu Lu Ming, they naturally flew towards the present body. Xianxia flew to the present body and spun around Lu Ming excitedly. As for the bone devil, it flew directly into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha, this old man knew that you would be fine. I'll return all your belongings to you. Bone Devil laughed and one item after another flew out. First was the battle character formula, which returned to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Then, it was the mysterious ice rod, the gale pearl, and the storage ring. They're all back. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. With these belongings, it was equivalent to having a lot of trump cards. He would be more confident. Alright, I've told you everything that needs to be told. Go and find Xiaoqing. After not seeing you for so many years, she also misses you very much. Fei Huang said and waved her hand gently. The past and present bodies clasped their fists and bid farewell before leaving. Somewhere in the void of the dragon race's mother planet, the past and present bodies stood facing each other. They looked at each other and nodded silently. Then, the past body emitted a dazzling light and rushed towards Lu Ming. Then, it directly rushed into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. In the next moment, the past body appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Under the feet of the past body, there was a bowl-shaped object floating. This was clearly a primordial god's eggshell. The past body sat cross-legged in the eggshell, closed its eyes, and silently comprehended various origin secret techniques. Now, Lu Ming's identity had been exposed. It was time for the two bodies to act together. Although it was risky for the two bodies to act together, both bodies would be in danger if they encountered danger. However, there were more benefits. First of all, the two bodies together were stronger, had more adaptable methods, and had more trump cards. In addition, when they obtained some opportunities, both bodies could use them. For example, previously, the current body acted alone, or some opportunities that the past body could use would be wasted. Therefore, Lu Ming decided that if it was not necessary in the future, the two bodies would act together. In that case, the two bodies could switch at will. For example, if he restrained his aura now and emitted the aura of his past body, others would know that he was Lu Ming. At least if he met his relatives or acquaintances, others would not mistake him. Just like Mid-Autumn Moon and the myriad gods, didn't they recognize him wrongly? After the past body entered his sea of consciousness, Lu Ming took out the map of the universe ruins and looked at it carefully. Then, after sending a message to Mid-Autumn Moon and the myriad gods, Lu Ming flew in a direction according to the map. The universe ruins were very vast. Just the area marked on the map that they could explore was equivalent to the size of the current primitive universe. As for the dragon race's homeworld, it was quite a distance away from where Xianxia cultivated. If Lu Ming flew at full speed, it might take him a month or so. As he flew, he jumped over floating continents one after another. Although there were some plants growing on these continents, there were almost no animals. They looked dead silent. Of course, Lu Ming also perked up and didn't dare be careless. After all, this was the universe ruins. Just like that, Lu Ming flew for nearly a month. It should be near this area. Lu Ming took out the map again and looked at it. Then, he continued to fly for a while. In front of him, a continent appeared. This continent was very huge. Its area was about 5 times the size of an ordinary life planet. Moreover, from afar, it was pitch black. This is demonic qi. What a dense demonic qi. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The continent in front of him was filled with dense demonic qi. The dense demonic qi spread from the continent to the void. There's no mistake. This should be it. This place is suitable for Xiaoqing to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then stepped out and dashed toward the mainland. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as he rushed into the continent, a hurricane formed by the dense demonic qi swept towards Lu Ming. It was extremely violent. Lu Ming waved his hand and a palm blade flew out, splitting the hurricane. However, more hurricanes swept towards Lu Ming. The hurricane in the sky above this continent is really strong. It's better to fly lower a little. Lu Ming thought and swooped down towards the continent. Sure enough, when he descended to a certain height, the hurricane suddenly disappeared and calmness was restored. There was only dense demonic qi left. I don't know where Xiaoqing is. He didn't reply to my messages. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming couldn't use the illusory divine jade now. Otherwise, the people of the heavenly palace would be able to track him down. Besides, Xianxia didn't have the illusory divine jade, so they had to rely on the sound-transmitting talisman. Lu Ming had sent a message to Xianxia when he was close to the area, but Xianxia hadn't replied. Lu Ming chose a direction and flew quickly. At the same time, he released his spiritual awareness and covered a large area to look for Xianxia. Eh? What's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he looked in a direction. He saw a few silhouettes flickering in that direction. They were dashing towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Before the silhouettes arrived, a few sharp energies attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and blocked the energies. The silhouettes had already arrived in front of him. They're not creatures of flesh and blood. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He had already seen what was attacking him. They were strange creatures. They didn't have flesh and blood bodies. They seemed to be formed by demonic qi. Their eyes were blood red and they were filled with violent intent. They attacked Lu Ming crazily. Powerful demonic qi swept towards Lu Ming. The three strange creatures weren't weak. They had the fighting strength of the first great supreme god layer. However, the first great supreme god layer was nothing to Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming used his forbidden strength. His hand was like a knife. He slashed 3 times and the 3 creatures exploded. They turned into demonic qi and disappeared. These creatures must have been born in the special environment of this continent. They don't have any intelligence. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind and he continued to move forward. However, not long after, another strange creature charged towards Lu Ming. This time, there were even more of them. More than a dozen of them appeared and rushed towards Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. However, those creatures only had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. They were much weaker than Lu Ming. Numbers couldn't make up for the difference. Lu Ming easily killed those creatures. Then, he continued forward. But on the way, Lu Ming kept getting attacked by those creatures. He was getting stronger and stronger, and some of them had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. In the end, some cultivators of the third great supreme god layer appeared. Lu Ming had no choice but to take out his mysterious ice staff. Just like that, Lu Ming had traversed almost half of the continent, but he still didn't see any trace of Xianxia. However, after passing through half of the continent, the number of strange creatures condensed from demon qi suddenly decreased. This lightened the pressure on Lu Ming by quite a bit. Eh? Suddenly, there was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. His figure moved and he dashed forward at high speed. Because Lu Ming had found a corpse in front of him. It was a young man. He had already died. There was no sign of life on him. The fatal wound was between his eyebrows. His forehead had been pierced. This is the strength of the heavens. Lu Ming was astonished. He had found some residual strength on the young man's wound. It was the strength of the heavens of the heavenly human tribe. The young man had been killed by the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe had appeared here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. But immediately, he had a bad feeling. That young man was probably with Xianxia. Fei Huang had said that Xianxia hadn't come here alone to cultivate. He had come with others. Xianxia wasn't the only one who was suitable to cultivate here. Other people who cultivated demon Dao divine power were also suitable to cultivate here. The universe ruins were an ownerless land. If the people who resisted the heavenly palace could come here, then the people from the heavenly palace could naturally come here too. There were experts from the heavenly palace here. Lu Ming's pupils contracted slightly. This wasn't good news. Xiaoqing didn't reply. Could it be? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but tighten. The bad feeling became even stronger. Swoosh, Lu Ming didn't care about hiding. He increased his speed to the limit and rushed forward. Not long after, he saw the body of another young man. There were also traces of the strength of the heavens on the young man's wound. Obviously, he had also been killed by the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's mood became more solemn and anxious. Traces of murderous intent emanated from him. At this moment, a few creatures condensed from demon chi rushed toward Lu Ming. They were directly killed by Lu Ming's ice. Heavenly Palace, if anything happens to Xiaoqing, I will make you pay 10 times or 100 times the price, Lu Ming growled in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot as he continued to rush forward. He could already see the traces of a great battle here. The corpses were also arranged in this direction. This meant that he was looking in the right direction. Lu Ming increased his speed to the limit and flew quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were sounds of battle in front of him. Someone was fighting. In this place, it was either the creatures condensed from demon chi or Xianxia and the people from the Heavenly Palace. No matter what the situation was, at least he could learn something. Lu Ming sped up and flew forward. As expected, he saw some figures fighting fiercely. There were 3 figures besieging 2 figures. Heavenly Human Tribe, Lu Ming squinted his eyes. 3 of them were from the Heavenly Human Tribe. As for the other 2, needless to say, they must be the young geniuses who had come to cultivate with Xianxia. At this moment, the 2 of them were in a dangerous situation. They had already suffered some injuries. They were completely at a disadvantage. Whoosh, Lu Ming dashed over directly. The Bingxian rod was like a violent storm, blasting toward the 3 heavenly human powerhouses. The strongest of the 3 heavenly human tribe experts was only at the 3rd great supreme god layer. How could they resist the attack of the mysterious ice rod? When the mysterious ice rod pressed down, the 3 heavenly human tribe experts exploded and died on the spot. Whoosh, the 2 young geniuses breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, thank you for your help. A short-haired young man came over and thanked him. You're welcome. We're on the same side. By the way, where are the others? Also, do you know Xianxia? Where is she? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. You're here to find Xianxia? She's in danger now. She lured away a large group of Heavenly Palace experts by herself. She's heading in that direction. The short-haired young man said. Thank you. Lu Ming said. His figure flashed and he left the place. He flew forward quickly. This time, after flying for some distance, Lu Ming stopped. Because he was surrounded. Their figures flashed and at least a dozen figures surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. They were all experts from the Heavenly Palace. Most of them were from the Heavenly Human Tribe. A few of them were from other tribes. Some of them were young, but most of them were middle-aged or old. All of them were at the Great Supreme God layer. Their auras were powerful. Those people from the Heavenly Palace had powerful chi because many of them were seniors. Another traitor, but he only has the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Let me deal with him. A young heavenly human stepped out. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and he threw a palm at Lu Ming. He didn't take Lu Ming seriously. He had the strength of the 1st Great Supreme God layer, and he was from the Heavenly Human Clan. Any member of the Heavenly Human Clan would be considered a genius in the primitive universe. He was strong enough to fight against cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. How could he take a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer seriously? He threw a punch at the young man. His strength was even heavier than a star. Even a cultivator of the 1st or 2nd Great Supreme God layer would be killed by that punch, let alone a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. Bzzz, Lu Ming immediately used the mysterious ice staff. It shook violently and released a terrifying chi, which moved towards the young man from the Heavenly Human Clan. The young man from the Heavenly Human Clan frowned. Oh no, hurry up and retreat! Shouted an old man. He wanted to save the young man from the Heavenly Human Clan, but it was too late. Boom, as the mysterious ice staff smashed down, the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe exploded and died on the spot. You want to die? You're a traitor. You're a sinner. A few burly men were enraged. They roared angrily and charged toward Lu Ming. Those people were all at least of the 4th Great Supreme God layer. Some of them even had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God layer. They could see that Lu Ming was a monstrous cultivator. He had a deadly weapon and was extremely strong. He could kill ordinary cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer instantly. Therefore, they sent cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer to kill Lu Ming. Actually, Lu Ming couldn't fight against them anymore. In the past, Lu Ming would have had to run away or use the purple coffin to fight. But now, he didn't need to. What was difficult to deal with was his current body, not his past body. Origin secret technique, come out. Lu Ming shouted and waved his hands. His glabella began to emit a dazzling light. At this moment, in between the eyebrows of the present body, the past body stood on the eggshell of the primordial divine spirit. His entire body was covered in dazzling godly light, and all kinds of godly powers were operating at full power. Meanwhile, various origin secret arts appeared above the head of the present body. The gate of domination, the horn of the ancient divine dragon, the moon of the moon, the sun of the sun, the sword of void cleaving, the bell of heavenly evil. There were a total of more than 20 origin source secret techniques. Every origin secret technique exuded a terrifying power, and they had already severed many shackles. It was obvious that his past self had obtained a great opportunity at the primordial divine lake. Not only had his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds, but he had also made significant breakthroughs in the origin divine power factor and various origin secret techniques. Therefore, even though his cultivation base had improved tremendously, he hadn't fallen behind in terms of his ability to fight those of a higher level. Instead, he had become even stronger. Some people's cultivation base improved tremendously when they had a fortuitous encounter, but they would fall behind in other aspects. That way, even though his cultivation base had improved, his battle prowess would be weaker than others of the same level. For example, some geniuses could fight those of a higher level than them when they were godly emperors. Then, they had a fortuitous encounter, and their cultivation base had improved tremendously. They had reached the first or second great supreme god layer. However, their origin divine power factor or origin secret techniques hadn't broken through. Therefore, their ability to fight those of a higher level would definitely be weaker. They wouldn't be able to fight those of a higher level than them. Only when their cultivation base had broken through and they hadn't fallen behind in other aspects could they maintain their ability to fight those of a higher level. Not only had his past self not fallen behind, but he had become even stronger. Roar, a terrifying roar came from the God's Gate. Then, an incomparably huge primordial divine spirit rushed out of the God's Gate. It was very similar to when the 10,000 gods had used the God's Gate. After that, the moon of the moon and the sun of the sun emitted dazzling lights. The two opposite strengths collided and created a destructive strength. On top of that, the Xianxia bell emitted a clear and melodious sound. All kinds of origin secret techniques had different effects. When they attacked together and coordinated with each other, they could erupt with shocking power. The first one to bear the brunt was an old man of the fifth great supreme god layer. He was affected by the Xianxia bell. His body stiffened, and he stopped moving. Slash, an empty void sword flashed and the old man's third eye was pierced. His soul was destroyed at the same time. The old man's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it. He had the strength of the fifth great supreme god layer, he would have never thought he would be killed. How could a godly emperor suddenly release such a terrifying attack? How was that possible? That was the old man's last thought. At that moment, the other secret skills of the origin also launched a fierce attack. The other's cultivation was below the fifth level of the Emperor God realm, so they could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. All kinds of secret skills of the origin fell, and the people of the heavenly palace were killed one by one. There were a few people of the heavenly palace who hadn't attacked yet. At that moment, they were astonished. They couldn't believe it. Then, their eyes were filled with fear. Their cultivation levels weren't as high as those who had attacked before. They only had the strength of the first, second, and third great supreme god layer. Run! Run! These people screamed in terror and then fled in all directions. But Lu Ming wanted to kill them. How could he let them run away? Lu Ming used the Great Aurora technique. His silhouette flickered and he appeared next to a middle-aged man of the heavenly human clan. He attacked him with his mysterious ice rod and killed him. At the same time, the void-piercing sword streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. It pierced through the forehead of a strong cultivator of the heavenly palace and killed him. Lu Ming had too many tricks up his sleeve. Besides, he had joined hands with his current body. How could those people escape? In a short time, they were all killed. Little Qing, you'll be fine. After killing those people, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued moving forward. After that, Lu Ming didn't encounter any obstacles. He quickly arrived at the edge of the continent. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the continent, Lu Ming saw some lights in the sky. It was still far from Lu Ming, but he could already see some people fighting. It was probably Xianxia and the people of the Heavenly Palace. Let's go. Lu Ming immediately jumped into the sky and used the great teleportation technique to move forward. After more than 10 teleportations, Lu Ming finally saw the situation in front of him. A large group of people surrounded a single person. A large group of people surrounded one person and kept attacking. That group of people were all from the Heavenly Palace. Some were from the Heavenly Human clan, some were from other clans. Lu Ming was astonished when he saw the person who was surrounded. Xianxia, if the person who was surrounded wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? At that moment, Xianxia was at a disadvantage and had to focus on defending herself. She was surrounded by 9 black lotuses. Those black lotuses had an incredible defensive power. There were at least 100 strong cultivators from the Heavenly Palace around her, but they couldn't break through the defense of those 9 lotuses. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart was still hanging in the air. He realized that those people from the Heavenly Palace were too strong. Their chi was as thick as a mountain, unfathomable. According to Lu Ming's experience, at least half of them had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God layer or above. More than 100 strong cultivators and half of them had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God layer. He could not figure out the cultivation level of some of the strongest people. However, Lu Ming had come into contact with people of this level before. 9th Great Supreme God layer. Indeed, there were at least 3 people who had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. They were almost at the top of the Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming couldn't fight against them. They could easily kill Lu Ming. However, the attacks of so many experts were blocked by Xianxia. She has the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God layer? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He realized that Xianxia's cultivation level was also very high. She had the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God layer. There was a huge gap between the 6th Great Supreme God layer and the 9th Great Supreme God layer. But Xianxia was terrifyingly strong. She had covered the whole area with her special domain and the 9 black lotuses had blocked all their attacks. But Xianxia was still at a disadvantage. She could only defend herself. She couldn't fight back. Even though she was strong, there were many people from the Heavenly Human clan. They were all geniuses. They were stronger than cultivators of the same level. No matter how strong Xianxia was, she couldn't fight against cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer who were 3 levels higher than her. It was already a miracle that she could block the attacks of so many strong cultivators. But if it continued, her defense would be broken sooner or later. Attack with all you've got. This is a peerless genius of the rebels. She can't hold on much longer. Kill him and you'll be rewarded greatly, shouted a middle-aged cultivator of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. His sword. Xianxia. Lu Ming could see that Xianxia's black lotuses weren't formed by some secret technique. They were a kind of treasure. It was like some kind of weapon. Only a powerful weapon could have such a strong defense. At that moment, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She sensed something and looked at Lu Ming. Xianxia's body trembled when she saw Lu Ming. Her eyes shone brightly. Little Qing, you recognized me? Lu Ming was also a little confused. He was using his present body. He didn't release the chi of his past body. Xianxia had never seen his present body. How could she recognize him? Could it be that Fei Huang had shown Xianxia his present appearance? A few thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At that moment, the people from the Heavenly Palace also noticed Lu Ming. Another traitor is here. He's just a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. What are those pieces of trash doing? How could they let a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer come here? Said a cultivator of the Heavenly Palace. He had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. This time, there were more than 100 people who had come to explore the ruins of the universe. They had bumped into Xianxia and the others. The Heavenly Palace and the traitors were mortal enemies. As soon as they saw each other, they started fighting to the death. Almost all of the other traitors had been killed. They had gathered most of their high-end combat power to surround and kill Xianxia. Xianxia was too strong. He was so young and he had already broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. That was incredible. Furthermore, Xianxia's battle prowess was unbelievably strong. Such a person must be killed. They had gathered most of their strong cultivators to kill Xianxia. They had also left some strong cultivators to kill the other traitors. The other traitors weren't very strong. They should have been able to kill them all. But now, there was a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer there. Go and kill him, ordered an old man of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. I'll go and kill him, replied someone. Then, they flew towards Lu Ming. It was a middle-aged man from the Angel clan. His chi wasn't weak. He had the strength of the 4th Great Supreme God layer. Against a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, a cultivator of the 4th Great Supreme God layer would definitely be able to kill him. That was what everybody thought. The middle-aged man from the Angel clan was extremely fast. He had 8 wings on his back. When he flapped them, he turned into a beam of light and threw himself at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a long distance and was getting closer to Lu Ming. Xianxia Bell, Void-Breaking Sword, God's Gate, shouted Lu Ming. A few original secret skills appeared above his head and attacked the middle-aged man from the Angel clan. Without any suspense, the middle-aged man from the Angel clan was instantly killed by those original secret skills. Many people from the Heavenly Palace were astonished. Their eyes were filled with murder. Another peerless genius. We can't let him go, said a few people coldly. Hurry up and leave, shouted Xianxia. Even though she knew that Lu Ming was extremely strong, his cultivation level was too low. He couldn't compete with the strong cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. You want to leave? Hee, none of you can leave. Go and kill him. Send more strong cultivators, ordered a cultivator of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Instantly, a dozen strong cultivators moved towards Lu Ming. Their speed was astonishing. Some of them had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God layer. Sending so many strong cultivators to kill a godly emperor was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They had to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh, before those people could reach him, Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique and moved backwards. In the blink of an eye, he appeared tens of thousands of li away. That's the great teleportation technique of the ancient era. Some people from the Heavenly Palace recognized this ancient secret technique. Split up and chase him, shouted a cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God layer. He chased after Lu Ming like crazy. 7th Great Supreme God layer cultivators were extremely fast. Even if Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique, he couldn't catch up with them. However, Lu Ming was already far away from them. At that moment, he kept using the great teleportation technique to change his position. That cultivator couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. What a piece of trash. You guys surround her. We'll attack and kill that boy first. Agreed, said 2 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. The 2 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer had joined the battle personally. They led a group of strong cultivators to attack Lu Ming. They were also afraid that the longer they delayed, the more unforeseen things would happen. If they delayed too long and the rebels sent even stronger experts, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they didn't want to waste time with Lu Ming. They sent their strongest cultivators to kill Lu Ming as quickly as possible. Then, they could focus on killing Xianxia. The cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer were too fast. The 2 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer were rushing towards Lu Ming from 2 different directions. Even though Lu Ming kept using the greater teleportation technique, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Finally, they're here? Whispered Lu Ming. At that moment, he stopped. Then, his body started glowing and a silhouette came out of his body. That silhouette was Lu Ming's past body. At that moment, the past body was holding the purple copper coffin. On the other hand, Lu Ming's present body retreated rapidly, widening the distance between them. Using the purple copper coffin, one body was enough. That way, if something happened, both bodies wouldn't die. The past body was holding the purple copper coffin. Instead of moving back, he was moving towards the people of the heavenly palace. Two people, that person seems to be Lu Ming? Suddenly, a heavenly human cultivator of the ninth great supreme god layer shouted crazily, "That's Lu Ming. He's hiding in the dragon clan's mother planet. He has a forbidden body, Lu Ming. We have to capture him at all costs." He had never thought that he would meet Lu Ming there. Lu Ming had a forbidden body. Everybody knew that. Mu Yun had a forbidden body. Not many people knew that. Therefore, they didn't recognize the present body. It's him. Capture him. The Lord Heaven and the Celestial Master will reward you handsomely. Don't let him go. The other people from the heavenly palace went crazy. They used all their strength and increased their speed to the maximum. They rushed towards Lu Ming's past body, wanting to take down Lu Ming. The two cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer were the fastest. They quickly approached Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move, Kacha. He pushed with all his might, and the lid of the purple copper coffin was pushed open slightly. A terrifying aura spread out. Not enough, again. Lu Ming growled and continued to push the lid of the purple copper coffin. The gap on the purple copper coffin lid grew wider. Roar, someone shouted furiously. Then, a hand covered with scales came out of the coffin and moved towards the two cultivators of the celestial clan of the ninth great supreme god layer. The two heavenly human clan's ninth layer great god realm experts' expressions changed drastically. What is this? It's the original spiritual being, run away! Shouted the two heavenly human cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer. Their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't resist the hand that came out of the purple copper coffin. The difference between their strengths was too great. They started to run away, but how could they run away? The hand that was covered with scales grabbed the air and a terrifying attractive force appeared. The two heavenly human clan's ninth layer great supreme god cultivators stopped running away and flew towards the hand that was covered with scales. The hand that was covered with scales grabbed the air. Bam bam, the two heavenly human clan's ninth layer great supreme god cultivators exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The other heavenly palace's cultivators took a deep breath when they saw that. They started to run away as fast as they could. But it was too late. The hand that was covered with scales continued to grab the heavenly palace's cultivators. They were all attracted by the attractive force and were crushed by the terrifying energy. Their bodies kept exploding and they died on the spot. In a flash, all the heavenly palace's cultivators who had attacked Lu Ming had died. The celestial palace experts who were still besieging Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat as a chill ran down their spines. Terrifying, too terrifying. A few cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer had been killed in a flash. The other great supreme god cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the purple copper coffin that Lu Ming took out, an extremely terrifying primitive god was imprisoned. It was not a primitive god that they could fight against. Run! Run! The heavenly palace's cultivators who were attacking Xianxia didn't dare to stay any longer. They didn't have time to attack Xianxia anymore. They all started to run away as fast as they could. You want to run? Lu Ming's past body's eyes were twinkling with cold light. He took the purple copper coffin and chased after those people. They had dared to attack Xianxia, so he wanted to kill them. He wouldn't let any of them live. Roar! At this moment, the roar from the purple copper coffin became louder and louder. It made the purple copper coffin tremble slightly. Lu Ming's expression changed. The purple copper coffin produced a powerful force that made it difficult for Lu Ming to move forward. Moreover, there was a strange sound coming from the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming had never heard this sound before. What's going on? The expressions of Lu Ming's past body and present body changed. This kind of situation had never happened before. Something was wrong with the purple copper coffin. However, the Heavenly Palace's cultivators didn't know about this. They were overjoyed when they saw that Lu Ming had stopped. They ran away even faster and disappeared from the area in the blink of an eye. Close it. At this moment, Lu Ming didn't have time to chase after the Heavenly Palace's cultivators. He tried his best to close the purple copper coffin. This was because he felt that something was wrong with the purple copper coffin. He had a bad feeling. At the same time, his present body rushed over and tried to close the purple copper coffin together with his past body. However, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, the purple copper coffin's lid didn't move. It even opened wider. Then, a head poked out from the purple copper coffin. It was the primitive divine spirit that had appeared in the Heavenly Palace's cage. He looked at Lu Ming's past body with a strange look in his eyes. Then, he reached out his scaly hand and grabbed at Lu Ming's past body. Oh no! His past body and present body's expressions changed drastically. The primitive divine spirit in the purple copper coffin was attacking him. What was going on, however, no matter how powerful the primitive divine spirit was, Lu Ming wouldn't just sit there and wait for his death. Lu Ming's past body let out a long roar and cast all kinds of origin source secret skills. At least 20 origin source secret skills blasted toward the palm that was covered with scales. In addition, the present body also made its move. After using the greater teleportation technique twice, the present body was filled with dazzling light, and the forbidden power was pushed to the extreme. It transformed into several beams of divine light that slashed toward the scale-covered palm. However, these attacks had no effect on the scale-covered palms. It was like a ball of cotton hitting a piece of steel. There was no effect at all. Lu Ming's attack landed on the scaly palm, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It had no effect at all. The scale-covered palm didn't stop there. It grabbed at the past body, and in an instant, all of the past body's origin secret techniques collapsed. The past body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body was grabbed by the scaly palm. However, the terrifying power of the scaly palm did not continue to bombard Lu Ming. Instead, it quickly retracted into the purple copper coffin and disappeared completely. With a clang, the lid of the purple copper coffin closed automatically. Then, it floated quietly in the air. Lu Ming's present body was dumbstruck. What was going on? Why did the purple copper coffin suddenly change like this? Why did the primordial divine spirit inside suddenly attack and grab the past body? When he was in the Heavenly Palace's celestial prison, he had opened the purple copper coffin. The primordial divine spirit's entire body had rushed out of the purple copper coffin without attacking him. Now, why did it attack the past body? Could it be because the past body had cultivated divine power? Was it because it cultivated the universe myriad Tao technique that it attacked him? However, to Lu Ming's relief, the past body was not dead. Although the past body and the present body could not see each other, they could still sense each other. It was especially easy to sense if the other was alive or dead. He could clearly sense that the past body was fine and was still alive. However, he did not know what had happened in the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming, this may be a good thing. I can feel that the inside of the purple copper coffin is no small matter. Perhaps it is a great opportunity for your past body. Guillemot said. I hope so. Lu Ming nodded and then flew to the side of the purple copper coffin. He reached out and grabbed it. The purple copper coffin quickly shrank and flew back into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. He just felt that it was a pity that he and the past body had to be separated not long after joining forces. Fortunately, Xiaoqing is fine. Lu Ming adjusted his mood and looked at Xianxia. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianxia was also confused. He couldn't help but ask. He was just about to fly towards Lu Ming. Xianxia had long since learned about Lu Ming's past self and present self from Fei Huang. Therefore, when he saw the present self, he immediately recognized it. Just as she was about to fly towards Lu Ming, her expression changed drastically. She felt a strong attraction force acting on her body, trying to draw her to a certain place. Not good, Xiaoqing, run. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression also changed greatly. He cried out in alarm and then rushed madly towards Xianxia. Because at this time, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. The huge whirlpool emitted a strong attraction force. It was like a big mouth that wanted to swallow Xianxia. Lu Ming was extremely anxious. He increased his speed to the limit, but he was still a step too late. Xianxia's body involuntarily flew towards the whirlpool and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, Lu Ming roared. His body turned into an aurora. He used the greater aurora technique and rushed directly towards the whirlpool. His speed was fast enough. However, because he was afraid that opening the purple copper coffin would hurt Xianxia, he was still far enough away from Xianxia. At this moment, he wanted to rush over, but he was already a step too late. When Lu Ming rushed over, the whirlpool disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming rushed past the place where the whirlpool was just now. He didn't rush into the whirlpool. Damn it, who is it? What is it? Get out of here! Lu Ming roared. Every cell in his body was trembling. His body was covered in a dazzling light. All kinds of ancient secret techniques were unleashed crazily. Great destruction technique, great shattering technique, great aurora technique, all kinds of secret techniques poured out in an instant, bombarding the void where the whirlpool was just now. Rumble, the void shook violently and was forcefully torn apart. A huge crack appeared. That is, at this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes couldn't help but widen. Through the crack in the void, he saw a huge city. It was an incomparably huge city. It was incomparably magnificent and filled with an ancient aura. At the front of the city, there was a huge gate. At this moment, he clearly saw Xianxia's body fly into the gate and disappear. Then, the huge city emitted a dazzling light. After a slight tremble, it disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Lu Ming roared angrily and continued to tear the void. However, he couldn't see the shadow of the huge city. Lu Ming looked around the area but couldn't see the shadow of the huge city. Damn it, what is this huge city? Why was Xiaoqing sucked into the huge city? Bone Demon, do you know? Lu Ming was incomparably irritable. He had just met Xianxia and didn't even have time to exchange greetings before Xianxia was sucked away by a huge city that appeared out of nowhere. First, his past body had been trapped in the purple copper coffin. Then, Xianxia had been sucked away by an inexplicable giant city. Even with his temperament, he was extremely irritable. His heart was filled with boundless anger. At first, Lu Ming thought that it was done by the experts of the Heavenly Palace. However, he ruled out that possibility. If it was done by the Heavenly Palace, why did they only suck away Xianxia and not him? Bone Demon was experienced and knowledgeable. Now, he could only ask Bone Demon. This seems to be a city from the previous era, Bone Demon spoke. His voice seemed to be very solemn. The previous era? Nonsense, this is the universe ruins. The things that appear here are all left behind from the previous era. I want to know more about it. Lu Ming said in an unpleasant tone. As if knowing that Lu Ming was in a bad mood, Bone Demon didn't bother much and said, actually, I'm not too sure either. Back then, I paid more attention to the matters of the previous era. You can ask Fei Huang. She should know more. Yes, Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming seemed to have grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. Without stopping, he flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Of course, the two places were very far apart. When Lu Ming returned to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, almost a month had passed. As soon as he returned to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, Lu Ming found Fei Huang. There's actually such a thing. Could it be that the Supreme Immortal City has appeared again? After hearing Lu Ming's description, Fei Huang frowned and whispered. Supreme Immortal City? Senior, what's the Supreme Immortal City? Lu Ming quickly asked. From your description, it's most likely the Supreme Immortal City. The Supreme Immortal City is a city passed down from the previous era. After the end of the previous era, the universe ruins were left behind. Although countless years have passed, it still contains endless fortuitous encounters. Fei Huang slowly explained. From the information we have, the Eldritch universe is divided into two epochs. The first epoch is the previous epoch, and we are now in the second epoch. In the first epoch, all living beings lived in the vast Eldritch universe. The cultivation conditions back then were far from what we have now. Therefore, it was a golden age for cultivation and there were countless experts. Therefore, there were a lot of treasures that were far from what we have now. Later on, when the Eldritch universe collapsed and the first epoch was destroyed, all the experts disappeared and only the ruins of the universe were left. However, there were also countless opportunities and treasures in the ruins of the universe. Many of these treasures were extremely tempting to those who had surpassed the Divine Master realm. The Taisheng Immortal City is a treasured place. It has great opportunities for divine lords, divine emperors, and divine masters. It is a sacred place for cultivation. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much. If Xiaoqing enters the Taisheng Immortal City, not only will she not be in danger, but it will also be a great opportunity. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Fei Huang's words. How long will it take for Xiaoqing to come out of the Taisheng Immortal City? Lu Ming asked again. It was not easy to meet Xianxia. Would they have to wait for a long time before they could meet again? Maybe you don't have to wait for Xiaoqing to come out. Soon, you will be able to go in and find Xiaoqing. Fei Huang said with a smile. Me? Can I enter the Taisheng Immortal City too? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Fei Huang nodded and said, the Taisheng Immortal City has appeared once in history. At that time, your father-in-law and I went in. Normally, the Taisheng Immortal City is wandering in the depths of the ruins of the universe. It is impossible for outsiders to find it. Even I, your father-in-law, and the experts from the Heavenly Palace can't find traces of the Taisheng Immortal City. However, after wandering in the ruins of the universe for countless years, the Taisheng Immortal City might appear in the current Eldritch universe. About 60 solar years ago, your father-in-law and I were still very weak. We were only at the Divine Emperor realm. At that time, the Taisheng Immortal City appeared once. That was the first time the Grand Supreme Immortal City appeared. Before the Grand Supreme Immortal City appeared, it appeared at the edge of the universe ruins. According to my deduction, it won't be long before the Grand Supreme Immortal City appears in the primitive universe. At that time, the Grand Supreme Immortal City will stay there for 1,000 years. At that time, it will be the time to enter. At that time, you can enter the Supreme Immortal City and reunite with little Qing. Fei Huang explained. We can go in, right? I wonder how long it will take. Lulu asked Fei Huang. It's hard to say. If it's fast, it'll take a few months. If it's slow, it'll take a few years. At that time, the whole primitive universe will be alarmed, and countless people will enter. We, the Sky Exterminating Army, have to be prepared. We'll send a group of people and then. Fei Huang said, her eyes shining. The entire universe will be alarmed? Lu Ming was very surprised. That's right. The Taisheng Immortal City is no small matter. It has great benefits for those below the origin realm, especially for the geniuses. No matter if they are primitive divine spirits or heavenly human tribe, they will be able to improve quickly no matter what cultivation technique they practice. Especially for the peerless geniuses. If they go in, their progress will be very shocking. Those who don't will fall behind and it will be difficult for them to compete with others in the future. Therefore, all the geniuses in the universe will go in, including some older people in their prime. When your father-in-law and I entered the Taisheng Immortal City, we were only at the Divine Emperor realm. When we came out, we were already at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Fei Huang said. Entered the Divine Emperor realm and came out the peak of the Divine Emperor realm? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbstruck. According to Fei Huang, one could only stay in the Taisheng Immortal City for 1,000 years. In other words, Fei Huang and the others had only stayed in the Taisheng Immortal City for 1,000 years and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. This speed was simply shocking. One could imagine that there were great opportunities in the Taisheng Immortal City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to improve so quickly. No wonder Fei Huang said that the entire universe would be alarmed. Senior, why did the Taisheng Immortal City suck Xiaoqing in? I was also there. Why wasn't I sucked in? Lu Ming asked another question that had been bothering him. There are two possible reasons for this. The first is that the place where the Supreme Immortal City appeared is exactly where Xiaoqing is standing. The second is very likely because Xiaoqing has the reincarnation characteristic, because she has successfully reincarnated. I think the second possibility is more likely. Fei Huang said. The reincarnation characteristic. Lu Ming whispered. Lu Ming, you have to be prepared. The Taisheng Immortal City might be a great opportunity for you. Aren't you having a hard time breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm now? However, I know a place in the Taisheng Immortal City that can help you find your own path and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Fei Huang said. Can it help me break through to the Divine Emperor realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the Taisheng Immortal City. It wasn't just for the breakthrough of his cultivation, but also for Xiaoqing. When all the geniuses in the universe entered the Taisheng Immortal City, would Xianxia encounter these people? Would she be in danger? Senior Fei Huang, are there any restrictions on entering the Taisheng Immortal City? Can everyone enter? Lu Ming asked again. From what Fei Huang said, it seemed like even divine masters could enter. If they entered with divine masters, what could they use to compete with them? They probably wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. If they weren't careful, they would be slapped to death by the divine masters. Lu Ming, wait for me here. I'll go and spread the news. We have to make preparations in advance. If the Taisheng Immortal City appears in the primitive universe, the 5 heavenly palace will definitely join forces to seal it. It won't be easy for us to enter then. Fei Huang said. Senior, you go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Lu Ming said. Fei Huang nodded. Her figure flashed and disappeared from where she stood. Lu Ming was alone, slowly digesting the news he had just heard. Slowly, he straightened out his thoughts. Origin realm, is it the realm above the Divine Master realm? Lu Ming thought of Fei Huang saying that anyone below the Origin realm could enter the Taisheng Immortal City. Then, he asked Guimo, that's right. The realm above the Divine Master realm is called the Origin realm. Existences in this realm have already grasped some kind of origin of the universe and exist with the universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, they will not be destroyed. They are the peak existences in the universe and are extremely terrifying. They can destroy galaxies with a wave of their hand. Guimo explained. Then what's the deal with overgods, origin venerables, and heavenly venerables? Lu Ming asked again. These 3 are all titles. Primordial divine spirits who reach origin realm are called overgods. Celestial race from the heavenly palace who reach origin realm are called celestial exalts. People from other races who reach origin realm are called origin exalts. Guimo explained. Lu Ming finally understood the meaning of these titles. They all represented origin realm. Clearly, the 3rd demon sword was also at origin realm. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The 3rd demon sword was at the origin realm. How powerful was his father-in-law, whom he had never met before? Lu Ming and Guimo chatted for about 10 minutes before Fei Huang's figure reappeared. Lu Ming looked at Fei Huang expectantly, waiting for her to continue. Let's continue talking about the Taisheng Immortal City. There are conditions to enter the Taisheng Immortal City. The Taisheng Immortal City is divided into 3 levels. Divine Masters will appear on the corresponding level. Divine Emperors will also appear on the corresponding level. Divine Emperors and those below Divine Emperors will also appear on the corresponding level. High-level cultivators can't enter the lower level. Similarly, low-level cultivators can't appear on the higher level. The environment and opportunities on each level are different. Of course, it's possible to break through the levels. For example, if you enter now, you'll definitely appear on the 1st level, which is the level for Divine Emperors or below. However, if you break through on this level and reach the Divine Emperor realm, you'll be able to break through the void and rush to the 2nd level, which is the level for Divine Emperors. After all, once you reach the Divine Emperor realm, you won't be able to obtain any opportunities if you continue to stay on the level for Divine Emperors or below. Your cultivation speed won't be fast either. Only on the corresponding level can you obtain the greatest opportunities. In addition, there are conditions to enter. The 1st and 2nd levels have age restrictions. You can't be older than 1 stellar year. Once you're older than 1 stellar year, you won't be able to enter. In other words, it's not only the younger generation that can enter. Even those who are older than you can enter. Fei Huang explained. Generally speaking, according to the different ages, they were divided into several stages. Teenagers, young men, middle-aged men, and old men. In the God Emperor and God Emperor realm, those below the stellar year were considered to be in the prime of their lives. In other words, this time, not only would the younger generation enter the God Monarchs, God Emperors, and God Emperors, but there would also be people in their prime. As for the Divine Master realm, there are no restrictions, because time is of little significance to Divine Masters. As long as one is a Divine Master, they can enter the third floor. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't pay attention to the God Masters. He only paid attention to those in the God Emperor realm or below. There's one more thing. While increasing your cultivation through fortuitous encounters in the Grand Immortal City is important, there's something else that's even more important, and that's the Origin Energy Seed. Once you obtain it, your future cultivation will proceed smoothly until you break through to reciprocity. You'll be able to make rapid progress without any obstructions at all. Even for those with the constitution of forbidden existences, it'll be extremely useful. However, only the strongest people on each floor will have the chance to obtain it. So, you must reach the end and become the strongest. Take this jade talisman and have a look. It contains my records about the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Study it carefully. Fei Huang said. She took out a jade talisman and passed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming took it and thanked her solemnly. You can stay here for the time being. We'll send people to keep an eye on the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Once the Grand Supreme Immortal City appears, I'll inform you. Fei Huang said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Fei Huang nodded. The next moment, she disappeared from where she was. Little Qing, let's meet in the Grand Supreme Immortal City then. Lu Ming muttered. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the secret technique, attempting to find his own path. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, the Grand Supreme Immortal City would appear between the primitive universe and the universe ruins once a year. Every time, it would appear for a while and disappear immediately. However, it was still captured by the people of the Heavenly Palace. This time, the 5 Heavenly Palace were alarmed. The 5 great celestial palaces also began to deploy, and the news spread throughout the entire primitive universe. In the primitive universe, different people might not have heard of the Grand Supreme Immortal City at all. However, some of the older generation, especially those who had lived for 60 stellar years or those who were in the Divine Master realm, naturally knew of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Some of them had even entered in the past. When they heard about the Grand Supreme Immortal City, they were immediately excited. They began to gather the youths and adults of their respective races. Then, they contacted the Heavenly Palace and prepared to enter the Grand Supreme Immortal City when it appeared. The Heavenly Palace did not reject them. In any case, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter the Grand Supreme Immortal City. The Heavenly Palace issued an order for people of various races to gather in the 4 heavenly cities. When the Grand Supreme Immortal City completely appeared, they would enter together. For a time, the Dreamy Heavenly Palace, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, the Divine Armament Heavenly Palace, and the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace, the 4 heavenly palaces cities of heaven were filled with people. It was unknown how many people there were, but it was completely in the hundreds of millions. Even some of the smaller races sent people over. This was because they heard that this would be a great opportunity. The Heavenly Palace did not limit which races were qualified to enter. Therefore, those who heard the news sent people over. 3 years later, the Grand Supreme Immortal City finally appeared in a star field at the edge of the primitive universe. It did not leave but stopped there. That star field was called the Withered Glory Star Field. The primitive universe was under the control of the Heavenly Palace. As soon as the Grand Supreme Immortal City appeared, the Heavenly Palace immediately received the news. The elites of the Heavenly Palace were immediately mobilized. It was not only the Divine Masters or the Lord of Heaven. This time even the Heavenly Venerables were mobilized. An unknown number of them were mobilized. They completely sealed off the area around the Grand Supreme Immortal City. The Grand Supreme Immortal City has appeared. Let's go. Let's go. The four heavenly palaces issued the order. Immediately, countless people headed toward the grand supreme immortal city. In the ruins of the universe, the Heaven Destroyer also received the news. The Heaven Destroyer was the name of all the people who rebelled against the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace called them rebels. The Heaven Destroyer naturally had spies all over the universe. With such a big commotion in the Heavenly Palace, the Heaven Destroyer also received the news. In the past 3 years, the Heaven Destroyer had long prepared. All those who met the requirements of age were gathered and waited for the Grand Supreme Immortal City to appear. During this time, they all gathered on a barren continent in the primitive universe. Lu Ming, come with me. The Grand Supreme Immortal City has appeared. It's time to go. On this day, Fei Huang appeared and said to Lu Ming. It's finally appeared. Little Qing, I'm here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of excitement. Senior Fei Huang, is the Taishang Immortal City occupied by the Heavenly Palace? How are we going to break in and fight with them? Lu Ming asked, feeling rather doubtful. According to Fei Huang, the Taishang Immortal City was too important. The 5 Heavenly Palace would probably send their overlords. How were they going to send people in? If the 5 Heavenly Palace joined forces, their strength would be unfathomable. The Heavenly Palace that Lu Ming had met before was only the dreamy Heavenly Palace. The overlords of the Heavenly Palace he had met were only those from the dreamy Heavenly Palace. He hadn't met the overlords of the other 4 Heavenly Palace. The dreamy Heavenly Palace alone was already unfathomable. With the help of the other 4 Heavenly Palace, their strength was simply unimaginable. Could they really send people into the Taishang Immortal City while being surrounded by the 5 Heavenly Palace? Would there be an earth-shattering battle? Indeed. If the overlords of the 5 Heavenly Palace are all here, it'll be difficult for us to send people in, but it's impossible for all of them to be here. In the ruins of the universe, there are some places that are rarer and more precious than the Taishang Immortal City that have attracted part of the Heavenly Palace's power. Besides, we can also join forces with the demons, Fei Huang said. Join forces with the demons? We have to join forces with the demons? Lu Ming frowned. To be honest, he had a bad impression of the demons. The demons were greedy and evil. They would eat the creatures in the untainted universe as soon as they caught them. If the demons rushed into the untainted universe, countless creatures would suffer. Looks like you have some misunderstandings about the demons. Do you think that the demons are extremely evil and only want to rush into the untainted universe and devour countless creatures? Fei Huang asked. Isn't that the case? Lu Ming asked. Indeed, the demons are evil, but their target isn't the untainted universe. Their real target is the heavenly human race. They only want to destroy the heavenly human race. However, the celestial race has dragged all the races in the primitive universe into their war chariot to fight against the demons. Naturally, the demons will hunt down any race they see. As for the devil's desire to destroy the primitive universe and devour the countless creatures in the primitive universe, those are all rumors spread by the heavenly human tribe. Fei Huang said. So it's like this. Could it be that the celestial race has a grudge against the demons? Lu Ming was very curious. That's right. The celestial race and the demons have enmity, and it's a feud that has lasted for generations. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with us allying with the demons. The truly evil ones are the celestial race. We have already sent people to contact the demons. The demons will launch an attack on the Heavenly Palace in the Dark Universe. They will dispatch a large number of top experts. This way, the 5 Heavenly Palace experts in the Dark Universe will be restrained by the demons. This way, we will have the confidence to send you into the Taishang Immortal City. Fei Huang said. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived on a barren continent. In a flat area in the middle of the barren continent, a large number of figures had already gathered. At a glance, there were at least a few 100,000, close to 1 million. Most of them were young or in the prime of their lives. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted casually. In the air, there was a group of people who were very special and also very eye-catching. They immediately attracted Lu Ming's attention. Because although these people didn't deliberately emit their aura, they made people feel an inexplicable pressure. Divine Masters, Lu Ming knew that these were all Divine Masters, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he gasped a breath of cold air. The Heaven Exterminating Troop had mobilized more than 1,000 Divine Masters. These were Divine Masters. It was difficult to see even one in the past, but now, there were over 1,000 of them. This number was simply shocking. The strength of Heaven Destroyer was far beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He could imagine that these 1,000 Divine Masters were definitely not all of Heaven Destroyer's Divine Masters. They might only be a part of it. According to Fei Huang, there were even more precious treasures in the universe ruins. There must be more Divine Masters exploring and training in the universe ruins. It was no wonder that Heaven Destroyer dared to go against the Heavenly Palace. It was not without reason that the Heavenly Palace regarded them as a great enemy. Among them, Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon's Master, Divine Master Dream Void, and the primordial Divine Masters, Hong and Shi. The Divine Masters gathered together, and those below the Divine Master gathered together. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming glanced around and saw Autumn Moon and her 2 senior sisters, as well as Wan Xin and the others. Lu Ming, go. I have other things to do. Fei Huang smiled. Lu Ming nodded and then flew toward Autumn Moon. Fei Huang soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Obviously, there were origin realm existences in the surroundings. Fei Huang had probably gone to find them. This kind of high-level matter was not something he could participate in. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew toward Autumn Moon. Young Master. As soon as Lu Ming approached, Autumn Moon discovered Lu Ming and flew over with joy. Autumn Moon, your cultivation has improved again. Lu Ming smiled and walked over to hold Autumn Moon's small hand. This attracted the attention of the surrounding youths, who constantly glanced at Lu Ming. Whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, Autumn Moon was too outstanding. Standing in the crowd, she was like a crane in a flock of chickens. She had already attracted the attention of many youths. Now that they saw Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's close relationship, they naturally had some thoughts. Some sighed, some were indignant, and some were jealous. However, there were many experts here, and there were over 1,000 Divine Masters. In the void, there were also Origin Venerables. Naturally, no one dared to be impudent. Lu Ming pulled Autumn Moon and landed beside Wan Xin and the others. By the way, young master, where's your past body? Also, didn't you go to find Sister Nianqing? Why don't I see her? Autumn Moon looked around curiously. Wan Xin also looked over curiously. It's like this, Lu Ming could only briefly explain the matter. Of course, he used voice transmission to only tell Autumn Moon, Wan Xin, and a few others who were close to him. This kind of secret naturally couldn't be easily told to other people who weren't familiar with it. Such a thing actually happened. Autumn Moon and Wan Xin were also dumbfounded. By the way, do you know anything about the Taishang Immortal City? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the seniors have already explained it in detail. Autumn Moon said. I have a record of the Taishang Immortal City here. Take a look and see if it's more detailed. Lu Ming took out the jade talisman that Fei Huang had given him and handed it to Autumn Moon. This was given by Fei Huang, so it should be more detailed. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious. The deeper one's understanding of the Taishang Immortal City, the more advantageous it would be after entering, and the greater the harvest. Autumn Moon took the jade talisman, scanned it with her spiritual consciousness, memorized the contents, and handed it to Wan Xin. After reading it, Wan Xin gave Autumn Moon 2 senior sisters. At this moment, in the Taishang Immortal City of the Withered Glory Star Domain. The Taishang Immortal City was extremely huge. It floated in the air and was many times larger than an ordinary planet of life. It would take at least tens of thousands of ordinary planets of life to compare to the Taishang Immortal City. The Taishang Immortal City gave off a layer of hazy light that enveloped the surrounding space. This layer of light was very special. Anyone who entered this layer of light would be suppressed regardless of their cultivation level, making it difficult for them to use their strength. It was the same for divine emperors, divine masters, and even peak reciprocity experts. In front of the Taishang Immortal City was an extremely huge door. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it gave off a vast pressure. It was as if anyone would have to bow down before this door. Below the door was a flight of stairs that led straight to the door. At this moment, countless figures had gathered in the space around the Taishang immortal city. The 5 great celestial palaces, no, to be precise, the 4 great celestial palaces. The most mysterious of the 5 heavenly palace, the heavenly palace, did not send anyone. The prodigies of the heavenly human clan under the 4 heavenly palace, the core disciples of the heavenly palace, and the prodigies of the countless races in the universe, as well as those in the prime of their lives, had all come. It was unknown how many people there were, but at a rough glance, there were at least 100 million of them. 100 million might seem like a lot, but it was actually nothing. How big was the primitive universe? How many races were there? There were so many young geniuses from so many different races, as well as people in their prime. Hundreds of millions of them were really nothing to worry about. Right now, the door to the Taishang immortal city hasn't officially opened yet. Follow us in first. Once the door opens, you can enter through the door, a dignified voice rang out. It was a celestial venerate's command. No one dared to disobey. This time, more than one celestial venerate from the 4 heavenly palace had come. A little below these celestial venerates were people on the level of the Lord of Heaven. There were dozens of them. They were the first to fly towards the grand supreme immortal city, followed by the hundreds of millions of figures behind them. When they entered the Taishang immortal city, they immediately felt their cultivation being suppressed, making it difficult for them to utilize their strength. The only thing he could use was his physical strength. They were barely able to float in the air. They slowly approached the stairs and waited there. Yes, the demons of the dark universe have gathered and started a war with us. Suddenly, an Empyrean spoke. Of course, only the other celestial venerables and the Lord of Heaven could hear his voice. There were some things and secrets that ordinary people had no right to know. Humph, it must be those traitors who joined forces with the fiends to put pressure on us and force them to send people in. The other Empyrean snorted coldly, his expression ugly. It wasn't hard to guess such a method. What was difficult was how to deal with it. They had left some experts in the universe ruins. Now that the fiends were invading, they had to send a large number of experts to stop the fiends. Otherwise, the fiends would break through the defense line and kill their way into the primitive universe. The consequences would be very serious. They knew that this was a scheme of the traitors, but they had no way to stop it. This was an open conspiracy. They could only follow the other party and send experts to the dark universe to stop the fiends. Send reinforcements to the dark universe. A Lord of Heaven said. Soon, a portion of the top experts from the 4 heavenly palace left and went to the dark universe. Everyone, listen up. Then, a celestial venerate spoke. His voice spread throughout the place and rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at the celestial venerate at the same time. This time, the traitors will definitely participate in the trip to the Taishang immortal city. Send their young and middle-aged people in. Now, I'll give all of you a mission. The celestial venerate continued to speak. Everyone perked up and listened carefully. After entering the Taishang immortal city, as long as you see the traitors, kill them. Anyone who kills the traitors and comes out with evidence will be heavily rewarded by the heavenly palace. The celestial venerate said. We will do our best to kill the traitors and not let them return. Everyone shouted. Okay, there's another thing. Look. As he spoke, the celestial venerate waved his hand and 2 pictures appeared in the air. These 2 pictures were Lu Ming's past body and present body. Lu Ming and Mu Yun, if you kill either of them, I promise to promote you to the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. The celestial venerate said again. Whoosh, as soon as these words were said, it caused an uproar. Countless people's eyes were burning with greed. As long as they killed either Lu Ming or Mu Yun, they would be promoted to the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. This was an endless temptation. What were the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven? They were the top representatives of the heavenly palace. Only the top, most elite prodigies of the heavenly human tribe could be titled as the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. Now, there were less than 10 people in the 4 heavenly palace who could be titled as the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. Once they were titled as the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven, their status would be unimaginably high. Even the leaders of the top 10 races would have to be respectful when they saw them. Everyone would be tempted. Lu Ming and Mu Yun, I must kill them. Your lives are mine. The eyes of the top 100 prodigies on the universe prodigy list glinted sharply. Although the prodigies on the universe prodigy list were famous in the primitive universe and had an extraordinary status, compared to the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven, they were too far apart. Especially Gabbard, the peerless prodigy of the angel race. Mu Yun, you're mine. I must kill you. Gabbard roared in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably strong. Because of Ling Yue, Gabbard and Mu Yun had formed a great enmity. Back then, Mu Yun had challenged Gabbard in public and made a 1,000-year promise. There was no need to wait 1,000 years. Gabbard decided that once he saw Mu Yun this time, he would immediately kill him. What 1,000-year promise? How could it compare to the status of the Son of Heaven, not only the prodigies of the various races in the universe, but even the prodigies of the heavenly human tribe had blazing eyes as they stared at the two portraits of Lu Ming. There were many prodigies of the heavenly human tribe in the four heavenly palace, but there were less than 10 Son of Heaven and Daughter of Heaven. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to be titled as the Son of Heaven and Daughter of Heaven. It could be said that the Son of Heaven and Daughter of Heaven were the kings of the heavenly human tribe. Which heavenly human tribe didn't want to be titled? Everyone was silently chanting two names in their hearts, Lu Ming and Mu Yun. Yi Chu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya. Follow me. At this time, the Lord of Heaven called out 9 names in a row. After saying that, the heavenly venerate walked to the side, and then 9 young men and women of the heavenly human tribe stepped out and followed the heavenly venerate. It's them. After seeing these 9 people, many people were shocked. Because these 9 people were the 9 sons of heaven and daughters of heaven of the 4 heavenly palace. They stood at the peak of the heavenly human tribe and were extremely powerful. In the crowd, some people's eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit. These were the geniuses on the primitive universe prodigy list, especially the top 10 geniuses. The top 10 geniuses on the universe prodigy list were also the top geniuses in the universe, standing at the peak of countless geniuses. However, no one thought that the top 10 geniuses on the universe prodigy list could compare with the sons of heaven and daughters of heaven. They all thought that there was a big gap. They were all proud and arrogant people, so they naturally wanted to compare in their hearts. However, the other party's status was too high, so no one dared to challenge them. The 9 sons of heaven and daughters of heaven followed the heavenly master to the side. This time, no matter what, we must kill Lu Ming and Mu Yun. Remember, especially Mu Yun. The heavenly master emphasized again with a heavier tone. However, he said this to the 9 people through voice transmission, so the others couldn't hear him. Don't worry, heavenly master. Whether it's Lu Ming or Mu Yun, I will kill them both. A forbidden body must not be left alive. A square-faced genius from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. This person was called Yi Chu Tianji, an extremely terrifying existence. You still don't know. Let me tell you, Mu Yun and Lu Ming are the same person. The heavenly master said. The heavenly palace didn't spread the news that Lu Ming and Mu Yun were the same person. Now, only a few higher-ups knew about it. After all, this matter was very disgraceful. It could be said that Lu Ming had been playing the heavenly palace from beginning to end, but nothing had happened until now. This was an extremely shameful thing. What? The 9 sons of heaven and daughters of heaven were shocked and tongue-tied. Lu Ming and Mu Yun were actually the same person. This was really beyond their expectations. How can it be? Could it be that he alone controls 2 forbidden powers? Yi Chu Tianji said, somewhat in disbelief. It was unheard of for a single person to control 2 types of taboo energy. No, according to our speculations, Mu Yun and Lu Ming are the same person. At the beginning, it was Lu Ming who obtained the taboo strength from the dragon race's mother planet. Later on, he should have cultivated some sort of special cultivation method and cultivated Mu Yun, transferring the taboo strength to Mu Yun. Now, Lu Ming shouldn't have any taboo strength. Therefore, your main target is still Mu Yun. If you can capture him, capture him. If you can't, then kill him. If you don't want the forbidden power, then so be it. The celestial venerable warned. After what happened last time, they had a deeper understanding of this principle. That is, as long as one possessed a taboo body, they were all people who possessed great luck. If it wasn't for the fact that one couldn't kill such a person in an instant, a series of unforeseen events would occur. Just like Lu Ming last time, even though he was locked up in the heavenly prison, he still managed to escape. In the past, Fei Huang and the others also had similar experiences. Therefore, this time, he made a promise to the Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven and ordered everyone to kill Mu Yun. Since he couldn't obtain it, he could only destroy it. Yes, Lord Heavenly Sovereign, don't worry. This time, whether it's Mu Yun or Lu Ming, only death awaits them. That's right, and those traitors, they won't be able to return. The 9 Son of Heaven and Daughter of Heaven nodded solemnly, their killing intent cold. At this moment, on the barren continent in the ruins of the universe, Lu Ming and the others were waiting. Suddenly, 7 figures appeared out of thin air in the sky. Lord Source Venerate! Someone exclaimed softly. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the 7 figures that had suddenly appeared with burning gazes. These 7 figures were all Source Venerate level powerhouses. Source Venerates were at the origin realm. They controlled a certain source of the universe and coexisted with the universe, standing at the peak of the universe. It was also a realm that all cultivators yearned for. Countless people hoped that one day, they would be able to reach the origin realm and coexist with the universe. Such people were rarely seen, but now, 7 of them had appeared. Lu Ming also looked at the 7 people. Among the 7, Lu Ming knew 2 of them. One of them was Fei Huang, and the other was the 3rd demon sword. Next, we will set off for the Taishang Immortal City. I've told you all about the Taishang Immortal City. Here, I'll remind you that once you enter the Taishang Immortal City, the people from the Heavenly Palace will definitely be hunted down by our people, so it's still very dangerous after entering the Taishang Immortal City. However, this time, all the races in the universe will enter, and there are many races. Most of you, as long as you don't actively expose your identity and blend in with the other races, the people from the Heavenly Palace won't be able to find you. However, there are a few exceptions among you, such as the descendants of the primordial divine spirit, and some of the more famous geniuses, such as Cutting Che. Mu Yun, Chiu Yu, Wan Shen, you will definitely be the focus of the people from the Heavenly Palace, and it will be difficult to hide. Therefore, you should be more careful. Among the 7 Source Venerables, the one who spoke was Fei Huang. The others seemed to be inferior to Fei Huang in terms of status. Yes. Lu Ming and the others nodded in agreement. Fei Huang had named Lu Ming, Chiu Yu, Wan Shen, and the others. The others were the top geniuses from the Heaven Destroyer, and they enjoyed a reputation even in the Heavenly Palace. Now, I'll give you some time to completely memorize the life origin aura of your own people. Otherwise, when you enter the Taishang Immortal City, you won't be able to recognize your own people. This way, you can help each other at critical moments. Take the initiative to release your life origin aura. Begin. Fei Huang continued. Immediately, the hundreds of thousands of people who were about to enter the Taishang Immortal City released their life origin aura. Then, the others spread out their spiritual senses and memorized the life origin aura of everyone present. This way, when they entered the Taishang Immortal City, it would be easy for them to distinguish between their own people and those who weren't. Lu Ming also spread out his spiritual senses and scanned the area. At their level, their memory was too strong. They only needed 10 minutes to memorize the hundreds of thousands of different life origin auras. After everyone had memorized them, Fei Huang waved her hand, and a black lotus appeared in the sky and rapidly expanded. At the same time, the other 6 origin realm powerhouses also made their moves. A white-haired old man's forehead shone, and a large tree flew out and rapidly expanded. It became incomparably huge, and a single leaf was larger than a mountain. 3rd demon sword waved his hand, and a demon sword floated in the air and rapidly expanded. The sword's body was like a continent. The other origin realm powerhouses also took out their treasures, and they all became incomparably huge. Come up, we'll take you into the Immortal City. Fei Huang's voice rang out. Let's go. Everyone flew into the air, flying towards the treasures the reciprocity experts had taken out. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, and the others all flew towards the black lotus Fei Huang had summoned, landing on one of its petals. The lotus was just too large. A single petal was like a continent. Very soon, the treasures of the 7 Origin Realm experts were filled with people. "Rise!" Fei Huang called out gently. The black lotus trembled slightly, and in the next moment, it directly vanished from where it was. It passed through space and flew towards the desolate universe. Origin Realm experts were just too fast, so fast that it was indescribable. Greater shift, teleportation, and so on were nothing before the speed of Origin Realm experts. They traveled through space, and before long, they passed through the boundary between the ruins of the universe and the desolate universe, arriving in the desolate universe. Swish! Rivers of stars flashed past, and they arrived in the withered glory star domain very soon. Only now did they slow down. "Look, is that the Taishang Immortal City?" Someone suddenly cried out. Actually, there was no need for a reminder. Everyone had seen it. A huge city hovered at an unknown distance in front of him. The city gave off a hazy glow, giving off a sense of holiness. They could see it from afar. The city was just too large, and some of the stars seemed extremely insignificant beside it. "Traitors, how dare you try to encroach on the Taishang Immortal City? You deserve to die." At this moment, a shout rang out from outer space, causing the entire region to violently tremble. A few stars in the surroundings were directly extinguished. Swish, space ripped open, and a golden spear stabbed out, stabbing towards Lu Ming and the others. The spear was boundlessly large. Just the tip of the spear was as large as a star, and its length was immeasurable. Wherever the spear passed, everything was reduced to nothingness, reduced to chaos. Terrifying, utterly terrifying, this long spear gave people an incomparably terrifying feeling. "It's an Origin Realm expert." Lu Ming's eyes rapidly narrowed. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had already witnessed 2 clashes between Origin Realm experts. The first time was when Fei Huang activated her sovereign's heart and fought against an elderly celestial from the illusory Heavenly Palace. The second time was in the prison of the Heavenly Palace, where the 3rd demon sword fought with a celestial lord from the Heavenly Palace. As a result, as soon as he sensed the terrifying presence, he knew it was a reciprocity expert. This was because only existences at reciprocity could give off such a terrifying presence. Fei Huang didn't move, nor did she attack. On the other side, the 3rd demon sword shouted. His body emitted a domineering aura. A beam of sword light soared into the sky, breaking into the vast starry sky of the universe, and slashed out. The sword light was vast, and it was not any smaller than the golden spear. The 2 attacks collided with a dang sound. Then, the golden spear quickly retracted. There was no earth-shattering shockwave. It was clear that both sides had condensed their strength to the extreme. There was a feeling of returning to the real world. When they collided, there was not the slightest bit of energy that spread out. At the same time, they held back a little when they fought. This was because existences at reciprocity were just too terrifying. If they used their full strength, they could destroy galaxies one after another. That would be an earth-shattering battle, and it would also be a great disaster. It would lead to endless slaughter. As a result, unless it was a battle of life and death, existences at reciprocity would usually hold back a little when they fought. This was unless it was under special circumstances. For example, last time in the prison of the Heavenly Palace, in the ruins of the universe, or in some desolate star regions. Rip, space cracked open, and a figure appeared in the starry sky. This was a member of the heavenly human race, a very young member of the heavenly human race. He looked to be around 30 years old. He had a heroic appearance and a tall and sturdy figure. He wore a golden armor and held a golden spear in his hand. Of course, age could not be judged by appearance. This person was at reciprocity, so he was obviously not young. However, this person's age was definitely not too old. He was definitely much younger than the 2 celestial venerables from the Heavenly Palace that Lu Ming had seen last time. He pointed his spear at the 3rd demon sword and said coldly, "3rd demon sword, I've defeated you before. You actually managed to escape this time. That's fine too. If I could take you down once, I can do it again." Yellow Xingqiang, if it weren't for the sneak attacks from your celestial clan, would you have been able to take me down? Today, I'll see what you think you are. The third demon sword said coldly. With a wave of his hand, his black sword flew towards Fei Huang. The people on it all entered Fei Huang's black lotus. As for the third demon sword, he took a step forward. With every step he took, a demon sword appeared beneath his feet. Every step he took covered a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. Sword whistle, kill. The third devil sword let out a long howl and opened its mouth to spit out a black river from its mouth. This river was formed by countless demon swords, and it rushed towards Yellow Xingqiang. It was obvious that the third demon sword was stronger than when he first escaped. Obviously, he had recovered to his peak condition in the past few years. Humph, I could take you down in the past, and I can still do it now. Yellow Xingqiang snorted. His golden spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards the third demon sword. Clang! Clang, the two exchanged a few moves, but there was no clear winner. The two of them retreated and started fighting again. Their speed was too fast. In just a breath's time, they had exchanged more than 100 moves, but there was still no clear winner. Yellow Xingqiang, this is your strength? I haven't seen you for dozens of stellar years, but you haven't improved at all. I was trapped by you for dozens of stellar years, ha ha ha. In the battle, the third demon sword laughed loudly, his laughter full of mockery. You're courting death. Yellow Xingqiang roared and his attacks became more violent. He wanted to take down the third demon sword as soon as possible. The third demon sword's words stung him. Indeed, the third demon sword had been suppressed by the Heavenly Palace for many years. During this period, he couldn't cultivate. He had cultivated for dozens of stellar years more than the third demon sword, but now he couldn't take down the third demon sword. Didn't this prove that he was inferior to the third demon sword? He couldn't accept it. The two fought crazily, tearing apart the void and fighting in the dark space. Let's go there first, Fei Huang said. Then, with the other experts, they continued to rush towards the Taishang Immortal City. Should we stop them? In the Taishang Immortal City, several heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Palace were discussing. It's useless. This time, there are several troublesome traitors. Our experts are pinned down by the universe ruins and dark space. Even if we take action, we can't stop them. Another heavenly venerate said. Are we just going to let them send people into the Taishang Immortal City? A hot-tempered heavenly venerate snorted, very unhappy. End of chapter. So what if we let them enter the Taishang Immortal City? We just have to follow the plan. Even if they enter the Taishang Immortal City, they will only be hunted down by our people. After this battle, it's not a bad thing to let the rebels lose their middle strength. A heavenly venerate who looked more experienced and astute said. That's right. After getting rid of the rebels, these people who entered the Taishang Immortal City this time will have no successors. Let's see how they will fight against us in the future. Another heavenly venerate said coldly. Therefore, they didn't stop Fei Huang and the others. Fei Huang and the others smoothly entered the area covered by the light of the Taishang Immortal City. As soon as they entered the area, their power seemed to be sealed and they couldn't use it. Even Lu Ming's forbidden power was sealed. This made Lu Ming secretly shocked. The Taishang Immortal City was indeed a remnant of the last era. It was really mysterious and unpredictable. Just a ray of light was enough to seal his forbidden power. It was obvious how extraordinary it was. This power is indeed different from the power cultivated in the Eldritch universe now. Lu Ming secretly felt the light emitted by the Taishang Immortal City and sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at the incomparably huge door in front of him. Yes, it's this city. Little Qing entered through this gate. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. That's right. The last time he saw Xianxia being sucked away, it was this city and this door. At this moment, the stairs below the door were already densely packed with people rushing up the stairs to the door. The Taishang Immortal City was open. Countless geniuses and people in their prime under the control of the Heavenly Palace rushed up the stairs to the door. Some people had already rushed into the door and disappeared. Lu Ming and the others' arrival attracted a lot of attention. Cold gazes swept over Lu Ming and the others, full of murderous intent. The rebels are indeed here. Good, we'll kill to our heart's content. The people of the heavenly human tribe and many other races looked at Lu Ming and the others with cold murderous intent in their eyes. In their eyes, the lives of Lu Ming and the others were the shortcut for them to rise to the top. That's Mu Yun. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Mu Yun? Where is he? Over there, I see him. All eyes fell on Lu Ming and Lu Ming at the same time. At least a few tens of millions of eyes were burning, desire, greed, and strong murderous intent, as if they wanted to burn Lu Ming to ashes. Sure enough, it's Mu Yun. He's just a divine emperor. He's mine. Will to be. 2. Control, control, control. Countless eyes looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. If it weren't for the suppression of the Taisheng immortal city, some people would have rushed forward. Son of heaven or daughter of heaven. What kind of temptation was that? It was worth risking their lives for this goal. Looks like I'm very popular. Lu Ming smiled and looked very calm. It wasn't the first time he was targeted, so it didn't matter. He didn't mind sending those who wanted to die. Mu Yun. At this time, a loud shout was heard and a figure walked out of the crowd. The person was wearing a white robe and was very handsome. There were 12 white wings on his back. It's Gabbert. I heard that Gabbert and Mu Yun have a 1,000-year agreement. Suddenly, people started to talk about it. Lu Ming heard what they said. Gabbert? Lu Ming whispered as a wisp of killing intent burst out of his eyes. Mu Yun, you came at the right time. Didn't you want to challenge me back then? I'll wait for your challenge in the Taisheng immortal city. Gabbert said. The reason why he jumped out in a hurry and mentioned the battle back then was that he was afraid that Lu Ming would be snatched away by others. Of course, even if he mentioned it, others would attack without hesitation after seeing Lu Ming. I will kill you in the Taisheng immortal city. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. He, is that so? I hope you can live to see me. Gabbert smiled coldly and then didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked towards the stairs under the gate. The stairs were very large and the gate was also very large. On the stairs, a dense crowd was constantly rushing into the gate. Not long after, hundreds of millions of people rushed into the gate and disappeared. You guys should also set off. Fei Huang said to Lu Ming and the others. Let's go. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen and the others jumped down from the Black Lotus and rushed towards the stairs. There were a few heavenly venerables from the heavenly palace here but they didn't stop them. Here, their cultivation was suppressed and they couldn't do anything. They could only watch as Lu Ming and the others walked towards the gate. Hundreds of thousands of people followed the stairs and rushed towards the gate. There were Divine Lord Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Lord Realm and Divine Lord Realm. No matter what realm one was in, after stepping through the gate, they would automatically be divided into different levels according to their realm. Those in the Divine Emperor Realm and below would automatically enter the first level. Those in the Divine Emperor Realm would enter the second level. Those in the Divine Lord Realm would enter the third level. Soon, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon and the others stepped onto the stairs and arrived at the gate. Young master, you must be careful. Autumn Moon warned, her eyes filled with worry. Autumn Moon, Wan Shen and the others were all in the Divine Emperor Realm. After entering the Taisheng immortal city, they would enter the second level. Lu Ming was only in the Divine Emperor Realm. After entering, he would appear at the first level. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. You guys have to be careful. I'll find you at the second level soon. Lu Ming said. Young master, we'll meet at the second level. Autumn Moon nodded. Lu Ming, quickly come to the second level. Let's kill until those in the heavenly palace tremble in fear. Haha. Wan Shen laughed and patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Let's go. Lu Ming said. Then, he walked side by side with Autumn Moon and the others and stepped through the gate. With a flash of light, Lu Ming and the others disappeared through the gate. Lu Ming felt like he had passed through a wormhole. In the next moment, he found himself in a forest. He looked around and saw that there were huge trees around him. Some of them were as thick as mountains and had strong vitality. Swoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky and stood in the air. However, his expression changed immediately. This place gave him a feeling of being as heavy as a mountain. It was completely different from the chaotic universe. With Lu Ming's cultivation, every move he made in the chaotic universe could shatter the void. He could leap across countless stars with a single step. However, he felt an ancient aura here. It was extremely heavy and pressed down on him. It was the same feeling he had when he first entered the chaotic universe. Yes, it was the same feeling he had when he had just entered the primitive universe. According to Senior Fei Huang, the environment in the Grand Supreme Immortal City is very likely similar to the Great Desolate Continent of the previous era. It is of a higher level than the current Great Desolate Universe. Many thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. In this place, his speed, destructive power, and so on were many times weaker. Let's try the weapons. Lu Ming tried to control the mysterious ice rod and the zephyr pearl, but he gave up after a while. Because he couldn't control them. Senior Fei Huang said that the Taishang Celestial City inherited the rules and ultimacies of the universe from the last era. It is completely different from the current primitive universe. In the Taishang Celestial City, all the weapons and seals brought in will lose their effects. Lu Ming nodded and muttered to himself. The rules of the Taishang Immortal City were different from the primitive universe. It was completely isolated from the primitive universe. Therefore, the weapons and talismans outside were useless. It was different from the ruins of the universe. Even though the ruins of the universe were from the last era, they were connected to the primitive universe. After crossing the border of the primitive universe, one would enter the ruins of the universe. After so many years, the rules of the universe were gradually connected. Therefore, the weapons and talismans could be used in the ruins of the universe. In the Taishang Immortal City, those things couldn't be used. One could only rely on one's own strength. The environment of each floor of the Taishang Immortal City is different. The opportunities on each floor are also different. There are many treasures on the first floor that can quickly increase the strength of a divine emperor. However, I don't need them now. I need to find my own path and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. My main goal now is to find the Bodhi tree stump. Lu Ming knew what he needed to do next. The other Divine Emperors and Divine Emperors who entered the first floor were frantically looking for treasures to increase their cultivation. However, he didn't need them. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th Divine Emperor layer. Refining treasures was useless. He needed to find his own path and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. There was one place on the first floor that could help him, the Bodhi tree stump. Sitting on the Bodhi tree stump could greatly help one comprehend all kinds of secret techniques. I don't know where I am right now. Let's look around first. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. At the same time, a map appeared in his mind. 60 stellar years ago, Fei Huang and the others had entered the highest supreme immortal city. At the beginning, they were also on the first level. Fei Huang had explored many places in the first level. She had drawn a map of the places she had explored, recorded it in the Jade Talisman, and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was now looking for the Bodhi tree stump according to the map given by Fei Huang. What rich life essence! Lu Ming, who was flying, suddenly had a change of expression and descended. On a cliff, there was a stalk of grass that emitted an extremely rich life essence. A heavenly treasure. I'll keep it for now. I won't be able to use it, but I can give it to others in the future. Lu Ming pondered and flew over. He plucked the stalk of grass and put it away. Lu Ming continued to fly. Along the way, Lu Ming saw more than 10 stalks of various herbs. Each stalk emitted an extremely rich life essence. Lu Ming unceremoniously put them all away. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. So it's in this area. There's still a long way to go to the Bodhi tree stump. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. After many comparisons, he finally figured out where he was. The highest supreme immortal city was incomparably huge. The 3 levels inside were even more vast and boundless. He was still very far away from the Bodhi tree stump. In addition, this place severely affected his flying speed. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least half a month to fly to the area where the Bodhi tree stump was. However, the highest supreme immortal city would be open for 1,000 years. Half a month was not considered long. However, Lu Ming did not want to waste time. The cultivation environment in the highest supreme immortal city was too good. Everyone was crazily improving. If he wasted too much time, it would be difficult for him to catch up with the others. He had to break through to the celestial the arch realm in the shortest time possible and then enter the second level. If he wasted too much time, those who had entered the second level would improve every day. It would be even more difficult for him to enter the second level in the future. Moreover, most of his time would be spent on the origin source seed. Therefore, even if Lu Ming found any treasures later on, he would be too lazy to pick them to avoid wasting time. He flew with all his might in the direction of the Bodhi tree stump. People from the heavenly palace. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed two figures to the side. It was obvious that they were from the heavenly palace. He remembered all the people from the Heaven Destroyer. Two people from the heavenly palace. One was young, and the other looked to be in his 30s. Both of them were staring at Lu Ming with murderous intent. When they saw that Lu Ming was looking at them, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. They didn't dare attack. On the first level, people who were at or below the Godly Emperor layer were also at the Godly Emperor layer. Of course, they didn't dare attack Lu Ming. You're lucky. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He didn't chase them and continued flying. But on the way, from time to time, he would see people from the heavenly palace. There were also people from the heavenly human clan. Those people stayed far away from Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw them, they would quickly leave. Nobody attacked him. Are you watching me? Lu Ming smiled. He didn't care. On the first level, the strongest cultivator was only at the 9th Godly Emperor layer. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. He was at the top of the first level. Who would he be afraid of? He wasn't afraid of anyone. So what if they were watching him? He didn't care. He just wanted to get to the Bodhi tree stump as quickly as possible. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, a large number of people appeared in front of Lu Ming. There were at least 100 of them, blocking Lu Ming's way. You're finally here? Alright, I'll send you to hell, whispered Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Needless to say, those people were from the heavenly palace. Among them, there were 30 people from the heavenly human clan. The rest were from other clans. Some of them were young, while others were in their prime. The only thing they had in common was their chi. They were all cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Indeed, those people were all cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Apparently, they knew that Lu Ming's combat power was very strong. Therefore, they had sent geniuses who were at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm and had powerful combat power. Mu Yun, your life is mine. In the crowd, a golden-haired young man sneered. His gaze was gloomy and fiery as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at the man. Apparently, the young man was the leader of the heavenly human tribe, and the others were surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. Beside the young man, there was an old acquaintance of Lu Ming. Yi Yu. Yi Yu is a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe, and he was standing beside the young man. It could be seen how extraordinary this young man was. Yi Yu, I heard that you were defeated by this kid? The young man in the lead laughed and said to Yi Yu. Yi Yu's face was ugly as he stared at Lu Ming, wishing he could crush Lu Ming into ashes. Yi Chu Fengqing, don't underestimate Mu Yun. His combat strength is extremely shocking. Yi Yu reminded. I won't do it myself. The young man in the lead, named Yi Chu Fengqing, laughed and then looked at Lu Ming greedily. Attack together, don't let this kid escape. Then, Yi Chu Fengqing gave the order. Kill, this kid is mine. As soon as Yi Chu Fengqing's voice fell, hundreds of experts rushed toward Lu Ming. The combat strength of these people was extremely shocking, including those in the prime of their lives. Their combat strength was far beyond their peers, and the power of hundreds of people attacking together was terrifying. After the hundreds of people attacked, Yi Chu Fengqing, Yi Yu, and a few other top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe also attacked. They mixed in the crowd and launched their strongest attacks. Do you think I'll escape? Lu Ming had a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. Would he escape in a battle of the same level? What a joke, boom! Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light, like a burning flame, and many secret techniques were activated at the same time. Lu Ming threw out a few punches in succession, and a few fist forces rushed out. Wherever they passed, all the attacks were instantly destroyed, and the fist forces did not stop and continued to attack those people. Bam! 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 Wherever the fist forces passed, those people exploded one by one. At least 30 people were killed by Lu Ming in a breath's time. Unstoppable, truly unstoppable. These so-called geniuses were completely unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies tensed up as they crazily erupted with power. However, this time, he didn't attack Lu Ming. Instead, he retreated. They had never imagined that Lu Ming's battle prowess would actually be this powerful. It was truly too terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body instantly rushed forward and blasted out a few more punches. This time, the target was Yichu, Fengqing, Yi Yu, and the other top geniuses. The space here was extremely stable, and it was difficult to tear it apart. In this way, the friction between the fist force and the space caused a terrifying explosion, and it looked even more shocking. Even before the fist energy arrived, the terrifying energy had already caused Yichu, Fengqing, and the others to be unable to breathe properly. Not good. At this moment, Yichu, Fengqing, and the others' hearts were trembling. In that instant, Yichu Fengqing knew that he was definitely no match for Lu Ming. At this moment, he felt a fatal crisis. Heavenly punishment! Yichu Fengqing roared. A sword light condensed in his hand. This sword light was formed by one of the 4 strongest heavenly forces, the heavenly punishment power. And judging by the level of its power, it was much more powerful than Yi Yu's heavenly punishment power. This person is able to fight across about 7 levels in the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Divine Emperor realm, to be able to fight someone who was 7 levels higher than him was definitely a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. Even Yi Yu could only fight across 6 levels. Apart from the heavenly human tribe, the strongest race in the universe that Lu Ming had seen could only fight across 5 levels. If he had encountered others at the same level, no one would be a match for Yichu Fengqing. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming, so he had to fight with his life. Heavenly punishment! Heavenly punishment! Yi Yu and the other top geniuses also roared and used the 4 strongest heavenly forces. Although their control was far inferior to Yichu Fengqing's, they still had the ability to fight across 6 levels. A total of 5 top heavenly human tribe geniuses used the strongest heavenly forces, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. Boom! Boom! Everything in the Taishang Immortal City was too stable. Even with their destructive power, they could only create a 12-meter-wide pit. Then, the 5 figures retreated rapidly. It was Yichu Fengqing and the other 4. Their bodies were pushed back tens of thousands of meters. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were pale. They had already been severely injured by the previous attack. Even the strongest heavenly forces were instantly defeated by Lu Ming. You're not dead. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength. Lu Ming mumbled. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. More secret skills and forbidden energy burst out. Lu Ming pushed his combat strength to the extreme. He had not used his full strength before. Otherwise, Yichu Fengqing and the others would not have just been injured. Set up the array, set up the array. At this moment, Yichu Fengqing screamed crazily. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with fear. He was really scared. He rarely felt scared when fighting against people of the same level, but he was really scared now. He was afraid of being killed by Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 The heavenly human tribe members gathered around Yichu Fengqing and Yi Yu. There were originally more than 30 heavenly human tribe members. A few of them were killed by Lu Ming, so there were still 29 of them left. The 29 heavenly human tribe members gathered together and their auras formed a resonance. Their auras intertwined and formed a huge figure. Array. Is this an array unique to the heavenly human tribe? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Obviously, the people of the other tribes did not participate in setting up the array. This was obviously an array unique to the heavenly human tribe and was related to their bloodline. Then let me see what's so special about the heavenly human tribe's array. Lu Ming shouted softly and took a step forward. He was like an ancient giant beast walking. With every step he took, there was an explosion in the void. At the same time, Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed in the void. This was one of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Divine Spear Art. The Great Divine Spear Art was formed by the forbidden energy. It contained many ancient secret skills such as the Great Art of Destruction, the Great Art of Aurora, and the Great Art of Shattering. Boom, the long spear became incomparably huge and then stabbed toward Yechu Fengqing and the others. Kill! Yechu Fengqing roared. He was the core of the array and activated it with all his might. They condensed into a huge figure. It looked like a huge heavenly human. It held a golden battle sword in its hand and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Clang, the attacks of the two sides collided and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Countless forces rushed in all directions. In the violent shock wave, Lu Ming's body swayed and he took a few steps back. However, Yechu Fengqing and the others also retreated. Yechu Fengqing and the others retreated at the same time as Lu Ming. They were on par with each other. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After the heavenly human tribesmen joined forces to set up the array, their combat strength had indeed soared. Lu Ming had already pushed his combat strength to the extreme, reaching the level where he could fight across 9 levels, but he was still blocked by his opponents. Lu Ming was surprised, but he did not know that Yechu Fengqing and the others were even more shocked. They were well aware of how extraordinary the array they had set up was. However, they could not do anything to Lu Ming. Is this the forbidden body? His combat strength is indeed terrifying. Some people's hearts trembled, feeling envy, jealousy, and hatred. Mu Yan's forbidden body was not a secret. Many top geniuses in the heavenly palace knew about it, but few knew that Lu Ming and Mu Yan were the same person. Let us break your array, Lu Ming said and continued to step forward. He swept out his long spear and attacked Yechu Fengqing and the others. Attack! Yechu Fengqing shouted. They continued to control the array and fought Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Next, they continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. During this time, Lu Ming tried to use the battle formula, but it was a pity that he could not increase his combat strength. The limit of the Divine Emperor realm was that he could only fight across 9 levels. No matter how many tricks he had, he could not surpass that limit. Now, Lu Ming did not need to activate the fight formula to reach the level where he could fight across 9 levels. After activating the fight formula, his combat ability would not increase. Fighting across 9 levels is the limit of the Divine Emperor realm. When I reach the Divine Emperor realm, this limit will be lifted. I must reach the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible, Lu Ming murmured to himself. The limit of fighting across 9 levels was only for the Divine Emperor realm. Once he reached the Divine Emperor realm, this limit would disappear and his combat strength would be even stronger. The two sides continued to fight. Those who were not from the heavenly human tribe had long left as they knew that this was not something they could interfere with. The two sides exchanged more than 100 blows, but there was no clear winner. Retreat! At this time, Yechu Fengqing roared, giving the order to retreat. He felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, but he had no choice. That was because he was already injured. Although he had set up a formation and its power had increased greatly, if the battle continued for a long time, it would be very disadvantageous for them. If their injuries were not healed for a long time, it might affect their foundation. Therefore, he decided to temporarily retreat. Go! The 29 heavenly human tribe powerful beings slowly retreated while maintaining the spell formation. Retreated? Didn't you want to kill me? Is that all you've got? Lu Ming sneered, a look of great disappointment on his face. Yechu, Fengqing, Yiyu, and the others nearly vomited blood. Their faces were ashen, but there was nothing they could do to Lu Ming, so they could only retreat. Brat, just you wait. It won't be long before I bring your head back. I will step over your corpse to become the son of heaven. Yechu Fengcheng roared in his heart as he continued to maintain his retreating posture. Lu Ming gave chase for a while and then stopped. He did not continue the chase. This was because he could not do anything to them if he continued to chase. After the formation was set up, their combat strength was not weaker than his. Moreover, he did not want to waste time. He wanted to get to the Bodhi tree stump as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, Yechu Fengcheng and the others disappeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to fly in the direction of the Bodhi tree stump. In another direction, Yechu Fengcheng and the others flew continuously for a few million miles before stopping. Damn Mu Yun, you despicable bastard, I will tear you to pieces, Yechu Fengcheng kept roaring in his heart, his eyes were extremely ferocious. Yechu Fengcheng, what should we do now? Yi Yu asked. Yechu Fengcheng's talent was stronger than his, and his status in the heavenly human tribe was also higher than his. Therefore, for Yechu Fengcheng's face, he had to pretend to ask Yechu Fengcheng. Even though he already had an idea in his heart. Send someone to secretly observe Mu Yun's movements. As for us, look for natural treasures and break through to the Emperor God realm as soon as possible. Mu Yun will definitely die then. Yechu Fengcheng said coldly. Although he was furious, he did not lose his composure. He already had a plan in his heart. This is the only way now. Yi Yu nodded. Yechu Fengcheng's plan was the same as his. There were many natural treasures in the Taishang Immortal City, many of which were very useful to them. Their cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th Divine Emperor realm, and they were not too far away from the Emperor God realm. As long as they combined the natural treasures here, they would be able to quickly break through the bottleneck and reach the Emperor God realm. Once they reached the Emperor God realm, it would be easy to kill Mu Yun. Immediately, they began to prepare to break through to the Emperor God realm. Lu Ming continued to fly toward the Bodhi tree stump. After that, nothing unexpected happened. With Lu Ming's fighting strength, he was not afraid of anyone on the first floor. Although there were many people under the control of the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming had encountered many people along the way. These people all wanted to kill Lu Ming and become the son or daughter of Heavenly Palace. Many people also tried to kill him and used all kinds of methods. However, Lu Ming defeated all of them quickly and killed them. Along the way, he had encountered 6 assassination attempts and 5 encirclements. Lu Ming had defeated all of them. In total, more than 209th Divine Emperor realm cultivators had died at Lu Ming's hands. Of course, there were no geniuses like Yi Yu. Because of the encirclement, Lu Ming had been delayed for a while. He arrived at the Bodhi tree stump 2 days later than he had expected. That's the Bodhi tree stump. It's too big, isn't it? Lu Ming looked to the front and could not help widening his eyes in shock. There was indeed a tree stump in front of him. However, it was too big. It stood on the ground like a continent. The tree roots were like incomparably huge mountain ranges. They were rooted in the ground like gods lying there. Even from a distance, he could feel an ancient and desolate qi. It was as if an invincible being was sitting there cross-legged. Lu Ming saw that there were already some people sitting cross-legged on the ordinary tree stump. They seemed to be comprehending something. Lu Ming flew over. When he got closer, he realized that the Bodhi tree stump was too big. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror. This should have been a complete Bodhi tree. It seems to have been cut down by someone, Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming landed on the Bodhi tree stump and saw another shocking scene. In the center of the Bodhi tree stump, there was a figure sitting cross-legged there. Most importantly, this figure was not real. It seemed to be illusory. It was faintly discernible. His hair was disheveled and he was extremely huge. Just sitting there, he was 10,000 zhang tall and emitted an incomparably powerful qi. End of chapter. The towering figure at the center of the Bodhi tree stump exuded a powerful and ancient aura. It was as if it had traveled through time to appear there. It's just a shadow. Is it an expert from the last era? Did he leave a mark here? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It had been a long time since. The last era. It was unimaginably long. If it was really a mark left behind by an expert from the previous era who had comprehended the Tao here, then the cultivation of the owner of the mark would be unimaginably high. Lu Ming's arrival immediately attracted the attention of those who had been cultivating on the Bodhi tree stump. There were about 100 people. These people cast their gazes toward Lu Ming. It's him, Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. Very good. Without exception, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. If they killed Lu Ming, they would be crowned as the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. That was too tempting. Even though many people knew that Lu Ming was powerful, they still couldn't control their greed. Die. Some people's eyes were bloodshot as if they had lost their minds due to greed. They directly charged at Lu Ming. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. When one person acted, the others followed suit. Only a few people were rational and didn't rush to act. The others all charged at Lu Ming. We were cultivating on our own. Unfortunately, you want to die. I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Lu Ming whispered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bang, Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like a beam of light as he charged at a young genius. Fast, too fast, Lu Ming's body flashed like a beam of light. Then, blood splattered everywhere. The young genius of the 9th godly emperor layer was beheaded. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't accept it. He was a peerless genius, one of the candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. He had a chance to compete for the Universe Young Geniuses list in the future. Yet, he had been killed just like that. His lofty aspirations instantly vanished into thin air. Lu Ming didn't care that he had just killed one of the candidates for the Universe Genius list. In fact, he had already killed more than 10 geniuses of this level along the way. After killing this person, Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He continued to kill other people. On the Bodhi tree stump, an aurora flashed incessantly. Every time it flashed, it meant that someone had been killed. In a breath's time, Lu Ming had attacked more than 50 times. More than 50 experts had fallen at Lu Ming's hands. This time, the others finally calmed down. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads, extinguishing the flames of greed in their hearts. This person is too strong, retreat quickly. This person is a demon. The remaining people retreated frantically, not daring to attack Lu Ming. Although the position of son of heaven or daughter of heaven was very tempting, the difference between them and Lu Ming was too great. Going up was just throwing away their lives. What was the use of status if they lost their lives? The dozen or so people who hadn't attacked were also sweating profusely. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't attacked just now. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. In the blink of an eye, those who had attacked just now all fled. Only the dozen or so people who hadn't attacked were left. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the dozen or so people like lightning. He said in a cold voice, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram." The dozen or so people's expressions changed. Mu Yun, this Bodhi tree stump is so big that it's enough for tens of thousands of people to comprehend at the same time. Aren't you being too overbearing by chasing us away and monopolizing this place? A burly man shouted. That's right, you can't be too overbearing. Another young man also shouted. 3. Lu Ming counted down coldly. The dozen or so people's expressions turned even uglier. Mu Yun, don't go too far. Someone shouted. So what if I go too far? Those who want to die can stay. 2. Lu Ming continued to count down. These people were ridiculous. They had clearly revealed their killing intent and wanted to attack Lu Ming. However, they were a little more cautious and deliberately delayed their attacks. Did they think that Lu Ming couldn't see through them? Lu Ming was already being merciful by chasing them away instead of killing them directly. Let's go. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to count to 1, these people didn't dare to stay any longer. They rushed in all directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After these people left, Lu Ming's gaze turned to the figure in the center of the Bodhi tree stump. Then, he stepped forward and walked toward the figure. The figure looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s. His hair was disheveled and he sat there as if he was comprehending some kind of great Tao. His figure was faintly discernible and there was a mysterious aura coming from him. Lu Ming seemed to be fascinated and kept walking toward the figure. Slowly, Lu Ming approached the figure and then sat down cross-legged next to the figure. In an instant, Lu Ming felt that he had fallen into a strange state. At this moment, it was as if the great Tao of the world had taken the initiative to appear in his mind. Lu Ming immediately figured out many problems that he couldn't figure out. This feeling was very similar to the feeling that the primordial divine voice gave him, but there were also some differences. Under the influence of the primordial divine voice, one would comprehend all kinds of secret techniques very quickly. However, in this place, not only could it help one comprehend secret techniques, it could also help one comprehend the great Tao. In Lu Ming's mind, his past experiences and all the magical powers and secret skills that he had cultivated in the past flashed across his mind. Then, they gradually faded and became blurry. Afterward, a mysterious feeling rose again. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He knew that this mysterious feeling was very likely the path that he wanted to take. It was his unique path. As long as he grasped it and comprehended it, he would be able to walk his own path, break through the bottleneck, and become an emperor god. He wanted to grasp it, but it was just a mysterious feeling. It was like a dream. He couldn't grasp it no matter how hard he tried. Lu Ming knew that he couldn't rush it. To be able to find this feeling so quickly was already a huge improvement. This feeling was similar to inspiration. In other places, no matter how hard one tried, no matter how much time one spent, it would be difficult to find such inspiration. But here, he was able to find it in an instant. This showed how mysterious the Bodhi tree stump was. Lu Ming knew that he couldn't rush it. As long as he grasped this feeling and slowly comprehended it, he would eventually be able to see the clear sky. Lu Ming calmed down and meditated. Time flew by. Soon, a year had passed. During this year, there were naturally people who came and saw Lu Ming. When these people saw that Lu Ming was cultivating, they naturally wanted to kill Lu Ming. However, they couldn't get close to Lu Ming at all. Before they could get close to Lu Ming, they were suppressed by the aura emitted by the figure in the center of the Bodhi tree stump. Moreover, Lu Ming also paid attention to the situation outside. These people naturally couldn't deal with Lu Ming. After a year of cultivation, Lu Ming had made great progress. Initially, he only had a mysterious feeling about the path that he wanted to take. It was as if there were layers of fog in front of him, blocking his eyes and making it difficult for him to see the truth. But now, after a year of cultivation, Lu Ming had already peeled away some of these layers of fog. The path ahead was much clearer. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to comprehend his own secret skill and walk his own path. During that time, many of the geniuses who had come from the outside had made great progress. Especially those who had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor. Layer. After entering the supreme celestial city, they had used the treasures there to advance by leaps and bounds. Many of them had broken through to the great supreme god layer. For example, Yichu Fengqing, Yi Yu, and the others. A powerful qi emerged from a tall mountain. A silhouette rose up in the air, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. It was Yichu Fengqing. At that moment, his qi was many times stronger than before. His strength dashed to the skies. It was terrifying. He had broken through to the first great supreme god layer. I finally broke through to the first great supreme god layer. Mu Yun, let's see how you'll die this time. Shouted Yichu Fengqing furiously. His eyes were filled with murder. Congratulations, Prince Fengqing, you've broken through to the great supreme god layer. You'll soon become the son of heaven. A few burly heavenly human tribe cultivators flew over and bowed respectfully. At the same time, they also began to flatter him. Yichu Fengqing smiled and said, I want you to pay attention to Mu Yun's whereabouts. Do you have any news? Yes, Mu Yun has been practicing cultivation at the Bodhi tree for the past year. Replied a strong man. He hasn't broken through, right? Asked Yichu Fengqing. No, he hasn't done anything. Replied a strong man. Very good. I've heard that it's extremely difficult to break through to the next great supreme god layer. That little boy must have reached a bottleneck. You and the others are about to break through to the next great supreme god layer. When they break through to the next great supreme god layer, we'll kill Mu Yun together and let him live for a few more days," said Yichu Fengcheng coldly. In the last battle, he had been beaten up by Lu Ming to the point that he was a little scared. He had no confidence in himself. Even though he had broken through, he still didn't dare to charge over alone. He wanted to wait for the others to break through to the God Emperor realm before charging over together. That way, if anything were to happen, they would be able to set up an array formation and be in an invincible position. A large number of heavenly humans and heavenly palace geniuses had gathered in this area, as well as some heavenly soldiers. Every few days, someone would break through to the God Emperor realm. 3 months later, more than 60 of them had broken through to the Emperor God realm. As for the others, they failed to break through. One had to admit that the environment of the Supreme Immortal City was simply too good. If they were outside, it would be impossible for so many of them to break through to the God Emperor realm. Even if these people were all geniuses, their breakthroughs shouldn't have been that high. It wasn't easy to break through to the Great Supreme God layer. Most people were stuck at the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Therefore, when the Grand Supreme Immortal City appeared, it shook the entire primitive universe. Almost all the geniuses had entered. If they didn't enter the Grand Supreme Immortal City, their cultivation would be surpassed by others. It would be difficult for them to catch up. More than 60 people had broken through to the God Emperor realm. This made Yichu Fengcheng very confident. "Let's go to the Bodhi tree stump. Kill Mu Yun, then break through the void and enter the second level." Yichu Fengcheng gave the order. In the first level, Yichu Fengcheng had the highest status in the heavenly palace. Naturally, the others listened to him. A group of people flew toward the Bodhi tree stump in a mighty manner. More than 10 days later, they arrived at the Bodhi tree stump. "Mu Yun, that brat, is really here." Yichu Fengcheng looked at the Bodhi tree stump with cold killing intent in his eyes. The others were the same. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Lu Ming as if he was a precious treasure. "These guys are here." Lu Ming was cultivating on the Bodhi tree stump, but he could still sense Yichu Fengcheng and the others' arrival. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. This was the crucial period of his cultivation. The fog in front of him was getting thinner and thinner. He was also getting clearer of the path he had to take. But he was still a little bit away from completely breaking through. Yichu Fengcheng and the others had come at the wrong time. "Forget it. Continue cultivating." Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he continued to comprehend. At the same time, all kinds of defensive ancient secret techniques were activated. For example, the Great Defense Technique, layers of light shields, and tortoise shells appeared and enveloped Lu Ming. "Humph. So what if you have a good defense? You're still going to die. Let's attack together and kill Mu Yun." Yichu Fengcheng's cold voice sounded as he rushed toward the Bodhi tree stump. The others followed closely behind Yichu Fengcheng. They flew up the Bodhi tree stump and rushed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Before they arrived, attacks were already flying toward Lu Ming. However, the figure in the center of the Bodhi tree stump was emitting a mysterious aura. Before these attacks could reach Lu Ming, they automatically dissipated upon contact with the aura emitted by the figure. How is this possible? Could this figure be left behind from the last era? Yichu Fengcheng was shocked. A figure left behind from the last era. I don't know how long it has been dead. How dare you try to stop me? Heavenly punishment, break! Yichu Fengcheng shouted and activated the heavenly punishment. A sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. However, the situation was the same as before. Before the sword gleam condensed by the power of heavenly punishment could get close to Lu Ming, it was melted by the aura emitted by the figure and disappeared without a trace. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without causing any ripples. How is this possible? How can one of the strongest heavenly energy of my clan be dissolved so easily? Yichu Fengcheng shouted in disbelief. He found it hard to accept the situation. The power of the heavenly punishment was one of the 4 strongest powers of the heavenly human tribe. It was invincible and there was nothing it could not destroy. However, before it could even get close, it had been dissolved. This was a huge blow to his confidence. Heavenly punishment. Heavenly annihilation. On the side, Yechu Fengqing and the others did not believe it and also attacked. The heavenly punishment and heavenly annihilation blasted toward Lu Ming. However, the result was the same as Yechu Fengqing. Before they could get close to Lu Ming, they automatically dissolved. This was a huge blow to the people of the heavenly human tribe. This was the strongest force of the heavenly human tribe. How could it be so useless? The cultivation of the owner of this figure is too strong. That's why he can dissolve our power. It's not that our clan's supreme power is too weak. Since our attacks can't get close, we'll go over personally and close the distance. Yechu Fengqing was a peerless genius after all. He quickly calmed down and gave the order. Yechu Fengqing and the others stopped attacking Lu Ming. Instead, they rushed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to close the distance between them and attack again. More than 60 people rushed towards Lu Ming. They were all experts who had broken through to the Emperor God realm. However, when they were a certain distance away from Lu Ming, they felt a pressure. This pressure came from the figure under the Bodhi tree. This pressure caused the speed of these people to slow down. Continue. Yechu Fengqing shouted and continued to rush towards Lu Ming. However, although these people had reached the first layer of the Emperor God realm, their strength differed. For example, when they were in the Divine Emperor realm, the weakest could only fight across 2 levels. The strongest, Yechu Fengqing, could fight across 7 levels. The difference in strength was huge. Therefore, some of the weaker ones slowed down the most. They were already struggling. However, Yechu Fengqing and the others were not affected. They were still very fast. As the crowd moved forward, the difference in strength became more obvious. The weaker ones became slower and slower. In the end, some of them stopped and could not move forward. Slowly, only a few people continued to move forward. After a few minutes, only 5 people were still able to move forward. These 5 people were Yechu Fengqing, Yechu Yu, and the other strongest geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. When they were in the Divine Emperor realm, they could fight across 6 levels. Although they were under great pressure, they could still bear it. They kept moving forward. Soon, they were less than 10 meters away from Lu Ming. This distance was already within the range of Lu Ming's defense. Mu Yun, die! Yechu Fengqing shouted and attacked aggressively. The power of the heavenly punishment was aimed at Lu Ming. At the same time, Yechu and the other 3 also attacked. They were all using the strongest heavenly punishment. The terrifying attack whistled and rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fight back. It was a crucial moment for him to cultivate. Come, let me borrow your attack and your threat to break through in one fell swoop, Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes revealing a ferocious look. Yechu, Fengqing, and the others had already reached the God Emperor realm. Their battle prowess had increased tremendously, and they posed a fatal threat to Lu Ming. Their combat strength was enough to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to borrow the threat of others to stimulate his own potential. Then, with the help of the Bodhi tree stump and the primordial God stone, he would be able to break through and pave his own path. Boom 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 boom, 5 consecutive explosions rang out as 5 attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. The layers of defense on Lu Ming's body continued to shatter. Yechu, Fengqing, and the others were originally peerless monstrous geniuses with strong battle prowess. Now that they had broken through to the God Emperor realm, their battle prowess had completely surpassed Lu Ming's. The layers of defense on Lu Ming's body were torn apart one after another. More than 200 layers of defense were torn apart by Yechu, Fengqing, and the others. The terrifying power bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was sent flying, sliding a few thousand miles away. There were a few big holes in his body. It was tattered, his bones and flesh were flying everywhere, and fresh blood was flowing. It was a horrible sight to behold. Obviously, this move had severely injured Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. As long as all of his cells were not destroyed, he would be fine. However, Yechu, Fengqing, and the others were overjoyed. Mu Yun is severely injured. He's dead for sure. Yechu, Fengqing's eyes were bright and filled with joy. It was as if he could already see the day when he would be crowned as the Son of Heaven. Mu Yun, die! Yechu, Fengqing roared. He took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming alone. Lu Ming was already severely injured. Naturally, he had to do the last move himself. Only then would he be able to take all the credit. Soon, he approached Lu Ming again. However, at this moment, there was no panic in Lu Ming's eyes. There was only surprise. Yes, surprise. At the moment of life and death, he finally understood. He peeled away the fog and saw his path clearly. He had finally comprehended a secret technique that belonged to him. Breakthrough! Lu Ming growled. His body emitted a dazzling light as if he had turned into a spear. Since he started cultivating, most of the weapons he used were spears. Therefore, when he was comprehending his secret technique, he subconsciously used the spear as the foundation. The secret technique he comprehended was similar to spear techniques. Whoosh, an incomparably sharp spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the sky. It also pierced through Lu Ming's bottleneck. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura was incomparably powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was no longer the aura of a divine emperor. It belonged to a divine emperor. Breakthrough! Lu Ming finally broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the divine emperor realm after comprehending his own secret technique. Once he broke through to the divine emperor realm, power constantly emerged from the depths of Lu Ming's body. The injuries on Lu Ming's body healed at an astonishing speed. Boom! Lu Ming threw out a punch. A destructive force crushed out and collided with Yichu Fengqing's attack. Yichu Fengqing's attack instantly dissipated. Breakthrough? How is this possible? Yichu Fengqing roared. Lu Ming had clearly not broken through just now. Then, he was severely injured by them and looked like he was about to die. A person who was about to die had suddenly broken through to the divine emperor realm. Who would believe it? I let you guys go last time. Now that you're acting recklessly again, I'll get rid of you completely. Lu Ming said coldly. His body was filled with cold killing intent. He took a step forward and quickly closed in on Yichu Fengqing. Boom, another punch was thrown out. Vast and boundless power crushed towards Yichu Fengqing. The terrifying power caused Yichu Fengqing's pupils to shrink rapidly. The power of this punch was not something he could withstand. Lu Ming had just broken through and his strength was already above him. Yichu Fengqing frantically retreated to the side of Yu and the others. He roared, "Let's attack together. Heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment." Yichu Fengqing, Yu, and the others frantically attacked and collided with Lu Ming's fist force. However, the result was that they were pushed back and coughed up blood. I've just broken through and my strength has yet to reach the peak. What a pity. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had just broken through and his cultivation was still rising. Hence, the move just now had only injured Yichu Fengqing and the others. It did not kill them. Retreat, retreat quickly. Set up a formation to kill this brat. He has just broken through and his cultivation is still unstable. Yichu Fengqing roared. He retreated with Yu and the others to join the other divine emperors of the heavenly human tribe. During this period, they had gathered more heavenly human tribe experts. There were more than 60 people who had broken through to the divine emperor realm. Half of them were from the heavenly human tribe. There were a total of 32 people. This was more than the 29 people who had set up the formation to deal with Lu Ming previously. 32 people, all of whom had broken through to the divine emperor realm. After setting up the formation, its power was even more terrifying. After these few times, Yichu Fengqing was already afraid of Lu Ming. Therefore, when he realized that the situation was not right, he immediately formed a battle formation and wanted to use his strongest power to kill Lu Ming. The 32 heavenly human tribe cultivators of the first great supreme god layer intertwined with each other and condensed into a giant figure. That figure held a battle sword and charged towards Lu Ming. That sword contained 3 kinds of heavenly strength, heavenly punishment, and heavenly extermination. Come. Lu Ming stepped forward. His body was emitting a dazzling light like a burning flame. He punched out, and a huge fist energy containing destructive power blasted toward the huge figure formed by the heavenly human tribe's array formation. The fist energy collided with the battle sword. There was a loud explosion and the battle sword was blocked. Lu Ming's fist energy was dispersed and he was pushed back a few steps. Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage in this move. After all, he had just broken through. Yi Chu Fengqing and the others were overjoyed when they saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. That's right. This boy has just broken through and his fighting strength is not strong. Let's kill him in one go. Yi Chu Fengqing shouted. The 32 heavenly human tribe cultivators activated the formation and rushed towards Lu Ming. The giant figure waved its battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! They exchanged a few more blows and Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. Yi Chu Fengqing and the others were even more confident. They attacked with all their strength and wanted to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. Let's try the battle formula. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage but he was not worried at all. He still had trump cards that he had not used yet. For example, the battle formula. When he was at the Divine Emperor realm, he could only use his fighting strength that was 9 levels higher than him. Therefore, even if he used the battle formula, his fighting strength would not increase. However, it was different now. Now that he had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, the Divine Emperor realm's restriction had disappeared. He should be able to use more strength. In an instant, the battle formula was activated. Boom! Lu Ming's body surged with an even stronger power. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out continuously with both fists. Streams of fist energy shot out like meteors toward the heavenly human tribe's array formation. This time, the situation was completely different from before. The terrifying fist force smashed apart the sword radiance condensed from the celestial clan's formation, blasting the enormous figure until its body trembled and its radiance dimmed. As for Yi Chu, Fengqing, and the others, their bodies shook violently as they retreated. They felt the blood in their bodies churning, and they almost vomited blood. Their eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? What's going on? How did his battle prowess suddenly soar? Yi Chu Fengqing roared hysterically. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. It was the same for Yi Yu and the others. Lu Ming had clearly exerted all of his strength before, so why did his current strength soar again? You can't even understand such a simple logic? In the Divine Emperor realm, crossing 9 levels is the limit. I was limited. Now that I've broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, the limit has been lifted. Of course, I'm stronger. Do you understand? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. The reason why he explained it was that he wanted to attack Yi Chu Fengqing and the others, hoping that there would be a flaw in the array formation. As expected, when Yi Chu Fengqing and the others heard Lu Ming's words, they were all shocked and incredulous. Impossible, this is impossible. Yi Chu Fengqing seemed to have suffered a huge blow and yelled crazily. He found it hard to believe and accept. What did Lu Ming say? His battle prowess was limited when he was at the Divine Emperor realm. He had reached the point where he could fight across 9 levels and still be limited. 9 levels was already the limit. Who could reach that point? Yi Chu Fengqing had reached the point where he could fight across 7 levels and was known as a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe. There weren't many of them even in the entire heavenly human tribe. In the universe, those who had reached the point where they could fight across 4 levels were known as peerless geniuses and were candidates for the universe genius list. However, Lu Ming had reached the point where he could fight across 9 levels, but that wasn't the limit. Because he was limited, it was difficult for him to unleash his strongest battle prowess. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. The blow they had received was too great. Under the shock of Yi Chu Fengqing and the others, a flaw naturally appeared in the array formation. The enormous figure shuddered for a moment before its light dimmed. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough for Lu Ming. The Heavenly Palace wants to bully me. Then I'll call this secret technique the skybreaking technique. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. His body emitted a dazzling light and his entire body turned into a long spear. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned into a long spear and flew through the air, piercing toward Yi Chu Fengqing and the others. This secret technique was created by Lu Ming himself. It was a unique secret technique created by himself on the basis of the tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques and more than 1,800 ancient secret techniques that he had previously mastered. It integrated the essence of many secret techniques and was the most suitable secret technique for Lu Ming. Lu Ming called the secret technique the sky-breaking technique. This was the first secret technique he had created. There would be more in the future. A self-created secret skill was the most suitable for him to cast. It would also be more powerful. When cast, it would be more powerful than any of the secret skills that Lu Ming had mastered. After using this secret technique, Lu Ming's battle prowess reached its current peak. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the huge figure formed by the array formation. The long spear collided with the huge figure. With a boom, the figure formed by the array formation exploded. The long spear didn't stop and pierced the array formation set up by Yechu Fengqing and the others. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Dazzling lights filled the air. The 32 strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan were violently shaken. 5 or 6 of them, who were the weakest, were shaken violently. Their bodies were pierced through and blood flowed out. Then, they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. These 5 to 6 experts with the first layer of the Emperor God realm had been killed by Lu Ming's attack. As for the others, they all retreated rapidly. The array formation was broken. Die, said Lu Ming coldly. He jumped into the air and moved like lightning towards the retreating cultivators of the heavenly human clan. Spear light flashed and a few more cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were pierced through their foreheads. They were killed in the air. Without the array, these people would not be able to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming if they were of the same level. Lu Ming's body kept flickering. Every time he flickered, a few people were killed. Those were the strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan. They were usually high and mighty, looking down on everyone. But now, they were as weak as little chicks. They kept dying in Lu Ming's hands. No, don't kill me. Ah, I don't want to die. You can't kill me, I'm from the heavenly human clan, these heavenly humans kept yelling, trying to survive. However, Lu Ming flashed past them and their voices stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 20 of the 32 great supreme god cultivators of the heavenly human clan had been killed by Lu Ming. The heavenly human tribe elites were no match for Lu Ming. 20 of them were killed in an instant. At this moment, the surrounding people of the other races were trembling all over. Their bodies were emitting cold air, and their eyes were filled with fear. Among them, there were over 30 emperor gods. Since the 32 heavenly human tribe elites were fighting Lu Ming, the other emperor gods could not intervene. They watched the battle from afar, ready to intervene if there were any unforeseen circumstances. But now, no one dared to intervene. Lu Ming's combat power was too terrifying. Those geniuses of the heavenly human clan were usually high and mighty in front of them. However, at this moment, they were as weak as chickens in front of Lu Ming. How would they dare to intervene? They would be courting death if they did. Not only did some of them not dare to intervene, but they even retreated. Damn it, how could this be? At that moment, Yechu Fengqing, Yechu Yu, and the others were shivering in fear. They did not dare to confront Lu Ming head-on. Instead, they retreated frantically. The formation had been broken. They were no match for Lu Ming. Why are you running away? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right here. Come and kill me, Lu Ming said coldly. At the same time, he used the Grand Aurora skill and turned into an aurora, rushing toward Yechu Fengqing, Yechu Yu, and the others. Swoosh, it was too fast. In a flash, Lu Ming was right in front of Yechu Yu. Ah! Yechu Yu screamed in fear and retreated frantically like a frightened chicken. Yechu, I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming said coldly. A spear radiant shot out from his palm and pierced toward Yechu Yu. Because of the conflict in the great ancient world, Yechu Yu had been targeting him in the heavenly palace, always wanting to kill him. Lu Ming would remember this grudge. He had been looking for a chance to kill Yechu Yu. Now that he had the chance, how could Lu Ming miss it? Yu screamed in horror and frantically retreated, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, his cultivation was at the same level as Lu Ming. How could he avoid Lu Ming's attack? Lu Ming's speed was even faster. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming followed, and the distance between the two could not be widened. In the end, Yu had no choice but to risk his life and circulate the power of heavenly punishment to the limit. However, in a battle of the same level, coupled with the fact that his heavenly punishment wasn't that strong, he couldn't block Lu Ming's attack at all. With a bang, Yu's attack was pierced through by Lu Ming. His attack didn't stop there. It pierced through Yu's forehead, and at the same time, his soul was annihilated by Lu Ming. Yu, dead. Go, I can't not die, I definitely can't die, I will become the son of heaven. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Ming killed Yichu Fengqing frantically retreated while screaming in his heart. He didn't want to die, he wanted to escape. He was destined to become a great figure in the heavenly palace. He pushed his speed to the limit, and in a few flashes, he was 10,000 miles away. Then, he circulated all his strength and turned his body into a sword. He unleashed his aura to the extreme, and his whole person was like a battle sword, rushing into the void. He wanted to break through the void and rush into the second-level world. In the first-level world, as long as one's cultivation reached the Divine Emperor realm and unleashed his aura, he would be able to break through the void and rush into the second-level world. Of course, this wasn't them using their real strength to break through the void. The space of the Taisheng Immortal City was extremely stable. With their strength, they couldn't break through the void. It was just that when their cultivation reached the Divine Emperor realm, they would break the rules set by the Taisheng Immortal City and send them into the second-level world. Yichu Fengqing knew that with his speed, he wouldn't be able to escape from Lu Ming. Now, there was only one way in front of him, and that was to rush into the second-level world to escape from Lu Ming's pursuit. You want to rush into the second-level world? You can't do it in front of me. How could Lu Ming not know what Yichu Fengqing was thinking? Immediately, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique. In a flash, he appeared above Yichu Fengqing's head. Yichu Fengqing screamed in fright and tried to stop himself. However, he had rushed too fiercely just now, and it was difficult for him to stop now. Although he tried his best, he could only slow down for a short period of time. His body was still rushing toward Lu Ming. No. Yichu Fengqing screamed crazily, his face twisted with fear. Anxious, he was going crazy. No? I want it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked down at Yichu Fengqing from above. Then, his body fell like a meteorite, and his foot smashed toward Yichu Fengqing's face. Every part of Lu Ming's body was a weapon, and the power of his foot was no weaker than that of his hand. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yichu roared crazily and used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. The two figures met in the air like two shooting stars. Boom, with a loud boom, rings of energy spread out in all directions. Yichu Fengqing's combat sword, which was condensed from the power of heavenly punishment, exploded with a bang. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He continued to bombard Yichu Fengqing, and the sole of his foot accurately stepped on his face. In an instant, Yichu Fengqing's handsome face was completely distorted and caved in. Crackling sounds could be heard from his entire body. That was because Lu Ming was too powerful. The power surged from his face to his entire body. Under such terrifying power, all the bones in his body turned into fine powder in an instant. Yi Fengqing's body plummeted down at an even faster speed than before. Boom, Yichu Fengqing's body smashed into the Bodhi tree stump, and he was smashed into meat paste. The Bodhi tree stump was completely unscathed. It was too hard. Yichu Fengqing's body was destroyed, but his soul wasn't. He flew out in a panic, trying to escape. Mu Yun, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I'll definitely plead with the Lord Heaven and even the Lord Celestial Venerables when I return. I'll beg them to let you go, Yichu Fengqing's soul screamed as he fled. What a joke. Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. His body turned into an aurora and rushed toward Yichu Fengqing's soul. With a puff, Yichu Fengqing's soul turned into green smoke and dissipated. Yichu Fengqing, a peerless genius who could fight across 7 levels in the Divine Emperor realm, had fallen. At this time, there were still 10 Divine Emperors of the heavenly human tribe who were still alive, and they were frantically fleeing. Some of them fled into the distance, while others imitated Yichu Fengqing. They unleashed all their auras and soared into the sky, wanting to rush into the second level. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming shouted. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He was in a killing frenzy. These days, the heavenly human tribe had repeatedly tried to kill him. Whether it was the Lord Celestial Venerables, the Lord Heaven, or the younger generation, they all wanted to deal with him. He was already filled with murderous intent toward the heavenly human tribe. He wouldn't let any of the heavenly humans off. After Lu Ming killed Yichu Fengqing, he did not stop moving. He cast the transference skill and appeared in front of a heavenly human clan prodigy who wanted to rush to the second level. His palm was like a knife. With one slash, he killed that person. Then, he charged toward another one. These heavenly human prodigies were as weak as chickens in front of Lu Ming. None of them could withstand Lu Ming's moves. Let's go, let's go. Mu Yun is too crazy. He's a demon. After killing the heavenly human prodigies, he'll definitely come for us. We have to leave. The prodigies of the other races felt chills down their spines. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They flew in all directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After flying far away, those who had broken through to the God the Arch Realm still felt uneasy. Many of them started to release their auras and rushed to the second level. Mu Yun's battle prowess is too terrifying. He's already so powerful after just breaking through to the God the Arch Realm. If he continues to break through, even young Master Gabbert won't be his match. I have to inform young Master Gabbert as soon as possible and ambush him around the void-shattering platform. We have to kill him before his cultivation becomes too strong. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, a burly angel muttered, his eyes filled with fear. When he thought of Lu Ming killing the heavenly human prodigies as if they were chickens, he couldn't help but shiver. He had to inform Gabbert about this. Immediately, he released his aura to the maximum. 8 angelic wings extended from his back. His body was shrouded in pure divine power as he soared into the sky. He kept rushing upwards, and when he reached a certain height, the void automatically split open. He rushed into the split space and disappeared. He broke through the void and rushed to the second level. As long as one reached the God the Arch Realm, regardless of their battle prowess, they could rush to the second level. At the Bodhi tree stump, Lu Ming continued to kill. None of the remaining 10 God Thearchs of the heavenly human tribe managed to escape. They all died at the hands of Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's aura didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more berserk. I need to find a place to stabilize my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then randomly chose a direction and flew in that direction. After flying for some distance, Lu Ming found a secluded place, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had completely stabilized at the God Emperor realm. His foundation was stable and there were no problems. Just as Lu Ming stabilized his realm, some of the cells in his body suddenly rushed out a vast and majestic energy. This energy was extremely pure and could quickly turn into taboo energy. This is the energy contained in the secret technique runes finally going to erupt? Lu Ming whispered, a look of joy appearing on his face. Back in the Archean world, Lu Ming had killed a large number of Archean secret skills and absorbed a large number of secret skill runes. Among those secret skills, the weakest one had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. The strongest one had the strength of the 5th great supreme god layer. In total, there were more than 800 secret skill runes. Back in the Archean world, Lu Ming had absorbed more than 100 of them. Even though the others had fused with his cells, because Lu Ming had encountered a bottleneck, they hadn't been able to release their energy. Now, Lu Ming had finally broken through the bottleneck and broken through to the great supreme god layer. The energy of the secret skill runes had finally surged out. Lu Ming didn't dare be negligent. He absorbed the energy of the secret skill runes and started to cultivate. After absorbing the energy of the secret skill runes, his cultivation level rose rapidly. Lu Ming's cultivation level rose at an astonishing speed. In just a few hours, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the peak of the first great supreme god layer. He was about to break through to the second great supreme god layer. After a few hours, with an explosion, Lu Ming's chi exploded. He had successfully broken through to the second great supreme god layer. However, after breaking through to the second Great Supreme God layer, the energy of the secret skill runes had been used up. Even though there were hundreds of secret skill runes, each one only contained a thread of energy. Besides, the cultivation level of those secret skills wasn't high. Breaking through to the first or second Great Supreme God layer wasn't enough for Lu Ming. Therefore, even though there were many of them, they had only helped Lu Ming break through to the first Great Supreme God layer. After all, he was a Great Supreme God and had a forbidden body. Breaking through to the next Great Supreme God layer required a lot of energy. Each time he broke through to the next Great Supreme God layer, he needed 100 times more energy than ordinary people, otherwise, the forbidden strength wouldn't be so powerful. Every strand of taboo power required more energy to condense. Lu Ming was already very satisfied that he could break through to the next Great Supreme God layer. I wonder how strong I am now, thought Lin Yun. Lu Ming could feel the vast and surging power in his body. He was somewhat agitated. The strength of the second Great Supreme God layer was much stronger than the strength of the ninth Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming felt that if he were in the primitive universe, he could destroy the heavens and the earth. He could destroy a star with a single punch. In the primitive universe, Great Supreme Gods were considered strong cultivators. In the primitive universe, Great Supreme Gods were considered strong cultivators. Godlords could be regarded as peak experts, while reciprocity was an existence that could suppress the fortune of a great organization. They were the overlords of the universe, truly supreme existences. Lu Ming was now one of the strongest cultivators in the primitive universe. He was the strongest cultivator of the younger generation in the primitive universe. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, in the primitive universe, including the Heavenly Palace, no one had reached the Great Supreme God layer. The strongest cultivator had reached the Great Supreme God layer. As for the strongest cultivators of the younger generation, Lin Yun didn't know how many layers of the Great Supreme God layer they had reached. After all, breaking through to the Great Supreme God layer was extremely difficult. Now, let's go to the second layer. That's the layer that will help me the most. Lu Ming left his seclusion and looked up at the sky. The first layer was just a transition for Lu Ming. The most useful thing for him was the Bodhi tree stump. The cultivation environment of the second layer was most suitable for the Great Supreme God layer. Only there could he advance by leaps and bounds. This time, Lu Ming had to seize the opportunity to improve himself as much as possible. He had to cross the threshold of the Great Supreme God layer and reach the Great Supreme God layer as soon as possible. Only in the Great Supreme God layer could he learn about some of the secrets of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified. Whoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky and released his aura. He was like a stream of light, rushing into the depths of the sky. When Lu Ming reached a certain height, the void split open and Lu Ming rushed in. As soon as he rushed in, Lu Ming felt a strong force pulling him toward a certain place. This force was irresistible and irresistible. Lu Ming could only follow this force and fly forward. The next moment, there was a flash of light and Lu Ming appeared in a new world. Lu Ming found that he had come to a new world. Lu Ming raised his eyes and looked around. He found that he was now standing on a piece of bluestone. The bluestone was round and very flat, about 3 meters in length and width. Lu Ming looked around and found a large number of these bluestones around him. He found that he was actually in a vast lake. These bluestones were all in the lake. In the lake, there were a large number of these bluestones, densely packed. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand of these bluestones. Lu Ming stood on one of the bluestones. "This is the broken void pool," Lu Ming whispered. From the information given by Fei Huang, Lu Ming knew that this was the broken void pool. From the first layer to the second layer, one would not randomly appear somewhere in the second layer, but in a fixed place. Just like the broken void pool, in the entire second layer, there were a total of 4 broken void pools. They corresponded to the 4 different areas of the first layer. In a certain area of the first layer, one would appear in the corresponding broken void pool when one reached the second layer. My broken void pool should be the one in the east. It's at the eastern edge. I should head west to obtain more resources. Lu Ming identified the direction, then soared into the sky and flew towards the west. Soon, Lu Ming left the broken void pool and came to a mountain peak beside the broken void pool. This power, is it the legendary Great Desolation Chi? Lu Ming felt the energy floating between heaven and earth, and his eyes revealed surprise and curiosity. The energy contained in the second layer of the highest supreme immortal city was completely different from the Great Desolate Universe. No one knew what the energy here was. Those who came in from the Great Desolate Universe called it Great Desolation Chi, which meant that it was the Great Desolate Continent of the previous era. This kind of energy was of a higher level than the divine Chi of the Great Desolate Universe, and it was infinitely mysterious. However, the creatures of the Great Desolate Universe could not directly absorb this kind of energy. They had to use special means. The so-called special means was to rely on the unique pill furnace of the second layer of the highest supreme immortal city. According to the information given by Fei Huang, there would be a pill furnace in many ancient ruins of the second layer. As long as this pill furnace was activated, it would continuously absorb the Great Desolation Chi between heaven and earth, and then refine the Great Desolation pill. They could directly absorb and refine this kind of Great Desolation pill. And the magical thing was that no matter what kind of power they cultivated, they could absorb and refine it. For example, the heavenly human race, the Great Desolate Universe, the creatures of the Great Desolate Universe, could all be refined and transformed into their own power, helping them to quickly increase their cultivation and refine their divine body. It could be said that this was a supreme pill. Fei Huang said that there was a supreme fortune in the supreme immortal city. Those who entered could quickly increase their cultivation and widen the gap between them and the others. For celestial emperors, the greatest fortune was the Great Desolate Pill. However, the Grand Supreme Immortal City had its own rules. The pill furnace used to refine the Great Desolate Pill could not be brought out. For example, the last time Fei Huang and the others entered the Supreme Immortal City, when they left, they wanted to bring the pill furnace out, but they couldn't. When they were about to leave, the pill furnaces automatically left their bodies and flew away. If they could bring them out, the Heavenly Palace would bring out a large number of pill furnaces and pass them down to the geniuses who entered this time. Once they entered, they could use the pill furnaces to refine the Great Desolation Pill and increase their cultivation. But in reality, they could not. Everyone who entered had to find a pill furnace to refine the Great Desolation Pill. My main goal now is to find a pill furnace and refine the Great Desolation Pill. Only then can I quickly increase my cultivation. I entered the second layer a few years later than the others. Lu Ming whispered. The other great desolate god experts entered the second layer as soon as they entered, much earlier than Lu Ming. Among these people, some of them had probably already obtained a pill furnace to refine the Great Desolation Pill to increase their cultivation. If he did not increase his speed, he might not be able to keep up with the others. However, if he wanted to obtain a pill furnace, he had to go to some ruins or buildings. Naturally, it was impossible to obtain a pill furnace in the wilderness. Lu Ming sorted out his next plan and continued to fly towards the west. However, after flying for a short while, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Whoosh! The next moment, from below Lu Ming, a pure white sword gleam soared into the sky and pierced toward Lu Ming. Its speed was extremely shocking. Lu Ming instinctively wanted to retreat, but at this moment, there were sword lights behind Lu Ming, in front of Lu Ming, to his left and right. They were all extremely fast. Only above Lu Ming, there were no sword lights. Whoosh! Lu Ming shot up into the sky and continued to rush upwards. However, just as Lu Ming rushed upwards, a sword light slashed down from above Lu Ming's head. The power of this sword light was even more terrifying than the sword light from the other directions. That was a real killing move. The attacks from the other directions were obviously meant to force Lu Ming to dash upward. Then, the attacks from above would launch a sure kill attack. There were attacks from all directions and they were extremely powerful. They were seriously disrupting the space. Lu Ming wanted to use the greater teleportation technique, but he couldn't. In such a situation, he could only face them head-on. Skybreaking technique. Lu Ming bellowed in his heart. He cast his self-created secret skill, heaven-splitting style. His body emitted dazzling lights and turned into a long spear, shooting upwards. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The spear light and the sword chi swept away in all directions like a hurricane. In a flash, Lu Ming sensed an extremely sharp sword chi above him. It broke through his attack and defense and bombarded his body. How strong! The person above him was extremely strong. Even though Lu Ming had the strength of the second great supreme god layer, he wasn't a match for him. The sword chi fell on Lu Ming's body and cut open Lu Ming's body. There were many sword wounds on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out. The violent power pressed down on Lu Ming and made him fall down. The sword light below him didn't stop, it continued to attack Lu Ming. "Block!" shouted Lu Ming. The moment he fell down, he threw a punch with all his strength. A fist force collided with the sword light below, causing another explosion to ring out. However, the sword light below him was much weaker than the sword light above him. It was destroyed by Lu Ming's punch. Great Aurora technique. After destroying the sword light below him, Lu Ming immediately used the Great Aurora technique. His body turned into an aurora and shot downwards, landing on the ground. Boom! As soon as he landed on the ground, Lu Ming stomped on the ground, creating a huge crater. Lu Ming's body shot out like an arrow. He rushed out 10,000 li before he felt the danger disappear. Lu Ming turned around and looked behind him. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! His silhouette flickered and many silhouettes appeared. A dozen silhouettes appeared behind Lu Ming. These dozen figures were all enveloped in pure white holy light. Pairs of pure white wings spread out. The Angel Clan, all of them were from the Angel Clan. A young angel standing in the middle caught Lu Ming's attention right away. "Gabbert," murmured Lu Ming. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold murderous intent. Indeed, the young angel in the middle was a peerless genius of the Angel Clan. He was on the universe's young geniuses list, Gabbert. Back then, in the palace of the Elf Clan, the Angel Clan had brought Gabbert's clone. In the end, Gabbert's clone had been defeated by Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming had seen Gabbert before. Of course, he recognized him at first glance. The one who had launched a fierce attack on Lu Ming from the sky earlier was Gabbert. Of the other dozen people, a few were young, while the others seemed to be in their 30s. Those people were extremely strong. Lu Ming could clearly sense that the weakest one was of the third great supreme god layer. As for Gabbert, he was of the fifth great supreme god layer. It's said that Gabbert only has the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer. It seems like he has broken through while he was in the most supreme immortal city. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Second great supreme god layer? You just broke through to the first great supreme god layer. How did you break through to the second? As expected, I can't let you live, said Gabbert coldly, staring at Lu Ming. His eyes were twinkling with cold light. He had received reports from the Angel Clan from the first layer that Lu Ming had broken through to the great supreme god layer. He had killed many strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan. His fighting strength was astonishing. This made Gabe feel a sense of urgency. He knew that since Lu Ming had broken through the void, he must have appeared in the Poksu pool. Therefore, he immediately brought a group of experts from the angel race here to ambush Lu Ming, intending to launch a sure-kill attack. Originally, with their strength, Lu Ming had just broken through to the great supreme god layer. It would have been difficult for him to escape death. However, they hadn't thought that Lu Ming would break through to the second great supreme god layer. His fighting strength had increased greatly. He had managed to escape from their ambush. Gabbert couldn't believe it. At the same time, his murderous intent towards Lu Ming had reached a level he had never felt before. Lu Ming's improvement was too terrifying. At this rate, he would catch up with him in no time. Given the feud between the two of them, he would be the one to die. He had to get rid of Lu Ming before he surpassed him. Gabbert, you're on the universe's young geniuses list. How dare you team up with so many people to ambush me? How shameless and ridiculous, said Lu Ming mockingly. At the same time, forbidden energy circulated around him. His injuries were quickly healed. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's attack together and kill him, shouted Gabbert coldly. The 12 angel wings on his back flapped rapidly. His body turned into a beam of white light as he charged towards Lu Ming. He slashed with his sword. A sharp sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying power made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. Battle character secret art, skybreaking technique. Roared Lu Ming. The battle character secret art successfully triggered the highest combat power of 7 times. Then, he unleashed the skybreaking technique. He transformed into a beam of light and rushed towards Gabert's angelic sword. Lu Ming hadn't been able to unleash his full combat power due to his opponent's sneak attack. Now, he pushed his combat power to its peak. He wanted to test Gabert's combat power. Gabert's combat power was at the bottom of the universe's young geniuses list. It could be said that he was at the bottom of the universe's young geniuses list. Now that he knew Gabert's combat power, he knew how high the threshold of the universe's young geniuses list was. Boom, when the two attacks collided, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Violent energy swept out in all directions like a violent storm. Lu Ming's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat. He felt sore all over. Many of his bones were broken. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming was no match for Jian Wushuang at all. He was severely injured in one move. So strong. The combat power of the geniuses on the universe's young geniuses list can't be measured by the godly emperor realm or the candidates of the universe's young geniuses list. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His gaze was grave. Gabert's combat power had completely surpassed his. Gabert's cultivation level was the 5th level of the Great Supreme God realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Even if he was an ordinary Great Supreme God and measured by the godly Emperor realm, there was still a difference of 9 levels. Besides, Gabert was a peerless genius. When he was a godly Emperor realm, he was already a candidate of the universe's young geniuses list. He could fight across 4 levels. In total, there were 13 levels. Even if Lu Ming had broken the limit, he couldn't fight across 13 levels. In fact, the Great Supreme God Gabert's combat power was far stronger than the candidates of the universe's young geniuses list. In fact, the combat power of the Great Supreme God realm was very complicated. It couldn't be measured by the godly Emperor realm. The gap was too big. In the godly Emperor realm, one was just an ordinary godly emperor. If one couldn't fight across levels, then one would be an ordinary godly emperor after breaking through to the Great Supreme God realm. In the godly emperor realm, one could fight across 1 level, 2 levels, or 3 levels. After breaking through to the Great Supreme God realm, one's combat power would be different. In addition, after breaking through to the Great Supreme God realm, one's cultivation progress, various origin secret techniques, constitution secret techniques, and origin divine power factor would be different. This would also cause a big change in combat power. For example, 2 candidates of the universe's young geniuses list could fight across 4 levels in the godly emperor realm. After breaking through to the Great Supreme God realm, it didn't mean that they could maintain the same combat power. It also didn't mean that their combat power would be the same. It still needed to be measured based on their cultivation in the Great Supreme God realm. If one of them was reduced to mediocrity after breaking through to the God Emperor realm, there wouldn't be much improvement in all aspects. On the other hand, there would be a huge improvement in all aspects such as the source secret techniques, physique secret techniques, and source God force factor. That person would be much stronger than the other person. In addition, in the Great Supreme God realm, there was no limit to fighting across 9 levels. The calculation of combat power was even more complicated. Hence, the Heavenly Palace and various races in the universe used the Godly Emperor realm as a basis to design a star-level combat power calculation method for the Great Supreme God realm. 1 star level was the difference of 1 level in the Godly Emperor realm. For example, in the Godly Emperor realm, to fight across 1 level was 1 star level combat power. To fight across 2 star levels was 2 star level combat power. In the Great Supreme God realm, under normal circumstances, a first-level Great Supreme God realm's combat power was equivalent to 3 levels of the Godly Emperor realm. In other words, there was a difference of 3 stars in terms of combat strength. In the Great Supreme God realm, to fight across levels was 3 star level combat power. In the Great Supreme God realm, to fight across 2 levels was 6 star level combat power. In the God Emperor realm, to be able to fight across 3 levels was a 9-star battle power. Lu Ming estimated that if he unleashed his full power now, he should be able to reach 12-star battle power. In the God Emperor realm, Lu Ming's battle power had reached the limit. He could fight across 9 levels, which was a 9-star battle power. After Lu Ming broke through to the God Emperor realm, he broke the limit. With the battle word technique and the newly comprehended sky-breaking style, he could reach 12-star battle power. 12-star battle power in the God Emperor realm was enough to fight across 4 levels. Of course, their opponents were the most ordinary beings with sporadic battle power. If the opponent also had a star-level battle power, then it would be impossible. And Gabert's battle power was definitely more than 4-star. Lu Ming estimated that it was at least 6-star. Theoretically, when Gabert was in the God Emperor realm, he could only fight across 4 levels. However, after he broke through to the God Emperor realm, he had a huge breakthrough in all aspects. Origin godly power factor, constitution secret technique, origin secret technique, all of these aspects improved rapidly. They exceeded his previous limit and reached 6-star battle power. That was why Gabert was able to enter the Universe Genius list. Not everyone could improve like Gabert after they broke through to the God Emperor realm. In fact, most people either stayed in the same place or regressed after they broke through to the God Emperor realm. When they were in the God Emperor realm, there were many candidates for the Universe Genius list, and they could all fight across 4 levels. However, most of the candidates couldn't keep up in all aspects after they broke through to the God Emperor realm. They would become mediocre and wouldn't be able to maintain 4-star battle power. They would fall back to 3-star or even 2-star. Some prodigies would advance by leaps and bounds, from 4-star to 5-star, 6-star, or even higher. Only such people could make it to the Universe Prodigy list or even make it to the Universe Prodigy list. In fact, those candidates only had the potential to make it to the Universe Genius list. However, most of them couldn't make it to the Universe Genius list. Those who could make it to the next level were the minority. That was why Gabert had a very high status in the angel race. He wasn't someone ordinary Universe Genius list candidates could compare to. Gabert himself had a battle prowess of 6 stars, and there was a difference of 9 stars between him and Lu Ming. Therefore, there was a difference of 15 stars between Gabert and Lu Ming. On the other hand, Lu Ming only possessed 12 stars of battle prowess, so he was naturally not a match for Gabert. In one move, Lu Ming suffered heavy injuries. At the same time, the other angels also rushed towards Lu Ming. The weakest of those angels had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. Most of them had the strength of the 4th Great Supreme God layer. They weren't ordinary Great Supreme Gods, they all had the strength of a star. Some had 3-star battle prowess, and some even had 4-star battle prowess. These people's strength couldn't be underestimated. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Using the Great Aurora art, he transformed into an aurora and shot back. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away, dodging the attacks of the angels. "You can't escape. Die!" shouted Gabert. Turning into a sword light, he charged towards Lu Ming again. The previous exchange had made him realize how terrifying Lu Ming was. There was a difference of 3 levels between them, but Lu Ming had managed to block him without dying. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too terrifying. Generally speaking, those who had just broken through to the Great Supreme God layer would find it difficult to increase their battle prowess without a period of time of consolidation. In fact, it wasn't easy for them to maintain their battle prowess. Most people would retreat. That was because the higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was to comprehend original divine power and original secret techniques. The speed at which a Great Supreme God could comprehend original secret techniques was many times faster than a Great Supreme God. After breaking through to the Great Supreme God layer, with the Great Supreme God layer as the foundation, one would advance by leaps and bounds in all aspects after cultivating for a period of time. For those who had been in the Great Supreme God layer for a period of time, even if their talent wasn't enough, but after cultivating for a long time, their original secret techniques would improve by quite a bit. As for those who had just broken through to the Great Supreme God layer, they didn't have time to consolidate their original secret techniques. Hence, their star battle prowess would be weakened. Only after a period of consolidation and cultivation would they be able to rush back up again. However, Lu Ming had just broken through to the Great Supreme God layer. Not only did his star battle prowess not weaken, but it had also increased, reaching a battle prowess of more than 10 stars. This could no longer be described as terrifying. Gabert's heart was filled with deep fear. He had to kill Lu Ming. He had to kill Lu Ming. Gabert roared in his heart. Pushing his battle prowess to the extreme, he charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had already tested Gabert's battle prowess. How could he continue to fight with him? Greater teleportation technique. Before Gabert arrived, Lu Ming executed the greater teleportation technique and teleported to the back, causing Gabert's attack to miss. Stay here, Mu Yun. Gabert roared and continued to attack Lu Ming. Gabert, wash your neck and wait for me. It won't be long before I come and take your dog life. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Then, he continued to execute the greater teleportation technique and teleported to the back. When the greater teleportation technique wasn't restricted, its speed was very shocking. Even if Gabert's cultivation was 3 levels higher, he still couldn't catch up with Lu Ming. He could only watch as Lu Ming kept moving further and further away. Soon, he completely disappeared from his senses. Damn it, damn it. Gabert roared again and again, his face full of malevolence. Lu Ming was such a great enemy, but he actually let him escape. This was simply endless trouble. Young Master Gabert, what should we do now? Another Angel Race Skypride flew over and asked. Spread the news. Tell the others in our race to inform us if they see Mu Yun. Also, spread the news that Mu Yun has come to the 2nd level world. Let others go and kill Mu Yun. The entire Heavenly Palace wants to kill Mu Yun. Let's see how he'll die. Gabert said malevolently. As long as they killed Mu Yun, they would be crowned as the son or daughter of heaven. Countless people in the Heavenly Palace would go crazy. As long as they saw Lu Ming, they would kill Lu Ming. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could survive. Mu Yun definitely won't be able to leave the Taishang Immortal City alive. I don't have to worry too much, Gabert comforted himself. Because only then would the fear in his heart lessen. Lu Ming kept using the greater teleportation technique. After dozens of teleportations, he completely left the range of Gabert and the others' senses. Then, he stopped teleporting and flew forward. In the process of flying, the injuries he suffered quickly recovered. It didn't take long for him to fully recover. It seems like the threshold of the Universe Prodigy list is battle power like Gabert's. I just need to break through one more level and I'll be able to challenge the Universe Prodigy list. Also, when I reach the God Emperor level, there are no restrictions on my battle power. I can integrate more secret techniques to improve the quality of my forbidden power. My star-level battle power will become stronger. Lu Ming thought as he flew. Of course, now was not the time to comprehend all kinds of secret techniques. Now was the time to look for a cauldron to refine the desolate pill and improve his cultivation. It would not be too late to comprehend the secret techniques later. Lu Ming kept flying away from the area. Then, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and began to search. If he wanted to get a cauldron, he had to find the elixir field first. According to the speculations of Fei Huang and the others, the 2nd level of the Taishang Immortal City was very likely a prosperous place for refining pills in the previous era. There were many pill fields here, and only in the pill fields could there be pill furnaces that could refine desolate pills. However, the elixir fields were usually hidden and difficult to find. Lu Ming flew and spread out his spiritual consciousness to search. However, after 2 days, he still could not find it. At this moment, 2 figures flew past Lu Ming's side. However, after flying for a distance, they hurriedly stopped. They were 2 young men from the Heavenly Palace. They were the disciples of the big shots in the Heavenly Palace. That figure was familiar. It seemed to be Mu Yun? One of them said. That's Mu Yun. That's right. It seems like he has come to the 2nd level. Haha, our luck is here. The other young man was ecstatic. Let's go. Don't let him get away. The 2 young men increased their speed to the maximum and flew toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, they were close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not retreat. He stood there calmly. The 2 young men were only at the 3rd layer of the Emperor God realm. Why should he retreat? Whoosh. Whoosh, the 2 young men surrounded Lu Ming, one in front and one behind. Kill. Kill, two loud shouts were heard as the two young men attacked without any hesitation. They were afraid that Lu Ming would be killed by them. Then, the credit would go to them. They wanted to take the credit for killing Lu Ming. The two attacks were shockingly powerful. They came one after the other. Lu Ming had nowhere to hide. However, Lu Ming did not plan to avoid them. Lu Ming moved and two beams of light shot out from his body, blasting toward the two people in front and behind him. Boom! Boom! After two explosions, the attacks of the two youths were directly defeated. Then, they were sent flying back, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. 5-star combat power, no wonder he is the disciple of a big shot in the heavenly palace. Lu Ming muttered. The battle prowess of these two youths was very strong, reaching 5-star battle prowess. It didn't mean that their talents were comparable to the fighting god Yuan Wen. They were definitely inferior. When they were in the Divine Emperor realm, it would be difficult for them to cross 5 levels to fight. Most likely, after breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, with the help of the resources of the Heavenly Palace and the guidance of the great figures in the Heavenly Palace, they could have such battle strength. 5 stars and the strength of the third great supreme god layer added up to 8 stars. Lu Ming's fighting strength was 12 stars. Of course, they couldn't compete with him. Just now, Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength, and hadn't reached the peak of 12-star battle prowess. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have been injured, but would have been killed directly. Lu Ming was a little surprised, but the two young men were frightened. How? How can he be so strong? How did he break through to the second great supreme god layer? How could he be so fast? He only had the strength of the first great supreme god layer before. Shouted the two young men from the heavenly palace. They couldn't believe their eyes. At first, they thought that Lu Ming had just broken through to the first great supreme god layer because he had just arrived on the second floor. Normally, after breaking through to the great supreme god layer, the battle prowess of a cultivator's star would decrease. They were all at the third emperor god realm and had 5-star fighting strength. It was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's fighting strength was beyond their expectations. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. I'll send you to hell, said Lu Ming coldly. He waved his hand and 2 spear lights appeared, moving towards the two young men. You want to kill us? Don't even think about it, shouted the two young men furiously. At the same time, a weapon appeared in their hands. The young man in the front had a saber in his hand. The young man in the back had an axe in his hand. The two of them brandished their weapons, creating a whistling sound as they slashed at the spear light. Boom! Boom! After 2 booming sounds, the 2 spear lights were actually blocked. The two young men were pushed back. Their faces were pale, but they weren't injured. Eh? Those are weapons from the Taishang Immortal City? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Weapons from the outside of the primitive universe couldn't be used here, but the weapons from the Taishang Immortal City could be used. Lu Ming had read from the information Fei Huang had given him that there were some weapons in the Taishang Immortal City. Those weapons belonged to the Taishang Immortal City. They were weapons from the previous era. Those weapons were completely different from the weapons in the primitive universe. Those weapons contained inscriptions and rules, which were completely different from those in the primitive universe. Now that the people of this era obtained it, they couldn't activate the power inside at all. However, the material of those weapons was extraordinary. They were immortal and extremely sharp. Just the material alone could unleash great power. The weapons in the hands of the two young men from the Heavenly Palace were weapons from the Taishang Immortal City. They were extremely sharp and blocked Lu Ming's attack. Not bad. I'll take these 2 weapons. Lu Ming smiled. His aura became stronger. He had activated the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 7 times. Now that the battle character art had increased his combat strength by 7 times, Lu Ming's chances of activating it had reached about 1/5. It was very high. After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached about 11 stars. Boom! Lu Ming's body was shrouded in a dazzling glow. He waved his fists continuously and the violent fist force blasted toward the two young men. Ah, your combat strength, how is that possible? Ah! The two young men screamed. They were extremely shocked and frantically waved their weapons to block the attack. However, Lu Ming had already unleashed 11 stars of combat strength. How could they block it? The fist force crushed through, and the two youths exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not even their bones were left. Only 2 weapons were left floating in the air. Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed the 2 weapons. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved the battle saber in his hand and slashed through the void, bringing about a terrifying whistling sound. How sharp! Although I can't activate the true power of these weapons, just the material and sharpness of these weapons can increase my combat strength by a lot. Lu Ming broke into a smile. In the Taishang Immortal City, besides looking for pill furnaces to refine primitive pills, many people would also look for weapons here. This was because these weapons could greatly increase one's combat strength. However, these weapons could only be used in the Taishang Immortal City and could not be taken out. Just like pill furnaces, when they left, these pill furnaces would automatically fly away. Lu Ming put away the 2 weapons and continued flying forward. However, this time, Lu Ming did not fly far before he stopped. He had discovered something. Lu Ming saw a group of purple mosquitoes. Each of these mosquitoes was the size of a quail egg. They were purple and sparkling. They flew through the void and made buzzing sounds. There were at least a few hundred of them in a group. Purple pill mosquitoes. These are purple pill mosquitoes. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. Most of the territories in the Grand Supreme Immortal City had no living creatures. According to Fei Huang's records, there were only a few types of living creatures on the 2nd level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. The purple pill mosquitoes were one of them. The purple pill mosquitoes were not aggressive, but they had one advantage, which was to find elixir fields. As long as there were purple pill mosquitoes, there would most likely be elixir fields in the vicinity. This was because the purple pill mosquitoes would absorb the elixir chi in the elixir fields to promote their own evolution. Therefore, Lu Ming was delighted when he saw the purple pill mosquitoes. It was very likely that elixir fields would appear in this area, and there might be elixir furnaces in the elixir fields. Buzz buzz buzz, a purple pill mosquito flapped its wings and flew toward the north. Lu Ming restrained his aura and followed behind the purple pill mosquito from afar. Hundreds of thousands of miles north of Lu Ming, there was a piece of land that was filled with crimson light. The crimson light was like water that seeped out of the ground and filled the void. Buzz buzz buzz, large groups of purple pill mosquitoes were flying in the sky above this area, absorbing the crimson light. There were a few groups of people in the air around this area. These people were from a few powerful races in the universe. Among them, there were more than a dozen people from the World Annihilation race, which was ranked 11th on the primitive 10,000 races list. There were also more than a dozen people from the Azura race, which was ranked 12th on the primitive 10,000 races list. These 2 races were close to the top 10 races and were very powerful. These 2 races occupied 2 different directions. There were only 2 people in the other direction. However, these 2 people made the Azura race and the World Annihilation race extremely wary. Because these 2 people were divine generals from the Heavenly Palace. They were not from the heavenly human race, but the blood race, which was one of the top 10 races. They looked to be in their 30s and wore blood-red robes. Even their eyes were blood-red. 3 groups of people occupied 3 different directions. They had also followed the purple pill mosquito here. Of course, they weren't the only ones who came, there were people from other races as well. However, how could those small races dare to compete with these powerful races? They had long been chased away. Swish! Swish! At this moment, another group of people flew over. They were from a small tribe called the Celestial Bear Tribe. They had also followed a group of purple pill mosquitoes here. Someone else is here. How annoying! A strong man from the Azura clan said coldly as he looked at the Celestial Bear Tribe. I think that if this continues, more and more people will come. Every time someone comes, we have to take action. It's too troublesome. Let's just kill these sky bears and place their bodies around here. Let's see if anyone dares to come, hee hee. A burly man from the World Annihilation clan sneered. That makes sense. One of the 2 blood kindred powerhouses added. The Blood race, the World Annihilation race, and the Azura race were all known for their bloodthirsty nature. At this moment, they were all filled with murderous intent. At the same time, the people of the Sky Bear tribe also saw the powerhouses of the three great tribes. Their expressions changed immediately. Oh no, it's the Blood race, the World Annihilation race, and the Azura race. Let's go. The few burly men from the Sky Bear tribe were shocked. They naturally knew about the bloodthirsty tribes. When they saw them, they felt a chill in their hearts and immediately retreated. Since you're here, don't leave. You can only count yourselves unlucky. Kill. A blood-kindred powerhouse shouted coldly. A pair of blood-red wings extended from his back. With a flap of his wings, the blood-kindred powerhouse turned into a ray of blood-red light and charged toward the people of the Sky Bear tribe. At the same time, the World Annihilation race and the Azura race also charged toward the Sky Bear tribe powerhouses. Oh no! The people of the Sky Bear tribe were shocked. Everyone, we won't compete with you. We'll retreat now. A burly man from the Sky Bear tribe shouted. However, the powerhouses of the three great tribes ignored their shouts and continued to charge toward them. Poof. Poof. Damn it, let's fight it out with you. Kill. Fight it out with them. The remaining people of the Sky Bear tribe roared furiously. They turned into giant sky bears and wanted to fight with their lives on the line. However, the combat power of the Sky Bear tribe powerhouses was obviously much weaker than the powerhouses of the three great tribes. Even if they wanted to fight with their lives on the line, it was useless. In less than a minute, the remaining people of the Sky Bear tribe were all killed. Then, the powerhouses of the three great tribes stabbed the bodies of the Sky Bear tribe into the ground with sharp blades to intimidate those who came later. Indeed, there were people who came later. However, when they saw the scene, their faces changed drastically and they retreated decisively. As time passed, the crimson light on the ground became more and more intense. Vaguely, one could see lines appearing on the ground. These lines intertwined with each other and formed an 8 trigrams pattern. Within the 8 trigrams pattern, one could see 3 elixir furnaces. The eyes of the people of the three great tribes shone with a burning light. Elixir furnaces, there were indeed elixir furnaces here, and there were 3 of them. They circulated their divine power to the maximum. As soon as the elixir field appeared, they would fight for the elixir furnaces. There are 3 elixir furnaces in the crimson elixir field. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The powerhouses of the Blood tribe, the Annihilation tribe, and the Shura tribe were shocked. Now, there was someone who dared to come closer and was not far from them. Whoosh whoosh, many gazes turned in the direction of the voice and saw a young man walking through the air toward them. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. He had followed Purple Dan Mosquito all the way here. When he saw the 3 elixir furnaces, he was overjoyed and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This person is. When the people of the three great tribes saw Lu Ming, their eyes narrowed. They had all seen Lu Ming's portrait before. When they saw Lu Ming, they recognized Lu Ming. Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Palace have said that as long as we kill him, we will be rewarded with the position of Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. It's him, that's right. The powerhouses of the three great tribes exclaimed. Then, their eyes shone with a burning light and greed. At this moment, the ground rumbled slightly. The elixir field had completely appeared. If it had been before, the powerhouses of the three great tribes would have fought for the elixir furnaces with all their might. However, at this moment, no one made a move. Instead, they continued to stare at Lu Ming. Kill! Suddenly, a powerhouse of the Blood tribe roared. His crimson wings flapped rapidly. He turned into a crimson light and charged towards Lu Ming. A strong cultivator from the Blood clan took the initiative to attack. The other strong cultivators all joined the fight. Die! Mu Yun's head is mine. The position of Son of Heaven, I must obtain it. Shouted those people. They all used their full strength to attack Lu Ming. There were more than 20 people, all of whom were great supreme gods. The weakest one had the strength of the first great supreme god layer, and the strongest one had the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer. There were 5 cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer. 2 from the Blood clan, 2 from the World Destroyer clan, and 1 from the Azura clan. Among them, 3 of them had the combat strength of a 4-star. 1 from the Blood clan, 1 from the Azura clan, and 1 from the World Destroyer clan. The 3 of them were the fastest. Before they arrived, their attacks were already close to Lu Ming. Compared to the cauldron, Lu Ming's head was much more important. As long as he killed Lu Ming, he would be conferred the title of Son of Heaven. What kind of opportunity was this? How could an alchemy furnace compare to this? At that time, what kind of resources couldn't they get? Therefore, everybody gave up on the cauldron and attacked Lu Ming. They all wanted to be the first one to cut off Lu Ming's head. You want to die? There was a cold glow in Lu Ming's eyes. He had fought with the Blood clan and the Azura clan before. He didn't have a good impression of those 2 clans. Now, those people were attacking him as soon as they saw him. He was furious. Boom, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by dazzling lights. At the same time, the battle character formula was activated to increase his fighting strength by 7 times. In such a state, Lu Ming could unleash an 11-star combat ability. Boom boom boom, in a flash, Lu Ming threw 3 punches. The 3 streams of fist force hit the attacks of the 3 4-star experts. There were 3 consecutive booming sounds. The attacks of the 3 4-star experts were directly defeated. Lu Ming's fist force did not stop. It continued to move forward and hit them. The 3 4-star cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God layer coughed up blood and retreated. On the other hand, Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He hurriedly followed up and met the other members of the 3 major clans. Kill. A cold voice rang out from Lu Ming's mouth. Dozens of ancient secret techniques appeared around him. The Great Devil Sword art, Great God Spear art, Great God Pagoda art, and so on. These ancient secret skills all contained the power of the Great Art of Destruction and Great Art of Fragmentation. Dozens of ancient secret techniques were unleashed. The combat strength of these people was far inferior to the 3 4-star existences. It was even harder for them to block the attacks. These ancient secret techniques flashed, and these people were killed one after another. In a flash, more than 20 strong cultivators from the 3 clans had been killed by Lu Ming. Only 3 4-star cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God layer were left. At this moment, the 3 of them stared at Lu Ming as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with terror. With their battle prowess, they were actually injured in one move. Moreover, it was under the condition that they were working together. This was too inconceivable. They were all cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God layer, 4 stars. Lu Ming only had the strength of the 2nd Great Supreme God layer. They were 10 stars stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 2nd Great Supreme God layer. However, Lu Ming was able to injure them in one move. In other words, Lu Ming's battle prowess was at least 11 stars. What a terrifying genius, they knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned around and fled. However, how could Lu Ming let them escape now? Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. His entire body glowed as his body transformed into a long spear. He pierced through the void and charged towards that blood race expert. Ah, those blood race experts roared. Their bodies were enveloped by a blood-colored light, and their bodies turned into huge blood-colored bats. Their blood-red wings were like 2 blood-colored blades that slashed towards Lu Ming. However, after using the heaven-breaking style, Lu Ming's battle prowess had reached 12 stars. The blood race expert couldn't withstand it at all. His spear flashed and pierced through the blood race expert's body. Then, his body was torn apart by the terrifying power. From the moment Lu Ming made his move to the moment he killed the powerful figure from the Blood clan, it only took an instant. At this moment, the 2 experts from the Azura clan and the Annihilation clan had not fled far away. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned into a spear and charged towards the Azura clan expert. Then, there was no suspense. The Azura clan and the World Annihilation clan experts couldn't withstand Lu Ming's pursuit. In less than a breath, the 2 of them had been killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected the interspatial rings of the experts from the 3 clans. Then, he walked towards the alchemy field. At that moment, the alchemy field had completely appeared. However, Lu Ming didn't dare be careless. He concentrated and observed the surroundings. This was because according to Fei Huang's records, some alchemy fields were dangerous and had terrifying creatures guarding them. The higher the level of the alchemy field, the more dangerous it was. Alchemy fields were also divided into different levels. They were divided into the red level alchemy field, the purple level alchemy field, and the gold level alchemy field. The higher the level of the alchemy field, the higher the level of the alchemy furnace. This was the lowest level of the red level alchemy field. However, Lu Ming didn't find any danger when he walked to the side of an alchemy furnace. Keep. Lu Ming waved his hand and a force enveloped the alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace was then kept in the interspatial ring. There was nothing unusual, Lu Ming relaxed. It seemed that this lowest level of the red level alchemy field wasn't dangerous. Then, Lu Ming kept the remaining 2 alchemy furnaces. After keeping them, Lu Ming didn't stay. He immediately soared into the sky and left. A few hours later, the Great Desolation Qi here is denser than in other places. Let's give it a try here. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he landed in a valley. The Great Desolation Qi in this valley was denser than in other places. Lu Ming planned to use the alchemy furnace to condense the Great Desolation Pill here. After setting up a few simple formations in the surroundings, Lu Ming waved his hand and 3 alchemy furnaces flew out. These 3 alchemy furnaces weren't big. They were about a meter tall and their diameter was only about a meter. The overall atmosphere was divided into 2 parts, the furnace cover and the furnace body. There were 9 small holes on the furnace cover. These 9 small holes were air inlets used to absorb the Great Desolation Qi. Under the furnace body, there was also a small hole. This small hole was the mouth of the alchemy furnace. After the Great Desolation Pill was refined, it would come out from this small hole. There were lines of runes on the alchemy furnace. This kind of alchemy furnace can be activated with any kind of power. It's quite amazing. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Then, he injected the taboo power into the 3 alchemy furnaces. Immediately, the alchemy furnace was activated. The runes on it emitted a bright light. There seemed to be a powerful suction force erupting from within the alchemy furnace. The Great Desolation Qi between heaven and earth continuously gathered towards the alchemy furnace and flew in through the 9 small holes on the lid. Lu Ming withdrew the taboo power. The alchemy furnace had already been activated. There was no need to constantly inject power. It only needed to be injected after a period of time. The pill furnace began to condense the Great Desolate Pill on its own, while Lu Ming took out more than 20 storage rings. These 20 storage rings were naturally obtained from the 3 major races. Lu Ming checked the storage rings one by one. He only had 3 targets. One was a pill furnace, one was a Great Desolate Pill, and one was a weapon from the Taisheng Immortal City. After all, only these 3 things were useful to him now. As for the other miscellaneous things, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. It didn't take long for them to finish checking the storage rings. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. He found 2 pill furnaces. He found a few weapons. As for the Great Desolate Pill, he didn't find a single one. Obviously, the Great Desolate Pill was a consumable item. Once others condensed it, they would refine it and use it to increase their cultivation. Naturally, there wouldn't be anything left. As for the 2 pill furnaces, they were also of the lowest level. They were about the same size as the 3 that Lu Ming had obtained, and their diameters were only 1 meter. However, it was not bad to have 2 more pill furnaces. Lu Ming activated the 2 pill furnaces and began to condense the Great Desolate Pill. Half a day later, the pills are coming out. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The 3 pill furnaces from before emitted a slight buzzing sound, and then pills flew out from the exit below. Each pill furnace had 12 pills, and they were the Great Desolate Pill. Lu Ming grabbed at the air with his hand, and a suction force was generated, attracting the 36 Great Desolate Pills over, and they floated in front of Lu Ming. The Great Desolate Pill wasn't big, only the size of a finger, but it emitted a mysterious aura. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming put away the other Great Desolate Pills, leaving only one and swallowing it. As soon as the Great Desolate Pill entered his mouth, it immediately melted and turned into a pure energy that flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the taboo power and absorbed this energy into every cell. In almost 2 breaths of time, this energy was completely refined and turned into taboo power. Lu Ming clearly felt that his cultivation had improved a little. Although it was not much, it was very obvious. After all, Lu Ming was now in the God Emperor realm. The amount of energy he needed to raise his cultivation level was shockingly high. If he cultivated normally, he would need a very long time to accumulate energy. But after refining the Great Desolate Pill, his strength had increased a little. Even though there was still a long way to go before he could make a breakthrough, it was still no small matter. Looks like there's no need to refine the Great Desolation Pills one by one. What a waste of time, Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took out the remaining 35 Great Desolation Pills and swallowed them all in one go. Not long after, he had refined all 35 Desolation Pills. Lu Ming could feel that his cultivation level had increased by a notch. After refining, Lu Ming waited quietly. Lu Ming found that the pill furnace could refine a batch of Great Desolate Pills in about half a day. A batch of Great Desolate Pills had 12 pills, so he could refine 24 pills a day. With 5 pill furnaces, he could refine 120 pills a day. In 10 days, that would be 1,200. This speed was already very fast. Lu Ming waited patiently. While waiting, he also comprehended secret techniques. He still had 15,000 ordinary secret techniques that he hadn't comprehended yet. Lu Ming comprehended ordinary secret techniques very quickly. Very quickly, a secret technique of the 9 netherworlds turned into a secret talisman and was absorbed by Lu Ming, fusing with his cells. One after another, ordinary secret techniques turned into secret talisman and fused with his cells. Lu Ming only stopped to collect the desolate elixir when the elixir was produced. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry to refine the Great Desolation Pills. After all, refining Great Desolation Pills was very fast. It wouldn't be too late to refine them later. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 10,000 Great Desolation Pills to break through to the 3rd layer of the God Emperor realm. Yes, 10,000 Great Desolation Pills. Other people wouldn't need so much unless they were also heaven-defying geniuses. But he had a forbidden body. Every breakthrough required a huge amount of energy. He might as well wait until he had 10,000 Great Desolation Pills. It wouldn't be too late to refine them later. Just like that, 3 months passed. 100 days. 100 days. The 5 cauldrons had been refining day and night. Finally, 12,000 Great Desolation Pills were refined. I can start breaking through to the 3rd layer of the God Emperor realm. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Then, he took out the 12,000 Great Desolation Pills and took a deep breath. One by one, the Great Desolation Pills flew into his mouth. As soon as the pills entered Lu Ming's mouth, they turned into energy and dispersed into Lu Ming's body. Bzzz, Lu Ming revolved his forbidden energy. Every cell in his body trembled and produced a suction force. His 60 trillion cells were like 60 trillion black holes. They were crazily absorbing the energy of the Great Desolation Pills and then turning it into forbidden energy. This speed was too fast. Even though the Great Desolation Pills were very pure and easy to refine, other people's refining speed was definitely much slower than Lu Ming's. In terms of refining, Lu Ming was much faster than other people. He could save a lot of time. He had entered the 2nd layer later than other people, so he had to race against time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, each of Lu Ming's cells seemed to be breathing. The energy of the Great Desolation Pills was unceasingly being absorbed, refined and turned into forbidden energy. Lu Ming's cultivation level was rising rapidly. He was approaching the 3rd layer of the God Emperor realm at an astonishing speed. In just 1 hour, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the God Emperor realm. At that moment, all 12,000 Great Desolation Pills had been refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Breakthrough! Shouted Lu Ming. A thread of energy flowed out of each of his cells. 60 trillion threads of energy condensed into a vast ocean and then started to attack the bottleneck of the 3rd layer of the God Emperor realm. That energy was too vast. The bottleneck of the 3rd layer of the God Emperor realm couldn't stop Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming's body shook. His chi was rising rapidly. He had broken through to the third layer of the God-Emperor realm. After another hour, Lu Ming's qi gradually calmed down. That boiling energy withdrew into each of his cells and calmed down. However, Lu Ming knew that his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Indeed, the difference between each layer of the God-Emperor realm was more than 10 times. Lu Ming's fighting strength had also increased dramatically. When he had been at the second layer of the God-Emperor realm, Lu Ming hadn't been able to defeat Gabbert. Gabbert had the strength of the fifth layer of the God-Emperor realm and had 6 stars of fighting strength. He was 15 stars higher than an ordinary cultivator of the second layer of the God-Emperor realm. As for Lu Ming, he only had 12-star combat strength. There was a 3-star combat strength difference between him and Gabbert. Now, Lu Ming had broken through to the next layer of the God-Emperor realm. The first layer of the God-Emperor realm was equivalent to 3 stars of fighting strength. In other words, Lu Ming's fighting strength wasn't weaker than Gabbert's. In addition, during the 3 months of studying secret techniques, Lu Ming had turned many ordinary secret techniques into secret runes and merged them into his cells. The quality of his forbidden energy had increased again. Although his fighting strength hadn't reached 13 stars yet, it should have surpassed Gabbert's. The Taisheng Immortal City is indeed a holy place for cultivation. No wonder people from all over the universe want to come here. Lu Ming exclaimed. The speed of cultivation here was terrifying. It had only taken him 100 days. Lu Ming had been waiting for the desolate pills. If he had enough desolate pills, Lu Ming's cultivation would have skyrocketed. He would have broken through to the top of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. It was the same for the others. If they had enough desolate pills, their cultivation would continue to rise. They would have no problem breaking through to the Great Supreme God layer. At most, they would only need to spend some time to refine the pills. But the time they would need to refine the pills would be much shorter than outside. That was cheating. No wonder Fei Huang had said that if someone of the same generation didn't come here, their cultivation would be far behind others. It would be difficult to catch up. It took me 12,000 desolate pills to break through from the second Great Supreme God layer to the third. Lu Ming estimated that it would take me 120,000 desolate pills to break through from the third Great Supreme God layer to the fourth Great Supreme God layer. That was 10 times more than before. It would take 10 times more desolate pills to break through to the next layer. It would only get more and more terrifying. 120,000 desolate pills would take me 1,000 days to refine with these 5 cauldrons. That's close to 3 years. That's too slow. I have to get more cauldrons. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. 5 cauldrons of the lowest level couldn't refine desolate pills fast enough for Lu Ming's cultivation. He had to get more cauldrons, or better ones. After making up his mind, Lu Ming waved his hand and put the cauldrons away. Then, he left and continued his search for the field of alchemy. Of course, Lu Ming had another idea. Now that he had become much stronger, if someone from the Heavenly Palace wanted to attack him, he could kill them and steal their cauldrons or desolate pills. It was a good idea. It was inevitable that he would meet people from the Heavenly Palace when he was outside. Sure enough, in the next 10 days, Lu Ming encountered several groups of people from the Heavenly Palace or other races. When these people saw Lu Ming, they revealed greedy looks and directly tried to kill Lu Ming. In the end, most of them were killed by Lu Ming, who snatched their treasures. After killing several waves of people, Lu Ming obtained 2 pill furnaces, each with a diameter of 1 meter, and 2,000 desolate pills. However, there was also one time when Lu Ming ran into a group of people and immediately used the greater teleportation technique to escape. That group of people was terrifyingly strong. Some of the middle-aged men of the Heavenly Human clan were enigmatic and unfathomable. They had at least the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God layer, or even higher. Such people had cultivated for too long. They might have cultivated for hundreds of millions or billions of years, or even close to a stellar year. It was normal for their cultivation level to be high. Lu Ming was no match for such people. Naturally, it was best for him to run away. After going around in circles for more than 10 days, Lu Ming finally found something. He found a group of purple pill mosquitoes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This group of purple pill mosquitoes was flying in a certain direction. Obviously, they had sensed the pill chi of the elixir field. Lu Ming followed behind the purple pill mosquitoes and flew all the way. After about half a day, Lu Ming found something. Lu Ming looked at the sky in the distance and was shocked. In the distant void, there were strands of purple light seeping out. Unexpectedly, the pill chi came directly from the sky, not from the ground. Moreover, it was purple pill chi. This meant that this was a purple level elixir field. It was more advanced than the red level elixir field. Most likely, there would be more advanced pill furnaces. There were many people around that void. Gabbert. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw Gabbert of the angel race in the crowd. Gabbert stood in the crowd. His eyes were cold as he stared at the void filled with purple pill chi. He did not notice Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes shifted. He did not rush out immediately. Instead, he landed on the ground and found a secret place to hide. The higher the level of the elixir field, the more dangerous it was. Moreover, there were so many people. There would definitely be a competition and an intense battle. Therefore, Lu Ming did not want to join in the fun. He would wait for the critical moment to kill his way out. As time passed, more and more people gathered. In the end, there were a few hundred people. At this moment, there were more and more purple pill mosquitoes in that void. They were flying in the void in a dense manner, absorbing the purple pill chi. Buzz, suddenly, there was a slight vibration in the void. Then, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared. The area occupied by this 8 trigrams diagram was 10 times larger than the red level elixir field. Moreover, there were a total of 8 elixir furnaces in this 8 trigrams diagram. 7 of the elixir furnaces were 1 meter in diameter. The last elixir furnace was about 3 meters in diameter. Although the diameter was only 2 meters larger, the refining speed was at least 10 times faster. This was an even higher grade elixir furnace. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. They stared at the elixir furnaces in the middle of the field, especially the higher grade elixir furnace. This elixir furnace could refine desolate pills at 10 times the speed of a lower grade elixir furnace. Everyone's bodies were filled with dazzling light. They were ready to fight for it at any time. After a while, the elixir field completely appeared in the void. The elixir furnace is mine. This time, I must get an elixir furnace. The moment the elixir field appeared, many people rushed toward it. Hundreds of people rushed toward the elixir field at their fastest speed. Of course, some people did not move. For example, Gabbert stood in the air. His expression was very calm. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a cold smile. Before this, he had also entered a purple level elixir field. However, he knew that it was not that easy to enter a purple level elixir field. The elixir furnaces in the purple level elixir field were not that easy to get. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people rushed into the 8 trigrams diagram. Suddenly, the 8 trigrams diagram shone. Black shadows flew out from the 8 trigrams diagram. This is a black sword centipede. Lu Ming's eyes flashed in the distance. The second level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City was empty. There were very few living beings. There were only a few types of living beings. The purple Dan mosquito was one of them. It was the only living being that was not dangerous. As for the other living beings, they were all very dangerous. The black sword centipede was one of them. The black sword centipede was only the size of a palm. Its entire body was black like a small black sword. That was how it got its name. The black sword centipede was very fast. It was like a flying sword flying through the void, making a terrifying sound. Poof. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. It was accompanied by cries of agony. Someone was hit. The black sword centipede pierced through his forehead and he died on the spot. In an instant, more than 10 people were killed by the black sword centipede. Be careful. Damn it. It's the legendary black sword centipede. Kill them. Angry roars were heard. The people did not care about fighting for the elixir furnaces. They attacked the black sword centipede with all kinds of attacks. The crowd didn't have time to fight for the cauldron. They attacked the centipedes with all kinds of attacks. There were a lot of them, at least a few thousand of them. They turned into thousands of sword lights and danced in the air. They were too fast. If they couldn't get rid of the centipedes first, they wouldn't be able to get the cauldron. In an instant, hundreds of attacks bombarded the hundreds of centipedes. These people were all great supreme gods. Most of them were above the second layer of the great supreme god realm. Their attacks were terrifying. If they were in the primitive universe, it would be easy for them to destroy stars. However, when such an attack landed on the bodies of the black-sword centipedes, it only produced clanging sounds. The black-sword centipedes were sent flying, but they were not harmed in the slightest. Only a few of the most powerful beings were able to blast the black-sword centipedes apart. Most of the centipedes were unharmed. So hard? How is that possible? Their small bodies are even harder than great supreme divine weapons? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and were slightly stunned. This shock was going to cost them their lives. The remaining centipedes didn't stop attacking. They turned into sword lights and pierced through the centipedes. This time, at least a few dozen of the weaker ones were killed. In addition, a few dozen of them were seriously injured. They tried their best to fight back, but they still couldn't hurt the centipedes. I'll kill you. A red-skinned strong man took out a battle sword and slashed with all his strength. Poof, this time, when the saber landed on the black sword centipede's body, it actually managed to cut the centipede in half. It's useful? The weapons of the Taishang Immortal City are useful against the centipedes. The red-skinned brawny man shouted excitedly. The others were also delighted. Quick, use the weapons of the Taishang Immortal City to kill these centipedes. Someone shouted. Those who had weapons of the Taishang Immortal City took out their weapons and attacked the centipedes. As expected, the weapons of the Taishang Immortal City were extremely sharp. They could easily cut the centipede's shells and kill them. With the weapons of the Taishang Immortal City, the creatures of the various races finally gained the upper hand. More and more black-sword centipedes were killed. However, not everyone had a weapon from the Zenith Immortal City. In fact, only 1/10 of the hundreds of people had a weapon from the Zenith Immortal City. As for the other living beings who didn't have the weapons of the Supreme Immortal City, unless they were strong in battle, they were constantly being killed. In the end, when most of the black-sword centipedes were killed, nearly 100 people had been killed by the black-sword centipedes. The remaining people once again rushed towards the pill furnace in a frenzy. Everyone wanted to obtain the pill furnace. A chaotic battle broke out. The battle was incomparably intense. At the same time, people were constantly being killed. In the end, several of the most powerful existences approached the pill furnaces. However, at this time, Gabbert moved. 12 pure white wings extended from his back, and his entire body was covered in pure white holy light. With a swoosh, he rushed toward the 8 trigrams furnace. Get out of my way! Gabbert coldly shouted. The holy light condensed into a few angelic swords and swept them out. Several living beings who blocked in front of Gabbert were directly cut into two by the angelic swords. The destructive power even destroyed their souls, killing them on the spot. Boom, Gabbert was like a pure white shooting star, rushing forward. Anyone who blocked in front of him was killed. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly dodged. Gabbert flashed a few times and approached the largest pill furnace. All of you, get out of my way. Otherwise, die. Gabbert coldly said. Gabbert, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. A tall and sturdy man from the Battle Saint tribe waved his spear and attacked Gabbert. At the same time, another powerful being from the Blood Kindred made his move as well, charging towards Gilbert. These people were the strongest ones in the chaotic battle earlier. They were also the ones who were closest to the pill furnaces. They were all from the top 10 tribes and weren't from the younger generation. They were all in the prime of their lives and had cultivated for a long time. Their cultivation bases were high and their secret arts were powerful. They weren't afraid of Gabbert at all. Courting death. Angel Kingsword. Gabbert coldly shouted. His hands grasped the air as a pure white sword condensed, exuding the aura of a king. Swish, the Angel Kingsword slashed out horizontally, colliding with the attacks of the experts from the Battle Saint tribe and the Blood race. The attacks of the experts from the Battle Saint tribe and the Blood race couldn't even withstand a single strike. they were directly broken apart by the Angel King sword. With a flash of sword light, the bodies of the two experts were directly slashed apart. A destructive power erupted from their bodies, causing them to explode into pieces. The souls of the two experts didn't even manage to escape and were directly destroyed. CSISI, gasps could be heard from the surroundings as they all looked at Gabbard in shock. Those two strong cultivators had the strength of the fifth great supreme god layer, and they were extremely strong. They had the strength of at least 3 stars, but they hadn't even been able to block one of Gilbert's attacks and had been killed instantly. Was this the battle strength of the geniuses on the Universe Prodigy list? It was too terrifying. Although the geniuses on the Universe Prodigy list were powerful and famous in the primitive universe, very few people had actually seen them in action before. At this moment, Gabbert's battle strength was shocking. Gabbert's battle strength could only be ranked at the bottom of the Universe Prodigy list. Then, how strong were the geniuses above him? Everyone's respect for the battle strength of the geniuses on the Universe Prodigy list increased. If you don't want to die, scram. Gabbert's eyes swept across the crowd, filled with cold killing intent. Gabbert, there are 8 pill furnaces here. Do you want to monopolize them? Someone shouted. Yes, I want to monopolize them. So what? Gabbert sneered. He wanted all 8 pill furnaces, no matter how big or small they were. Gabbert, don't be too overbearing. You can take the big one, but you can't take the small ones. There are so many of us. We can't let this trip be in vain. You can take the big one, and we can take the small ones. Otherwise, we won't be afraid of you. Someone shouted. A bunch of trash. You want to compete with me? You don't know what's good for you. Gabbert said coldly. His 12 wings flapped, and he turned into a beam of white light, rushing toward the crowd. The sword light was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. Then, blood splattered everywhere, and the heads of 3 figures flew far away. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. These 3 figures were the ones who had spoken before. Who wants the pill furnaces? Come up and tell me. Gabbert continued to speak, his cold eyes sweeping across the crowd. Everyone who was swept by his gaze shuddered, and a chill ran down their spines. Gabbert's battle strength was too strong. Although they had the advantage in numbers, most of them were no match for Gabbert. They would be killed. They were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Gabbert, you're so impressive. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A cold voice sounded. Then, a figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was a young man in a black robe. He was burly, and his long hair danced in the wind. He looked demonic. Emogia. Gabbert said coldly. It's Emogia, the top demon of the Demon Master. Some people recognized Emogia as well. Emogia is one of the geniuses closest to the Universe Prodigy list. His strength is unfathomable. Rumor has it that he has always wanted to challenge Gabbert. Is he going to challenge Gabbert this time? It's possible. First, he can replace Gabbert. Second, he can take the cauldron. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone was discussing fervently. Emogia stepped through the air, and no one dared to stop him. He came to the top of the 8 trigrams diagram and stood opposite Gabbert. Emogia, you want the cauldron? I've already said that you're courting death. Gabbert said coldly. Even in front of Emogia, he was still domineering. Hee, you want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the strength, Gabbert. Today, I'll step on your corpse and officially enter the Universe Prodigy list. Emogia shouted, and his hair danced in the wind. His demonic aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, Emogia struck out with both his palms. 2 pitch-black palm prints blasted out towards Gilbert. Petty tricks. Gabbert said coldly. He formed the Angel King sword and slashed horizontally, destroying the 2 black palm prints. Pong! At the same time, Emogia stepped forward and rushed toward Gabbert. His body was covered in black demonic aura, and his skin was covered in dense black bone spikes. He looked like a demon. Legend had it that the demon race was related to the demon race. Tracing back to the origin, the bloodlines of the two were similar. Emogia's fists were covered in bone spikes. They were extremely sharp, as if they could pierce through anything. Mogia's fists continued to attack Gabbert, bringing with them a terrifying whistling sound. Gabbert's face turned serious. He waved the Angel King sword and fought with Mogia. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed continuously, and in an instant they had exchanged dozens of blows. After exchanging dozens of blows, there was still no clear victor. Mogia was strong, too. He had the same cultivation level as Gabbert. They both had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God Layer. He wasn't weak, either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been one of the candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. Demonic Hero, is this all you've got? You want to be on the Universe Genius list with this kind of power? What a joke. At this moment, Gabbert spoke again, his voice full of mockery. Shut up. Demon King Bloodline, activate. Mogia roared. At this moment, his eyes turned blood red and a violent aura rushed out of his body. Dense black scales appeared on his skin. Mogia went all out and used his trump card, causing his battle prowess to reach its peak. Boom, he punched out again, sending Gabbert flying backward. Amazing. Mogia's battle prowess is amazing. His battle prowess has reached the level of 5 stars. It's definitely a 5-star battle prowess. Even among the 5-star battle prowess, he's considered strong. The surrounding people discussed in astonishment. Among the younger generation, there were very few who had reached the level of 5 stars. Gabbert, die. Mogia roared, his eyes full of ferocious killing intent. He continued to attack Gabbert. Is this all you've got? Then I'll send you to hell. At this moment, Gabbert didn't panic. He only had cold killing intent. The Angel King sword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a strange aura. Secret technique, Holy Light Trial. A cold voice came from Gabbert's mouth. A huge cross appeared above his head. The cross emitted dazzling rays of light. It was incomparably huge, and it was completely formed by holy light. It pressed down on Mogia. This was Gabbert's origin secret technique, and it was extremely powerful. With a boom, the cross and Mogia's armor collided, erupting into dazzling rays of light. The entire area was drowned in pure white holy light. Then, a figure flew backward and crashed to the ground. It was Mogia. This time, Mogia was finally defeated. He was no match for Gabbert. He smashed a huge hole in the ground and spat out blood. A mere 5-star battle prowess dares to be presumptuous in front of me? You overestimate yourself. A disdainful voice came from Gabbert's mouth. He was in a superior position, looking down on Mogia as if he was looking at a defeated opponent. You have a 6-star battle prowess? Mogia roared in disbelief. Otherwise, how could I be ranked on the Universe Genius list? Let me tell you, with your talent, you'll never be able to be ranked on the Universe Genius list. So, let me send you to hell. Gabbert said coldly. He was covered in pure white holy light as he walked toward Gabbert step by step. Although the 8 furnaces were still there, no one dared to snatch them. Gabbert's reputation was too great. No one wanted to throw their lives away. Gabbert, you. Mogia was shocked. He wanted to run away, but unfortunately, he had already been severely injured by Gabbert. He couldn't run away at all. Gabbert caught up to Mogia in a few moments, and his attacks were like a torrential storm as they blasted towards Mogia. In the end, he killed Mogia in midair. A person who had the potential to be ranked on the Universe Genius list was killed just like that. After killing Mogia, Gabbert returned to the pill field. He made his way to the largest cauldron. No one dared to stop him. No one dared to snatch it. With these furnaces, I believe it won't be long before I can condense enough desolate pills to help me break through to the 6th level of the Great Supreme God Realm. Gabbert's eyes were burning. He already had the strength of the top of the 5th Great Supreme God Layer, but to break through from the 5th to the 6th Great Supreme God Layer, he needed a lot of desolate pills. He couldn't gather them in just a few months. He needed more furnaces. With these 8 furnaces, he would be able to condense desolate pills much faster. He believed it wouldn't be long before he had enough desolate pills to break through to the 6th Great Supreme God Layer. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3-meter-wide furnace. He wanted to put it in his spatial ring. However, at that moment, his hair stood on end. He sensed danger. At the same time, a whistling sound came from above. Someone was attacking his head. Almost subconsciously, Gabbert hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Who is it? You want to die?" Gabbert was furious. Someone dared to attack him at such a time? That person was courting death. "Gabbert, we haven't seen each other in such a short time. Don't you recognize me?" said a clear voice. A silhouette suddenly appeared above Gabbert's head. "Mu Yun," shouted Gabbert. He couldn't believe it. End of chapter. Gabbert couldn't believe it. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to appear in front of him. A few months ago, he had easily injured Lu Ming and forced him to run away. Now, he had dared to appear in front of him. Was he looking for death? Gabbert narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Lu Ming. His pupils shrank. Third Great Supreme God Layer. He realized that Lu Ming had already broken through to the Third Great Supreme God Layer. No wonder he had dared to appear in front of him. He had already broken through. "You think you can compete with me just because you've broken through? Ridiculous." Gabbert sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The pure white light around him was incomparably dense. "That's Mu Yun. It's really Mu Yun. It's him. Kill him. Kill him and I'll be the son of heaven." Many people revealed greedy looks as they stared fixedly at Lu Ming. Kill. Suddenly, many people moved and crazily rushed towards Lu Ming. They had already been blinded by the title of Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. They didn't even think about why Lu Ming had dared to appear. They only knew that as long as they killed Lu Ming, they would become the Son of Heaven. At the same time, Gabbert also moved. The Angel King sword condensed again. He used the sword to move his body and slashed towards Lu Ming. Gabbert was closer to Lu Ming to begin with, and his speed was too fast. He was much faster than the rest. In an instant, the sword gleam neared Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. The multicolored light was burning like a flame. He threw a punch. A boundless fist energy, containing all kinds of ancient secret skills, bombarded Gabbert. It collided with Gabbert's Angel King sword. The two collided and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Thousands of waves of energy were released. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The Angel King sword directly exploded. Gabbert's body was violently pushed back. Lu Ming's body didn't move at all. What? Those who were charging towards Lu Ming had their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen something out of a fantasy story. Lu Ming had actually forced Gabbert back with a single punch. They had clearly seen how strong Gabbert was. And Lu Ming was able to push Gabbert back with a single punch. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger than Gabbert's? It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, causing many of them to shudder. A chilling sensation rose from their hearts. Was this battle prowess something they could fight against? Wouldn't rushing forward be courting death? Immediately, the flames of greed in their hearts were completely extinguished. What was left was only fear. "Stop. Stop for me. Retreat, retreat, retreat." Everyone roared in their hearts and desperately urged their divine power to slow down their bodies. Then, they stopped and frantically retreated. Originally, there were close to 200 people charging towards Lu Ming. At this moment, these 200 people were frantically retreating. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to these people. His gaze had always been on Gabbert. "Gabbert, use all of your power. Today, the 1,000-year agreement between you and me will be resolved." Lu Ming said coldly. "Mu Yun, don't even think about defeating me. Today will be the day of your death." Gabbert roared. His long hair fluttered and holy light soared into the sky. "Secret technique, holy light judgment." Gabbert roared. A cross condensed from holy light appeared above his head. This was Gabbert's origin source secret technique. Previously, he had also used this move to defeat and kill Mo Jia. Boom, the cross was as white as snow and emitted holy light. However, it possessed the power of judgment and could judge all living things. It was said that all living things would be turned into ashes under the judgment. After using the light of judgment, Gabbert's combat strength had reached 6 stars. Sky-breaking form. Lu Ming whispered and used the sky-breaking form. His entire body turned into a spear light and rushed towards Gabbert, colliding with the Holy Cross. Similarly, there was a loud explosion, but it was more intense than the previous time. Then, a figure frantically retreated. This time, not only did he retreat, but he was also injured and spurted blood from his mouth. It was still Gabbert. Even if he used the holy light judgment, it was useless as it was suppressed by Lu Ming's sky-breaking form. What? This scene caused the spectators to be even more shocked. Previously, Gabbert used the holy light judgment to successfully defeat and kill Mo Jia. However, he was no match for Lu Ming now. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Gabbert, is this your highest combat strength? Then I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly and stepped out. His body once again turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Gabbert. He wanted to kill Gabbert in one fell swoop. Want to kill me? No way. Holy light judgment. Gabbert roared. His eyes were blood red. In an instant, the feathers on the 12 wings on his back turned blood red. A blood-red longsword appeared above Gabbert's head. It formed a sharp contrast with the white cross. Another origin secret technique. This Gabbert has mastered 2 origin secret techniques. 1 divine power and 2 origin secret techniques. How rare. No wonder he's a genius on the universe prodigy list. Even Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. Clearly, Gilbert didn't master 2 origin secret techniques because he cultivated 2 types of divine power. He only cultivated 1 type of divine power. 1 type of divine power could actually cultivate 2 origin secret techniques. This was very rare. And the power would also be very powerful. It was much more powerful than controlling 2 types of divine power to cultivate 2 origin secret techniques. Around them, the others could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Gabbert still had a trump card? Kill! Gabbert roared. The holy light cross and the judgment sword blasted towards Lu Ming at the same time. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. An even stronger force surged out of his body. Battle formula, 7-fold combat strength. Previously, he only used the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 6-fold. Now, this was Lu Ming's peak combat strength. He used the sky-splitting form again. His body transformed into a long spear and rushed towards Gabbert. Heaven and earth were drowned in dazzling light. Everyone could only see a spear, a cross of holy light, and a blood-red sword constantly clashing and killing each other. In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, but there was no clear winner. It had to be said that Gabbert's combat strength exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. He was stronger than he had imagined. Although he did not reach 7-star combat strength, he had reached the peak of 6-star combat strength. If Lu Ming had not comprehended some ordinary secret techniques during this period of time and improved the quality of the forbidden technique, he would not have been Gabbert's opponent. In this way, the 2 of them were evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 100 moves. However, after 100 moves, Lu Ming began to gradually gain the upper hand. This was because he was getting more and more familiar with the sky-splitting form. End of chapter. After all, Lu Ming's sky splitter had just been created, so he wasn't very familiar with it. It wasn't perfect, and its power hadn't reached perfection. And now, in the fierce battle with Gabbert, the sky splitter had become more and more perfect. Lu Ming had become more familiar with it, and its power had become stronger. Naturally, he had suppressed Gabbert and gained the upper hand. How is this possible? How is this possible? Gilbert roared in his heart, and his eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. He had always considered himself a genius. Although he was ranked at the bottom of the universe prodigy list, he had been holding back and hadn't fought for a long time. Not long ago, he had comprehended a second secret technique, and his combat power had become stronger. His confidence had increased greatly. He had planned to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the grand supreme immortal city and rush to a higher rank on the universe prodigy list. But now, he was suppressed by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was 2 levels higher. This was a great blow to his confidence. He was 2 levels higher, and he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. If they were at the same level, wouldn't he be killed by Lu Ming in one move? What right did he have to be Lu Ming's opponent? Thinking of this, he was extremely furious. When he was furious, he would lose his composure, and when he lost his composure, he would reveal his flaws. And Lu Ming's combat experience was so rich that he could accurately grasp any minute flaw. There's a flaw, kill. Lu Ming shouted, and his body split into thousands and burst out like a beam of light, piercing toward Gabbert. Poof, this time, Gabbert couldn't block it. He screamed and retreated. His chest was pierced by the spear light, and there was a hole in it. The destructive power in the spear light attacked his body, trying to destroy his body and even his soul. Suppress it. Gabbert roared and unleashed all his power. His entire body was shrouded in layers of holy light, forcibly blocking the impact of the destructive power and forcing it out. But the result was that his injuries worsened. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. His eyes finally revealed a look of horror, and he frantically retreated. Gabbert, let's end this. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He used the Great Aurora technique, and in a flash, he chased after Gabbert. Then, he used the Sky Splitter form, and his body turned into a long spear, piercing out. The heaven-cleaving style was created based on the secret skills that Lu Ming had mastered in the past. Therefore, there were some shadows of secret skills in it, such as the Great Aurora skill. When Lu forms TS Splitter, it was like the Great Aurora technique speed. Ah! He wanted to block Lu Ming's attack. Aurora. 2 Aurora T Ors Aurora been hit. Unfortunately, Gabbert was already injured, and his combat strength was not as good as before. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? When the 2 attacks collided, the cross and blood-colored sword shook violently. Fine cracks appeared on them, and then they exploded. Pfft! Gabbert spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his body frantically retreated. His injuries had worsened. However, Lu Ming's attack did not stop. The spear light rose again, and once again stabbed at Gabbert. This time, Gabbert could no longer resist. He knew very well how much strength he had left. If he forcefully resisted, he would definitely be killed. Mu Yun, you'd better remember this. I will definitely avenge you. Gabbert roared, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Then, 6 of the 12 wings on his back broke. The 6 broken wings burst out with dazzling holy light, like pure white flames, burning fiercely. Blood kept flowing out of Gabbert's 6 broken wings, but he could no longer care. The 6 broken wings enveloped him, and then Gabbert's body turned into a ray of light, breaking through the air and flying into the distance. His speed was astonishingly fast. Lu Ming's attack missed. Lu Ming frowned. Without hesitation, he used greater teleportation and chased after Gabbert. However, Lu Ming helplessly discovered that his teleportation speed was not as fast as Gabbert's. Gabbert's figure disappeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes in the blink of an eye, and disappeared from Lu Ming's senses. Lu Ming stopped and did not continue to pursue. He knew that even if he chased, he would not be able to catch up. Gabbert was very decisive. He actually broke his wings to escape. 6 of his angelic wings were broken to help him escape. As everyone knew, the wings of the angels were the core of their strength. The more wings an angel had, the stronger their talent. Once their wings were broken, it would be a huge blow to them. If it was light, their cultivation would regress and their talent would decrease. If it was heavy, they would die. In order to save his life, Gabbert had no choice but to break 6 of his wings to escape. He was also a ruthless person. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. As soon as he stopped, he continued to use greater teleportation and returned to the original place. The pill furnace was still there. He continuously teleported several times to chase after Gabbert and then teleported back. In total, it took less than a breath. The others did not react and were still in shock. Gabbert was actually defeated by Lu Ming and fled with his wings broken. This was definitely a piece of heavy news. It made everyone's heart beat wildly, and they could not calm down. Swish, Lu Ming's figure reappeared in the sky above the 8 trigrams, then he landed and walked towards the pill furnace. No one dared to stop him, and no one dared to snatch it. Lu Ming waved his hand and used a force. The 8 pill furnaces flew towards Lu Ming one by one and were put into Lu Ming's storage ring. Let's go. At this time, the surrounding people finally came to their senses and wanted to escape. Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. His figure moved and disappeared from the original place. In the next moment, he appeared above everyone's heads. Everyone's face turned pale. Mu Yun, what are you trying to do? Someone said with a trace of fear in his eyes. Previously, they wanted to attack Lu Ming, but now they were afraid that Lu Ming would take revenge, so they left them behind. With Lu Ming's combat strength, even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for Lu Ming and would be killed. You wanted to kill me before, and now you want to leave just like that. How can there be such a good thing without paying a price? Lu Ming sneered. What price do you want us to pay? If you want to kill us, I'd rather fight to the death. Someone shouted, looking as if he was facing death with equanimity. I don't want your lives. Hand over the desolation pills or pill furnaces on your bodies. If you don't hand them over, I'll really take your lives. Lu Ming said. What? Mu Yun, you're simply insatiable. Someone roared. Lu Ming had clearly just obtained 8 pill furnaces, and now he was actually thinking about their pill furnaces. He was even greedier than Gabbert. End of chapter. Oh, it seems that you must have a pill furnace or a desolation pill on you. Lu Ming looked at the burly man who had the most intense reaction. Because when Lu Ming asked these people to hand over their pill furnaces and desolation pills, the burly man shouted as if his tail had been stepped on. Obviously, something was wrong. Sure enough, after being questioned by Lu Ming, the burly man's face turned pale and he looked very ugly. No, I don't. You misunderstood. The burly man hurriedly explained. Whether you have it or not, I'll know once I check your storage ring. Lu Ming said and stepped forward towards the burly man. Seeing Lu Ming step forward, the burly man gritted his teeth, turned into a rainbow light, and flew into the distance, trying to escape. However, he was not Gabbert. Even if he tried his best, it was useless in front of Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed and caught up to the burly man. He threw a punch, and a vast fist force crushed down. Although the burly man wanted to resist, it was useless. Under the fist force, he turned into ashes. A storage ring was caught in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming checked it without hesitation. After a while, a trace of joy appeared on his face. There was indeed a pill furnace in the burly man's storage ring. It was about 1 meter in diameter. Lu Ming put it away without hesitation. It's your turn. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the others. Mu Yun, I don't have a pill furnace or a desolation pill on me. I don't have one either. Many people shouted. I'll check whether you have one or not. Hand over your storage rings and let me check. Lu Ming said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Previously, these people wanted to kill him. He was already being lenient by not killing them. So what if they took some pill furnaces and desolation pills? Due to Lu Ming's demonic might, these people did not dare to disobey and could only obediently do as they were told. Lu Ming checked them one by one. He only scanned the pill furnaces and desolation pills very quickly. Before long, Lu Ming had checked them all. In the end, Lu Ming was somewhat disappointed. He found a total of 2 pill furnaces. Including the one that escaped before, there were a total of 3. As for the desolation pills, he only managed to find 3,000 of them. In fact, thinking about it, it was normal. These people's battle strength was not high. If they wanted to snatch the pill furnace, it would be very difficult. Unless they were lucky and encountered a place where no one wanted to snatch it, it would be very difficult to obtain the pill furnace. Lu Ming calculated that he had a total of 18 pill furnaces on him. The 17 smaller ones were about 1 meter in diameter. A large one with a diameter of about 3 meters. This was already a pretty good harvest. Mu Yun, I have news for you. At this time, a young man flew in front of Lu Ming and said to Lu Ming, "What news?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Everyone else had already left, but this person was still here and wanted to tell him the news. Judging from the aura of life origin, this person should be a member of the demon race. If you want alchemy furnaces, I know a place with alchemy furnaces, and there are quite a few of them. The young man from the demon race said. A place with alchemy furnaces? Hee hee, do you think I'm stupid? If there is, why don't you go and tell me? Lu Ming sneered, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The young demon's face turned slightly pale, and he hurriedly said, "The alchemy furnaces I'm talking about belong to Gabbert. There are powerhouses of the angel race guarding them. I definitely can't snatch them." Gabbert's? Lu Ming whispered. That's right. Gabbert obtained a lot of alchemy furnaces before, but he didn't bring them with him because they wouldn't condense alchemy furnaces. Gabbert gave his alchemy furnaces to some of his subordinates of the angel race to guard a place with rich desolation chi. They are constantly condensing desolation pills. In this way, the alchemy furnaces will not be empty and can be used effectively to produce desolation pills. Gabbert will give some of these desolation pills to the people guarding the alchemy furnaces, and most of them will go into Gabbert's pocket. The young demon said. Oh? Lu Ming said softly. In fact, he already believed it in his heart. Previously, Gabbert had killed the genius of the devil race, and this young demon was a member of the devil race. It was normal for him to tell Gabbert where the alchemy furnaces were hidden because they had a grudge against each other. Moreover, it made sense that Gabbert didn't bring the alchemy furnaces with him because they wouldn't be able to condense desolation pills. Lu Ming was alone, so he had no choice but to bring the alchemy furnaces with him at all times. Tell me, where is Gabbert's alchemy furnaces? Lu Ming asked. Here, immediately, the young demon told Lu Ming the address in detail and then left. After the young demon left, Lu Ming took out a storage ring. This storage ring belonged to Gabbert. Lu Ming checked it carefully. There were other storage rings in the storage ring, and one of them belonged to Xianxia. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, there wasn't a single alchemy furnace in it. Instead, Lu Ming found 10,000 desolation pills. These desolation pills belonged to Gabbert and Xianxia. Lu Ming guessed that the two of them had kept the desolation pills because these desolation pills weren't enough to help them break through to the next realm. They wanted to accumulate more desolation pills and refine them together to break through to the next realm. Now, Lu Ming had taken advantage of them. There isn't a single alchemy furnace in Xianxia's storage ring. Could it be that he also asked the devil race to guard it and refine the desolation pills? It's a pity that I didn't ask the young demon to explain it clearly just now. Lu Ming muttered. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared, heading in the direction that the young demon had told him. An hour later, in the sky above a mountain range, a figure flashed and appeared. It was Lu Ming. The desolation chi in this area is indeed dense. It's suitable for refining desolation pills. It seems that Gabbert's people are here. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind as he looked at the valley ahead. In this area, the desolation chi in that valley was the densest. Gabbert's people should be refining desolation pills there. Although the speed at which a furnace refined desolation pills was related to the grade of the furnace itself, it was also related to the environment outside. The denser the desolation chi outside, the faster the furnace refined desolation pills. When Lu Ming had refined desolation pills before, the furnace could refine a batch of desolation pills in half a day. A batch of 12 desolation pills. If he had refined in a place with denser desolation chi, the number of desolation pills he could refine would have exceeded 12. Immediately, Lu Ming withdrew his aura, landed on the ground, and silently headed for the valley. He didn't know how strong Gabbert's subordinates were. If there were stronger people, even stronger than Gabbert, he would have to give up on the idea. Since they were Gabbert's subordinates, most likely no one in the younger generation could surpass Gabbert. He was afraid that those in the prime of their lives, who had cultivated for many years, had profound cultivation, and comprehended all kinds of secret techniques for many years, could surpass Gabbert in battle strength. Soon, Lu Ming silently arrived above the valley. Using the great concealment technique, he hid in the dark and observed. As expected, there was a group of people in the valley. They were all wearing white robes. Some were young, some were in their prime. There were about 30 of them. Lu Ming could tell at one glance that she was an angel due to her unique aura. These people formed a circle, and in the middle of them were pill furnaces. 12 furnaces, one of them is 3 meters in diameter. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that there were 12 furnaces in total. 11 of them were 1 meter in diameter and one was 3 meters in diameter. More than 30 people from the angel clan were surrounding the furnaces. First, they were guarding the furnaces. Second, they were maintaining the furnaces so that they could continue refining desolate pellets. Gabbard isn't here. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He didn't see Gabbard in the valley. He was a bit disappointed. He had thought that if Gabbard had come back and was seriously injured, he might have been able to kill him. But now, it seemed like Gabbard didn't come back because he was worried about something. It seems like the strongest angel clan member has the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer. If I can kill him first, I can deal with him. Lu Ming thought and made a decision. He decided to attack. After careful observation, he realized that the strongest angel clan member had the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer. He was in his prime. 6th great supreme god layer was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's cultivation level. If that angel clan member had the strength of 3 stars, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to deal with him. However, if he could kill him first, he wouldn't be afraid of the others. Lu Ming restrained his qi and used the great concealing technique. He quietly moved towards the valley and approached the angel clan member of the 6th great supreme god layer. The angel clan member of the 6th great supreme god layer was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the valley. He was the closest to Lu Ming. Very quickly, Lu Ming was only 1,000 meters away from him. The great concealing technique was mysterious and extraordinary. It was an ancient secret technique that was as famous as the great teleportation technique and the great aurora technique. It was one of the top 100 ancient secret techniques among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Even when he was 1,000 meters away from this person still hadn't noticed. A distance of 1,000 meters was no different from 0 to them. Great assassination technique, Lu Ming performed the great assassination skill. His palm seemed to have turned into a long sword, piercing toward the angel with the strength of the 6th layer of the great emperor god realm. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. When the sword light approached the angel clan's cultivator of the 6th great supreme god layer, he was alarmed. With a furious roar, this person erupted with all his strength, wanting to move horizontally to avoid Lu Ming's sword light. However, he was still a step too late. Lu Ming's sword light was aimed at the back of his head. At the critical moment, he moved sideways a little, causing the sword light to deviate a little, but it still pierced through his head. With a bang, half of the man's head exploded, and his body fell forward. Although it didn't hit the center and didn't immediately extinguish this person's soul, the explosion of half of his head still injured this person's soul, causing him to be heavily injured. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? His terrifying attacks rose again as he charged towards this person. "Ah!" shouted the angel clan's cultivator of the 6th great supreme god layer furiously. He spread his wings and his entire body was surrounded by a pure white holy light. At that moment, he finally saw who had attacked him by surprise. "Mu Yun!" shouted the angel clan's cultivator of the 6th great supreme god layer. "Die!" What responded to him was Lu Ming's cold murderous intent. This time, Lu Ming performed the heaven-splitting move. Dazzling spear gleams dashed toward this person. Boom, their attacks collided. At that moment, the angel's holy light was destroyed. The spear lights didn't stop and continued to attack the remaining half of the man's head. With a loud bang, the man's head exploded. His soul was also destroyed by the spear lights. A headless corpse fell on the ground. Finally, the others came to their senses. From the moment Lu Ming launched the assassination to the moment he launched the second attack to kill this person, everything happened too quickly. It was only after he had completely killed this person that the rest of the people reacted. "Mu Yun! It's Mu Yun! Damn it! He dared attack us by surprise. Kill him! Die!" shouted the angels furiously. they all threw themselves at Lu Ming. Some of them had the strength of the fifth godly emperor layer, and their fighting strength was between 2 and 3 stars. They were the fastest. They turned into pure white sword lights and moved towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Even though Lu Ming had just killed the strongest of them, they thought that Lu Ming had done it by surprise. Now that Lu Ming was in front of them, they didn't have the opportunity to attack him by surprise. They didn't think he was that strong. The few cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer were the first to reach Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming shouted softly. Both of his fists blasted out continuously. Waves of violent energy transformed into fist force, crushing the opponent. There were 4 angels of the fifth great supreme god layer in total. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. Lu Ming's fists had directly destroyed them. Even though they had the strength of the fifth great supreme god layer, the strongest of them was only 3 stars. Altogether, they were only 9 stars stronger than ordinary cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming's combat ability was as high as 12 stars. Naturally, he could crush and kill these people in seconds. Slash, 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 this scene had all the other angels sucking in a cold breath of air. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had initially wanted to kill Lu Ming, but when they saw that, they tried to control their god strength to stop. But it was too late. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and indifferent. His body seemed to have transformed into a long spear. He dashed out and beams of spear gleams burst out from his body. No matter if the angels were attacking or defending, they couldn't withstand a single attack from Lu Ming's spear lights. Spear lights shot out, and the angels were killed one by one. Out of more than 30 angels, only 5 were left. The remaining 5 were so scared that they were trembling all over. Their guts were almost broken, and their faces were twisted together because of fear. Spare my life. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'm willing to be your slave. I beg you, please don't kill me. The 5 angels were young. They were begging for their lives. They didn't have the courage to fight back. Hee hee, are these the geniuses of the top 10 clans? You're just SOSO. Lu Ming sneered, full of sarcasm. The geniuses of the top 10 clans were usually high and mighty in the ancient desolate universe. They looked down on the other clans and ordered them around. But now, they were facing death. They were even more afraid of death than ordinary people. What face? What dignity? They had nothing. They didn't want anything. Although the 5 angels felt aggrieved and angry, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They continued to look at Lu Ming with pleading eyes. The 5 angels didn't dare to escape or attack. They could only look at Lu Ming pleadingly. They hoped that Lu Ming would be merciful and let them go. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. The 5 angels were overjoyed. They were so excited that their bodies were trembling. They never expected that Lu Ming would really let them go. They didn't have any intention of staying. Like stray dogs, they flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't make a move and let the 5 angels leave. It wasn't that Lu Ming was merciful and didn't have the heart to kill them. Lu Ming deliberately let them leave to deal a blow to Gabbert. After these people left, they would definitely look for Gabbert. If Gabbert knew that the pill furnaces he had painstakingly obtained had all fallen into Lu Ming's hands, he would probably die of anger. Even if he didn't die of anger, he would be half dead, which would cause his injuries to heal even more slowly. That was Lu Ming's goal. In any case, he didn't mind letting the 5 angels go. They were no threat to him. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward the 12 pill furnaces. Then, he waved his hand and put them away. He had no intention of condensing the desolation pill here. Although the desolation aura here was dense, it was easy to be exposed. It was better to find another place to condense the desolation pill. After putting away the pill furnaces, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and soared into the sky, wanting to leave. However, after flying for a few miles, Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped and he retreated rapidly. Who's there? Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, he looked in all directions with a serious expression. That was because he felt a sense of danger from all directions. There were definitely powerhouses hiding in the surroundings. What a sharp spiritual sense, but it's useless. Mu Yun, your fate is sealed today. A cold voice sounded. At the same time, many figures appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. There weren't many of them, only about 20 or so. However, the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying, causing Lu Ming's gaze to turn even more serious. Devil race, heavenly human race, Lu Ming's gaze swept over them. He discovered that some of them were from the demon clan. There were also a few from the celestial clan. However, they were not young people. They were in the prime of their lives. What Lu Ming feared the most were these heavenly human tribe youths. They gave Lu Ming a strong sense of oppression. At least the 6th grade supreme god layer, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. This time, it was a little troublesome. The heavenly human tribe's innate talents were very powerful. Any heavenly human tribe member could reach 2-star battle prowess. The slightly stronger ones could even reach 3-star battle prowess. As for those who were more talented and outstanding, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to attain a 4-star battle prowess. Coupled with their cultivation, such battle prowess could completely crush Lu Ming. Are you the one who leaked the information? Lu Ming's gaze finally landed on a young demon clan member and he asked coldly. This young demon clan member was the one who had previously informed Lu Ming of the location of Gabert's cauldron. Needless to say, this person had brought people here. He had miscalculated, he should have killed this person before. Previously, Lu Ming didn't think too much about it. He thought that this person had told Gabert the location of the cauldron because Gabert had killed Mo Jia and he wanted to avenge Mo Jia. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. This person had told Gabert the location of the cauldron to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he attack Gabert, but he could also kill him and make a great contribution to the heavenly human tribe. What a scheming person. If it weren't for the fact that this person's battle prowess was not strong enough, he would have been a terrifying opponent. Isn't that obvious? Mu Yun, I can't kill you, but the experts of the heavenly human tribe can. The young demon clan member sneered with a smug look on his face. Although he didn't kill Lu Ming and couldn't obtain the position of Son of Heaven, helping the heavenly human tribe to kill Lu Ming was still a great contribution. In the future, he would definitely be valued by the heavenly palace and have a meteoric rise. Thinking of the beautiful future, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile on his face. Very well, your life is mine, swoosh. Before Lu Ming's voice fell, he suddenly used the Greater Aurora technique. His body turned into an aurora and rushed toward the young demon clan member. A terrifying spear light rushed toward the young demon clan member. Humph, at this time a heavenly human tribe member stepped out with a cold snort. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. A golden fist blasted toward Lu Ming and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. Boom, a violent explosion erupted. Lu Ming's spear light instantly collapsed. His body shook violently and retreated violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What a strong combat strength. Lu Ming looked even more dignified. The heavenly human tribe member who had attacked a moment ago had the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer, but he had the strength of 4 stars. That was 1 star higher than Lu Ming's. I can't defeat him, I have to run. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He cast the transference skill, wanting to leave. Humph, I knew you would use the greater teleportation technique. Seal the space, shouted a heavenly human tribe member. Boom boom boom, the surrounding people all exuded a powerful aura. Their energy spread in all directions, making the surrounding space extremely heavy and obstructing Lu Ming's transference skill. No secret technique was invincible, no matter how mysterious it was, it had a weakness. The weakness of the greater teleportation technique was that once the space was disturbed, it would be very difficult to use it. Die. At the same time, another burly man from the heavenly human clan stepped out and charged toward Lu Ming. He was holding a halberd, which emitted a dazzling light, and slashed at Lu Ming. Fast, it was too fast. Moreover, my timing was very precise. At the moment when Lu Ming failed to cast the transference skill, I executed the killer move. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger, which made his hair stand on end. Great defensive technique, great divine shield technique, In an instant, Lu Ming cast close to 200 types of defensive ancient mystic skills and set up more than 200 layers of defense around his body. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed a secret skill of speed and retreated rapidly to the back. As soon as the heavenly human tribe member attacked, Lu Ming knew that he couldn't defeat him. He was too terrifying. However, the heavenly human tribe member attacked even faster. The halberd still hit him. The moment the halberd slashed, the defense that Lu Ming had set up on his body exploded continuously. In a breath's time, the 200 layers of defense around Lu Ming's body were all destroyed. The terrifying energy bombarded Lu Ming's body. "Get rid of it!" shouted Lu Ming. His body started to shake violently, turning into an illusion. He wanted to get rid of the energy. However, in the end, he only managed to get rid of a part of it. The rest of the energy bombarded his body and made half of his body explode. Lu Ming coughed up blood and his face turned pale. 5 stars. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Even though the heavenly human tribe member had the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer, his fighting strength was 5 stars, which was 2 stars higher than Lu Ming's. 2 stars of battle prowess, he could completely crush them. Under normal circumstances, 2 stars of fighting strength was enough to kill a cultivator instantly. However, Lu Ming was special. His ability to protect himself was too strong. As long as he didn't fight head-on with his opponent, he had many ways to protect himself. He had forbidden strength and his vitality was incomparably strong. Besides, Lu Ming had mastered too many ancient mystic skills and there were all kinds of them. Defensive skills, speed skills, energy dissipation skills, escape skills, and so on. When those skills were used together, Lu Ming's ability to protect himself reached the peak. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation level was 2 stars higher than his, he still managed to survive. He's not dead. The strong cultivator of the heavenly human clan was also very surprised. Lu Ming was more difficult to kill than they had imagined. "You guys seal the surrounding space. Don't let him escape. I'll kill him," shouted the strong cultivator of the heavenly human clan. Then, he continued to attack Lu Ming. As long as they sealed Lu Ming in the area, he wouldn't be able to escape. Sooner or later, he would be killed. If he couldn't kill Lu Ming with 1 move, he would use 2 moves. If 2 moves weren't enough, he would use 3 moves. If he used a few more moves, he would be able to kill Lu Ming sooner or later. "You're really smart. If you kill me, you'll be able to take all the credit," shouted Lu Ming. At the same time, he rushed to the other side. When he said that, as expected, some people's expressions changed drastically. Those devil race experts were still fine. They knew that it was impossible to snatch credit in front of the celestial race. However, the other members of the heavenly human clan had other ideas. Indeed, whoever killed Lu Ming would be able to take credit and become the son of heaven. Who didn't want to become the son of heaven, especially for people like them who weren't young anymore? They were already in the prime of their lives. Their cultivation level was only at the 6th great supreme god layer. In terms of potential, they were much weaker than those young geniuses. If that continued, their future would be bleak. Maybe after reaching the peak of the great supreme god layer, it would be difficult for them to progress any further. It would be difficult for them to break through to the divine master layer. But once they were bestowed the title of Son of Heaven, their future, their fate, would completely change. Even if their talent and potential were lacking, as long as they had enough resources, they would still be able to break through to the divine master realm. Therefore, Mu Yan's life was of utmost importance to them. The expression of the brawny heavenly human race man who was attacking Lu Ming changed. He shouted, "Don't fall into his trap. Seal the space. Once there is a flaw, he will escape." As he roared, he madly charged towards Lu Ming, fearing that others would snatch it away. Naturally, he had his own selfish motives. He wanted to kill Lu Ming himself and take all the credit for himself. He's already heavily injured. He can't escape. That's right. Everyone should have a share of Mu Yun. You can't monopolize him. Kill. How could the other heavenly human tribe burly men miss such an opportunity? One after another, they pounced on Lu Ming. In this way, several experts joined forces to besiege Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to fall into a fatal crisis. However, a flaw appeared in the outer seal of the void. This was an opportunity. Fight. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He suddenly changed direction and charged towards one of the heavenly human tribe. Burly men. This burly man was the first person Lu Ming had fought with. This person had a 4-star combat strength, only 1 star higher than Lu Ming. Among the heavenly human tribe burly men present, he was considered the weakest. It was most advantageous to break through from this person's side. Lu Ming used the skybreaking style. His body turned into a long spear and charged towards the heavenly human tribe burly man. This time, Lu Ming pressed forward with indomitable will, charging forward crazily. Boom, the two attacks collided. Lu Ming's attack was defeated, and a powerful force bombarded Lu Ming's body. However, this time, Lu Ming did not retreat. If he retreated, he could reduce some of the force and the damage he received would not be too great. However, if he retreated now, he would be attacked by others. Then, Lu Ming would be in even more danger. Now, he could only charge forward with indomitable will. As he continued to charge forward, Lu Ming suffered more damage. His body continued to explode. In the end, more than half of his body exploded, leaving only the upper half of his body. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be severely injured and not have much combat strength left. However, Lu Ming would not. As long as he had a single cell left, he could be revived. Moreover, more than half of his cells were still there. Lu Ming's combat strength was still at its peak. He did not retreat and charged with all his might. Finally, he successfully charged past the heavenly human tribe burly man. Oh no! Damn it! Stop him! The other heavenly human tribe burly men roared. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming had already used the greater teleportation technique. Swoosh, this time, the greater teleportation technique was successfully activated. The surrounding demon tribe experts were not as strong as those from the heavenly human tribe. There were flaws in the void seal. Lu Ming moved out of these flaws and rushed out of the encirclement. However, Lu Ming did not go far. Instead, he came out from the side of the demon tribe youth. This person dared to scheme against him. How could Lu Ming let him go? As soon as he saw Lu Ming suddenly appear beside him, the demon tribe youth was scared out of his wits. He screamed in horror. Save me, no one can save you. From the moment you schemed against me, your fate has been sealed. Go to hell. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. At the same time, a spear light burst out. Although Lu Ming only had half of his body left, his combat strength was not affected. The demon tribe youth could not block Lu Ming's attack at all. The spear light flashed and the demon tribe youth's glabella was penetrated. His soul was also annihilated. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness, despair, and regret. Yes, regret. If he knew that he would end up like this, he would not have provoked Lu Ming. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Damn it. Kill. Those burly men from the heavenly human tribe and some of the demon tribe experts also rushed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming continued to use the greater teleportation technique and disappeared from the spot. I will remember your lives. Sooner or later, I will take them away. Just you wait, Lu Ming's voice was still floating in the air. Chase. Those heavenly human tribe experts roared and chased after Lu Ming. Unfortunately, their speed was not as fast as Lu Ming. The distance between them became wider and wider. Soon, they completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The burly man from the heavenly human tribe who had the combat strength of 5 stars roared. He then looked at the others angrily and said, I told you not to attack and seal the void. Now, you have fallen into a trap. You have to take responsibility. Take responsibility? What a joke. Why are you the one who attacked and not me? You sealed the void. You just want to take all the credit for yourself. That's right. Don't make it sound so dignified. You are also at fault. The other heavenly human tribe experts sneered. While the burly men from the heavenly human tribe were arguing, Lu Ming had already teleported hundreds of thousands of miles away. Lu Ming did not continue to teleport, instead, he started to fly. At the same time, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. This time, his injuries were really serious. It was one of the most serious injuries he had suffered since he started cultivating. Looks like I'm still not careful enough. During this period of time, my combat strength has been constantly soaring, causing me to be a little overconfident. There are still quite a number of people in the younger generation who are stronger than me, not to mention that there are still people in their prime entering this time, Lu Ming warned himself to sum up his experience. After all, he was only at the third layer of the great god realm. There were many people who were stronger than him in the second layer. He had to be more careful in the future. At the same time, he had to be more ruthless. For example, when the young man from the demon clan told him the location of Gabbert's cauldron, he should have killed him immediately. That way, no one would know where he went. That would be the safest way. Lu Ming was flying while circulating his forbidden energy. The forbidden energy kept flowing out of the remaining cells to repair Lu Ming's body. The lower half of Lu Ming's body was rapidly growing and recovering. While Lu Ming was flying, the few strong men from the Heavenly Human clan had already spread the news that Mu Yun had been seriously injured. They had spread the news in the nearby area and called for everyone to come and kill Lu Ming. In an instant, many people gave up looking for cauldrons and gave up on refining desolate pills. They came to kill Lu Ming. Compared to the position of son of heaven or daughter of heaven, cauldrons or desolate pills, it was a far cry. Everyone in the area was looking for Lu Ming. Some people who were proficient in formations had set up surveillance formations to capture Lu Ming's whereabouts. After Lu Ming flew for a while, the lower half of his body grew out completely and he returned to his original appearance. His aura had also stabilized. Now that I have 30 pill furnaces, the speed of refining great desolate pills has greatly increased. Now, I need to find a place with dense great desolate chi to refine great desolate pills. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, he spread out his spirit sense and began to search. After a while. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a rainbow light appeared in front of him, rushing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed it from afar. People from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the Taishang Immortal City, other than the Heaven Destroyer, the rest were all from the Heavenly Palace. Mu Yun is over there. Kill him, don't let him escape. Those people were obviously here for Lu Ming. Each and every one of them exuded a cold killing intent, and there was a greedy light in their eyes. These people are really here for me. How did they know I was here? Could it be that someone has set up a surveillance formation in the vicinity? Lu Ming's mind was racing. With his intelligence, he quickly came to this conclusion. Those people obviously had a purpose. They were rushing towards him from afar. Obviously, they knew he was there. That was why they were rushing towards him. There was only one possibility: there was a surveillance formation in the vicinity. Those people had seen him and were rushing towards him. The strongest one is only of the 5th Great Supreme God layer, and you want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Lu Ming was already very angry. At that moment, it was as if his anger had been ignited. He exploded with a loud bang, full of killing intent. Lu Ming immediately rushed over, his body turned into a long spear and attacked the enemy. The strongest one on the enemy's side was only of the 5th Great Supreme God layer. There were no geniuses at the level of Gabbert. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? After a short time, there were corpses on the ground. It was a kind of deterrence. Then, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique and left. This time, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique. He didn't fly anymore. If he flew, he would be discovered by the surveillance formation, but if he used the greater teleportation technique, he wouldn't be discovered by the surveillance formation. As expected, Lu Ming didn't run into any people from the Heavenly Palace. He continued teleporting for millions of li and finally found a suitable place. This was a lake. It was very wide, and the great desolation chi in this lake was very dense. Lu Ming immediately jumped into the lake and went to the bottom. Then, he took out all 30 pill furnaces and injected forbidden energy into them to activate them, allowing them to start refining great desolate pills. As for Lu Ming, he took out some interspatial rings and started checking them. Those interspatial rings had been left behind by Gabbert's subordinates. Those people were guarding the cauldrons and refining desolate pills. There should be some desolate pills. After all, they didn't dare to refine them for themselves. They had to give them to Gabbert. As expected, there were more than 10,000 desolate pills in those people's interspatial rings. Lu Ming had already obtained 10,000 desolate pills. Now, Lu Ming had more than 20,000 desolate pills. Robbing is really fast. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Of course, this was based on his strength. If he wasn't strong enough, not only would he not be able to get the desolate pills, he would also lose his life. Let's refine these 20,000 desolate pills and increase my cultivation first. Lu Ming nodded and then took a deep breath. Tens of thousands of primordial pills were sucked into Lu Ming's mouth. They turned into surging energy that surged into the cells in his body and then transformed into taboo energy. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. He was slowly approaching the fourth great supreme god layer. Very quickly, 10,000 desolate pills were refined. Lu Ming took the remaining 10,000 desolate pills and continued to refine them. After refining all 20,000 desolate pills, Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the late third great supreme god layer. 20,000 desolate pills and I'm only approaching the late third great supreme god layer. It seems like I need at least 120,000 desolate pills to break through to the fourth great supreme god layer. It seems like I have to wait for a while. Lu Ming thought for a while and then started to comprehend the ordinary secret techniques. Half a day later, the 30 cauldrons started to refine pills. Bzzz. Bzzz. Bzzz, the 30 cauldrons shook at the same time. A large amount of pills flew out of the cauldrons. Lu Ming grabbed them in the air and they all flew towards him. 575 pills. The density of the Great Desolate Chi here is about the same as the place where I refined pills last time. A pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter can produce 12 Great Desolate pills. A pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters can produce 10 times the diameter of 1 meter. There are a total of 120 pills in one furnace, whispered Lu Ming. He was quite satisfied. At this speed, he could refine 1152 desolate pills a day. In 100 days, he could refine more than 110,000 desolate pills. Lu Ming put the desolate pills away. He didn't refine them. He planned to wait until he had 100,000 desolate pills. Then, he would refine them all and break through to the fourth great supreme god layer. He continued to comprehend the ordinary secret techniques. All kinds of ordinary secret techniques turned into talismans and merged with Lu Ming's cells. The forbidden energy was slowly changing and increasing. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 days had passed. Lu Ming already had around 110,000 desolate pills. After 100 days, Lu Ming had accumulated around 110,000 desolate pills. According to Lu Ming's calculations, 110,000 was enough for him to break through to the fourth great supreme god layer. He immediately stopped studying the secret technique and started refining the desolate pills. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled. Tens of thousands of desolate pills were sucked into his mouth and turned into forbidden energy. Lu Ming's cultivation level rose rapidly. Late third great supreme god layer, peak third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming's cultivation level rose all the way to the top of the third great supreme god layer. Then, he started breaking through to the fourth great supreme god layer. As long as he had enough desolate pills, the bottlenecks of the great supreme god layer were nothing. Not long after, boom, there was a soft roar in Lu Ming's body. Then, his aura surged and increased crazily. He had successfully broken through to the fourth great supreme god layer. Besides, Lu Ming still had 10,000 desolate pills left. Just like Lu Ming had calculated, he needed 120,000 desolate pills to break through to the fourth great supreme god layer. As Lu Ming had already refined 20,000 pills previously, he was left with 10,000 pills out of the 110,000 pills. However, Lu Ming didn't keep them. He also refined the 10,000 desolate pills. After breaking through to the fifth great supreme god layer, he needed at least 10 times more desolate pills to break through to the fourth great supreme god layer. He needed at least 1,200,000 desolate pills. Of course, 10,000 desolate pills weren't very useful, but they could help him consolidate his cultivation level. After an hour, Lu Ming's qi stabilized. His cultivation level had stabilized at the 4th Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously after breaking through to the 4th Great Supreme God layer. Now, if he faced Gabbard again, he could kill him with one slap. Of course, that was if he hadn't broken through to the 4th Great Supreme God layer. I finally broke through to the 4th Great Supreme God layer, but to break through to the 5th Great Supreme God layer, I need at least 1,200,000 desolate pills. That's too much. With my cauldron, I need 3 years to concoct them, Lu Ming thought. In 3 years, he had broken through to the 5th Great Supreme God layer. In the outside world, he was astonishingly fast, but in the Supreme Celestial City, he wasn't satisfied. There were too many experts on the 2nd level of the Supreme Immortal City. He had to improve as quickly as possible. Furthermore, they could not stay on the 2nd level for too long. At most, they could only stay for 50 years. After 50 years, they would have to leave. Yes, only 50 years. Although the Grand Supreme Immortal City would stay in the desolate universe for 1,000 years, they could only stay on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level for 50 years. He would spend most of his time on the origin seed. That was the most important, and also the most time-consuming. Therefore, 50 years was too short. He really didn't have time to waste. If he stayed there and didn't do anything, he could break through to the 5th Great Supreme God layer in 3 years and the 6th Great Supreme God layer in 30 years. Then, it came to an end. If he wanted to break through to the 7th Great Supreme God layer, he would need 300 years. If he broke through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer, it would be impossible for him to get the chance to condense the origin seed. In the future, he would have to compete to condense the origin seed. On each level, only the strongest people would have the chance to do so. He had to break through to the 7th Great Supreme God layer, or even reach the peak of the Great Supreme God layer. Only then would he have the chance to condense the origin seed. Therefore, if he stayed there and didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to condense the desolate pills. Even though it was the safest way. Besides, he still had to find Xianxia and find Xiaoyu and the others. Therefore, he had to compete to obtain more pill furnaces and more desolation pills. Only then would he be able to quickly increase his cultivation. Lu Ming waved his hand and took the 30 cauldrons. Then, he rose up into the air and left the lake. According to the information Fei Huang gave me, there are 36 star palaces in the 2nd level of the Taishang Immortal City. I should be in one of the star palaces. No matter which star palaces I am in, they are divided into the outer area and the core area. At the beginning, I will enter the outer area. The outer area has the least opportunities. The level of the cauldrons is not very high. The desolate qi is also very low. The core area not only has higher level cauldrons, but also some celestial palaces and earth veins. The desolate qi is extremely thick there. You can condense a huge amount of desolate pills there. However, if you want to enter the core area, you have to go through the calamity-avoiding ocean. If you want to go through the calamity-avoiding ocean, you have to get a calamity-avoiding airship. The information given by Fei Huang kept appearing in Lu Ming's mind. Then, he summarized the information and made a plan for the next step. Without a doubt, if he wanted to increase his cultivation level quickly, he had to enter the core area. In the outer area, when his cultivation level was low, he could increase his cultivation level quickly. However, when his cultivation level was high, the amount of resources he needed to increase his cultivation level would increase exponentially. He had to enter the core area to increase his cultivation speed. According to Fei Huang's information, there were some other opportunities in the core area. Some of them contained heaven-shaking opportunities that were difficult to guess. Lu Ming guessed that some of the strongest cultivators, such as those above the 7th Great Supreme God layer, had already entered the core area. I don't have a calamity-avoiding airship, so it will be difficult to go through the calamity-avoiding ocean. However, the calamity-avoiding airship can carry more than one person. I will go to the edge of the calamity-avoiding ocean. Maybe I will be able to take other people's calamity-avoiding airship and enter the core area. Lu Ming thought for a while and made a decision. Then, he used the map Fei Huang had given him to determine the direction and flew towards the core area. While flying, Lu Ming's appearance and body quickly changed. In the end, he changed his appearance. Although it couldn't change his life origin qi, he had stayed in the Heavenly Palace for a long time. The Heavenly Palace had preserved his qi. Once they met, many people would recognize him. However, at least he wouldn't be discovered by the Heavenly Palace's monitoring formation. The monitoring formation could only distinguish the appearance, but not the life origin qi. That way, it would save him a lot of trouble. As expected, he didn't get besieged for a while. On the way, if he encountered people from the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming would avoid them. He didn't want to encounter people who could recognize his life origin qi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to avoid a great battle. Even though he had broken through to the Heavenly Palace and his fighting strength had increased, it was hard to guarantee that there were even more terrifying people in the Heavenly Palace. In the following 2 days, Lu Ming didn't encounter too much trouble. However, on the 3rd day, Lu Ming discovered something. On the left side of Lu Ming's flight, there was a violent explosion. There were dazzling lights and furious roars. Those roars, Lu Ming's eyes moved. Those roars were similar to the roars of ancient gods. Lu Ming had heard the roar of a primitive immortal level spirit. However, as far as Lu Ming knew, there were no divine emperors among the primitive immortal level spirits, which meant that the one who roared had the bloodline of a primitive immortal level spirit or cultivated the primitive divine body. Is it someone from the primitive divine lake? Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He then flew in that direction. The primitive divine lake belonged to the Heaven Destroyer. If they were in danger, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Lu Ming would help if it was within his capabilities. After a few flashes, he had crossed 100,000 miles and arrived at a mountain range. Lu Ming's eyes widened as soon as he arrived. The mountain range in front of him was filled with purple light. There was a giant 8 trigrams in the purple light. It was an alchemy field. There were 2 groups of people fighting fiercely around the 8 trigrams. One of them was surrounded by the other. On the side that was surrounded, there were a few particularly large figures who roared at the sky. The roar of a primitive immortal level spirit that Lu Ming heard came from them. They are indeed people from the primitive divine lake and some other people from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was the Heavenly Palace that was besieging the Sky Exterminating Troop. There were more than 50 of them, while the Sky Exterminating Troop only had more than 30 people. Therefore, the Sky Exterminating Troop was at a complete disadvantage. There was no cauldron on the 8 trigrams. Apparently, it had been put away. It's them? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. There were people he knew on both sides. There were a few elites from the primitive divine lake on the Heaven Destroyer's side. Lu Ming knew one of them, Fei Yi, who he had fought with at the primitive divine lake. Coincidentally, there were a few brawny heavenly humans on the Heavenly Palace's side. They were the ones who had attacked Lu Ming and severely injured Lu Ming. He didn't expect to see them here. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out. A huge figure was beheaded by a celestial raceman. Then, his soul was annihilated. That was an elite with a primitive god spirit blood pulse. He was very powerful, but he was still killed. In a battle of the same level, he wasn't a match for the heavenly human tribe's muscular man. Kill all these traitors. A muscular heavenly human raceman roared. Kill. The people from the Heavenly Palace were in high spirits as they fought madly. It had to be known that killing traitors gave a large number of merit points, and the merit points obtained were even higher than that of demons. In the eyes of the Heavenly Palace, the traitor's head represented merit points and treasures. The Heaven Destroyer's side was even more vulnerable. They were forced to retreat, and could only defend. It was difficult for them to counterattack. Damn it. Don't go too far. We can give you the pill furnace, but you have to make way for us, a voice came from Heaven Destroyer's side. It was Flying Leaf. It seemed that the pill furnace of this elixir field had fallen into the hands of Heaven Destroyer. As long as we kill you, the pill furnace will still be ours. A muscular heavenly human raceman sneered. The people from the Heavenly Palace didn't give in at all. They continued to attack, and Heaven Destroyer's side was in danger. If this continued, Heaven Destroyer's side was likely to be wiped out. I should be able to deal with the elites from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming observed for a while and decided to make a move. These people had seriously injured him before. This grudge must be avenged. In addition, if he made a move, he could also save the people of Heaven Destroyer. It was killing two birds with one stone. Swish, Lu Ming rushed over at an astonishing speed, like a stream of light. As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, he alarmed the elites from the Heavenly Palace. Many pairs of eyes looked toward Lu Ming. It's him. It's Mu Yun. The muscular heavenly human race man recognized Lu Ming as soon as they saw Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had changed his appearance, they had all seen Lu Ming before and knew the aura of Lu Ming's life origin. For people at their level, they relied on the aura of life origin to recognize people. It's him. At the same time, the people of Heaven Destroyer also recognized Lu Ming. They had long remembered each other's life origin aura. Unfortunately, he's alone. He can't save us at all by himself. He can't even protect himself. Why did he still rush out? Is he confident? The people of Heaven Destroyer had many thoughts in their minds. Mu Yun, he actually dares to take the initiative to appear. Kill him. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, many people revealed a scorching light. Some of them reacted quickly and rushed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming first. A total of 10 people rushed towards Lu Ming. They were extremely fast, including a muscular heavenly human race man who had the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer. Damn it, they beat us to it. The other people of the Heavenly Palace were roaring in their hearts. They were cursing themselves for being too slow. Killing Mu Yun would be a great merit. They could even be crowned as the son or daughter of heaven. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, many people were annoyed and blamed themselves for being too slow. At that moment, the 10 people of the Heavenly Palace were already close to Lu Ming. They attacked Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks. They wanted to kill Lu Ming first and take the credit. You're courting death. Lu Ming didn't stop. He used the sky-breaking movement and his entire body turned into a long spear. He put his palms together and stretched them out. With his palms as the tip of the spear and his body as the body of the spear, he rushed towards the 10 strong cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. Bang! The attacks of the 10 strong cultivators of the Heavenly Palace were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stop. He rushed past the strong cultivators of the Heavenly Palace and pierced their bodies. Ah! 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 Those people kept screaming. In a flash, 9 of them were torn apart by the terrifying energy and died on the spot. The muscular heavenly human race man was a little stronger. Although he wasn't killed on the spot, he was severely injured. He coughed up blood and retreated. Your cultivation. The muscular heavenly human race man shouted in fear. The burly man from the heavenly human clan shouted in horror. Obviously, he did not expect Lu Ming's cultivation level to increase so quickly. I said before that I would kill you sooner or later. Go to hell. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He didn't stop and continued to rush forward. The muscular heavenly human race man couldn't withstand Lu Ming's attack and was killed. The remaining people of the Heavenly Palace were stunned. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? More than 10 strong cultivators rushed out and were killed in an instant. His combat strength was too terrifying. If they were the ones who rushed out just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. This kid has broken through his cultivation. Damn it. He was injured so badly. How could he recover so quickly and break through his cultivation so quickly? The muscular heavenly human race man roared in disbelief. On the other hand, the eyes of those from the sky exterminating troop brightened with hope. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. Perhaps they could be saved this time. I told you before that I would kill you sooner or later. Give me your lives. Lu Ming looked at the strong men of the heavenly human clan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, he pushed his aura to the peak and stepped out, pressing towards the Heavenly Palace. Some of the weaker ones felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but take a few steps back, not daring to face Lu Ming. Don't be afraid. Let's join hands and kill him. We'll split the rewards. Shouted a strong man of the heavenly human clan. He was extremely strong. He had the strength of the sixth great supreme god layer and 5 stars of battle strength. That's right. Let's attack together. Shouted the other strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan. Boom. Boom. Immediately afterward, a few burly men from the heavenly human race attacked. They channeled the power of heaven and charged toward Lu Ming with halberds, spears, and swords. Not only the heavenly human clan, but also the strong cultivators of the other clans. They also attacked Lu Ming. There were 7 strong cultivators in total. They were the strongest cultivators there. The 7 experts made a move and their power was shocking. 7 rays of light with destructive power were aimed at Lu Ming's 7 vital points. Good. Lu Ming looked at the 7 strong cultivators coldly. He didn't retreat at all. He attacked them directly. At the same time, his body started shining. That was a defensive ancient secret skill. There were more than 200 kinds of ancient secret skills. Swish, Lu Ming turned into a spear and attacked a strong cultivator of the 6th great supreme god layer. As for the other 6 people, Lu Ming didn't care. Boom, Lu Ming and the strong cultivator of the 6th great supreme god layer collided. That strong cultivator of the heavenly human clan was extremely strong. He had the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer and 5 stars of battle strength. 3 months ago, he had severely injured Lu Ming. But now, his overall combat strength was already inferior to Lu Ming. He was even 1 star lower than Lu Ming. At the instant of the collision, the celestial race man's attack was defeated. The spear light didn't stop and continued to stab toward the celestial race man. With a pu sound, the celestial race man's body was penetrated by the spear light. A large hole was blasted in his body as he frantically retreated. 1 move, and he was severely injured. 3 months ago, he had severely injured Lu Ming with a single move. Now, Lu Ming had severely injured him with a single move. The situation was completely reversed from before. At the same time, the attacks of the other 6 masters also hit Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, the more than 200 layers of defense on the surface of Lu Ming's body constantly vibrated and emitted intense rumbling sounds. Following that, layer after layer of defenses were torn apart. In the end, more than 200 layers of defense were destroyed. However, the strength of the 6 masters was almost exhausted. The remaining power bombarded Lu Ming's body, but it only left a few shallow wounds on Lu Ming's body. He was only slightly injured. With the increase in cultivation and the increase in forbidden energy, Lu Ming's ancient secret skills had also become much more powerful. 3 months ago, he couldn't defend himself, but now he could defend himself. Die, said Lu Ming indifferently. He continued to attack the strong cultivator of the heavenly human clan who had been injured by him. Ah, hurry up and attack, shouted the strong cultivator of the heavenly human clan. He retreated as fast as he could. He wanted to escape into the crowd and let the others block Lu Ming. Attack. How could the heaven destroyer miss such an opportunity? They all attacked the people of the heavenly palace. Some of the strongest masters of the heavenly palace had attacked Lu Ming. The rest of them were not top masters. Although they still had more people than the heaven destroyer, their combat strength was not as good as the heaven destroyers. They were forced into a disadvantageous position. In this way, they naturally couldn't help the strong cultivator of the heavenly human clan. You can't escape, said Lu Ming coldly. He used the teleportation skill. In a flash, he appeared beside the strong cultivator of the heavenly human clan. He continued to use the heaven destroyer style and attacked the strong cultivator. This time, the strong cultivator couldn't resist the attack. The spear directly penetrated his head and he died on the spot. The attacks of the other 6 masters hit Lu Ming again. However, just like before, they only caused minor injuries to Lu Ming. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. His gaze was as cold as a knife as it swept across the other 6 people. When Lu Ming's gaze landed on the 6 of them, their skin seemed to be cut by a knife and their hair stood on end. They couldn't help but retreat. They retreated quickly, but Lu Ming chased after them even faster. Swoosh, he used the Heaven Destroyer style and his body turned into a spear light. It was like the extreme light skill. Slash, a cultivator of the heavenly human clan of the 6th great supreme god layer who only had the battle strength of 4 stars was killed instantly. Those who only had the battle strength of 4 stars couldn't even block one of Lu Ming's attacks. They could only be killed instantly. After killing that man, Lu Ming turned around and attacked another person. He was too fast. Lu Ming combined the extreme light skill and the teleportation skill. Those people couldn't escape at all. Every time the spear light flashed, one of them was killed. After 5 flashes, the remaining people were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. Their interspatial rings were all in Lu Ming's hands. Run! Those who were fighting Heaven Destroyer were scared out of their wits when they saw this. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They ran in all directions crazily. Don't let them escape. Kill them. Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. At this moment, the people of Heaven Destroyer attacked the people of the Heavenly Palace. The people of the Heavenly Palace didn't want to fight anymore. They just wanted to run away. They were constantly looking at Lu Ming. They were afraid that Lu Ming would attack them. They weren't strong at all. They were constantly being killed by the people of Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming didn't hold back either. He stepped into the air and attacked the people of the Heavenly Palace. He specifically chose people with strong cultivation because these people were most likely to have alchemy furnaces or desolation pills. He couldn't miss this opportunity. When Lu Ming attacked, the people of the Heavenly Palace were even more one-sided. Lu Ming wouldn't show any mercy to the people of the Heavenly Palace. If these people stayed, they would be on the opposite side in the future. They would also become enemies. It was better to get rid of them as soon as possible. After Lu Ming killed more than 10 people, the others were all killed by the people of Heaven Destroyer. None of them escaped. After all, there were also top masters on the side of Heaven Destroyer. They weren't weaker than the brawny man from the Heavenly Human tribe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to block the attack of the Heavenly Palace. Ha ha ha, this is great. Kill these bastards from the Heavenly Palace. The members of the Sky Exterminating Army laughed heartily. It was rare to have such an opportunity to hunt down the people of the Heavenly Palace. Then, many people flew toward Lu Ming. Mu Yun, thank you for your help this time. Thank you, thank you. Some people cupped their fists and thanked Lu Ming. Humph, Fei Yi snorted coldly in his heart and stood to the side without saying anything. When he was defeated by Lu Ming, he was very unhappy. However, at that time, he suppressed his cultivation to fight with Lu Ming. In his heart, he always thought that Lu Ming was inferior to him. However, the combat strength that Lu Ming displayed just now was extremely terrifying. Even if he didn't suppress his cultivation, he was no longer a match for Lu Ming. This made him envious and jealous, and he was even more unhappy. Everyone, you're too polite. The Heavenly Palace is our common enemy. Since I've bumped into them, I should help them. Lu Ming said with a smile. No matter what, we have to thank you for saving us. Since we've bumped into each other, why don't we move together? That way, we can collect desolate pills faster. Suggested a strong man at that moment. That strong man seemed to be in his 30s. He had the blood of the primitive divine spirit and was extremely strong. He had the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer and was one of the strongest members of the Heaven Destroyers group. A moment ago, he had transformed into the primitive divine spirit and roared, which Lu Ming had heard. Let's move together? Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he seemed to be tempted. If they were in other places, Lu Ming wouldn't want to move together. Moving alone was freer and easier. Even if they encountered danger, they could come and go as they pleased. But in the 2nd layer of the Taisheng Immortal City, it was different. Here, even if they had a cauldron, they needed someone to guard it at all times. They had to activate the cauldron from time to time so that the cauldron could keep working and condense desolate pills. If Lu Ming carried the cauldron with him all the time, he wouldn't be able to get anything. But he could cooperate with others. For example, if he cooperated with the Heaven Destroyers group, Lu Ming could take out the cauldron and ask them to guard it and help him refine desolate pills. The desolate pills could be divided equally between them. That way, both sides would benefit from it. It was killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, Lu Ming was quite tempted to cooperate with the other party. I don't agree to go with him. At that moment, a discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. It was Fei Yi. Fei Yi looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "We can't go with him. Don't forget that the entire Heavenly Palace is hunting him down. If we kill him, we'll be crowned as the Heavenly Palace's son or daughter of Heavenly Palace. Under such conditions, the entire Heavenly Palace will go crazy. He will be killed by the people of the Heavenly Palace sooner or later. Since he is working with us, we will be implicated by him and bear the same risks as him." As soon as he said that, the faces of Heaven Destroyer's people changed. This was indeed the case. They were also active in this area and naturally knew that during this period of time, people from the Heavenly Palace were frantically searching for Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming and obtain great merits. If they were to act together with Lu Ming, they would also be in danger. Some of them were grateful for Lu Ming's help, but compared to their own lives, they naturally valued their own lives more than their gratitude to Lu Ming. Therefore, for a moment, no one spoke. Even the big man with the original God Spirit blood pulse looked glum. He did not speak. Hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled. Was this how these people repaid him for saving their lives? Hearing Lu Ming's laughter, some people's faces turned red with shame. However, Fei Ye's heart was filled with pride. He did not want to act together with Lu Ming. Then, how about this? After all, Mu Yun saved us once. If it were not for Mu Yun, we would have been killed by the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, I suggest that we give some of the elixir furnaces that we obtained in the elixir field to Mu Yun. What do you think? The big man with the original God Spirit blood pulse said. He was really embarrassed and felt that he had let Lu Ming down. I object. Those elixir furnaces were exchanged with our lives. Why should we give them to him? Fei Yi immediately shouted again. That's right. Those elixir furnaces are where our opportunities lie. They are the foundation of our lives. When we become stronger and obtain more opportunities, we will need those elixir furnaces. I don't agree with giving them to him either. Another person also shouted. This person had a good relationship with Fei Yi, so he was naturally on Fei Ye's side. Everyone, the elixir furnaces are the most important. Whether we can obtain more opportunities in the future depends on these elixir furnaces. This is related to all of our futures. If anyone is willing to give them to him, then give him your share. Fei Yi shouted. Many people looked at each other. Originally, some of them were in favor of giving Lu Ming a few elixir furnaces to repay him. Now, however, they hesitated. The big man with the original God Spirit blood pulse was also hesitating. Everyone else was against it. If he agreed alone, he would not be able to mingle in the future. He would be ostracized by others. He showed a troubled expression. No need. I have plenty of elixir furnaces. You can keep them. Also, I prefer to act alone. Let's go our separate ways. Lu Ming said coldly. He then turned around and walked away. After taking a few steps, Lu Ming stopped again. He turned around and looked at Fei Yi. I hope you don't have anything to ask of me in the future. After that, Lu Ming did not stay. His body flashed and disappeared from where he was. Something to ask of him? That's ridiculous. This kid can't even protect himself. Although he has some combat power, there are many elites in the Heavenly Palace. Any one of them could kill him. He can't even protect himself. He could be killed at any time. We will have something to ask of him in the future. Haha. Fei Yi sneered. He was very pleased to have chased away Lu Ming. Fei Yi, don't cross the line. The big man with the original God Spirit blood pulse scolded him. Fei Yi curled his lips and did not care. Lu Ming continued to fly toward the core area. However, after flying for a while, Lu Ming suddenly came to a halt. Who is it? Who is following me sneakily? Come out. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned behind him. He had been feeling that someone was following him. Ever since he left with Fei Yi and the others, he had this feeling. During this period, he had used the greater teleportation technique several times, but he could not get rid of this feeling. The person who was following him was definitely not ordinary. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to follow him. Brother Mu, no, it should be Brother Lu. You are indeed extraordinary. I knew I couldn't hide. A chuckle was heard, and then a figure appeared. It was a young man in a long robe. He was very elegant and handsome. He always had a smile on his face. You are Yi Ling. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He recognized this person. This young man was not from the Heavenly Palace. He was from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming had memorized this person's life origin aura. Previously, this was the person who had been following him secretly. As soon as I left Fei Yi and the others, you followed me secretly. What is your purpose? Lu Ming went straight to the point. Of course, I want to cooperate with Brother Lu. Yi Ling smiled. Lu Ming's identity was not a big secret in the Heaven Destroyer. Many people knew that Lu Ming was Mu Yun. Obviously, Yi Ling knew that too. Cooperate with me? Now the Heavenly Palace is hunting me down everywhere. Aren't you afraid that I'll implicate you? Lu Ming sneered. Afraid of being implicated? What's there to be afraid of? Yi Ling smiled faintly and continued, moreover, I'm not as short-sighted as Fei Yi and the others. As far as I know, every forbidden body is a heaven-defying existence. They have endless luck and can always turn misfortune into blessings. When they encounter heaven-defying opportunities, even the people around them will benefit from it. Although cooperating with you will be dangerous, it will also be accompanied by greater opportunities. You're very far-sighted, but why should I cooperate with you? Lu Ming asked. Now, you're not very strong and you need help. My current combat strength is above yours, so I can help you. If we cooperate, we can complement each other and benefit each other. Yi Ling said, looking very confident. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Ling's strength was absolutely astonishing. Lu Ming did not doubt this. He could vaguely sense that this person's cultivation was at the 6th Emperor God realm. However, his combat strength could not be measured by cultivation because this person was the top genius of the Heaven Destroyer. Fei Yi was not worth mentioning in front of him. This person's combat strength was definitely above Lu Ming's. Now that they were cooperating, it was indeed beneficial for Lu Ming. Okay, I agree to cooperate. Lu Ming thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Yi Ling was a genius of the Heaven Destroyer. They belonged to the same camp, so he should not be disadvantageous to him. As Yi Ling said, their cooperation was a win-win situation. Haha, great. Yi Ling laughed. You've been following me since I left Fei Yi and the others. So, you've been nearby for a long time? Lu Ming asked again. If this person had been there for a long time, why didn't he save Fei Yi and the others? Don't think too much. At that time, I had just arrived. When I arrived, the Heavenly Palace had already been defeated by you. There was no need for me to do anything. Naturally, I didn't do anything. Instead, I hid in the dark and observed. Yi Ling explained. Lu Ming nodded. If this person had arrived long ago but did not make a move, Lu Ming would have doubted this person's character. Brother Lu, judging from the direction you're heading towards the adversity overcoming sea before entering the core area, right? Yi Ling said. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Do you have a tribulation crossing airship? Yi Ling asked. No. Lu Ming shook his head. How are we going to cross the Sea of Calamity without a calamity crossing airship? Yi Ling glared at him. Well, let's try our luck. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Trying my luck? Yi Ling's eyes widened even more. He looked at Lu Ming as if he had seen something amazing. After a long time, he finally said, that's the way a forbidden body does things. Lu Ming was speechless. You have a tribulation crossing airship? Lu Ming asked after a moment of silence. No, but I know a place that does. I was just thinking of going with you. Yi Ling said. What place? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. An immortal abode is about to appear. Now, a large number of people are rushing over. Usually, when an immortal abode appears, there will be parts of a tribulation crossing airship inside. If you and I work together, we might be able to get something. Yiling said. Immortal abode. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and a glimmer of light flashed past. In the Grand Supreme Immortal City, other than the elixir field, there were also some immortal abode and immortal abode. The immortal abode and immortal abode were of a higher level than the elixir field. They were also rarer and rarely appeared. However, there would be greater opportunities in the immortal abode and immortal abode. In the immortal abode and immortal abode, there were not only elixir furnaces but also some other treasures. For example, the parts of the tribulation crossing airship were one of them. The appearance of the immortal abode will probably attract many experts. With just the two of us, can we snatch the parts of the tribulation crossing airship from the Heavenly Palace experts? Lu Ming whispered. Don't worry. As far as I know, many of the strongest people in the Heavenly Palace have already entered the core area. Those who haven't entered the core area are generally not too strong. If we're careful, we might be able to deal with them. Yiling said. Then let's do it. Lu Ming made his decision. That immortal abode is now covered by a formation. No one has entered yet. Let's go. Yiling said and immediately led the way in a certain direction. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Along the way, they did not meet anyone from the Heavenly Palace. A few hours later, they arrived at a desert. According to Yiling, the location of the immortal abode was in the desert. That is, after moving forward for a while, Lu Ming's eyes widened and looked ahead. In front of them, there was a dazzling light that illuminated the sky. From afar, they could see a huge immortal abode looming in the desert. We're here, the two of them perked up and continued moving forward. The full appearance of the immortal abode appeared before their eyes. The immortal abode was like a huge fortress standing in the desert. The front door was facing Lu Ming and the others. There were many people outside the immortal abode. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. So many elites. Lu Ming looked around and saw many members of the heavenly human tribe. Some were in the prime of their lives, and some were young. Of course, most of them were from other tribes. There were also those in the prime of their lives and those in the prime of their lives. Among them, a few young people caught Lu Ming's attention. Prodigies on the universe prodigy list. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were only 100 prodigies on the universe prodigy list. They were famous in the primitive universe and were more famous than many almighty. Their information and portraits were on the list. Lu Ming had studied them before, so he could recognize them at a glance. At this moment, there were a few peerless prodigies on the universe prodigy list in the crowd. These people had outstanding temperaments. Standing in the crowd, they were like cranes in a flock of chickens. Even the heavenly human tribe could not overshadow their brilliance. However, they are all at the bottom of the universe prodigy list. Interesting. Lu Ming whispered, a hint of battle intent in his eyes. Gabbert was only ranked 98th on the universe prodigy list. He was considered the gatekeeper of the universe prodigy list. These prodigies were all ranked above Gabbert. Lu Ming wondered how strong they were. He was very curious. Is there anyone here who can recognize you? Yiling asked Lu Ming. It's hard to say. Lu Ming said. He was a little uncertain. He had stayed in the Heavenly Palace for a long time. Those who had seen him would definitely recognize him from his life origin aura. There were so many people here. He was not sure if anyone had seen him before. In addition, the celestial armor that Lu Ming had worn was taken back by the great beings of the Heavenly Palace. The celestial armor was also stained with Lu Ming's aura. If someone remembered the aura on the celestial armor, they would be able to recognize him. Therefore, in the Heavenly Palace, how many people could recognize Lu Ming from his life origin aura? Lu Ming himself was not sure. We can only try our luck. I'm not a descendant of the primitive divine spirit, and I don't cultivate the primitive divine body. My aura is no different from any other race in the universe. These people can't recognize me as a member of the Heaven Destroyer. Come, let's go. If you are recognized, we will retreat first. Yi Ling said. Then the two of them stepped forward and headed toward the immortal mansion. The two of them walked toward the immortal abode. Many people looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling in unison. Lu Ming's expression was calm as usual. However, he spread out his spiritual senses to observe any changes. If anyone recognized him, he would leave immediately. There were too many experts here. With so many people attacking together, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to stop them. It would be the same even if Yi Ling was there. However, to Lu Ming's delight, these people merely glanced at Lu Ming and Yi Ling before turning their gazes away. There was nothing unusual about them. No one recognized me. Lu Ming was delighted. Even the heavenly human tribe members did not recognize Lu Ming. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that although the heavenly soldier armor had his aura, the upper echelons of the heavenly palace did not let all the heavenly human tribe members come into contact with his aura. This was even better. No one recognized him. He could blend in with the crowd and fish in troubled waters to obtain the parts of the crossing adversity flying ship. Lu Ming and Yi Ling stood aside and watched quietly. At this moment, a group of people surrounded the immortal abode to study it. That was because there was a layer of energy around the immortal abode that prevented them from entering. This is the power of the array. We have to break this layer of energy before we can enter. The immortal abode has actually appeared. It's just that we're blocked by the power of the array. Someone came to a conclusion after observing. Array? Can we break it? Someone asked. It's difficult because this array is from the last era. The principle of operation is completely different from the current array. Even if we want to break it, we'll need some time. A person who was proficient in array answered. Then break it quickly. A heavenly human tribe member said coldly. He used a commanding tone and his tone was full of arrogance. The others' faces darkened slightly. They were very unhappy. However, the other party was from the heavenly human tribe. They did not dare to talk back to him. They could only suppress their anger and observe silently to find a way to break the array. This wait lasted for 7 days. There's a way. Suddenly, a burly man who looked to be in his 30s said. Everyone recognized him. He was from the World Turtle tribe. Among those present, he was the most proficient in array formations. Is there a way to break the formation? Really? Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. No. The World Turtle Master shook his head. No, you said you had a solution. Were you trying to fool us? Someone said unhappily. Let me finish. The World Turtle said leisurely, I can't break this formation, but I have a way to open a passage for people to enter. However, it can only last for 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, the passage will immediately disappear and the formation will be reactivated. What? Only 10 breaths of time? Then if we go in, wouldn't we be unable to come out? A heavenly human expert frowned. Clearly, he was somewhat displeased with this outcome. That won't be the case. I've done my research, and this formation only blocks those who enter. It shouldn't have any effect on those who come out. The muscular man of the World Turtle said. Everyone was slightly relieved. That was good. As long as he went in, he wouldn't have to worry about coming out. However, they immediately thought of a problem. There were only 10 breaths of time. With so many people present, how could they make it in time? Perhaps only a portion of them could enter. However, everyone wanted to go in. How should they distribute it? Many people's gazes turned cold as they looked around warily. Obviously, there would definitely be a battle later. Everyone wanted to go in, and a great battle would inevitably break out. Open the passage. The heavenly human tribe must go in. Who wants to compete with us? A young heavenly human said coldly. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were full of arrogance. The people of the other races avoided this person's gaze, but their expressions became even more solemn. Yes, the heavenly human tribe must go in. No one dared to compete with them. There were about 30 heavenly human tribe members present. These heavenly human tribe members would definitely spend some time entering the passage, leaving even less time for the others. The competition would also be even more intense. Then I'll start to break the formation, the muscular man of the World Turtle Master said. Then, he discussed with a few other people who were proficient in formations. Then, he took out some miscellaneous materials and began to break the formation. The others watched nervously. They poured their divine power into their bodies, ready to attack at any time. The moment the passage was opened, they would rush into the immortal mansion as soon as possible. Time passed slowly. A few hours later. Open for me. The muscular man of the World Turtle Master shouted. His hands quickly formed seals, and complex and mysterious runes flew out and sank into the ground. Buzz, the surrounding ground trembled slightly, and rays of dazzling light appeared. A gap appeared in the formation protecting the immortal mansion. The gap wasn't very big. At most, it could accommodate 10 people at the same time. Let's go in. A heavenly human tribe prodigy shouted and rushed into the passage first. The other heavenly human tribe members followed. More than 30 heavenly human tribe members turned into rays of light and rushed into the passage. No one dared to compete with the heavenly human tribe. Swoosh! Swoosh! The heavenly human tribe was very fast. In about 2 breaths, more than 30 people rushed into the passage and entered the formation. They used 2 breaths. There were 8 breaths left. Charge! I must enter the immortal mansion. Pill furnace, adversity crossing flying boat, many people roared in their hearts. Greed flashed in their eyes as they rushed into the passage. More than 1,000 people rushed into a small passage together. It was too crowded. It was impossible to enter at once. Many people even bumped into each other, which naturally led to a big battle. Get lost, don't hinder me. You're the one who's hindering me. You're the one who should get lost. You're courting death. Go to hell. Near the passage, all kinds of attacks burst out, and a big chaotic battle broke out. Immediately, someone was killed, and his head flew far away. When someone attacked, it immediately involved others. In an instant, the entire area erupted into a big chaotic battle. Everyone wanted to rush forward and rush into the passage, but there were people in front of them. What should they do? They could only rush in if they killed the other party. When the big battle broke out, some people's performance was very conspicuous. For example, the prodigies on the universe prodigy list were rampaging. No one could defeat them. Wherever they passed, those who blocked in front of them were all killed. Of course, the strongest were not only the prodigies on the universe prodigy list. There were also a few adults who were extremely powerful. These adults had cultivated for a long time, and their cultivation levels were high. They also spent a lot of time on various origin secret techniques and physique secret techniques, so their power in all aspects was very shocking. These powerful beings kept rushing forward, approaching the entrance of the passage. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's speed was also very fast. Lu Ming's figure was like a phantom. He flashed through the crowd, dodging one attack after another as he approached the entrance of the passageway at an extremely fast speed. Some people wanted to attack Lu Ming, but as soon as they attacked, they realized that they had lost track of Lu Ming. As for Yi Ling, his movement technique was also very mysterious. It was not inferior to Lu Ming's. He did not need to attack as he dodged the attacks of others and approached the entrance of the passageway. When Lu Ming approached the entrance of the passageway, 3 breaths of time had passed. In addition to the 2 breaths used by the heavenly human tribe, 5 breaths of time had passed. There were only 5 breaths left. At this time, after the heavenly human tribe, more than 50 people rushed into the passageway. Just as Lu Ming was about to rush into the passageway, a terrifying force attacked him from behind. This force gave Lu Ming a sense of danger. Without thinking, Lu Ming turned around and punched out. A resplendent fist energy collided with a blood-red sword light, resulting in an intense explosion. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out in all directions, and the surrounding people bore the brunt of the shockwaves and were hit by the shockwaves. Several consecutive screams were heard. In an instant, 7 or 8 people with weaker combat strength were directly penetrated by these forces and died on the spot. Some of the stronger ones were also injured. They coughed up blood and retreated with fear in their eyes. "It's you, Shuiji!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. The one who attacked him was a handsome young man in a red robe. He had red hair and an evil look in his eyes. Lu Ming knew this person. His name was Xueji. He was an exceptional genius on the universe prodigy list from the Blood tribe, one of the top 10 tribes. This person was ranked 89th on the universe prodigy list, stronger than Gabbert. You can actually block one of my attacks. Not bad. I'll take your life. A ferocious smile appeared on Xueji's face as he condensed a blood sword in his hand. The blood sword trembled and turned into hundreds of sword lights that shot towards Lu Ming. The sword light whistled. It was incomparably sharp and terrifyingly powerful. Xueji had also broken through to the 5th Great Supreme God layer, but his fighting abilities had already surpassed Gabbert's. Lu Ming guessed that he had the strength of the 7th star already. He was indeed a peerless genius on the universe prodigy list. His battle power was astonishing. However, this person was still no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hand. With a shake of the spear, millions of spear lights burst forth, blocking Xueji's sword light. Afterwards, Lu Ming glanced at Xueji indifferently. He did not continue to attack. Instead, with a flash, he charged into the gap in the formation. This brat deserves to die. Xueji's continuous attacks had actually been unable to do anything to Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as his figure flashed, and he also charged into the gap in the formation. At the same time, Yi Ling and Lu Ming charged into the gap in the formation at almost the same time. As soon as they charged through the gap in the formation, they arrived at a courtyard. This was a courtyard in front of the immortal mansion. There were many plants planted in this courtyard. However, these plants had all withered. There were no leaves, only twisted and withered branches. Those branches are moving? Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed that those withered branches were moving again. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was because he realized that there were centipedes living on these branches. The black centipedes were like small swords. These were black sword centipedes. Lu Ming had seen them in a purple elixir field before. Swish! Swish, swish! At that moment, those black sword centipedes moved. They charged towards Lu Ming and the others, making sharp sounds as they tore through the air like tiny sharp swords. Poof! Immediately, someone was hit. His body was pierced by the black sword centipedes, and he screamed as he retreated. Then, more black sword centipedes charged towards that person, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. Get lost! That person roared, took out a weapon from the Grand Supreme Immortal City, and slashed out. Clang! 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 The weapon from the Grand Supreme Immortal City slashed the black sword centipedes, making the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. More than 10 black sword centipedes were sent flying, but they were not cut in half. These black sword centipedes continued to charge towards that person. They were very fast, and they could even turn in the air. There were too many of them. That person was already injured and could not resist at all. After barely blocking a few attacks, the black sword centipedes pierced his glabella and he died on the spot. At that moment, almost everyone who entered the immortal mansion was attacked by the black sword centipedes. Lu Ming did not hesitate and took out a battle saber. This was the Grand Supreme Immortal City's battle saber, and it was extremely sharp. With a flick of his wrist, the battle saber broke through the air and split into dozens of saber lights in the air, slashing towards those black sword centipedes. Clang! Clang! As sparks flew, more than 10 black sword centipedes were sent flying, but they were not cut in half. They're so hard, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. These black sword centipedes were not cut in half. He remembered that those black sword centipedes were easily cut in half when he was in the purple grade elixir field. But now, they were not cut in half. The strength of these black sword centipedes was much stronger than those in the purple grade elixir field. After these black sword centipedes were sent flying, they twisted their bodies and charged towards Lu Ming again. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and the 60 trillion cells in his body trembled. Traces of forbidden energy gushed out from each of his cells, gathering into a vast sea of energy that rushed into Lu Ming's arm and turned into a terrifying power. Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed out with his battle saber again. Lu Ming had only used 20% of his strength in the previous move. Because he had encountered the black sword centipedes before, he thought that 20% of his strength would be enough. There would definitely be a fierce battle in the Immortal Mansion, so he wanted to save as much strength as possible. However, the strength of the black sword centipedes here exceeded his expectations, so he could only use 50% of his strength. This time, when the battle saber slashed more than 10 black sword centipedes, they were easily cut in half and fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Shuiji also rushed in after Lu Ming. He originally wanted to continue to deal with Lu Ming, but because he was surrounded by a large group of black sword centipedes, he could only block the black sword centipedes. Lu Ming's combat strength was considered top-notch among those present. Although he could kill the black sword centipedes, it did not mean that others could. In fact, many people were in danger at this moment. Some of the weaker ones had already fallen to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Even those with higher cultivation base and battle prowess were injured. Behind them, there were still people rushing in. Finally, 10 breaths were up. From start to finish, nearly 200 people had rushed in. However, more than 30 people had already died at the hands of the black sword centipedes. The gate of the Immortal Mansion was still tightly shut. The gates of the Immortal Abode were tightly shut, and there were countless black sword centipedes attacking them. What should they do? Should they retreat? Many people were unwilling to do so. They had just entered, and now they had to retreat. They had gained nothing, and they had not even entered the gates of the Immortal Abode. However, if they did not retreat, they would be killed by the black sword centipedes. What should they do? At that moment, there were screams. Someone had died at the hands of the black sword centipedes. Moreover, after being killed by the black sword centipedes would crawl into the bodies of the victims and gnaw on their flesh and blood essence. It was truly tragic. Damn it. Retreat, retreat. Let's go. More than a dozen people finally broke down and rushed outside with a roar. Just as the muscular man from the World Turtle Clan said, there were no obstacles when they retreated. They easily left the range of the formation and returned outside. Outside the formation, they could also see what was happening inside. At that moment, many people outside the formation were pale and broke out in cold sweat. They were secretly glad that they did not go in just now. In particular, those with weaker combat strength were even more afraid. If they had gone in just now, they might have been the ones dying at the hands of the black sword centipedes. Sure enough, opportunities were not so easy to obtain, especially in this kind of immortal abode. It was full of danger. Click! At that moment, the gates of the immortal abode made a clicking sound and opened. Yes, the gates of the immortal abode opened automatically. Lu Ming and the others were slightly stunned, then looked pleasantly surprised. The gates of the immortal abode are open. Haha, I'm so lucky. I wanted to retreat just now. Me too. Fortunately, I held on for a while longer. Charge. Instantly, figures sent the black sword centipedes flying and then rushed toward the gates of the immortal abode. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did the same. They attacked continuously, sending the black sword centipedes around them flying, then rushed toward the gates of the immortal abode. The few people at the front had already rushed through the gates. Once they rushed through the gates, the black sword centipedes stopped and did not continue to pursue. Instead, they turned around and attacked the others. Outside the formation, the dozen people who had just retreated were dumbfounded. Then, their faces turned red and they almost vomited blood. What was going on? They had just retreated when the gates of the immortal abode opened. Regret, they were extremely regretful. If they could hold on a little longer, they would be able to rush into the Immortal Mansion. Once they entered the Immortal Mansion, they might be able to obtain a great opportunity. Their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds and change their destiny. As long as they thought that a great opportunity might have just slipped away from their hands, they were so angry that their hearts, livers, lungs, and kidneys hurt. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were very fast. In less than 2 breaths, they had also rushed through the door. As soon as they rushed through the gate, the black sword centipedes stopped chasing them. Behind the door was a large hall. In front of the hall, there were 9 large doors. Behind the doors was a pitch-black passageway. At this moment, no one made a move because they didn't know which door to take. They also didn't know which door was safe and which door was dangerous. They were all waiting for others to test it out. Swish! Swish! Behind him, more and more people rushed in. The others had already entered. Die, brat! As soon as Xueji rushed into the hall, he stared at Lu Ming. He had a pair of blood-red bat wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, he charged at Lu Ming like a flash of lightning. This time, he didn't condense a blood sword to attack. Instead, he used his sharp claws to grab Lu Ming. His claws were extremely sharp and surrounded by a blood-red light. When he waved his hand, it was filled with a thick smell of blood. Humph! Lu Ming humped coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. He raised his fist to meet the attack. The two figures collided. Their fists and claws collided. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Xueji's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th Emperor Supreme God layer. His battle strength had reached 7 stars. He was stronger than Gabbert. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 4th Emperor Supreme God layer. If he used his full strength, his battle strength would completely crush Xueji. However, Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He only used his battle strength of 10 stars to fight Xueji to a draw. The bird that sticks out gets shot. If he showed too much strength now, he would definitely attract other people's attention. If there were any treasures later on, it would be difficult to compete for them. Therefore, Lu Ming kept a low profile. He only managed to fight Xueji to a draw. In Lu Ming's eyes, he was already keeping a low profile. However, in the eyes of the others, it was simply astonishing. What a terrifying battle strength. Who is that young man? He's only at the 4th Emperor Supreme God layer. How can he fight Xueji to a draw? Xueji has the battle strength of 7 stars. He's always been able to defeat people who are at a higher level than him. Now, someone with a lower cultivation level is fighting Xueji to a draw. How terrifying. He has the battle strength of 10 stars? Many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. In the Great Supreme God layer, there was no limit to the 9th level of the Godly Emperor layer. Moreover, with the Great Supreme God layer as the foundation, it was easier to comprehend original divine power and original secret techniques. However, in the Great Supreme God layer, there were very few people who had the battle strength of 10 stars. It was extremely rare. Who was that young man, especially the peerless geniuses on the Universe Genius list? Their eyes were even more solemn. A battle strength of 10 stars was too terrifying. It would be a great enemy for them. In the Taisheng Immortal City, the battle strength of the stars was the foundation. Cultivation level was secondary. This was because in the Taisheng Immortal City, as long as one had the Desolation Pill, one's cultivation level would increase by leaps and bounds. If one's cultivation level was temporarily weak, as long as one had enough Desolation Pills, they would quickly catch up. Given Lu Ming's battle strength, once his cultivation level caught up, it would be extremely terrifying. Many people's eyes flashed as they looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Bang, 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 Lu Ming and Xueji had already exchanged more than 100 blows, but there was no clear winner. With a violent explosion, the two of them retreated at the same time and stood facing each other. Damn it! Xueji roared in his heart as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. However, deep in his cold eyes, there was a strong sense of shock. Lu Ming's battle strength was really beyond his expectations. Just now, he had already pushed his battle strength to the extreme, but he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. He was dealing with someone who was 1 level lower than him, and he still couldn't take him down. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his life. This was the second time. Who are you? Xueji shouted coldly. He didn't believe that Lu Ming was a nobody. He was most likely some peerless genius in disguise. A few of the most terrifying geniuses quickly appeared in his mind, but they didn't match Lu Ming. Their cultivation level didn't match. The most terrifying geniuses he knew had cultivation levels higher than the 4th level of the Emperor Supreme God realm. Lu Ming sneered and didn't reply. The others' gazes finally moved away from Lu Ming. Because at this moment, there were already people rushing towards the 9 doors. Some people couldn't hold back anymore. Whoosh, two figures walked together and rushed into a large door without causing any abnormalities. It's fine. Many people's eyes flickered. The two of them rushed into a door without causing any abnormalities. Were they lucky enough to rush into a safe door, or were all 9 doors safe? Many thoughts popped up in everyone's minds. Swoosh! Swoosh! Someone rushed towards the safe door, entered it, and disappeared. Let's go there too. A heavenly human paragon said coldly as he led a group of heavenly human tribesmen and rushed towards the door. They were not sure about the other 8 doors, but at least this door was safe. Naturally, they would choose this door. This made the others' hearts sink and their expressions turn ugly. Some people wanted to rush into this door but stopped at this moment. If they walked through the same door as the heavenly human tribesmen, even if there were treasures, they would definitely not get a share. Not to mention treasures, they might even be used as a shield when they encountered danger. No one wanted to walk with the heavenly human tribesmen. Let's try the other doors. Finally, someone walked towards the other doors, ready to test it out. Unexpectedly, after they walked through the door, they did not encounter any danger or abnormalities. It's fine. Could it be that these 9 doors are not dangerous and we're overthinking? It's possible that these are just 9 ordinary doors. Many people discussed secretly. Many people became bolder after seeing that 2 doors were fine. Immediately, someone walked towards another door that no one had walked through before. It was still fine and there were no abnormalities. It seemed to be just an ordinary door. This time, even more people became bolder. Let's go. Let's go too. People continued to move towards the other doors. Almost every door had people walking through it, but in the end, nothing happened. Lu Ming and Yi Ling looked at each other and then nodded. Their figures flashed and they rushed towards the door on the far left. The 2 of them rushed through that door. Xueji looked at Lu Ming's figure as he left. His eyes flickered a few times, but in the end, he did not choose the same path as Lu Ming. Instead, he walked towards another door. Behind the door was a dark and deep passageway. Some people were running in the tunnel. At first, they were not very fast as they were on guard against their surroundings. However, they did not encounter any abnormalities. Gradually, they became bolder and ran faster and faster. After running for a few hundred miles, a light appeared in front of them. The passageway came to an end. That is, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He discovered that there was a huge platform at the end of the passage. On the platform, there were lines that intertwined to form a huge 8 trigrams diagram. On top of these 8 trigrams, there were some pill furnaces. There were a total of 12 pill furnaces. 1 big and 11 small. The big ones were about 3 meters in diameter, while the small ones were about 1 meter in diameter. Many people's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, not long after entering the immortal abode, he saw 12 pill furnaces. This was comparable to a purple pill field. Swish! Swish! There were more than a dozen people in the tunnel, all of whom were bursting with power as they charged toward the platform and the 12 pill furnaces. Lu Ming and Yi Ling moved as well. The 2 of them headed straight for the alchemy furnace that was about 3 meters in diameter. One alchemy furnace with a diameter of 3 meters was comparable to 10 alchemy furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. Therefore, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were not the only ones who had their eyes on the big furnace. There were a few others as well. Get lost. One of them was a big man with a bald head. He was surrounded by Buddhist light and looked like a golden arhat. He was very aggressive. He waved his hand and a few golden palms flew toward Lu Ming and the others. He was a pure Buddhist with a cultivation of the 6th great supreme god layer. He was very strong. The golden palm pressed out. It was extremely terrifying. Even Lu Ming felt a little pressured. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and collided with the golden palms. He blocked the golden palms. Yi Ling also struck out with his palm, blocking the golden palm print as well. However, there were 2 other people who also dashed toward the 3-meter furnace. Those 2 people were not as strong as Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The 2 of them shouted and tried their best to block the attack. However, when the golden palms pressed down on them, their attacks were destroyed. The palms pressed on their bodies and they shrieked in agony. Their bones were broken and they coughed up blood. They were blown away and on the verge of death. For stars fighting strength, the big man from the Buddhist clan had 4 stars fighting strength. He had the cultivation of the 6th great supreme god layer. His fighting strength was not weaker than Shuiji's. "Little boy, if you want to compete with me, you won't be able to get the alchemy furnace from me," said the big man from the Buddhist clan with a cold smile. Although that was what he said, he looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling with a grave expression. A moment ago, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had easily blocked his attack, so he was not confident. "Is that so? Let's see how strong you are." Lu Ming smiled and dashed toward the alchemy furnace. The big man from the Buddhist clan also dashed toward the alchemy furnace. Whoosh whoosh, at that moment, a strong wind blew in the sky above them. There was a strong sound of something breaking through the air. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Without thinking, he threw a punch upward. A blade light slashed down at Lu Ming and collided with Lu Ming's fist. There was a loud roar and the saber gleam was blocked. Lu Ming saw a tall figure retreating backward. However, after the figure retreated, there were other figures who continued to charge at Lu Ming. There were a few of them. Their blade lights were cold and they aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body flashed and he quickly retreated, avoiding the blade lights. "Are they puppets?" At that moment, Lu Ming finally saw the faces of these figures. The ones who attacked them were in human form. They were more than 2 meters tall and they held battle blades. However, they were not made of flesh and blood. They seemed to be made of metal, but they were not from the metal clan. Their eyes were cold and merciless. Lu Ming could tell that this should be a type of puppet. At that moment, there were at least 100 puppets on the platform. They looked exactly the same. Each of them was burly and powerful. Some of them had already been killed. Whoosh! Whoosh, these puppets moved freely. With a slash of their blade lights, a 3rd-layer Emperor God expert was cut in half and died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming, Yi Ling, and the big man from the Buddhist clan were left on the platform. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 100 puppets charged at Lu Ming and the other 2. More than 100 blade lights enveloped them. Each blade light was very powerful. "Die!" shouted the big man from the Buddhist clan. His body emitted a dazzling light. A huge Buddha appeared behind him. This huge Buddha had hundreds of arms. The hundreds of arms attacked the puppets. Hundreds of golden palm prints collided with the swords of dozens of puppets, causing a violent explosion. However, these puppets were too strong. When the swords slashed down, the golden palm prints shook violently and then collapsed. The swords continued to slash towards the burly man from the Buddha tribe. The burly man from the Buddha tribe was shocked. He retreated quickly and kept flashing, trying to avoid the swords. However, he was one step too slow and could not avoid them completely. He was hit by a few of the swords, which broke through his protective Buddhist light and left several wounds on his body. At the same time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were also fighting with these puppets. Yi Ling finally displayed his powerful strength. His body turned into a phantom and moved among the puppets. As he moved, he continuously slapped out with his palms. Every time he slapped out, a puppet would be sent flying. In an instant, dozens of puppets were sent flying. Lu Ming had also unleashed his full strength, activating the battle incantation to increase his combat strength by 7 times. He was just short of using the sky-splitting form. He continuously threw out dozens of punches and clashed with the dozens of puppets. After a series of booming sounds, Lu Ming felt waves of extremely violent energy surging toward him. His body could not help but retreat violently. Of course, during this period, he also hit the puppets with his fist and sent them flying. However, they were only sent flying. These puppets were completely fine. "Use the weapon of the Taishang Immortal City," Yi Ling reminded from the side. A battle sword appeared in his hand. It was the weapon that he had obtained from the Taishang Immortal City. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the battle sword turned into streaks of swords and slashed at the puppets. Sure enough, the puppets were directly cleaved apart, chopped into 2 halves. The weapon of the Taishang Immortal City could indeed break these puppets. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Swoosh, Lu Ming became one with his sword and slashed at the head of a puppet. Sizzle sizzle, the battle sword slashed at the puppet and a piercing sound was heard. In the end, the puppet's head was split open and the puppet collapsed to the ground. However, there was no joy on Lu Ming's face. Splitting the puppet apart was much more difficult than he had imagined. Earlier, he had already encountered a huge obstacle, and it was extremely strenuous. Yiling looked relaxed. This could only mean that he was too strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! After splitting apart a puppet, Lu Ming continued to attack, his battle blade slashing out continuously. A few more puppets were hacked apart by Lu Ming and scattered on the ground. Although it took a lot of effort, it still couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. However, that burly man from the Buddha race would not have it that easy. He also took out a weapon from the Supreme Immortal City. It was an axe. In the beginning, he was still able to kill a few puppets in a row, but gradually, his palms became numb and his arms trembled slightly. The recoil from slashing these puppets was too strong. At the same time, it consumed too much energy. However, there were over 100 puppets on the platform, and there were still more puppets charging at them. The burly man from the Buddha race roared and fought back with all his might. Soon, another 5 or 6 puppets were killed by him. In total, more than 10 puppets had died at his hands. However, at this moment, his strength was almost depleted. His arms were sore and blood was seeping out from between his thumb and forefinger. He could barely hold on to the axe. Clang, he clashed with another puppet. This time, his arms trembled violently and he could no longer hold on to the axe. The axe flew out of his hands. At the same time, at least 10 puppets charged at the burly man from the Buddha race. No, help! The burly man from the Buddha race revealed a look of despair as he shouted for help. However, would Lu Ming and Yiling save him? Although Lu Ming had no ill feelings towards the Buddha race was on the side of the Heavenly Palace. He didn't have a good impression of them. Furthermore, they were competitors now. Why would Lu Ming save his enemy? More than 10 puppets charged at the burly man from the Buddha race. The burly man from the Buddha race barely managed to block a few blows. However, he was no match for them and was killed mercilessly. After killing the burly man from the Buddha race, the puppets continued to charge at Lu Ming. Kill, kill! Lu Ming shouted as he slashed out with his battle saber. He had a forbidden body. Every cell of his contained power. His power was as vast as the sea and wouldn't be depleted so easily. Soon, more than 30 puppets were killed by Lu Ming. They turned into lifeless metal pieces and scattered on the ground. As for the other puppets, they had all been killed by Yiling. It had to be said that Yiling's combat strength was unfathomable. Impressive! Lu Ming exclaimed in admiration. You're even stronger. If we fight at the same level, I'll definitely be killed by you. Yiling said. Then, the two of them started to move. In a flash, they kept all the elixir furnaces. Finally, the two of them walked towards the largest elixir furnace. It didn't matter who took it. It was the same. They were in a cooperative relationship. The treasures they obtained would be divided equally. However, just as the two of them approached the elixir furnace, a strong wind blew from above. 2 sharp forces charged at Lu Ming and Yiling fast. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming couldn't dodge in time. Lu Ming could only raise his battle saber and block. Clang, there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force rush towards him along his battle saber. Lu Ming's body couldn't help but retreat. He felt the blood in his body churn. On the other side, Yiling's reaction was extremely fast. He avoided the attack and retreated to Lu Ming's side. Another puppet. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This time, it was another puppet that attacked them. However, there was only one of them. The appearance of this puppet was slightly different from the previous ones. This puppet had even more elegant lines, and its appearance resembled that of a human. It also appeared to be of a higher level. In between his eyebrows, there was a red dot that looked like a ruby embedded in it. It was also holding a battle saber in its hand. Die! The puppet bellowed and bent its body slightly. Then, it suddenly leaped and charged toward Lu Ming and Yiling. The saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming and Yiling at an alarming speed. Leave it to me, said Yiling. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already rushed over. As he rushed out, his body emitted a powerful aura. Whoosh, the battle saber in his hand turned into a dazzling sword light and pierced towards the puppet. Its speed was even faster than the saber light of the puppet. So strong. Is this Yi Ling's real fighting strength? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Yi Ling's sword was extremely terrifying. If it pierced towards him, Lu Ming felt that he wouldn't be able to block it. Yi Ling's cultivation was at the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God realm. However, his fighting strength was definitely at the 8th star or even higher. As for how high his fighting strength was, Lu Ming didn't know. He didn't know if Yi Ling was using his full strength. Such fighting strength was absolutely terrifying. No wonder he was one of the strongest geniuses on the Heaven Destroyer's side. With a clang, the sword pierced the puppet's chest. Yi Ling's terrifying sword pierced the puppet's chest, emitting a ding sound. Surprisingly, the tip of the sword did not pierce through the puppet's chest. Yi Ling's long sword was bent into an arc, and then the puppet was sent flying. The puppet flew a few hundred meters before coming to a stop. However, there was no wound on its chest. There was only a white spot. How is it so hard? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Yi Ling's sword was extremely powerful. Coupled with the sharpness of the Taishang Immortal City's weapon, Lu Ming would have been pierced through even if he had used all his means. However, it had no effect on the puppet's body. That was too shocking. Kill! The puppet roared and charged toward Yi Ling again. Its battle sword pierced through the air and slashed out a few hundred times. Layers of sword shadows enveloped Yi Ling at an astonishing speed. It seemed unavoidable. However, Yi Ling had no intention of dodging. The long sword in his hand trembled and the air was filled with sword sparks. It collided with the sword shadows. Clang, 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 the sound of collisions rang out. After a few hundred collisions, the sword shadows were all blocked and disappeared without a trace. Following that, Yi Ling's body flashed and hundreds of shadows appeared. They surrounded the puppet and launched an attack. Streaks of sword light shot toward the puppet. They either stabbed or slashed. Clang, 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 sparks flew from the puppet's body. In an instant, at least a few hundred streaks of sword light landed on the puppet's body. However, it was useless. It was useless. There was no wound on the puppet's body. It could not be broken at all. On the contrary, Yi Ling was careless and was almost hit by the puppet's sword. In terms of combat strength, Yi Ling's combat strength was completely above the puppet. However, the puppet's defense was too strong. Yi Ling could not break it at all. As such, no matter how strong Yi Ling's combat strength was, he could not do anything to the puppet. Attack the spot between its eyebrows. When you attacked just now, it was defending between its eyebrows, Lu Ming roared. He suspected that the puppet's forehead was its weakness. Yi Ling's eyes lit up. In a flash, he charged towards the puppet and thrust his sword at the puppet's glabella. Whoosh, this time, the puppet did not counterattack. Instead, it retreated rapidly and raised its sword to its forehead. With a clang, Yi Ling's sword was blocked. The puppet borrowed this force to retreat rapidly. Swoosh, with a flick of his wrist, Yi Ling unleashed his sword aura. Dozens of sword beams shot towards the puppet's forehead from different directions. However, the puppet did not care about anything else. It only cared about the area between its eyebrows. The battle saber was there, and Yi Ling could not break through its defense. Dozens of moves had been blocked by Xianxia. With that, they were even more certain that the puppet's forehead was its weak point. You use all your strength to deflect his saber, I'll attack. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Yi Ling. All right. Yi Ling nodded and gripped his sword with both hands. A vast amount of divine power surged into the sword as he swung it with all his might. It was a simple swing without any fancy moves, but its power was astonishing. Clang, the swing of the sword landed on the puppet's battle saber, causing a loud boom. The puppet's body was sent flying backward. At the same time, its battle saber was also deflected by the powerful force and moved away from its forehead. Now was the time. Lu Ming did not hesitate to use the Grand Aurora technique. In a flash, he appeared in front of the puppet. The battle saber in his hand was aimed at the puppet's forehead. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the puppet. The puppet's battle saber had just been deflected by Yi Ling. This time it could no longer use its saber to block the attack. With a pop, Lu Ming pierced through the puppet's forehead as if he had pierced a bubble. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the puppet's body. Lu Ming was shocked. Could he have guessed wrongly, and the puppet's forehead was not its weak point? Without hesitation, Lu Ming quickly retreated to Yi Ling's side and watched cautiously. At this moment, the puppet was stiff and motionless. However, the aura on its body was extremely violent. At the same time, runes appeared on its body and emitted a dazzling glow. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The puppet's body began to twist and transform. Finally, it turned into a strange object. This object looked like an arc, like the corner of a ship. Could this be a part of the Crossing Adversity airship? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Yi Ling was also stunned. After a while, he said, "This should be a part of the Crossing Adversity airship. I didn't expect the parts of the Crossing Adversity airship to exist in such a form. It can turn into a puppet." Yi Ling was a peerless genius of the Heaven Destroyer. Like Lu Ming, he had also read some information about the Taisheng Immortal City. In the information that they had read, it was mentioned that the parts of the Crossing Adversity airship would exist in various forms. The forms would be different in different immortal abodes. However, it was not mentioned that the parts of the Crossing Adversity airship would turn into puppets and possess powerful offensive power. So it's a part of the Crossing Adversity airship. No wonder it's so hard. It seems that only the puppet with the red dot on its forehead is a part of the Crossing Adversity airship. The others are not. Lu Ming said. Forget it. Let's keep it first and continue to look for other parts of the Crossing Adversity airship. Yi Ling said. Lu Ming nodded and flew up. With a wave of his hand, he kept the part of the Crossing Adversity airship. After keeping it, Lu Ming raised his head and looked up. Above this platform, there was another platform that was suspended in midair. Earlier on, those puppets had come down from this platform. In fact, this was not the only platform that was suspended in midair. Looking further away, there were other platforms that were suspended in midair. This void was very vast and there were platforms suspended in midair everywhere. These platforms were circular and each platform had a diameter of about 100 miles. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted softly and shot up into the sky with Yi Ling, rushing toward the platform above. Soon, the two of them successfully landed on the platform above. This platform was already empty. There was not a single puppet on it. Above this platform, there was another platform. The two of them continued to rush toward the platform above. The geographical position here was already very high and they could overlook other places. Standing there were platforms everywhere. At a glance, there were no less than 100 platforms. On these platforms, there were flickering figures everywhere. They were all puppets. Boom. Boom, boom. There were booming sounds everywhere. There were battles everywhere. Xueji, Lu Ming's eyes moved and saw the peerless genius on the universe prodigy list, Xueji. At that moment, Xueji was in an extremely sorry state. He had transformed into a blood-colored bat and transformed into dozens of blood-colored bats. They flickered continuously in the air, dodging the attacks of the puppets. Xueji's battle power was about the same as that of the Buddha clan man from before. He wasn't a match for these puppets at all. At that moment, he was surrounded by dozens of puppets and was in imminent danger. However, he was a peerless genius after all and had many life-saving means. Under the siege of dozens of puppets, he was only seriously injured but not killed. His figure madly rushed outside and escaped from the platform. Then, he rushed into a passage and disappeared. It wasn't just this platform. On many other platforms, there were corpses of people who had entered with them. Many people had died, and the remaining people were frantically rushing out of the platform. Obviously, most people weren't a match for these puppets. Those with weaker battle power were killed, while those with stronger battle power fled desperately. Of course, there were also those with astonishing strength. On a few platforms in the distance, Lu Ming saw a few figures wielding weapons from the Taisheng Immortal City. Their figures were crisscrossing as they killed the puppets one by one. Two of them were exceptional prodigies on the universe prodigy list. Their battle power was much stronger than Xueji's. Needless to say, their ranking was definitely far above Xueji's. The remaining ones were a few strong men. These strong men had extremely high cultivation levels. At the same time, their battle power was also very strong. Their overall battle power was above Xueji's. Obviously, the 9 doors from before all led to this place. There's a special puppet there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at a platform on the left below. That platform was the platform where Xueji had been previously. There was a special puppet with a red dot between its eyebrows. It was very similar to the puppet formed by the components of the crossing adversity airship. It was very likely that this puppet was formed by the components of the crossing adversity airship. Previously, it was this puppet that had almost killed Xueji. The two of them didn't hesitate. Their figures flashed as they soared into the sky and rushed toward this platform. As the two of them approached, the special puppet's gaze seemed to be directed at Lu Ming and Xueji. Kill. This puppet seemed to have a mind of its own as it let out a low growl. Swish. Swish, the ordinary puppets immediately charged at Lu Ming and Luo Yunyong. Layers of blade light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Yi Ling also rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with these puppets. They held the weapons of the Supreme Immortal City, which were incomparably sharp. It was not difficult to deal with these puppets. Yi Ling, in particular, seemed to be having an easy time. With a flash of his battle armor, a puppet was split in half. Lu Ming was a little more strenuous, but he was still able to bear it. The two of them joined forces and continued to charge forward toward the special puppet. Their target was this special puppet. As for the ordinary puppets, they were completely useless. They would kill as few of them as possible to save some energy. Soon, the two of them approached the special puppet. Kill. The special puppet let out a low roar and charged at Lu Ming and the other man with a saber in its hand. The three figures crossed each other like 3 bolts of lightning. Clang. Clang, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's attacks landed on the puppet's body. Clang. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions. The two of them took a look and saw that there was no trace left behind. It was the same as before. Their eyes lit up. This puppet was also extremely sturdy. It was the same as the parts of the crossing adversity airship. In that case, the possibility of this puppet being a part of the crossing adversity airship was very high. Cooperate as before. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded and unleashed a powerful aura. He waved his sword and slashed at the puppet's forehead. The puppet could only block with its saber. However, Yi Ling's strength was so great that the puppet's saber was immediately deflected. Lu Ming had already seized the opportunity to use the Great Aurora technique. His figure flashed and he rushed to the front of the puppet. He stabbed his saber and pierced through the puppet's forehead. After that, Lu Ming retreated quickly. Just like before, a powerful aura erupted from the puppet's body. Runes appeared on its body and its body began to change rapidly. It turned into a strange-looking object. Its shape was different from the previous one. However, it was obvious that it was also a part of the crossing adversity airship. This should be the keel, the previous one should be the stern. Yi Ling said. The crossing adversity airship was made up of 9 parts, the bow, the body, the stern, the deck, the keel, and the sails. Only when all 9 parts were gathered could a complete crossing adversity airship be formed. Only a complete crossing adversity airship could cross the adversity crossing sea. It would not work even if it was missing a single part. Yi Ling's figure flashed and he kept the crossing adversity airship part. The two of them looked at the other platforms. In fact, there were not many puppets that were transformed from the crossing adversity airship. Not every platform had them. The two of them looked around and only saw a few platforms with them. Of course, there were many platforms stacked on top of each other. The number of puppets that were transformed from the crossing adversity airship parts was definitely not small. Lu Ming did not fight with the ordinary puppets. He used his movement technique and avoided them. He rushed to the other platforms and focused on killing the special puppets. With the two of them working together, they were successful. Soon, they killed another 3 special puppets and successfully obtained 3 parts. In total, the two of them had obtained 5 parts of the crossing adversity airship. Unfortunately, one of the parts was duplicated. They had obtained 2 parts. However, they would keep them first. The parts of the crossing adversity airship were so difficult to obtain. They were definitely precious. Perhaps they could use them to exchange for some treasures. Lu Ming and Yi Ling searched the dozens of platforms around them. The two of them headed to the other platforms further away. In the distance, a few pairs of eyes glanced at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They were the other experts. These people had seen Lu Ming and Yi Ling obtain a few parts of the crossing adversity airship with their own eyes. They were envious and moved. However, they were extremely wary. They were mainly wary of Yi Ling. Although Lu Ming was strong and they were confident that they could deal with him, Yi Ling's combat strength made them feel uncertain. In the end, no one dared to make a move. Lu Ming and Yi Ling arrived at the platform further away. As expected, they encountered the special puppets again. The two of them worked together and continued to hunt down the special puppets. After some time, they obtained a total of 12 parts of the crossing adversity airship. Unfortunately, only 7 of the 12 parts were different. 5 of them were duplicated. As a result, they could not even form a crossing adversity airship. However, there were still many platforms here, and they did not search all of them. The two of them continued to rush towards the platforms further away. However, after a while, their eyes widened. The situation on the platforms ahead was somewhat beyond their expectations. There were also puppets on these platforms. However, these puppets had all been killed. Their metal bodies were scattered all over the place. At a glance, there were all broken metal puppets. None of them were intact. They had all been hacked apart by a sharp blade. Moreover, there was no trace of a special puppet. Who is so powerful to be able to kill all the puppets on the platforms? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. It should be the heavenly human tribe. This time, although the heavenly human tribe did not send their top elites, their average strength is very strong. Those burly men from the heavenly human tribe are not weak. If they join forces, it won't be difficult to deal with these puppets. Yi Ling said. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, if the heavenly human tribe had a few people with Yi Ling's combat strength, it would not be too difficult to deal with these puppets. The two of them circled around the platforms in this area but did not see a single intact puppet. Naturally, they did not see any special puppets either. It seems that all the puppets in this area have been killed. Let's go. Lu Ming said, feeling a little regretful. This time, they did not manage to gather a complete crossing adversity airship. It seems that we can only go out and try our luck. See if we can get other parts of the crossing adversity airship from other places. If not, we can only trade with others. Yi Ling said. Perhaps others would have more of the 2 parts that they lacked. Perhaps others would have less of the 5 extra parts that they had. In this way, they could trade. They could even take out the extra parts to trade with others for desolation pills. The two of them went back the way they came and returned to the passageway. Then, they retreated outside. This time, the two of them had gained a lot. Although they did not manage to gather all the parts of the crossing adversity airship, they had obtained many alchemy furnaces. Of course, not every platform here had alchemy furnaces. In fact, there were very few platforms with alchemy furnaces. Only 1 platform out of dozens had alchemy furnaces. However, there were many platforms here. Lu Ming and Yi Ling also gained a lot. He had a total of 6 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. There were more than 60 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. The two of them divided it equally, and each of them had more than 30 furnaces, which was more than what Lu Ming had previously accumulated. As long as he could gather the adversity-traversing airship, cross the adversity-traversing ocean, and enter the core area of the 1-star palace, he would be able to use his pill furnace to madly refine desolate pills to improve his cultivation. The two of them walked back along the passage, but soon, they stopped. Because there was someone blocking the way. It was Xueji. It's you. Very good. When Xueji saw Lu Ming and Yi Ling, he revealed a ferocious killing intent. Xueji, you've been hiding here. Have you recovered? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was mocking Xueji for being forced to flee in a sorry state by the puppets. Sure enough, the malevolence in Xueji's eyes intensified as he growled, "Brat, you're courting death. Hand over your storage rings now and I'll give you a quick death." "With just you?" Lu Ming sneered. "What if we join in?" At this moment, another voice rang out. Behind Xueji, 3 figures flashed and appeared. These people had previously used a concealment array to hide themselves and had only revealed themselves now. Lu Ming understood that these people had already cooperated with Xueji. They had specifically hidden here to rob people. "Worryless," Lu Ming whispered. He knew one of the youths. He was also someone on the Universe Prodigy list. He was ranked 80 on the Universe Prodigy list and had extremely strong combat power. The other 2 were 2 burly men. Without a doubt, they were also people with strong combat power. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to cooperate with Worryless and Xueji. "Now, are you qualified? Hand over your storage rings." Xueji shouted coldly, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He looked like he was about to attack at any moment. "Xueji, you're not qualified. Do you understand?" Lu Ming shouted coldly and stepped forward. A powerful aura pressed down on Xueji. "Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Xueji roared. His body wriggled and transformed into a blood-red bat. His entire body was shrouded in blood-red light and emitted an unpleasant smell. He charged towards Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming made his move. He activated the battle formula and increased his combat power by 7 times. He threw out a punch. This time, Lu Ming did not show mercy. Other than not using the sky-splitting move, he activated 11 stars of combat power. The violent fist collided with Xueji, and there was a loud explosion. Then, there was a scream. Xueji's body retreated violently, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. One of his wings had completely exploded. With one move, Xueji was severely injured. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He shouted, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How can your combat power be so strong?" On the side, Worryless and the 2 burly men were also shocked. Previously, Lu Ming and Xueji had fought fiercely. Their combat power was about the same. How could Lu Ming's combat power suddenly soar? "Previously, I didn't want to reveal too much. Otherwise, with your strength, how could you have exchanged so many moves with me? How naive and ridiculous." Lu Ming sneered. His voice was filled with sarcasm. "You," Xueji roared angrily and spat out another mouthful of blood. It turned out that Lu Ming did not use his full strength. To put it bluntly, he was just playing with him. Otherwise, he would have been dead. He thought that his combat power was not weaker than Lu Ming's. It turned out that he was a complete joke in front of Lu Ming. This blow was too great. He was a peerless genius on the Universe Prodigy list. He was usually high and mighty. When had he ever been humiliated like this? "Kill. Let's join forces and kill this brat. Tear him into pieces." Xueji roared. "Attack." Worryless and the 2 burly men shouted and unleashed a powerful aura. They pushed their combat power to the extreme and charged towards Lu Ming. The combat power of these people was really shocking. They were even slightly stronger than Xueji. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and prepared to use the sky-splitting technique. At this moment, Yi Ling spoke. "I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ling's figure flashed and rushed past Lu Ming. The sound of a sword rang through the tunnel, and a sword light flashed. Puff. Puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Xueji, Worryless, and the other 3's bodies suddenly stiffened. The 4's eyes were wide open. Their eyes were filled with fear, disbelief, unwillingness, despair, and other emotions. There was a sword wound in between their eyebrows. Blood flowed out continuously. Their life auras were quickly dissipating. Instant kill. Xueji, Wu Yu, and the 2 burly men had joined forces but were instantly killed by Yi Ling's sword. The 4 men's foreheads had been pierced by the sword light. Their souls had been annihilated, and they were dead. With a plop, the 4 men's bodies fell to the ground. 2 prodigies on the universe prodigy list had been killed just like that, falling on the spot. No one even knew that 2 peerless prodigies had died just like that. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was once again surprised by Yi Ling's strength. It was unfathomable, even he would not be able to withstand such combat power. The Heaven Destroyer had been able to fight against the Heavenly Palace for many years. Its strength was definitely incomparable. As one of the strongest prodigies on the Heaven Destroyer's side, Yi Ling's talent should be comparable to some of the top prodigies in the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was not as good as them, he was definitely extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was relieved. Moreover, his cultivation was 2 levels lower than Yi Ling's. If he was at the same level as Yi Ling, he was confident that his combat power was above Yi Ling's. The 2 of them took the storage rings of Xueji and the others, then left in a flash. They quickly returned to the divine abode and rushed outside. When they passed by the courtyard, they were besieged by the black sword centipedes again. However, with their combat power, these black sword centipedes could not do anything to them. They successfully broke through the courtyard and exited the divine abode. Outside the divine abode, there were still many people surrounding it. At this moment, all eyes were on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Some people's eyes were filled with greed. They had entered the divine abode and exited it. Did they obtain the treasures inside? When they thought that Lu Ming and Yi Ling might have the treasures inside the divine abode, many people's hearts burned with desire. However, no one was stupid. Lu Ming and Yi Ling could safely exit the divine abode. Their combat power was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, some people had seen Lu Ming and Xueji exchange a few blows before entering the divine abode. There was no clear winner or loser. This level of combat power was not something they could deal with. Only death awaited them if they went against Lu Ming. However, not everyone dared to make a move. At that moment, a few figures flashed over and surrounded Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They were all in the prime of their lives, and their auras were vigorous and powerful. Although these people had not been able to enter the immortal abode previously, it did not mean that their combat strength was weak. Their combat strength was actually very strong. Otherwise, they would not have dared to charge at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The reason why they didn't rush into the immortal mansion before was because they were unlucky. Moreover, they only had a total of 10 breaths of time, so they didn't make it. They were very confident in their own combat strength. Both of you, hand over your storage rings. One of the muscular men shouted coldly. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were speechless. Another wave of robbers? Previously, it was Xueji, and now it was these people? Was it because they looked like they were easy to bully, or were these people blind? Very good. Yi Ling said. What's very good? A muscular man asked. If you take the initiative to give your treasures to us, that would be great. Yi Ling said calmly. Immediately, a cold murderous intent burst out from the muscular men's eyes. From their point of view, Yi Ling's words were just a prank. You're courting death. Let's send them on their way first. The muscular men shouted coldly. Their murderous intent was as sharp as a knife, and they were about to attack. Lu Ming shook his head and observed a moment of silence for these people. These few burly men were undoubtedly very powerful. Lu Ming might not be fully confident if he were to go against them. Unfortunately, they were up against Yi Ling. In that case, the outcome was already decided. Swoosh, a dazzling sword light burst out and disappeared in a flash. The muscular men followed in the footsteps of Xueji and the others. The sword light pierced through the space between their eyebrows and destroyed their souls. They died on the spot. The surrounding people gasped and looked at Yi Ling in horror. Those burly men had previously displayed their terrifying strength. However, they were instantly killed by Yi Ling. Fortunately, they did not attack just now. Otherwise, they would have died miserably. With a wave of his hand, he collected the storage rings of the muscular men. Then, the two of them left the place and flew into the distance. After flying for a long distance, the two of them found a secluded place and stopped. Then, they took out the storage rings on their hands and counted them. Xueji and the others naturally had many elixir furnaces. Lu Ming and Yi Ling split them equally. In addition to the elixir furnaces obtained from the immortal abode, the two of them each had close to 50 elixir furnaces. Lu Ming had about 80 elixir furnaces in addition to the 30 from before. This was a huge gain. If he activated all of them, the speed of refining desolation pills would be very fast. After the two of them split up, they continued to set off in the direction of the adversity-avoiding sea. 2 days later, the sky in front of them darkened and turned pitch black. On the ground in front of them was an endless black fog. This black fog not only covered the ground but also the sky, separating the entire world. The adversity-avoiding sea, this black fog was the adversity-avoiding sea. It separated the periphery of the star palace from the core. The adversity-avoiding sea was very dangerous. Without the adversity-avoiding airship, it would be difficult to cross it. Look, the departure point is in front. Yi Ling pointed ahead. Lu Ming also saw that in front of them, near the adversity-avoiding sea, there was a building that looked like a city. Lu Ming had seen the information. This was the departure point. It was not that easy to take the adversity-avoiding sea on the adversity-avoiding sea. There were some conditions. One of the conditions was that the adversity-avoiding airship could only be activated in a specific place. It was not as if one could activate the adversity-avoiding airship at any time just by gathering the 9 components. Only at a specific place in the departure point would the adversity-surpassing airship be activated and cross the adversity-surpassing ocean after absorbing the special energy. The building in front of them was the departure point. If one wanted to cross the adversity-avoiding sea, they had to depart from here. Therefore, anyone who wanted to enter the core area had to come here and depart from here. From afar, one could see figures flashing in the city. When they arrived, Yi Ling also changed his appearance. He was afraid that he would be recognized by the people from the heavenly palace. Then, the two of them flew towards the city. Lu Ming could only bite the bullet and fly into the city. Even though there were many people from the heavenly palace in the city and the chances of them recognizing him were very high, he had no choice but to enter the city. He could only take a gamble and hope that no one recognized Lu Ming. Fortunately, the two of them entered the city through the city gate. They met many people on the way, but no one recognized Lu Ming. Soon, the two of them arrived at a remote part of the city. There were many buildings in the city. Many of the buildings were empty. The two of them found an empty building to stay in. Lu Ming, you stay here first. I'll go out and check out the situation. Yi Ling said. Lu Ming's target was too big. He would be easily recognized if he went out. Once he was recognized, it would be more troublesome and detrimental to their future plans. Their plan was to use the spare parts of the crossing adversity airship to exchange for what they needed. If Lu Ming was discovered, they would be lucky if they could stay alive. They could forget about exchanging for the parts of the crossing adversity airship. All right. Lu Ming nodded. After Yi Ling left, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. He took out the desolation pills and started refining them. During this period of time, although he had not concocted great desolation pills, he had obtained quite a number of great desolation pills from others. For example, Shui Ji and the others had obtained about 100,000 desolation pills. After splitting them with Yi Ling, Lu Ming had about 50,000 desolation pills. Although he would need at least 1,200,000 desolation pills to break through to the 5th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm, it was still a long way off. However, after refining them, his cultivation level would increase a little. He could not waste any time in the Taishang Immortal City. He opened his mouth and sucked in tens of thousands of desolation pills. Then, he started refining them. The speed at which Lu Ming refined the desolation pills was very fast. 50,000 desolation pills were refined within a few hours. Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved a little and his realm had become more stable. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he reached the 5th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. After refining the desolation pills, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the ordinary secret techniques. He condensed the secret technique runes and merged them into his cells. Of course, they were all beginners. If he wanted to cultivate them to greater success, it would take too much time. He would have to find an opportunity in the future. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. At this time, Yi Ling came back. What's the news? Lu Ming asked after he finished cultivating. There's news. In 3 days, there will be a secret trade fair here. I've already gotten a spot. Let's go together. We might be able to get the missing parts of the crossing adversity airship. The extra parts might be able to exchange for a large amount of desolation pills. Yiling said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. This was indeed good news, but wouldn't he be recognized by the people of the Heavenly Palace if he went with them? As if he had guessed Lu Ming's thoughts, Yiling said, Don't worry. This time, there won't be anyone from the Heavenly Palace participating. There won't be anyone from the Celestial Tribe, and there won't be any core disciples from the Heavenly Palace either. They'll all be from other tribes. Those big clans are also on guard against the Heavenly Human Tribe. After all, the Heavenly Human Tribe is too domineering. If the Heavenly Human Tribe participates in this trade fair, there will be no fairness. Maybe they will buy the treasures at a low price or directly rob them. Yiling said. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. It seemed that the trade fair this time was held behind the Heavenly Human Tribe's back. There were very few people from other races who had seen Lu Ming. Perhaps they knew his appearance, but not many could recognize his life origin aura. With that, Lu Ming was relieved. Alright, let's go together in 2 days. Lu Ming nodded. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them set off and headed toward the east of the city. There were fewer buildings and even fewer people in the east of the city. Relatively speaking, it was more remote. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a building. There were 2 people guarding the outside of the building. The Metal Tribe. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 2 burly men guarding the building were from the Metal Tribe, one of the top 10 tribes. Both of you, there are already people living here. Please look for another place. One of the burly men from the Metal Tribe said. Yiling did not say anything. He took out 2 pieces of silver metal with strange patterns engraved on them. The 2 burly men from the Metal Tribe looked at each other. One of them said, Both of you, please come in. With that, they stepped aside. The 2 of them walked in. There was a large hall inside. In the middle of the hall was a cave. When they walked in, it turned out to be a slanted staircase that extended all the way to the bottom. The 2 of them walked down the staircase. After making several turns, they finally reached the end. It turned out that there was a basement below. There were some chairs in the basement. At this time, there were already many people. Lu Ming glanced over and found that there were already more than 20 people. The Demon Tribe, the Buddha Tribe, the Blood Tribe, and the Metal Tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He glanced over and found the 4 major tribes in the top 10 tribes. There were young people and strong men, but there was no doubt that they were all strong. The 4 major tribes were divided into 4 areas and sat together. There were also some people sitting on the other chairs. These people were scattered, alone, or in groups of 2 or 3. These people only glanced at Lu Ming and Yiling casually and did not pay much attention to them. Lu Ming and Yiling walked to the 2 chairs at the side and sat down. Next, people kept coming. The Battle Saint Tribe, the Soul Tribe, the 9 Great Plant Royal Tribes, and the Spirit Tribe, Lu Ming thought to himself. These tribes were all among the top 10 tribes. Among them, it was Lu Ming's first time seeing the 9 Great Plant Royal Tribes and the Spirit Tribe. In the Eldritch universe, there were many plant life forms. There were all kinds of plant life forms. Not all plant life forms could be called the top 10 tribes. Only the 9 Great Plant Royal Tribes, the 9 Great Plant Royal Tribes, could form an alliance and be considered one of the top 10 tribes. There was also the Spirit Tribe. The Spirit Tribe was very special. They evolved from the spirits of heaven and earth. For example, the spirits of the 5 elements, such as the Fire Spirit, Water Spirit, Metal Spirit, Wood Spirit, and Metal Spirit. In addition, there were also the Wind Spirit, Ice Spirit, Lightning Spirit, Light Spirit, Dark Spirit, and so on. These spirits evolved from the spirits of heaven and earth and took human form. They were all called the Spirit Tribe. The Spirit Tribe was very few in number, but their strength was very terrifying. Every Spirit Tribe member had a special skill and was very powerful. Among the top 10 tribes, the Spirit Tribe had the least number of people. However, they could be ranked among the top 10 tribes. This showed how powerful they were. The Demon Tribe, the Buddha Tribe, the Metal Tribe, the Blood Tribe, the Battle Saint Tribe, the Soul Tribe, the 9 Great Plant Royal Tribes, the Spirit Tribe. 8 of the top 10 tribes are here. Only the Angel Tribe and the Quasi-Immortal Tribe are not here yet. Lu Ming murmured in his heart. The Quasi-Immortal Tribe was an extremely powerful and mysterious tribe. They were known as the strongest tribe under the Celestial Tribe in the primitive universe. The Quasi-Immortal Tribe did not have many people, only a little more than the Spirit Tribe. They had always been very low-key, but no one doubted their strength. Some people said that even the Celestial Tribe had to give some face to the Quasi-Immortal Tribe. Lu Ming had never seen the Quasi-Immortal Tribe before. Even when he was a heavenly soldier, he had never seen anyone from the Quasi-Immortal Tribe. This was because the Quasi-Immortal Tribe would not go to the Heavenly Palace. Okay, everyone is here. At this time, a burly man stepped forward and came to the center of the basement. His footsteps made thumping sounds. This was a burly man from the Metal Tribe. His aura was as strong as a mountain. Everyone is here? There's no one from the Angel Tribe. It seems that the Angel Tribe is excluded. Very good. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Angel Tribe had a deep relationship with the Celestial Tribe. Informing the Angel Tribe was equivalent to informing the Celestial Tribe. Therefore, it was normal to exclude the Angel Tribe. That was even better. After all, Lu Ming had interacted with the angels the most. If the angels came, they might be able to recognize Lu Ming. Especially Gabbert. As such, no one at the scene recognized Lu Ming. Other than the people from the top 10 races, there were also some scattered people like Lu Ming and the others. There were not many of them. This is a temporary deal. I believe that everyone has gained a lot in the Grand Supreme Immortal City during this period of time. It's good for everyone to take out what you don't need to trade. It's the best of both worlds. However, after the deal is over, I hope that no one will spread the news. After all, it won't be good for anyone if the heavenly human race knows about it. The brawny man from the metal race said. Everyone nodded and agreed. All right. Who would like to trade first? The brawny man from the metal race said. I'll go first. Immediately, a skinny man in his 30s stood up and walked to the center. His palm glowed, and a battle sword appeared. This is a weapon I obtained from the Grand Supreme Immortal City. It's extremely sharp. I'm going to trade it for 10,000 desolation pills. Which friend wants to trade it? The skinny man said. No one spoke. Many people looked at him with disdain. You're too naive to trade a weapon from the Grand Supreme Immortal City for 10,000 desolation pills. That's right. Who doesn't have a weapon from the Grand Supreme Immortal City? You're actually using a weapon from the Grand Supreme Immortal City to trade for desolation pills? That's ridiculous. You should take out some precious items to trade, such as a pill furnace, a part of a ship, or some rare metal materials. Some people in the surroundings sneered mockingly. The skinny man's face was flushed red. In the end, he did not take out anything too precious. Instead, he put away his weapon and returned to his seat. Let me do it. At that moment, a young man stepped forward. The young man had a graceful bearing. Water vapor surrounded his body at all times, making him look hazy and elegant. He's from the spirit race. It seems like he's a water spirit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A piece of blue metal appeared in the Spirit Clan youth's hand. This piece of blue metal was about the size of a fist. It was completely blue, as if there was water flowing around it. It gave off a special aura. This aura was very similar to the Great Desolation Chi. Everyone, this piece of metal was obtained from the Supreme Immortal City. I believe everyone knows that pill furnaces and weapons are not allowed to be taken out of the Supreme Immortal City. However, this kind of basic metal can be taken out. This material is very extraordinary. It can be used to forge some divine weapons with special effects. 60 solar years ago, many seniors brought out some of these metals and forged them into divine weapons that were famous in the primitive universe. The Spirit Tribe youth explained. Many people were tempted. The metal materials produced in the Taisheng Immortal City were indeed extraordinary. They had all kinds of miraculous effects. The divine weapons refined from them were also different from the divine weapons of the desolate universe. They had special effects and were very valuable. However, this kind of metal material was extremely rare. In the Supreme Immortal City, very few people could obtain it. Who would have thought that the Spirit Clan youth would be able to obtain one? Perhaps this had something to do with his constitution. What do you want to exchange this metal for? Someone asked. Exchange for 100,000 Great Desolation Pills. The Spirit Clan youth said. 100,000 Great Desolation Pills? That's a lot. That's too much. 100,000 Great Desolation Pills is too much. Many people shook their heads. A special metal material for 100,000 Great Desolation Pills? Many people shook their heads. Lu Ming needed many more Great Desolation Pills to break through to the next cultivation level. However, the others didn't need so many Great Desolation Pills to break through to the next cultivation level. Many people could break through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer with 100,000 Great Desolation Pills. The price was too high. It's too expensive. It's not worth it. Many people shook their heads. After a while, no one agreed to the exchange. The Spirit Clan youth looked a bit disappointed. Then, he said, if 100,000 Great Desolation Pills isn't enough, then I'll exchange it for a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters. A pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters is worth more than 100,000 Great Desolation Pills. How about this? I'll give you 3 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. Said a muscular demon at that moment. 3 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters? That's too little. No, absolutely not. The Spirit Clan youth shook his head. 4 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter at most. That's all. I don't want any more. Said the muscular demon. 4 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. The Spirit Clan youth hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, all right, I agree. If he didn't want to stockpile more pill furnaces, he wouldn't be willing to exchange them. In the end, the muscular demon took out 4 pill furnaces and exchanged them with the Spirit Clan youth for the blue metal material. The Spirit Clan youth got what he wanted and returned to his seat. Next, someone else took out a pill furnace and wanted to exchange it for Great Desolation Pills. In fact, pill furnaces were similar to Great Desolation Pills. However, some people were in a hurry to break through to the next cultivation level, so they used pill furnaces to exchange for Great Desolation Pills. After all, refining Great Desolation Pills took time. This person was like that. Exchanging pill furnaces for Great Desolation Pills was usually a loss. Naturally, someone else made the exchange and quickly completed the exchange. Should I exchange my pill furnaces for some Great Desolation Pills? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a lot of pill furnaces, but it would take a lot of time to refine them into Great Desolation Pills. If he could exchange them for Great Desolation Pills, Lu Ming could quickly break through to the next cultivation level. I have 80 pill furnaces with me. I can't exchange a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters, but a pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter can be exchanged for 30,000 Great Desolation Pills. That's not bad. Lu Ming thought. A pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter would take more than 3 years to refine 30,000 Great Desolation Pills. Exchanging 30,000 Great Desolation Pills for a pill furnace was completely worth it. As long as he kept refining Great Desolation Pills, he would be able to break even after 3 years. In the future, it would be a profit. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to exchange them. Immediately, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked to the center. Pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. I'll exchange a pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter for Great Desolation Pills. 1 pill furnace for 30,000 Great Desolation Pills. Who wants to exchange? Lu Ming said loudly. Me. Me too. Immediately, many people started to speak. A pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters would break even in 3 years. This was referring to the outer area of the Astral Palace. In the core area of the Astral Palace, the Great Desolation Chi was denser, and the speed of refining Great Desolation Pills would be faster. It wouldn't take 3 years at all. Naturally, many people wanted to exchange. Instantly, 6 to 7 people stood up, indicating that they wanted to trade. Senior, how many do you want to trade? Lu Ming looked at an expert in the prime of his life. This person was an expert from the Battle Saint tribe. Because of the battle god Yuan Wen, Lu Ming's impression of the Battle Saint tribe was slightly better. Naturally, he was more willing to trade with them. I want 5. The expert from the Battle Saint tribe said. After that, he took out an interspatial ring and passed it to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming received the interspatial ring. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered that there were 150,000 Great Desolation pills inside. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. This expert from the Battle Saint tribe had a cultivation base at the 6th layer of the Divine God realm. Clearly, if he wanted to break through to the 7th layer of the Divine God realm, the number of Great Desolation pills he needed was far more than 150,000. That was why he didn't refine them yet. Most probably, he wanted to wait for more Great Desolation pills to refine them all at once. Lu Ming moved the 150,000 Great Desolation pills into his interspatial ring. After that, he took out 5 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and placed them into the interspatial ring. After that, he returned the interspatial ring to the expert from the Battle Saint tribe. The expert from the Battle Saint tribe had a satisfied expression on his face after he scanned the interspatial ring with his spiritual sense. Although he had to pay 150,000 Great Desolation pills for the time being, it was only a matter of time before he entered the core region. With the extra 5 pill furnaces, he would be able to refine 150,000 Great Desolation pills very quickly. This was a business that was sure to be profitable. Friend, how many pill furnaces do you want to trade? Lu Ming asked another person. 3. Next, Lu Ming took out 20 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. In total, he obtained 600,000 Great Desolation pills. At this point, Lu Ming didn't take out any more pill furnaces to trade. He only had a total of 80 pill furnaces. After trading away 20, there were still 60 left. He wanted to keep them for himself in the future. Beside him, Yi Ling was also tempted. He also wanted to take out his alchemy furnace to trade. However, he hesitated for a moment and gave up. He had the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God layer, but he was also a peerless genius. Breaking through to the next Great Supreme God layer required a terrifying amount of desolate pellets, far more than 1 million. Therefore, even if he took out a dozen cauldrons and obtained 1 million desolate pellets, it wouldn't be enough for him to break through. It was better to keep the pill furnace and go to the core area. Next, the transactions continued. People continuously took out treasures to trade. Of course, not every transaction was successful. Some succeeded, while others failed. However, no one took out the parts of the Crossing Adversity airship to exchange for it. Lu Ming and Yi Ling looked at each other and decided not to wait any longer. Everyone, I have a part of the Crossing Adversity airship here. It's part of the stern. I'm using it to exchange for the bow part of the Crossing Adversity airship. Is anyone interested? Yi Ling stood up and said. Components of the Crossing Adversity airship. The stern. Many people's eyes lit up with excitement. I need the stern part, but I don't have the bow part. Do you want the whole part? You can exchange for it. An expert from the Blood tribe said. We have the whole part. We don't need it. However, the sails are fine too. Yi Ling said. I don't have the sails. The expert from the Blood tribe looked disappointed. I do have the sails, but I also have the stern part. Do you have the deck part? You can exchange for it with me. At that moment, a strong man from the Spirit tribe stood up and said. I have the deck part. Yi Ling's eyes lit up. They had 5 extra parts. The deck part was one of them. Alright, let's exchange. The strong man from the Spirit tribe smiled. The two of them took out their parts and exchanged for it. They were very satisfied. Lu Ming and Yi Ling also smiled with satisfaction. In this way, they had gathered 8 parts. They were only missing the bow part. As long as they could find the bow, they could form a complete Crossing Adversity airship. They could cross the adversity-avoiding ocean and head to the core area. Everyone, who has the bow part? I can exchange it for the other parts. Yi Ling continued. However, no one spoke. No one responded. After a while, someone said, I also lack the bow part. If anyone has more, I can buy it with desolation pills. You also lack the bow part. I don't have the bow part either. I don't have it either. Many people shook their heads. This made the faces of Lu Ming, Yi Ling, and the others present sink. Why were there so many people lacking the bow part? I want to know, who among the people here has the position of the bow of the ship? Yi Ling asked. I don't have it. I don't have it either. Almost everyone shook their heads. This caused everyone's expressions to turn somewhat ugly. What was going on? No one had a seat at the head of the ship. Something's not right. Logically speaking, there are so many people here, and more than one immortal abode has been explored. They should definitely have the bow part. But now, no one has it? Someone spoke. Everyone, if anyone has the bow part, why don't you exchange it for it? There's no point in keeping it. Someone else said. Still, no one spoke. It's not necessarily useless to keep it. If we monopolize the bow part, then the others won't be able to go to the core area. That way, the competition will be greatly reduced. Someone said coldly. This made many people's faces freeze. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were the same. Indeed, if someone controlled a large number of bow parts and did not exchange it, then the others would not be able to gather enough crossing adversity airships to go to the core area. That way, the competition in the core area would be greatly reduced. It would also make it difficult for some geniuses to obtain enough desolation pills to break through to the next realm. It would reduce the pressure of competing for the origin seed. Many people had thought of this. Everyone, who has a large number of bow parts. Say it. If you're discovered later, you'll be in trouble, someone said coldly. The threat was obvious. The meaning was obvious. If someone had a large number of bow parts and did not exchange it, and was discovered later, they would be targeted and even killed by everyone. But still, no one spoke. I don't think anyone at the scene has the position of the bow of the ship. At this time, Lu Ming spoke, attracting the attention of others. If no one here has the bow part, then tell me, who has it? Someone must have the bow part. According to the records, the parts of every immortal abode can be gathered. There are so many of us, it's impossible that we can't gather them. Someone retorted. Who do you think, or what faction, has the power to sweep through so many immortal abodes and obtain a large number of bow parts? Lu Ming asked. This, almost everyone's eyes narrowed. They all thought of a faction, or rather, a race. The heavenly human race. Celestial race, everyone thought of a name, and that was the celestial race. Only the celestial race had the ability to do this. Most people's expressions turned ugly. If it was really the celestial race, then it would be troublesome. The celestial race controlled the bow of the ship. If they didn't hand it over and didn't let others enter the core area to reduce the competition, what could they do? Did they dare to find trouble with the celestial race? Did they dare to ask the celestial race for it, who dared to offend the celestial race? Everyone, I think you've already thought of it. The one controlling the bow of the ship is most likely the celestial race. Lu Ming said again. So what if we know? Do we dare to find trouble with the celestial race? Someone asked with a bitter expression. Why not? Lu Ming said coldly. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming was so bold to find trouble with the celestial race. Was he not afraid of death? Most of you here are from the top 10 races. Even if you're not, you're from other powerful races. Are you so cowardly? Lu Ming sneered, revealing a contemptuous expression. Everyone's expressions turned even uglier, but the celestial race's power was too strong. Everyone entered the Taishang Immortal City to obtain opportunities and obtain stronger cultivation to surpass others and enter a higher realm in the future. However, if you're blocked outside the core area, your progress will be very limited. As for fighting for the origin seed in a few decades, don't even think about it. Giving up on entering the core area means giving up on the opportunity in the Taishang Immortal City. Are you willing to do that? Lu Ming asked again. Many people's eyes flickered with reluctance. Everyone present, especially some young people and even peerless geniuses on the universe prodigy list, were all arrogant people. If they gave up on the opportunity in the Taishang immortal city, the gap between them and others would become bigger and bigger. How could they be willing to do that? However, the other party was the celestial race. You mean, we should join forces and ask the celestial race for the bow of the ship? However, right now, this is still just a guess. We haven't confirmed that the celestial race is in control of the bow of the ship. Perhaps it's someone else? If it's not the heavenly human tribe, it's not worth it to offend the heavenly human tribe rashly. Someone spoke up cautiously. The others nodded in agreement. That's simple. We'll know who's controlling the bow once we try. Lu Ming said. How? Many people asked in unison. It's very simple. The goal of the person controlling the bow is to prevent others from forming the adversity crossing airship and entering the core area to reduce competition. However, at this time, if someone stands out and says that he has many seats at the bow and is willing to exchange them for other treasures, what do you think the person controlling the bow will do? Lu Ming said. He will definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. After being reminded by Lu Ming, many people immediately thought of this. That's right. He will fly into a rage out of humiliation. He might even kill and seize the bow of the ship to continue monopolizing it. As long as someone releases the news that there's a transaction at a certain place, the person who really controls the bow of the ship will definitely go over and appear. At that time, it will naturally be clear whether the celestial race is the one who monopolizes it or not. Lu Ming said. That's right. This plan is indeed feasible. Many people nodded. The plan is feasible, but who will release the news? The person who releases the news will definitely be targeted by the celestial race. Someone spoke, and the scene fell silent again. The person who released the news was equivalent to bait. He would be targeted and would be in danger. No one was willing to be the bait. Let the two of us release the news. We'll choose a place and release the news. Then, you guys will pretend to trade with us and lure out the person who really controls the bow of the ship. What do you think? Lu Ming said. Your plan is feasible, but if the other party is really the celestial race, what should we do? Another person asked. What should we do? Do you still need to ask me this? We cultivators are originally going against the heavens and are fearless. If we retreat because of fear, how can we embark on the path of the strongest in the future? How can we overcome all obstacles and set foot on the peak? Moreover, we have so many people working together. If the other party is really the celestial race, we can join forces and force them to hand over the position of the bow of the ship. Lu Ming said. Force the celestial race. Some people's faces were a little pale. The celestial race's accumulated power was too deep. Many people were terrified. However, some people's eyes began to flash with cold light, especially those young people, especially the peerless geniuses on the universe prodigy list. They were originally proud and arrogant, so naturally, they were more courageous. And just as Lu Ming said, if they shrank back and lost this opportunity, the gap between them and the others would widen. Then, their achievements in this life would be very limited. They were destined to not have great achievements. How could these peerless geniuses be willing to accept this? If you are afraid that the celestial race will pursue this matter, then you can just get rid of them. In this way, no one will know, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Hiss, some of the more timid ones gasped and looked at Lu Ming with some horror. How dare he want to get rid of the celestial race and silence them? This person's guts were simply overwhelming. I think it's feasible. At this time, a young man from the demon race spoke. This person had shoulder-length black hair and cold eyes. He had a demonic nature. Lu Ming recognized that this was an extremely powerful person. He was a peerless genius on the universe prodigy list, ranked in the 70s, much stronger than Gabbert. I think it's feasible too. Another young man also spoke. He was also a genius on the universe prodigy list. Two geniuses on the universe prodigy list spoke in succession, and the others couldn't help but become bolder. Let's do it like that. Let's do it. We can't miss the opportunity in front of us. Let's do it. Next, more and more people expressed their opinions. However, not everyone had the guts to do so. Some people's faces were a little pale, and they remained silent. I know what you are thinking. Some of you want to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The crossing adversity flying ship can carry more than one person. Some of you want to wait for us to gather the parts and then take a ride, right? Haha, what a good plan. Lu Ming sneered. Many people's faces turned pale, and they glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw through their thoughts. Indeed, some people had this plan. They didn't want to participate in this matter and let Lu Ming and the others make a fuss. If they succeeded, they could take a ride and not offend the celestial race, and they could also enter the core area. It was the best of both worlds. Unfortunately, Lu Ming saw through them. You are too naive. Those who don't participate are not allowed to take a ride. The genius on the universe prodigy list said coldly. The demonic nature in his eyes became stronger, and he was wanton and arrogant as if he would attack at any time. That's right. Since you don't dare to participate, then stay in the outer area. Another young heaven's pride said coldly. I'd like to add one more thing. Regardless of whether you're a participant or not, you'll have to swear on your life essence that you'll never divulge this matter to anyone. If someone agrees on the surface but secretly divulges this information to the heavenly human tribe, we'll all be in trouble. Lu Ming said again. That's right. Swear on your life origin. The demon tribe youth and the others nodded and looked around. I agree to join. Me too. Then, more and more people nodded and decided to join Lu Ming and take the risk. If they could really get rid of the heavenly human tribe, it was not impossible to kill them. The Taisheng Immortal City had a special environment. Even if they killed the people of the heavenly human tribe, the top elites of the heavenly palace would not be able to calculate it. In the end, more than 70% of the people agreed to join. The remaining 30% did not have the courage and shook their heads and gave up. Of course, Lu Ming and the rest still forced them to swear an oath with their life source to ensure that they would not leak this information. After everyone had sworn, they began to discuss the specific details and decide on the location. Everyone, let's continue with the trade. Otherwise, even if we get the bow, we still lack the other parts. It's useless. That's right. Let's get the other parts. We'll talk about the bow only. Someone said one after another. Not everyone was like Lu Ming and the others who only lacked the bow. Some people lacked several parts. Even if they got the bow, it would be useless. Lu Ming and Yi Ling naturally did not object. They still had 4 spare parts in their hands, and they also wanted to sell them. Then, the trade continued. Everyone, I still have 4 parts. They are the keel, the stern. Yi Ling stood up and continued. This time I will not exchange for other parts. I will only exchange for desolation pills. Each part is worth 300,000 desolation pills. If you need them, come and exchange. Yi Ling said. Now, they only lacked the bow and did not need other parts. They planned to exchange all of them for desolation pills. Exchanging one component for 300,000 great desolate pills was not too expensive. This could be seen from how difficult it was for Lu Ming and the others to obtain the components of the crossing adversity airship in the immortal abode. Most people would not be able to obtain the components of the crossing adversity flying ship. If not for Yi Ling's powerful strength and the two of them working together, it would not have been easy to obtain them. As one could imagine, this price was not considered expensive. I want a kind of stern. Immediately, someone spoke up. It was from one of the 9 royal plant races. It wasn't just one person taking out 300,000 desolate pills. Instead, it was the combined efforts of many experts from the 9 great plant royalty. After all, one adversity crossing airship could carry many people. Yi Ling was delighted and quickly completed the transaction. After that, other people came to trade. If there were not enough great desolate pills, a few people would pool together. In this way, Lu Ming and Yi Ling sold the 4 spare parts and received 1,200,000 desolation pills. The two of them split the pills equally, and each of them had 600,000 pills. 600,000, plus the 600,000 I got from selling the cauldrons, it's enough for me to break through to the 5th Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming thought and couldn't help but smile. His current battle strength was still a little low. If he could break through to the 5th Great Supreme God layer, his battle strength would skyrocket, and he would be more confident. Next, the others also began to trade for the components they needed. 2 hours later, the transaction was complete. Most of them had obtained what they needed. Unfortunately, in the end, no one was able to gather a complete crossing adversity flying ship. They all lacked a stern. Everything would depend on 3 days later. After the transaction, everyone walked outside. However, when they reached the outside, they stopped. Many people's hearts sank, and their faces turned ugly. That was because the outside was blocked by people. A group of people blocked in front of them. They were from the angel race. There were more than 10 of them. You're finally out. Other than the quasi-saint race and the angel race, the other 8 races of the top 10 races are here. I really want to know, what are you doing inside? A young man from the angel race said coldly. What are we doing? We don't need to tell the angel race. A brawny man from the demon race snorted coldly. The demon race and the angel race were sworn enemies, and there was always friction between them. If it weren't for the heavenly palace, the 2 races would have already broken out into a war. Do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? You're trading, right? You're excluding the heavenly human race and trading privately. Hee, I wonder what the heavenly human race will think if they find out. The young man from the angel race sneered coldly. The faces of the people from the other 8 races became unsightly. If the heavenly human race found out that they were trading privately, it would affect their plan. I guessed right. I'll definitely tell the heavenly human race about this. The young man from the angel race sneered even more. Ah, you are. At this time, a brawny man from the angel race pointed at Lu Ming, his eyes wide open in shock. I've been recognized. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. This brawny man from the angel race had seen Lu Ming before. Now that he saw Lu Ming and sensed the aura of Lu Ming's life origin, he immediately recognized Lu Ming. However, he was too shocked. The people here were all elites from the top 10 races. Every one of them wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was among them. He was too bold. Therefore, he was so shocked that he didn't call out Lu Ming's name for a while. Lu Ming wouldn't give him another chance. Yi Ling, kill that brawny man from the angel race. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Yi Ling. At the same time, Lu Ming rushed out and shouted, let's kill them together. We can't let them spread the news to the heavenly human race. Before he finished speaking, Lu Ming had already rushed in front of the young man from the angel race. Swoosh, a dazzling spear radiance shot out and pierced toward the young man from the angel race. Lu Ming immediately used the heaven-splitting form. The young man from the angel race was terrified. He had never expected Lu Ming to suddenly attack. It was too late for him to block it. Poof, the spear radiance pierced through his glabella. His soul was annihilated, and he died on the spot. Yi Ling also made his move. Yi Ling's reaction was very fast. He was also very smart. When he heard Lu Ming's voice transmission and saw the expression on the brawny man from the angel race, he knew that the other party had recognized Lu Ming. Therefore, he couldn't let the other party live. Almost at the same time that Lu Ming rushed out, Yi Ling also made his move. Like a stream of light, he rushed toward the brawny man from the angel race who had recognized Lu Ming. A sword radiance pierced toward the brawny man from the angel race like a flying immortal. Yi Ling also used his killer move. His sword light was extremely sharp. The strong angel screamed and holy light exploded. Dense angelic sword light appeared on his body. He wanted to fight back. This strong man's cultivation was at the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God realm. He was very strong and difficult to deal with. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't attack the strong angel immediately. Instead, he let Yi Ling deal with him. If he attacked, he wasn't confident that he could kill this strong man. If he couldn't kill him immediately and let him call out his name, then he would be in trouble. He knew that Yi Ling was smart and would understand what he meant. As expected, Yi Ling also attacked immediately. Although this strong angel was strong, it was a pity that he had met Yi Ling. Yi Ling's cultivation was at the same level as his, but his battle power was much stronger. With a poof, Yi Ling's sword light broke through the angel sword light and accurately pierced the angel sword light between his eyebrows. The terrifying sword will tore the angel sword light into pieces. One move and he was killed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling attacked and killed their opponents in an instant. It was too fast. It was only after Lu Ming and Yi Ling had killed their respective opponents that the rest came to their senses. The people from the other races were shocked. They hadn't expected Lu Ming and Yi Ling to be so decisive and ruthless. Their opponents were from the angel race, one of the top 10 races. They had a deep relationship with the heavenly human tribe. Ordinary people would hesitate when facing the angel race. They would respect them and wouldn't dare to attack recklessly. As for Lu Ming and Yi Ling, they had directly killed the two opponents without any hesitation. They were simply too decisive. You're courting death. The other angels also reacted. They roared crazily. They were furious. If you don't attack and let them escape, we'll all be finished. Don't you want the opportunity? Don't you want to go to the core area? Shouted Lu Ming. Attack. The peerless genius from the demon race on the universe genius list was the most decisive. He was shrouded in demon chi and charged at the angels. His demon blade was extremely sharp. He slashed at the angels. The other experts of the demon race also followed him. Attack. There's no way back. Kill. The other races that had agreed to join forces with Lu Ming and the others were also attacking the angels. They weren't as fearful of the angel tribe as they were of the heavenly human tribe. What do you want? Damn it. Retreat. Retreat. The angel roared. His heart sank as fear appeared on his face. They did not expect that people from other races would also attack them. However, how could they retreat now? There were so many experts at the scene. They had already surrounded them. All kinds of terrifying attacks were launched towards the angels. More than 10 angels couldn't resist at all. They screamed miserably and died on the spot. After a round of attacks, all the angels were killed. Clean up the corpses. Let's leave quickly. Lu Ming said. He waved his hand and collected an angel's corpse. Then, his figure flashed and flew into the distance. The other races did the same. They collected all the angels' corpses and wiped away the traces of their attack. Then, they scattered in all directions and disappeared into various buildings. They had caused a huge commotion when they killed the angels. They had probably alerted the heavenly human tribe. Hence, they had to leave as soon as possible. Indeed, not long after Lu Ming and the others left, a few figures flashed and appeared. They were the heavenly human tribe members. The heavenly human tribe members scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. The aura here is very chaotic. It seems like there are many races here. It seems like there was a chaotic battle here just now. One of the heavenly human tribe members said. It's probably another show of killing and robbing. It's been happening quite often recently. Well, let these despicable races kill each other. Our race can have less competition. That's right. Originally, these despicable races weren't qualified to enter the Taishang Immortal City. If we didn't need them to deal with those traitors, The heavenly human tribe members snorted coldly. They didn't think much of it and left the place. Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned to the place where they had stayed. They divided their gains equally. I need to cultivate for a while. Call me in 3 days. Lu Ming said. Go on. You've obtained so many desolation pills this time. You should be able to make a breakthrough in your cultivation base. Yi Ling said with a look of anticipation. He also hoped that Lu Ming could make a breakthrough. That way, his combat strength would increase greatly and he would be able to help him. The reason why he wanted to work with Lu Ming was because he saw Lu Ming's potential. He knew that the Forbidden Constitution had endless potential. Even if others had desolation pills, they wouldn't be able to refine and make a breakthrough in 3 days. However, the Forbidden Constitution could. It shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he walked into one of the rooms and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 desolation pills flew out. Lu Ming took a deep breath and sucked all 100,000 desolation pills into his mouth. As soon as the 100,000 desolation pills entered Lu Ming's mouth, they turned into surging energy and dispersed into the 60 trillion cells in his body. It was like the 60 trillion cells were being refined at the same time. The speed was astonishing. Soon, the energy of the desolation pills had turned into forbidden energy. Lu Ming's forbidden energy had increased. Continue. After refining the 100,000 desolation pills, Lu Ming took out another 100,000 desolation pills and started refining them. 100,000 desolation pills and 100,000 desolation pills. In less than 2 days, 1.2 million desolation pills had been refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was filled with violent energy. Break! Lu Ming shouted. He mobilized the forbidden energy and broke through to the 5th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. The bottleneck of the 5th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. With a boom, Lu Ming had broken through to a new level. He had successfully broken through to the 5th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. Lu Ming's combat strength increased crazily again. So fast, he really broke through. Outside the room, Yiling's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although he had long known that Lu Ming was very talented and had a taboo body, it was still beyond his expectations. 2 days. It had only been 2 days and Lu Ming had broken through. It was so terrifying that it was beyond his imagination. Is this the forbidden body? It's unfathomable. Fei Yi and the others are really blind. They can only be friends with such a person, they can't offend him. As long as he doesn't die, those who are friends with him will also obtain great opportunities. Yiling took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed down. Some thoughts in his heart had become even more firm. Lu Ming didn't immediately stop cultivating. He continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. After half a day, he stopped cultivating. His cultivation had basically stabilized. In less than 3 days, Lu Ming's cultivation level had completely stabilized at the 5th layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. His fighting power had increased by 3 stars. In addition, Lu Ming's fighting power was slightly stronger than a 12-star one. If his opponent was a 9th layer Emperor Supreme God, he would be able to fight them. During the few days that Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion, a piece of news quickly spread. Someone had taken control of the bow of the ship and wanted to exchange it for other treasures. The agreed location was a mountain more than 300,000 miles away from the departure point. This news was spread by the other races that had agreed to cooperate with Lu Ming. This was the plan that Lu Ming and the others had discussed beforehand. They would spread the news first. When the person who really controlled the bow of the ship heard the news, he would definitely be furious. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Then, he would definitely kill his way to the agreed location. It's about time. Let's go. Lu Ming said to Yiling as he walked out of the room. The two nodded. Then, they left the departure point and headed south. 300,000 miles was soon covered. There was a huge mountain here. Lu Ming and Yiling landed at the peak of the mountain. They chose a green rock and sat down cross-legged, waiting quietly. As bait, they naturally had to arrive early. Not long after, the other races also set off. They rushed to the mountain peak and landed at the peak. The Demon Race, the Battle Saint Tribe, the 9 Great Plant Royal Tribes, etc., had all agreed to cooperate. I heard that you have the bow of the ship. How do you want to trade? The Demon Race genius on the Universe Genius list asked loudly. Since he was acting, he naturally had to go all out. After all, his target had yet to appear. That's right. I was lucky enough to get a few bow of the ship. I'll use them to exchange for pill furnaces or desolation pills. A bow of the ship can be exchanged for a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters or 1 million desolation pills. Who's willing? Lu Ming deliberately shouted. His voice spread far and wide. I want to trade. I'll use a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters to trade with you. The Demon Race genius gritted his teeth and took out a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters. Wait. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded. The voice was filled with arrogance and haughtiness. Following that, several figures flew over from the distant sky. There were a total of more than 10 figures, each of them emitting a powerful aura. Everyone on the mountain peak felt a strong pressure. Heavenly Human Tribe, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Sure enough, it was the celestial race. His guess was right. As for the people of the other races, their hearts skipped a beat. Panic flashed in the depths of their eyes. After all, the Heavenly Human Tribe was too powerful. When everyone saw the members of the Heavenly Human Tribe, they couldn't help but panic. It really is the Heavenly Human Tribe. What a pity. I was hoping it would be someone else. Many people sighed inwardly. They had originally hoped that the one controlling the ship's bow wasn't someone from the celestial race, but someone else. That way, they wouldn't have to be afraid, and they would be able to take action. The result they wanted to see the most was the Heavenly Human Tribe. Unfortunately, things didn't go as they wished. Now, they could only brace themselves. The dozen or so members of the Heavenly Human Tribe were extremely fast. In a few flashes, they appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. They stood in the air and looked down at Lu Ming and the others. There were a few young members of the Heavenly Human Tribe. The rest were in their prime. In particular, there were a few young men from the Heavenly Human Tribe who emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. One of the young men from the Heavenly Human Tribe stepped out and looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling with a sharp and arrogant gaze. "Do you have the position of the bow of the ship in your hands?" The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe asked coldly. "So what if I do?" "So what if I don't?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. Lu Ming's tone made the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe flash with cold killing intent. How dare this person talk to him with such an attitude? "If you do, hand over all the positions of the bow of the ship to me. If you don't, I will kill you," the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe said in a domineering tone, as if there was no room for doubt. "Trade with you? No, first come first serve. Since they arrived first, I naturally have to give them the position of the bow of the ship. You guys can only queue at the back." Lu Ming spoke. "Queue at the back? Hee, seems like you still don't understand my meaning. I'm not negotiating with you or trading with you. I'm ordering you to hand over the position of the bow of the ship to me." The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe spoke, his voice getting colder and colder. The killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. The threat was obvious. However, Lu Ming didn't care about his threat at all. "That won't do. You have to ask everyone here if they agree or not." Lu Ming turned his gaze to the Devil Race, Battle Saint Tribe and the other races. "You guys don't agree?" The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe turned his gaze to the Devil Race, Battle Saint Tribe and the other races. The hearts of these races started to panic. However, when they thought of the good fortune in the core region, they could only brace themselves. "Lords from the Heavenly Human Tribe, I'm sorry. We really lack the position of the bow of the ship. Without the position of the bow, we can't enter the core region. Hence, we must obtain the position of the bow of the ship." The prodigy from the Devil Race on the Universe Prodigy list spoke first. With someone speaking up, the others became bolder. They all spoke up, "Me too. We only lack the position of the bow of the ship." "How dare you?" The young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe was furious. "How dare you? Are you trying to go against the Heavenly Human Tribe?" "We have no intention of going against the Heavenly Human Tribe. We only want the position of the bow of the ship. If the lords from the Heavenly Human Tribe also lack the position of the bow of the ship, we can give one to you," the prodigy from the Devil Race said. "I don't need one. I want all of them. All of the positions of the bow of the ship. Do you understand?" the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe shouted. The scene fell silent. Everyone looked at the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe with a strange gaze. The matter was very clear. The Heavenly Human Tribe didn't want one but all of them. It was obvious that they wanted to monopolize the position of the bow of the ship so that others couldn't enter the core region. Previously, they had been probing. Now, they didn't need to do so. It was very obvious. It seems that the position of the bow of the ship has really been monopolized by the heavenly human tribe. It should be with one of you. Is it with you? Lu Ming stood up and looked at the young man from the heavenly human tribe. You talk too much nonsense. I'll say it again. Hand over the position of the bow of the ship. Otherwise, I'll let you die a horrible death. The young man from the heavenly human tribe shouted. He had lost his patience. No, no, no. I should be the one saying this to you. Now, hand over the position of the bow of the ship. Otherwise, I'll let you die a horrible death, Lu Ming said indifferently. What? You. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was stunned for a moment. Lu Ming was telling the truth. He actually wanted to rob him of the bow of the ship. Audacious. This despicable ant was simply audacious. However, the young man from the heavenly human tribe was not stupid. He quickly reacted and stared at Lu Ming. He shouted, So, you don't have the bow of the ship with you? You are deliberately blackmailing me, I guessed it right. The one who really monopolizes the bow of the ship is your heavenly human tribe. You want to prevent others from entering the core area to reduce the competition. Hee hee, how despicable. Lu Ming sneered. The young man from the heavenly human tribe and the other heavenly human tribe members' faces turned cold. Even if you have guessed it, so what? How dare you blackmail us? Today, you will die miserably. The young man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. A powerful aura burst out and he was about to attack. Your heavenly human tribe only has this many people. Do you think you can match us? Lu Ming sneered. In the surroundings, the Devil Tribe, Battle Saint Tribe, Buddha Tribe, and the 9 plant tribes all released powerful auras and looked at the people from the heavenly human tribe with evil intentions. This made the people from the heavenly human tribe feel great pressure. Their bodies that were about to attack also stiffened. Audacious. What do you want to do? The young man from the heavenly human tribe roared and looked at the other tribes coldly. What I want to do is very simple. I want you to hand over the bow of the ship so that everyone can enter the core area. Lu Ming said loudly. He agreed on behalf of the other tribes and left them with no way out. That's right. The Taisheng Immortal City is a fair competition. The lords from the heavenly human tribe have monopolized the bow of the ship. Isn't it too much? Why don't we take it out for a trade? It's a win-win situation. A muscular man from the blood race suggested. He was still afraid of the heavenly human tribe's authority and wanted a solution that would not offend them. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the young man from the heavenly human tribe laughed wildly as if he had encountered something funny. After a while, he stopped and said coldly, Let me tell you. I do have a lot of bow of the ship with me. However, I won't take it out for a trade. What can you do? The young man from the heavenly human tribe looked at everyone, full of arrogance and confidence. He didn't believe that these people would dare to attack them. Among the top 10 races, except for the quasi-immortal race, the other races were indeed high and mighty in the primitive universe. They looked down on countless races and were the pinnacle races of the universe. But in front of the celestial race, they were nothing more than dogs. These people dared to attack them? He didn't believe it. Unfortunately, he was disappointed this time. Lords of the heavenly human tribe, we only ask for a position at the head of the ship. If that's not possible, then we can only offend you. Excuse me. Many voices were heard. The figures of the elites of the various races flashed and they surrounded the dozen heavenly humans. Audacious. You dare? You're rebelling. Do you want to be exterminated? The heavenly human youth roared. Why wouldn't I dare? As long as we kill all of you, who will know that we did it? Also, this trip to the Taisheng Immortal City is a fair competition. Everything depends on strength. I don't believe that the Heavenly Palace will annihilate the clans because of this. If they annihilate the clans, who will help you deal with the rebels and the demons? Lu Ming shouted, stabilizing the morale of the army. As expected, the eyes of the elites of the various races became more determined. You're courting death. The heavenly human youth was enraged and he let out a hysterical roar. He really did not expect that these despicable people in his eyes would actually dare to attack them. However, although he was furious, his face was solemn. He wasn't the only one. The other heavenly humans were the same. There were many elites present and they outnumbered them. Once they attacked, they weren't confident that they could escape. They might be trapped here and be annihilated. What should they do? Should they really submit to these ants? They couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. At this moment, a burly heavenly human youth came to the side of the youth and whispered a few words in his ear. The heavenly human youth's eyes were filled with unwillingness. His expression kept changing. After a while, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. All right, I agree. I'll use the position at the head of the ship to trade with you. However, the two of them aren't qualified. The heavenly human youth pointed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely intense. He was trying to divide Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They could already tell that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were the masterminds this time. They wanted to divide the various races and deal with Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Don't fall into their trap. If we don't kill them, they'll definitely come after us. Only by killing them can we solve the problem once and for all. Lu Ming shouted. You have to think carefully. If you really attack, can you keep all of us here? If even one of us escapes, do you know the consequences? As long as you trade with us now and leave on your own, I can say that I won't pursue the matter. The heavenly human youth said. He hated Lu Ming and Yi Ling to the core. He would rather not pursue the matter and make Lu Ming and Yi Ling pay a heavy price. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the various races flickered and they wanted to retreat. How do you want to trade for the head of the ship? Someone asked. Clearly, they had already retreated. After all, the heavenly human tribe had accumulated too much power and they were still filled with fear. They would definitely not attack if they could. Now, as long as they paid a price, they could get the head of the ship and enter the core area. Why would they attack? Lu Ming and Yi Ling looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Clearly, the various races had already retreated. It was useless for them to say anything more and they could only play by ear. As you said before, the head of the ship can be exchanged for a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters or 1 million desolation pills. The heavenly human youth said and waved his hand. A part of the head of the ship appeared in his hand. Many people's eyes lit up. We're willing to exchange a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters for the head of the ship. The demon race prodigy was the first to speak. He took out a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters and pushed it toward the heavenly human youth. There was a hint of reluctance in the heavenly human youth's eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and threw the head of the ship to the demon race prodigy. Both parties completed the trade. Let's go. After completing the trade, the demon race people did not stay and left one after another. I'll trade too. Me too. Following that, the people of the other races took out pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters and traded with the heavenly human youth. Soon, all the races obtained the head of the ship and left. Only Lu Ming and Yi Ling were left on the mountain peak. There were more than 10 heavenly human cultivators. The young man of the heavenly human tribe looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. His eyes were glittering. Those two lowly insects had dared to trick them. Their plan had failed and they had lost the position of the boat. Damn it, they deserved to die. Lowly bastards, let's see how you're going to die this time. Shouted the young man of the heavenly human tribe coldly. He stepped forward, releasing a powerful chi. Sixth Great Supreme God Layer, the young man of the heavenly human tribe was releasing a powerful chi. He was going to attack and kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Apparently, he was very confident. Even though Yi Ling also had the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer, he was still confident. He was a top genius of the heavenly human tribe. Not many people in the heavenly human tribe were stronger than him. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were obviously very confident in this young man. They surrounded Lu Ming and Yi Ling, looking as though they were preventing them from escaping. I will cripple you first. You won't be able to live and you won't be able to die. The young man from the heavenly human tribe let out a ferocious roar. He pointed his fingers continuously and a few streams of finger force broke through the air, shooting toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling's joints. He didn't want to kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling immediately. That wasn't enough. He wanted to do it step by step. He wanted to cripple them first and then torture them slowly. He wanted to show them the dignity of the heavenly human tribe. The dignity of the heavenly human tribe was inviolable. A few strands of finger force flew out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Their speed was extremely shocking. Clang, Yiling's body emitted a sword sound. He wanted to attack. "Let me do it this time," said Lu Ming. He had just broken through and his fighting strength had increased. He wanted to test his own strength. As soon as Lu Ming said that, Yiling's chi quickly disappeared. Boom, Lu Ming took a step forward and the air shook. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a few spear lights flew towards the young man's finger energies. "You're just a cultivator of the fifth great supreme god layer. You're overestimating yourself." The heavenly human youth sneered, revealing a look of disdain. In the next moment, the finger force and the spear light collided with each other, emitting a few faint sounds of collision. Then, the finger force of the heavenly human race young man dissipated, while Lu Ming's spear light continued to fly towards the heavenly human race young man. How could this be? The young man from the heavenly human tribe was shocked. This scene was completely out of his expectations. He originally thought that he could easily defeat Lu Ming's attack, and then cripple Lu Ming's joints, making Lu Ming limp on the ground like a dead dog. Who would have thought that he would be the one to be defeated? At this moment, it was already too late for him to dodge. At the critical moment, he could only lay down several layers of defense in front of him, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. Bam bam bam, several spear lights struck the heavenly human youth. His body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. Several bloody holes appeared on his body. They were pierced by the spear lights. In the end, he still couldn't completely defend against Lu Ming's attack. "Damn it, you deserve to die," the young man from the heavenly human tribe was furious. He roared crazily with a ferocious look in his eyes. "You talk too much nonsense. Use all your strength. This little bit of strength is too weak." Lu Ming stepped forward. His body was shrouded in dazzling light, and a terrifying aura was constantly erupting from his body. To be honest, the young man from the heavenly human tribe was very powerful. From the previous exchange of blows, Lu Ming judged that the young man had at least a 6-star combat strength. Moreover, the young man obviously didn't use his full strength. If he did, his combat strength would definitely be more than 6 stars. Heaven's punishment power, kill. The young man from the heavenly human tribe roared. In a rage, he finally unleashed all his strength and used the heaven's punishment power. After using the heaven's punishment power, the young man's combat strength erupted to the peak. 8-star. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was definitely a top monster in the heavenly human tribe. His combat strength had reached 8 stars. 8-star combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, the young man's cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. In total, there was an 11-star gap between them. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was at the peak of 12-star. Swoosh, the white lightning formed by the heaven's punishment power was like a long snake. It slashed toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming also pushed his combat strength to the peak. Other than not using the heaven-breaking style, everything else was at the peak. Lu Ming turned into a dazzling ray of light and rushed toward the young man from the heavenly human tribe. He continuously punched with both of his fists. Boom! 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 Violent collisions erupted. The two of them continuously exchanged more than 10 blows. In the end, Lu Ming forcefully broke through the heaven's punishment power. The terrifying fist force crushed toward the young man from the heavenly human tribe. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was violently shaken. He retreated like a cannonball. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. When Lu Ming activated his 11-star combat strength, his combat strength was about the same as the young man from the heavenly human tribe. However, during this period of time, Lu Ming had transformed many ordinary secret techniques into secret technique runes and merged them with his cells. His combat strength had increased a little. Therefore, even if he didn't use the heaven-breaking style, he was still stronger than the young man from the heavenly human tribe. His combat strength. How can he be so strong? The other members of the heavenly human tribe gasped. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. They were a little confused. Was this person one of the top few geniuses on the universe genius list? But the top few geniuses on the universe genius list should have a cultivation level higher than the 5th Emperor Supreme God layer. Besides, they all knew that it couldn't be this person. Die. Lu Ming didn't care about what those people thought. He continued to attack the young man from the heavenly human tribe. How dare you? Shouted a strong man from the heavenly human tribe. He took a step forward and condensed a battle sword. He slashed it toward Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled, emitting a violent pressure. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying danger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming performed the sky-breaking movement. Boom, their attacks collided. Lu Ming retreated quickly, but the strong man from the heavenly human tribe also retreated. He retreated even further than Lu Ming. 7th Emperor Supreme God layer. Lu Ming's gaze was grave. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe had the cultivation level of the 7th Emperor Supreme God layer, and he had the battle strength of 6 stars. His combat strength was almost the same as Lu Ming's. Let's attack together and kill them both, shouted the young man from the heavenly human tribe. He finally reacted. He hadn't expected Lu Ming's combat strength to be so strong. He was astonished. He had thought that he could easily kill Lu Ming. He hadn't expected Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. The strong man of the 7th Emperor Supreme God layer couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. It was terrifying. Die. Die. All the other members of the angel tribe attacked. All of them unleashed a terrifying aura. All kinds of attacks bombarded Lu Ming. How strong? There are a few of them who have the strength of the 7th Emperor Supreme God layer. Lu Ming was surprised. He didn't want to fight back. Instead, he used a movement technique and retreated. Where are you going? Die. Shouted the heavenly human tribe. They chased after Lu Ming. More than a dozen strong cultivators of the angel clan chased after Lu Ming to kill him. Some of their attacks were terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the strong angel who had attacked Lu Ming. They had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God layer and 6 stars. There were 4 of them. These 4 people were the strongest among the dozen or so angels. Lu Ming could deal with one of them, but he was no match for 4 of them. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out as Yi Ling attacked. He stabbed out with his sword, which transformed into 4 beams of sword light that pierced towards the 4 strongest people. After 4 consecutive booms, Yi Ling's body retreated rapidly. Although he had blocked the attacks of the 4 strong cultivators, he had been pushed back. Is this Yi Ling's limit? He's close to 10 stars. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Yi Ling had the cultivation of the 6th Great Supreme God layer. He was 1 level lower than the strong angels, but he had blocked the attacks of the 4 strong cultivators by himself. The peak of 9-star battle prowess was close to 10 stars. One of the strongest cultivators of the Heaven Destroyer was terrifying. At this moment, the angels' hearts could no longer be described with the word astonishment. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's fighting strength couldn't be described as terrifying anymore. It was abnormal. We must kill them, shouted the young man from the heavenly human clan. He was covered by the power of the sky. His injuries healed quickly. His fighting strength returned to its peak. He took out a weapon from the Taishang Immortal City and continued to attack Lu Ming. At the same time, 2 of the 7th Great Supreme God layer cultivators with 6 stars left Yi Ling and charged towards Lu Ming. Apart from them, there were a few other heavenly human clan members. The others surrounded Yi Ling. In addition to the 4 strongest experts, the combat power of the other angels was also not to be underestimated. For example, there was a 7th Great Supreme God layer cultivator with 5 stars of fighting strength. They were no match for Lu Ming or Yi Ling in a one-on-one fight. However, if they joined forces, they were still a threat. Lu Ming retreated quickly in the face of so many strong cultivators. You want to leave? Kill! A burly man roared. Terrifying sword light whistled, tearing through the void, slashing towards Lu Ming with astonishing speed. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming unleashed the sky-breaking style. His body transformed into a long spear, breaking through the air and breaking the sword light of his opponent. His figure did not stop as he continued to stab towards his opponent. The other party's expression changed, and he angrily shouted, "Heavenly punishment!" His sword light was shrouded in a layer of strange power. This was the power of heavenly punishment. That strong man had the strength of the seventh great supreme god layer and 6 stars. He also controlled one of the strongest celestial energies, the divine punishment force. With a clang, the sword light collided with Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming's body and mind trembled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, the other party also retreated. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Luckily, this person has only grasped a little bit of heavenly punishment's power. Lu Ming felt relieved. Even though that strong man from the heavenly human clan had grasped a little bit of heavenly punishment's power, he was not as strong as the young genius from the angel clan. However, even though he had only grasped a little bit of heavenly punishment's power, his fighting strength had increased a lot. He was now able to fight against Lu Ming. Originally, Lu Ming's fighting strength was at the limit of 12 stars, while his opponent was only at the limit of 6 stars. Even though there was a difference of 2 cultivation levels between them, Lu Ming could still suppress his opponent. However, his opponent had used heavenly punishment's power to increase his fighting strength to the limit of 6 stars. In this way, the difference between their fighting strengths was not that big. Heavenly punishment. At that moment, another strong man from the angel clan who had the strength of the 7th great supreme god layer and 6 stars also attacked Lu Ming. He used another kind of heavenly punishment's power, the heavenly punishment force. Great destructive energy rushed towards Lu Ming. Its power was not any weaker than Lu Ming's full strength attack. In addition, other strong cultivators also attacked Lu Ming from different directions. Facing so many strong cultivators, Lu Ming's face darkened. He felt great pressure. He used the Greater Aurora technique, and his figure flashed in another direction, avoiding the opponent's attack. "You can't escape. Surround him!" The heavenly human tribe shouted and chased after Lu Ming. They did not stop attacking. On the other side, Yi Ling was also at a disadvantage. Similar to Lu Ming's situation, the 2 strong men from the heavenly human tribe besieging him had also grasped the heavenly punishment's power. Although they had only grasped a little bit of it, their fighting strength had increased a lot. Neither of them was weaker than him. When the 2 of them joined forces with other strong cultivators, Yi Ling was also at a disadvantage. He mainly used his defense to surround them and seize the opportunity to counterattack. In this way, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were both at a disadvantage. What should I do? Do I have to leave? Lu Ming's mind raced. With his and Yi Ling's strength, it was not difficult for them to leave. The heavenly human tribe could not stop them. However, if they left, they would not be able to get the bow of the ship and form the tribulation crossing flying boat. Without the tribulation crossing flying boat, how could they cross the tribulation crossing sea? They were unwilling to leave without getting the bow of the ship. The bow of the ship is in that guy's storage ring. I'll find a chance to take that guy's storage ring. Lu Ming glanced at the young prodigy of the heavenly human tribe. In an instant, dozens of thoughts and ideas flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, none of them were feasible. The main reason was that the few strong men from the heavenly human tribe were too strong. They kept Lu Ming busy. There were other strong cultivators too. Moreover, the young prodigy of the heavenly human tribe was also very strong. His combat strength was 1 star lower than Lu Ming's. It would not be easy to take his storage ring. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora skill to dodge the other party's attack while looking for an opportunity. At this moment, a few figures suddenly rushed out from the ground in the distance and rushed toward them. Lu Ming was startled at first. He thought that the other party had come to help. However, he was immediately overjoyed. Because Lu Ming knew those people. They were not people from the heavenly palace, but people from the Heaven Destroyer. They had come to help. Lu Ming even knew the name of one of them. Xianxia, a peerless genius from the Heaven Destroyer. She was as famous as Yi Ling. In addition, there were also a few strong men from the Heaven Destroyer. The auras of those strong men were extremely shocking. They had reached the 7th level of the Great God Realm. Roar! Roar, even before they arrived, a few strong men from the heaven exterminating army let out terrifying roars. Their bodies rapidly grew in size until they were millions of feet tall. This is the primitive divine body. They have the bloodline of the primitive divine spirit. They are traitors, the people from the heavenly human tribe shouted. The strong men had the bloodline of the primitive divine spirit. They were the descendants of the primitive divine spirit. Their combat strength was also extremely strong. They definitely had a combat strength of 6 stars. A few huge fists punched toward the strongest cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. Facing such an attack, the heavenly human tribe did not dare to be careless. They quickly blocked it. Boom! 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 The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, causing violent explosions and overflowing energy. 4 people from the Heaven Destroyer had come, and they were all experts. Other than Xianxia, the other 3 were all in their prime. They were all 7th-layer Great God Realm cultivators, and their combat strength was no weaker than the 4 strongest people from the heavenly human tribe. They charged over and engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 strongest people from the heavenly human tribe. As a result, Lu Ming felt the pressure on him lessen. He struck out and forced a 7th-layer Great God Realm cultivator with 5-star combat strength back. Hand over your storage ring. Xianxia had already charged toward the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. Obviously, they were also here for the bow position. 9 full moons floated above Xianxua's head, emitting pure white light. Whoosh! 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 The 9 full moons turned into 9 saber lights and slashed toward the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. 9 moon saber. You're the traitor Xianxia. The young genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted. Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly palace were mortal enemies. They fought all year round and had a lot of dealings with each other. They knew about each other's top geniuses. They didn't recognize Yi Ling, but they recognized Xianxia. Since you know I'm Xianxia, die. Xianxia shouted coldly. 9 moon saber kept slashing at the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. The young genius from the heavenly human tribe kept flashing. He didn't dare to confront Xianxia directly and focused on dodging. There were more than a dozen people from the heavenly human tribe. Many of them charged toward Xianxia to share the pressure from the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. These people's combat strength was also very terrifying. Although they weren't as strong as Xianxia, the difference wasn't too big. They could pose a fatal threat to Xianxia. Xianxia had to defend herself and fight against these people. Xianxia, you're the one who's going to die today. The young genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted. The power of heavenly punishment bloomed in his palm, and streaks of pure white lightning struck toward Xianxia. For a moment, it was difficult for Xianxia to deal with the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. The 4 strongest cultivators from the heavenly human tribe were fighting with Yi Ling and the 3 descendants of the primordial divine spirits. As for Lu Ming, there were only 2 people attacking him. The strength of these 2 people was not bad, but they were not Lu Ming's match at all. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming let out a low roar as he pushed his battle prowess to the extreme. His body trembled as he transformed into 2 dazzling rays of light that charged toward the 2 heavenly human tribe elites. After 2 loud booms, the 2 heavenly human powerhouses retreated rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice, charging towards one of them with all his might. This person's battle prowess was 2 stars lower than Lu Ming's, so how could he block it? The spear light pierced through his forehead, and he died on the spot. Whoosh! Lu Ming's entire body elongated, and the long spear that he had transformed into also became longer and longer. He swept it out and attacked another person. That person had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer and 5 stars of battle strength. He was only 1 star weaker than Lu Ming. However, the difference of 1 star was not small. It was equivalent to the difference of 1 Divine Emperor layer. The person fought back with all his might, and when he collided with Lu Ming's long spear, there was a loud explosion. The person screamed in agony as his body was sent flying and he coughed up blood. However, Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He pushed the heaven-breaking style to the extreme, and spear lights continued to attack the person. Layers of spear shadows completely surrounded the person. After blocking a few more attacks, the person was finally defeated and was killed by Lu Ming. That way, Lu Ming had no opponent left. Lu Ming glanced around and finally looked at Yiling. Yiling and the strong man from the heavenly human tribe had already exchanged a few dozen attacks, but there was no clear winner. The two of them were crazily attacking each other, trying to defeat each other. If this continued, it would be a competition of battle experience and endurance. Their strength was similar, so in the end, it would be battle experience, mentality, and endurance that would determine the winner. However, Lu Ming would not wait any longer. Swoosh, Lu Ming continued to use the heaven-breaking style. He turned into a dazzling spear light and pierced towards the strong man from the heavenly human tribe who was fighting with Yiling. The heaven-breaking style contained the power of the ultimate aurora skill. It was too fast. In an instant, it was near the strong man from the heavenly human tribe. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe could not help but tense up. He shouted angrily and turned around to slash at Lu Ming with his sword. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's attack was blocked and he drifted backward. However, the strong man from the heavenly human tribe also staggered a few steps back. How could Yiling let go of such a rare opportunity? Swoosh, he became one with his sword and pushed his combat strength to the extreme. He slashed at the strong man from the heavenly human tribe. Although the strong man from the heavenly human tribe tried his best to dodge the attack, his combat strength was similar to that of Lu Ming and Yiling. He had just been pushed back by Lu Ming. How could he dodge the attack? Poof, blood splattered everywhere. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe was still hit by the sword light. A hideous wound appeared on his chest. It went all the way to his back and blood flowed out. The terrifying sword chi in the wound rushed towards the other parts of his body. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe coughed up blood. He was severely injured. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and Yiling shouted and charged towards the strong man from two different directions. Damn it! Let's retreat first. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe roared and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was going all out and started to burn the power of the heavens. His entire body was like a ball of fire as he charged into the distance. This person's combat strength was not comparable to Lu Ming or Yiling. At this moment, the two of them could not stop him. He rushed out and flew into the distance. He did not dare to stay. He could not last long in this state. If he stayed, he might be left behind forever. Damn it! The other heavenly human tribe members were shocked. Among them, the strongest expert had escaped. This had broken the balance of power between the two sides. The people from the heavenly human tribe started to panic. Yiling, get to the front of the ship. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Yiling. Before he finished his sentence, he had already charged towards the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe. Yiling understood. He turned into a beam of sword light and charged towards the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe. Damn it! Retreat! When the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe saw this, he did not dare to stay any longer. He roared and ran away. However, Lu Ming had already prepared for this move. Teleportation skill. With a thought, the teleportation skill was used. Lu Ming disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was in front of the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe. His body was like a long spear as he stabbed towards the young sky pride. Heavenly punishment. The young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe roared and resisted with the power of heavenly punishment. Unfortunately, his combat strength was still not as good as Lu Ming's. The power of heavenly punishment was defeated and the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe coughed out blood and retreated. Yiling was behind him. He had already arrived. Behind him, Yiling had already arrived. His sharp sword radiance was aimed at the heavenly human youth. The terrifying danger made the heavenly human youth roar in a frenzy. His body emitted a violent aura as he burned the power of the heavens. How dare you! How dare you! The other heavenly human elites roared and wanted to rush over to help. However, Xianxia and the rest would not let them do as they wished. They did their best to hold back the heavenly human elites. You can't escape. Lu Ming said coldly as he attacked with all his might with Yiling. The heavenly human youth was weaker than Lu Ming and Yiling. Even if he burned the power of the heavens, he could not escape. Moreover, they were already prepared. No matter what, they had to capture this young genius from the heavenly human tribe. The attacks of the two, spear radiance and sword radiance, filled the entire void. No matter how hard the heavenly human youth tried, he could not break out. After a few explosions, the heavenly human youth screamed in pain. His body was in tatters and he was severely injured. He almost died. If not for the fact that his life-saving ability was stronger than the others, he would have died. However, even if he did not die, he was severely injured. Swoosh, Yi Ling's sword radiance flashed. In the next moment, the heavenly human youth's glabella was pierced. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. Lu Ming rushed over and reached out to grab the storage ring of the young man from the heavenly human tribe. Damn it, damn it. You despicable bastards, traitors. You will be destroyed by the heavenly human tribe sooner or later. Let's leave this place first. The other heavenly human cultivators roared. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. They roared a few times and did not dare to stay. They rushed into the distance in an attempt to escape. Lu Ming, Yi Ling, and the rest did not chase after them. The combat strength of these heavenly human cultivators was very strong. Although they had the upper hand, it was not that great. If the heavenly human cultivators wanted to escape, it would be difficult for them to stop them. Anyway, the heavenly human youth storage ring had been left behind. Swoosh! Swoosh, in a flash, Xianxia and the rest flew over. Xianxia, thank you so much for your help this time. Yi Ling cupped his fists. They had known each other for a long time. There's no need to thank us. We've been hiding nearby for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Xianxia smiled, looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. The forbidden body is really terrifying. Brother Xianxia, you're too courteous. This time, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming replied politely. Clearly, Xianxia and the others had long known about this and were hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. That's right, let's check if there's a place for the bow of the ship in your storage ring. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. He took the storage ring and probed it with his soul sense. With one look, Lu Ming's face lit up. Inside, there was a position for the bow of the ship. Our luck is not bad. There are 2 items at the bow of the ship. One for each of us. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 2 items flew out from the bow of the ship. One of them flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia reached out and took it. Ahem, I'm still missing the keel and the deck. Do you have them in here? Xianxia coughed twice, feeling a little embarrassed. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand. The keel and the deck also flew to Xianxia. This time, without the help of Xianxia and the others, Lu Ming and Yi Ling would not have been able to get the bow of the ship. Now that he could get the bow of the ship, he was already very satisfied. They already had the other parts, so it was useless to keep them. Thank you, Brother Lu Ming. You can have the rest of the items in this storage ring. We have enough. Xianxia said with a smile. Yes, the rest is yours. A descendant of the primordial divine spirit said. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept it for the time being. There were still many desolation pills in the storage ring. He would divide them equally with Yi Ling. Then we'll take our leave for now. See you in the core area. Xianxia cupped her fists and left with the descendants of the primordial divine spirit. They could see that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were working together. The few of them were also working together. They had no intention of working together with Lu Ming and the others. It was not always better to have more people working together. The more people there were, the less they would get if they obtained the opportunity. It was fine as long as the number of people was about the same. After Xianxia and the others left, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also left the place. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming and Yi Ling landed in a valley. The 2 of them waved their hands and pieces of the Crossing Adversity flying ship flew out. A total of 9 pieces of the Crossing Adversity flying ship flew into the air. As if sensing something, the 9 pieces vibrated and emitted a dazzling glow. Then, they began to grow bigger and closer to each other. There's a reaction. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were overjoyed. Indeed, there would only be a reaction when all 9 pieces were gathered. Previously, when they only had 8 pieces, they took them out to try and there was no reaction at all. Clang clang, the 9 pieces were put together and finally, a sailboat-like ship appeared before Lu Ming and the others. The Crossing Adversity Flying Ship. This was the Crossing Adversity Flying Ship. It was like a sailboat and could carry hundreds of people at a time. We can finally enter the core area. Lu Ming, keep it. We'll set off now. Yi Ling said. He asked Lu Ming to keep it to show his trust in Lu Ming. The more he interacted with Lu Ming, the more he realized how terrifying Lu Ming was. He had already decided to befriend Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming did not die, he would also gain endless benefits. He was also a person with great opportunities, but he felt that he was definitely not as good as Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put away the Crossing Adversity Flying Ship. Then, the 2 of them rose into the air and headed toward the place where they set off. Forming the Crossing Adversity Flying Ship did not mean that they could drive it and set off. They had to set off from the place where they set off and absorb special energy to start it. The 2 of them came to the periphery of the place where they set off. They were not in a hurry to enter the place where they set off. Instead, they found a secret place to hide. The heavenly human tribe had suffered such a great loss. How could they let it go? In order to start the Crossing Adversity Flying Ship, they had to absorb special energy at a specific place where they set off. They did not have to look for Lu Ming and the others. They just had to wait there for Lu Ming and the others to come to them. Lu Ming estimated that there must be a large number of heavenly human tribe experts lying in ambush at the place where they set off. They would be walking right into a trap if they went in. Although the 2 of them were strong, they would not underestimate the heavenly human tribe. One had to know that the people who entered the Grand Supreme Immortal City this time included the middle-aged generation. Those who were less than a stellar year were all in their prime. There must be people who had cultivated to the 8th or even 9th level of the Divine God realm. Also, how strong would the geniuses of the middle-aged generation be? They were definitely no match for such people. Therefore, it was better to wait for a while. The 2 of them stayed at the periphery of the departure point. As they cultivated, they would occasionally go to the departure point to inquire about the situation. Lu Ming still had many ordinary mystic techniques that he had yet to comprehend, so he could use the time to comprehend them. Just like that, the 2 of them waited in the vicinity for a full year. They had no choice but to wait for a while to be on the safe side. Over the past year, the number of people at the departure point had not decreased but increased. Although some people had already set off and entered the core region, even more people were gathering from all directions. Most of these people didn't have a tribulation crossing airship. Lu Ming and Yi Ling heard from the people who came later that there seemed to be no trace of the heavenly human tribe in the place where they set off. The 2 of them speculated that the heavenly human tribe could not wait and had already entered the core area. At that moment, the 2 of them entered the departure point. Indeed, the 2 of them did not find any trace of the heavenly human tribe at the departure point. Let's go. The 2 of them headed directly to the place where the adversity crossing flying boat was absorbing energy. At the departure point, near the adversity crossing sea, there were huge pillars. These pillars were very thick and had a diameter of 1,000 meters. There were a total of more than a dozen pillars. The bottom of these pillars was connected to the depths of the earth and could absorb a special kind of energy from the depths of the earth. In order to activate the adversity crossing flying boat, one had to first place it on a stone pillar and absorb that kind of energy from the stone pillar. Someone is also setting off? When Lu Ming and Yi Ling arrived, they discovered that there was already a adversity crossing flying boat parked on one of the stone pillars. The adversity crossing flying boat and the stone pillar emitted a hazy glow. They could clearly see that there was a continuous stream of energy flowing up the stone pillar and into the adversity crossing flying boat. This was the adversity crossing flying boat absorbing energy. There were many people around this area. Damn it, it's the traitors. It's a pity that the heavenly human tribe and the elites of the top 10 tribes have already entered the core area. Otherwise, they could have caught all these traitors in one fell swoop. The heavenly human tribe and the top 10 tribes have not left yet. Would these traitors dare to come out? These traitors would only dare to come out after the heavenly human tribe and the top 10 tribes have left. Discussions could be heard all around. Lu Ming and Yi Ling flew directly towards a stone pillar. No one recognized Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Those who could recognize Lu Ming from his life origin aura were generally from the celestial race, the angel race, and a few other races. Very few people from other races had seen Lu Ming before. Lu Ming and Qin Lai landed on one of the stone pillars. It's Xianxia and the others. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. On the deck of the Crossing Adversity airship, there were many people, about 200 of them. One of them was dazzling. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? And Flying Leaf. Then, Lu Ming saw a few familiar faces. Some of them were really Fei Yi and the others. Back then, Lu Ming had saved them, but they had chased away Lu Ming. At this moment, Xianxia, Fei Yi, and the others had also noticed Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They had memorized each other's life origin aura and could recognize each other at a glance. This guy is still alive. Fei Yi's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his heart. The entire heavenly palace was hunting Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was still alive. This surprised him. He had thought that Lu Ming had been killed by the people from the heavenly palace. So it's Yi Ling. Lu Ming must have relied on Yi Ling to escape. Yi Ling really likes to meddle in other people's business, Fei Yi thought unhappily. However, he didn't directly call out Lu Ming's name and expose Lu Ming's identity. After all, they were both members of the Heaven Destroyer, and there were many other members of the Heaven Destroyer around. If he deliberately exposed Lu Ming's identity in public, the Heaven Destroyer would definitely not tolerate him. Therefore, the two sides only glanced at each other silently and didn't greet each other. Hey, someone has climbed up the stone pillar. Could it be that they also have a disaster crossing airship? Maybe they really do have one? Many people whispered, and many people's eyes lit up. With a disaster crossing airship, it meant that they could enter the core area. Looking at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, there were only 2 of them. A disaster crossing airship could carry more than 200 people. They could take it. This was why they were waiting around. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a disaster crossing airship flew out and landed on the stone pillar. As soon as the disaster crossing airship landed on the stone pillar, it stuck to the stone pillar and resonated with it. Buzz, the stone pillar and the disaster crossing airship hummed softly, and runes appeared on them. Then, the bottom of the stone pillar lit up, and energy was being absorbed. A hazy glow surged into the disaster crossing airship, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of hazy glow. The disaster crossing airship began to absorb the special energy underground. Lu Ming and Yi Ling moved and stepped into the disaster crossing airship. Is it really the disaster crossing airship? There are only 2 of them. We have a chance. Many people's eyes lit up, and then they flew toward the stone pillar. Lu Ming used his mind, and a layer of light appeared on the disaster crossing airship, blocking the people outside. During this time, Lu Ming had already refined the disaster crossing airship. Now that it had energy, it could be activated at will. You too, there are only 2 of you, right? The disaster crossing airship can carry more than 200 people. Let us on, give us a ride. Yes, give us a ride. We will remember your kindness. I'm from the Sky Air race. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me. The surrounding people spoke one after another, either begging, tempting, or making promises. It was noisy. There are so many of you. We can't carry all of you. Lu Ming smiled casually. There were at least a few thousand people around, and all of them wanted to come up. How could they carry all of them? Give me a ride, just give me a ride. I won't forget your kindness. I'll definitely repay you in the future. You can repay me, but I can't. I will repay you tenfold. I'm from the Sky Air race. Get lost. The Sky Air race is nothing. I'm from the Cloud Moon race. What did you say? How dare you insult me? You're courting death. You're the one courting death. The outside of the disaster crossing airship was noisy, and the smell of gunpowder was strong. It looked like a fight was about to break out. All right, stop arguing. If you want to board the disaster crossing airship, you have to pay a price. How about this? 20,000 desolation pills per person. As long as you take out 20,000 desolation pills, you can board the disaster crossing airship and be sent to the core region. Lu Ming said. The scene was silent, and then there was a commotion. What? 20,000 desolation pills per person? That's too expensive. Why don't you go rob someone? Yeah, it's too expensive. I can't take it out at all. Everyone shouted. Is 20,000 Great Desolation pills expensive? You should know that the Great Desolation Qi in the core area is extremely dense. As long as you have a cauldron, you can easily refine 20,000 Great Desolation pills. It's totally worth it. Lu Ming said with a smile, looking amiable and amiable. In any case, there were only the two of them. If the crossing adversity flying boat could be empty, it was fine. If they could earn more desolate pills, why not? But I really don't have that many Great Desolation pills. The Great Desolation pills I refined aren't enough for me to refine. I'm even worse off. I don't even have a cauldron. I have to guard other people's cauldrons to earn some Great Desolation pills. They've already been used up. Me too. Many people were crying and begging, but Lu Ming didn't care. He didn't believe that there wouldn't be anyone who could pay 20,000 Great Desolation pills. I'll pay 20,000 Great Desolation pills. I want a spot. I want a spot too. As expected, someone bid. Give me the Great Desolation pills first. Lu Ming said. Then, he opened a gap in the barrier of the crossing adversity airship. A burly man stepped out. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew into the gap. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that there were indeed 20,000 desolation pills inside. You can come in. Lu Ming nodded. He opened the barrier of the crossing adversity airship even wider. It was big enough for one person to pass through. The muscular man was delighted. His figure flickered as he entered the crossing adversity airship through the gap and landed on the deck. Good chance. You want my Great Desolation pills? Dream on. At that moment, a skinny figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and rushed towards the gap. He was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. His cultivation was also very high, at the 6th Great Supreme God layer. He didn't want to pay 20,000 Great Desolation pills. He wanted to enter the crossing adversity airship through the gap. Lu Ming didn't seem to have time to close the gap. In a flash, that person was about to enter the gap. Ha ha ha, as long as I enter, not only will I not have to pay the Great Desolation pills, but the crossing adversity airship will also be mine. The skinny man's eyes flashed with a savage light. Not only did he not want to pay 20,000 desolation pills, but he also wanted to kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling and take the crossing adversity airship. He was very confident in his own strength. Now, the desolation airship, the desolation pills airship, the airship is the desolation realm. In the next moment, he entered the crossing adversity airship. Whoosh, at that moment, array desolation pill. So desolationation. On. Desolation pill desolation. Is. As desolation. Would. P it. As there was. Body tease. Many people gasped. Many people recognized the skinny man. They knew that he was very strong. With so many experts in the desolation airship, not many were his match. They did not expect him to be killed in a second as soon as he entered the crossing adversity airship. Everyone looked at Yi Ling with fear. Yi Ling's strength was too terrifying. At the same time, they looked at Lu Ming with even more solemn eyes. Obviously, between Lu Ming and Yi Ling, Lu Ming was the leader. If Yi Ling was so terrifying, then what about Lu Ming? Some of the people who originally had bad intentions immediately dispelled those bad thoughts. 20,000 desolation pills for one spot. It's still valid. If anyone has evil thoughts, they'll end up like them. Lu Ming said coldly. I'll use 20,000 desolation pills for one spot. Me too. This time, no one dared to play any tricks. They all took out 20,000 desolation pills and gave them to Lu Ming before entering the crossing adversity airship. There were more and more people in the crossing adversity airship. Lu Ming and the others also gained more and more. Some people, even if they did not have 20,000 desolation pills, would try their best to get more from others. Soon, there were 200 people on Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship. 200 people. Lu Ming got 4 million desolation pills. After splitting them equally with Yi Ling, each of them got 2 million. This was a windfall. Although it could not help Lu Ming break through, it was still a huge fortune. Buzz. At this moment, Xianxia's tribulation crossing airship emitted a buzzing sound. Shrouded in a mysterious light, it rushed into the vast tribulation crossing ocean. It was Xianxia and the others. They had already set off. Lu Ming and the others were not that fast. The crossing adversity airship was very vast. The crossing adversity airship had to absorb enough energy to cross the crossing adversity airship. Therefore, it would take some time. Everyone is here. Everyone else, please go back. Lu Ming said and closed the barrier of the crossing adversity airship. Many people sighed. They could only go back and wait to see if anyone else had a crossing adversity airship. The 200 people who had boarded the crossing adversity airship were overjoyed. The earlier they entered the core area, the more opportunities they would have and the more desolation pills they would get. Time flew by. Soon, a day had passed. At this time, the crossing adversity airship finally had enough energy. Rise! Lu Ming shouted. The crossing adversity airship shook and was enveloped by a layer of mysterious light. Then, it shot into the sky, rushed into the vast crossing adversity airship, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The crossing adversity airship was very vast. Black fog filled the air. Lu Ming and the others stood on the deck and looked into the distance. However, their vision was greatly obstructed. The black fog blocked their line of sight. No one dared to underestimate this black fog. This black fog was very terrifying. According to the records, this black fog was terrifyingly corrosive. It could corrode everything. Divine power, secret techniques, and even all kinds of weapons. Once a living being stepped into the crossing adversity airship, they would be corroded by this black fog. Although they would not be corroded by the black fog and die immediately, ordinary emperor gods would be able to withstand it for a while. However, the crossing adversity airship was too vast. No one could last that long and cross the entire crossing adversity airship. Under the continuous corrosion of the black fog, they would eventually run out of energy and die. Unless it was a Divine Master expert. However, Divine Master realm powerhouses couldn't enter this level. In addition, there was an even more terrifying existence in the crossing adversity airship. It was called the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing adversity ghost was even more terrifying. Once one encountered it, only death would await. Without the crossing adversity airship, no emperor god would be able to cross the adversity avoiding ocean. The crossing adversity airship flew at an extremely fast speed towards the other side of the adversity avoiding ocean. With the crossing adversity airship speed, it would take about 7 days to cross the entire adversity avoiding ocean and enter the core region. Time flew by quickly. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. They had already traveled an unknown distance. Whoosh whoosh, the black fog in front of them suddenly began to churn. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of them. It was a black creature. Its body was like a worm, but there were many arms around its body. It kept grabbing at the air as if it wanted to crush something. The most terrifying thing was the creature's head. There was a human face there. Its facial features were distorted and it looked ferocious like an evil spirit. This is the crossing adversity ghost. Someone exclaimed in surprise and sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. This was the most terrifying existence in the adversity avoiding ocean, the crossing adversity ghost. The black fog in the adversity avoiding ocean wasn't the most terrifying. Most people could withstand it for a while. However, if they encountered the crossing adversity ghost, they would die. Even a peak emperor god wouldn't stand a chance against the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing adversity ghost was huge and it was about 100 meters long. It flew towards the crossing adversity airship. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats. Even though they had the crossing adversity airship, they were still nervous. The crossing adversity ghost flew nearby and circled around the crossing adversity airship. Its pair of cold eyes kept scanning the crowd. Some people felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they were swept by this cold gaze. The crossing adversity airship glowed and continued to fly forward. Squeak, 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 the crossing adversity ghost let out an ear-piercing squeak and charged towards the crowd. Some people who weren't mentally strong couldn't help but circulate their divine power and get ready for battle. Lu Ming and Yi Ling stood quietly at the bow of the airship. Their faces were calm and their eyes were motionless. When the crossing adversity airship got close and came into contact with the light emitted by the crossing adversity airship, it let out a sizzling sound. It was like ice melting when it came into contact with fire. Black smoke came out of the crossing adversity ghost's body. The crossing disaster ghost shrieked as a look of fear appeared in its eyes, and it quickly retreated. Everyone saw that the crossing disaster ghost's body seemed to have shrunk due to the influence of the crossing disaster airship's light. Whoosh, many people breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, they were safe inside the crossing adversity airship. Not only could the crossing adversity airship block the black fog outside, it could also block the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing disaster ghost let out an ear-piercing shriek. It circled the crossing disaster airship a few times before flying off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the black fog. Everyone was finally able to put down a huge rock in their hearts. The Calamity Crossing airship continued to fly forward. In the following period of time, they encountered the Calamity Crossing ghosts a few more times. But in the end, they were all scared off by the Adversity Crossing flying boat. Very quickly, 4 days passed. They had already covered more than half of the journey. In another 3 days, they would be able to completely cross the adversity avoiding sea and enter the core region. What's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the left. Everyone's gaze also turned in that direction. On the left, there was a ray of light that could be seen even through the black fog. Moreover, it was also moving and seemed to be synchronized with Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship. As Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship flew forward, the ball of light also moved forward. It was always on the left side of Lu Ming's group. Look, there's one on the right too. Someone shouted. Indeed, everyone saw a ball of light on the right too. It was also moving with Lu Ming's group at about the same speed. Lu Ming frowned. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Lu Ming, can you see it clearly too? I have a bad feeling. Yi Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. He had a similar feeling as well. Geniuses were usually extremely sensitive to danger. The fog is too thick. I can't see it clearly either. Lu Ming shook his head with a grave expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked ahead. At this moment, there was also a ball of light in front of him. Stop. With a thought from Lu Ming, the speed of the crossing disaster airship rapidly slowed down and finally came to a stop. The moment they stopped, the 2 balls of light on the left and right also stopped. There was a commotion in the crossing disaster airship. Many people felt a little uneasy and the atmosphere became a little tense. The ball of light in front became clearer and clearer. Gradually, everyone could see what it was. It was a crossing disaster airship. That's right, it was also a crossing disaster airship that was flying in front of him. Could it be that it was returning from the core area? The crossing disaster airship in front became clearer and clearer until it completely appeared in front of him. It's the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. They could clearly see that there were some people standing on the deck of the crossing disaster airship in front. Those people were all from the heavenly human tribe. It's the heavenly human tribe. I thought it was something else? I'm so scared. Seeing that it was the heavenly human tribe, the people on the crossing disaster airship heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly human tribe would not attack them for no reason. Look, there are also crossing disaster airships on the left and right. Someone shouted. At that moment, the 2 balls of light on the left and right became clearer and clearer. Then, 2 more crossing disaster airships appeared. Unsurprisingly, there were also people from the heavenly human tribe on these 2 crossing disaster airships. The heavenly human tribe is actually waiting for us here. Yi Ling's face was extremely solemn. This is a little troublesome. There are probably some people who have already entered the core area, Lu Ming muttered. A group of top experts from the heavenly human tribe had already entered the core area to seize the opportunities. There were definitely cultivators of the 8th or 9th grade supreme god layer in there. Among the younger generation, there might not be such a high cultivation level, but among the middle-aged generation, there definitely were. So it's the heavenly human tribe. May I know what you are doing here? On Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship, a young man cupped his fists and said respectfully. We are waiting for you here. A burly man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming knew this burly man. He was one of the experts who had tried to kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. When Xianxia arrived, they managed to kill him and he fled. Waiting for us? Many people were a little confused. To be precise, we are waiting for the two of them. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe pointed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. On the deck, 200 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, full of doubts. Perhaps you still don't know who they are? The two of them are traitors. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe said. What? They are traitors? The 200 people on the deck were shocked when they heard what the heavenly human tribe man had said. They moved away from Lu Ming and Yi Ling and looked at them coldly. They are not only traitors. Do you know who he is? He is Mu Yun. If you kill him, you can become the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. The heavenly human tribe man added. After saying those words, the heavenly human clan's robust man stopped speaking and stopped. He knew that he didn't need to say anything because he knew what was going to happen next. As expected, when the 200 people on Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship heard that Lu Ming was Mu Yun, they started breathing heavily. Their eyes were filled with greed and killing intent. Mu Yun, they would never have thought that the young man with them was Mu Yun, the person that the heavenly palace wanted to kill. As long as he could kill him, he could become the son of heaven or daughter of heaven of the celestial palace. He could become a dragon with a single leap and achieve a meteoric rise, changing his future fate. However, when their gazes fell on Yi Ling, fear appeared in their eyes. Yi Ling had fought before and his strength was astonishing. Let's attack together. No matter how strong he is, it will be useless. That's right. Let's attack together. In the chaos, whoever kills Mu Yun will get the credit. Yes, kill. Many people shouted. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation of becoming the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. Their minds were filled with greed. They recklessly attacked Lu Ming and Yi Ling. 200 people. At least 100 of them charged toward Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes glittered coldly. Swoosh swoosh, Lu Ming condensed a long spear with the taboo power in his hands. He cast the heaven-breaking style and activated his combat power to the maximum. Rays of spear light burst forth and charged towards these people. At the same time, Yi Ling also attacked. Dazzling sword lights filled the sky. Although there were many experts among the 100 people who had attacked him and many of them were at the 6th layer of the Emperor God realm, none of them could threaten Lu Ming. Although there were only 2 of them, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's attacks were even more ferocious and powerful than those of over 100 people. When the attacks of both sides collided, the attacks of over 100 people were defeated. Ah! Pitiful cries rang out one after another as people were pierced by the spear light or the sword light, dying on the spot. Kill! Lu Ming and Yi Ling shouted coldly and rushed out. All kinds of attacks poured out like a storm. Ah, no! Spare me! Misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding. The remaining people shouted crazily. They were scared out of their wits. Yi Ling's combat power had completely exceeded their expectations. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. However, the most terrifying one was still Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th grade supreme god layer, but his combat power was not weaker than Yi Ling's. Even though there were more than 100 people attacking, they could not withstand a single blow. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not show any mercy. They kept attacking with all kinds of killing moves. One by one, they were killed. In an instant, there were more than 100 corpses on the deck. Blood dyed the crossing adversity airship red. There were still 80 or 90 people left. Those who had not attacked before were dumbfounded. They were completely terrified. Their bodies were trembling and their lips were trembling. Their eyes were wide open and they were filled with fear. Spare. Spare me. These people begged for mercy. Get out of the crossing adversity airship. Lu Ming said coldly. Let's go to the Heavenly Human Tribe's crossing adversity airship. Let's go. The remaining 80 or 90 people rushed out crazily towards the 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships. The 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships were not full. There were less than 100 people on each of the airships. In an instant, Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship was empty except for Lu Ming and Yi Ling. These people flew towards the 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships. The black fog rushed towards these people. These people activated their divine power and set up layers of defense around their bodies to resist the corrosion of the black fog. Although the black fog was terrifying, they could still resist it for a while with their cultivation. They quickly approached the 3 Heavenly Human Tribes crossing adversity airships. Lords of the Heavenly Human Tribe, please let us board the airships. Please let us board the airships. We can't resist for long. These people begged. Humph, a bunch of trash. You want to board the airship? You can fend for yourselves outside. A strong man from the Heavenly Human Tribe shouted coldly. As soon as he said that, the expressions of these people changed drastically. Was the Heavenly Human Tribe not letting them board the airships? If they were not allowed to board the airships, they would die. Lords, please do me a favor and let me board the airships. I will not forget your great kindness. Please, let me board the airships. I'm willing to be your slave in the future. Many people shouted. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe's crossing adversity airships were indifferent and unmoved. Many people looked desperate. Let me board, let me board. Finally, some people went crazy and rushed towards the Heavenly Human Tribe's crossing adversity airship. They wanted to use brute force to board the airships. Courting death. Someone from the Heavenly Human Tribe shouted coldly and attacked. The person who attacked was extremely powerful. These people could not resist at all. In an instant, dozens of people were killed. Then, their corpses were corroded by the black fog and turned into nothingness. The remaining people were desperate and rushed towards Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted and controlled the crossing adversity airship to fly to the back in an attempt to escape. This time, the Heavenly Human Tribe came prepared and definitely sent out a terrifying expert. It was very dangerous for them to fight head-on. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe was already prepared. When Lu Ming and the others retreated, the 3 crossing adversity airships of the Heavenly Human Tribe also moved and chased after Lu Ming and the others. The remaining people were left behind, and they let out cries of despair. However, no one cared about them. Lu Ming controlled the crossing adversity airship with all his strength, but the Heavenly Human Tribe's crossing adversity airship chased after them relentlessly. Moreover, the distance between the two parties was slowly closing. Lu Ming, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. A cold voice came from one of the crossing adversity airships. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not say a word and only cared about escaping. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this moment, 2 figures rushed out from each of the 3 crossing adversity airships. They were 6 burly men from the Heavenly Human Tribe. They were very fast, even faster than the crossing adversity airship. They quickly approached Lu Ming and the others. They are 9th layer divine gods. Yi Ling exclaimed and his face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face also changed drastically. The other party had indeed sent out terrifying experts. 6 9th layer divine gods. End of chapter 43:28. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.